In a world where chaos reigns, all inhabitants have descended upon the continent of chaos to assume the mantle of a lord and engage in a fierce competition among myriad races. The spark serves as the symbol of authority for human lords, allowing them to sign in daily and receive vital resources such as population, blueprints, and sustenance. On his inaugural day, Huang Yu signed in and obtained a discount artifact. Each day, a fresh selection of discounted items would be available for his acquisition. Thus, he exclaimed, "This legendary weapon, after the discount, costs only 10,000 magic crystals? I shall buy it. And a dragon egg at a mere 50 off? I will take 100. Furthermore, an extraordinary training camp for exceptional units at a staggering 0.0001 off. Such fortune, it must be mine." From that moment forth, Huang Yu and his domain became renowned across the continent of chaos. Chapter 1. First sign in. The discount artifact. Welcome to the continent of chaos. You are about to embark on a grand contest among the myriad races of chaos. As a human lord, you have ignited the spark. By signing in daily at the spark, you will receive various resources, with a slim chance of acquiring special rewards. Additionally, the spark offers functionalities such as a marketplace, chat, and trading platform. Within this vast and boundless continent of chaos, countless opportunities and challenges await. As a lord, you shall embark on the path of conquest, uncovering the secrets of divinity and eternity. Huang Yu opened his eyes to find himself within a humble wooden cabin. At the center of the room stood a stone platform, above which floated a small cluster of blue flames. Exiting the modest abode, he beheld a gray, overcast sky. Nearby were 2 thatched cottages, within which lay a few individuals. The 3 structures were perched upon a hill, encircled by a vast expanse of forest, filled with the sounds of birds and wild beasts, emanating an aura of eeriness and peril. Peering into the distance, Huang Yu caught a glimpse of expansive waters. Whether ocean or lake remained a mystery. Taking a deep breath, he pondered his predicament. The contest among races was, as the name suggests, a fierce rivalry. Soon, he would face off against various races, including other human lords, in a struggle characterized by war, slaughter, and death. The dangers of the continent of chaos were evident. As he stood on the brink of graduation, yet untouched by the harsh realities of society, he found himself thrust into this brutal alternate realm. After much inner turmoil, Huang Yu reluctantly accepted this new reality. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his mind. Due to the low racial value of humans, your territory will enjoy a 7-day protection period. During this period, no non-allied beings may enter your domain. After 7 days, you and your territory will undergo the assessment of the continent of chaos. Failure in this assessment will result in the loss of your lordship and possibly your life. A 7-day protection period. This granted Huang Yu a crucial window for development. Instantly, a sense of urgency enveloped him. Returning to the wooden cabin, he gazed at the small cluster of flames at its center, the very foundation of his lordship. If the spark were to extinguish, so too would the lord perish. What is this? Huang Yu suddenly noticed several virtual options within the spark. Focusing intently, he observed a series of functional interfaces. Lord information, chaos marketplace, world channel, trading platform, friend list, and more. Each interface illuminated in response to his gaze, fully under his mental control. Regardless of which interface he selected, a red sign-in button pulsated at the top, beckoning him. Recalling the earlier prompt, Huang Yu mentally activated the sign-in. The red button transformed to gray. The spark flickered erratically, raising his concern that it might extinguish at any moment. Finally, the flames stabilized, and a voice resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, Lord! You have acquired the discount artifact, and its functionalities have been integrated. The discount artifact is now embedded within the Chaos Marketplace, refreshing discounted items daily. You may select the discount artifact functionality to filter and view available items." A discount artifact? Huang Yu mused. Surely it doesn't require a physical strike to activate. He licked his lips, filled with anticipation as he directed his consciousness towards the spark. Opening the Chaos Marketplace, a virtual panel materialized before him. The items were categorized into 10 tiers. Ordinary, fine, rare, exceptional, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, and ultimate. The offerings included population, materials, food, profession scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, building blueprints, among others, with the ability to filter or directly search items. The sheer volume of goods was astonishing, the menu stretching endlessly before him. His heart raced at the sight of exceptional and mythical items. Hurriedly, Huang Yu accessed the Lord Information Interface to assess his resources. Lord Huang Yu. Level: LV1 Spark level. First stage adds 1 new citizen daily. Note: upgrading the spark to the second stage requires 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. Territory: Huang Yu Village, 100x 100m. Note: The Lord has one opportunity to rename the territory. Population information, ordinary citizens, LV1, 10 individuals. Special buildings, none. Soul crystals, 10. Equipment, none. He decided to rename his territory to Huang Yu. This choice resonated with the phonetic similarity and embodied the grand ideal of encompassing the entire universe. However, upon surveying his resources, Huang Yu fell into a contemplative silence. 10 soul crystals. The weight of poverty was heavy upon him. These 10 soul crystals were merely a byproduct of his lordship. At the chaos marketplace, they could only procure 10 units of food or the most rudimentary of equipment. Let's see if I can find some worthwhile discounted items. Reflecting on the exorbitant prices at the chaos marketplace, Huang Yu's expectation for the discount artifact diminished significantly. A single extraordinary item could demand upwards of 1,000,000 soul crystals. Even at a 10% discount, that would still exceed 100,000. The 10 soul crystals in his possession felt utterly inadequate. With dwindling enthusiasm, he opened the chaos marketplace and selected the discount artifact. Upon refreshing the interface, the discounted items displayed were more plentiful than he had anticipated. Huang Yu considered this a reasonable outcome, for the continent of chaos was vast and the marketplace brimming with endless goods. Even if it currently showcased items solely from the human faction, it still presented over 1,000 pages, conservatively estimated to encompass millions of varieties. As Huang Yu perused the discounted items page, he noted that the Berserker Profession Scroll at 90 off, originally priced at over 20,000 soul crystals, now available for just over 2,000. Oh, too expensive. Next, a random population increase of 100 at 70 off, originally 1,000 soul crystals, now 300, equally out of reach. Next, legendary weapon, Blade of Judgment, 0.001 off, 0.001 off. With merely 600,000 soul crystals, legendary weapons can be brought home. Huang Yu wiped away the tears that had trickled from the corners of his eyes, gazing longingly at the legendary grade longsword for an extended period, yet ultimately chose to pass it by. Uncertain how long he had been searching, he found himself unable to locate any suitable items. However, Huang Yu came to a profound realization of his own impoverishment. The discounted artifacts were indeed remarkable. Most of the discounted items were priced below 50%, with many plummeting to mere fractions of that. Yet, for Huang Yu, who was just embarking on his journey, these prices remained exorbitantly high. At this moment, what he lacked most was soul crystals. Perhaps I should exchange for 5 longbows. Huang Yu resolved to scroll back up to purchase the previously seen longbow, now at a mere 10% of its original price. Originally priced at 20 soul crystals each, with a complimentary 50 arrows included, the discounted price rendered each bow a mere 2 soul crystals. This was, after all, a relatively practical piece of equipment for his current stage. Yet, undeterred, he casually scrolled down the list of discounted items. His gaze inadvertently fixated upon an extraordinary grade item adorned with a luxurious purple gold frame. 0.00001 discount. Extraordinary grade architectural blueprint, Spartan training camp. Originally priced at 1,800,000 soul crystals. Now only 1.8 soul crystals to take home. Huang Yu stood frozen for a moment, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He pinched his thigh, discovering that it indeed hurt. And there was on the discount list the extraordinary grade architectural blueprint for the Spartan training camp, confirmed at just 1.8 soul crystals. A grin gradually spread across Huang Yu's face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Truly, this discount artifact was remarkable. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. Chapter 2. This is Sparta. Upon consuming the architectural blueprint, a structure suddenly materialized before the wooden cabin, a training camp spanning over 200 square meters. At the heart of the camp lay a sandy arena over 100 square meters in size, the very training ground for the valiant Spartans. As Huang Yu gazed at the training camp, a virtual information panel manifested in his field of vision. Spartan training camp, exceptional grade building. Level, Tier 1. Note, to upgrade to Tier 2, requires Tier 2 fire seed, along with 50 soul crystals, 800 units of timber, and 400 units of stone. Function, can train 5 human soldiers each day into the extraordinary Spartan warriors with a 100 success rate. For every 10 soul crystals spent, an additional Spartan warrior can be trained. The trained Spartan warriors have a 30 chance of acquiring a secondary profession, a 5 chance of becoming an heroic unit, a 0.1 chance of evolving into a monarch unit, and a 0.01 chance of attaining divine status. Spartan warriors resting in the training camp can rapidly recover their condition. Note, military units are categorized as warriors, champions, heroes, monarchs, and gods. The current building level permits training of humans below level 10. Extraordinary units. Spartan warriors. The potential to even train divine units. Huang Yu felt a glimmer of hope blossoming on his chaotic path. Yet, he pondered their combat prowess. He glanced towards the 10 villagers emerging beside him. clearly startled by the sudden appearance of the unique structure. Upon exiting their thatched huts, they were met with their lord, who they greeted with utmost reverence. Long live our lord. Our lord is magnificent. Our lord is truly handsome. The repetitive praises from the 10 villagers soon grew tiresome to Huang Yu. He summoned their information panels. Villager number 1, level, LV1, loyalty, 100, devoted. Potential, black iron, can only upgrade to LV9. Note, potential levels include black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, extraordinary, sacred realm, legendary, immortal, and eternal. Base profession, farmer, villager number 2. Base profession, gatherer, villager number 3. Base profession, cook, villager no. 4. Base profession, slacker. Among the 10 villagers, their levels, loyalty, and potential were identical, with only their base professions differing. 5 were farmers, 3 were gatherers. 1 was a cook, and astonishingly, there was even a slacker. Huang Yu stared in disbelief at the nonchalant villager. How dare someone refuse the blessings of hard work? No. He must be sent to the Spartan training camp for reformation. Under Huang Yu's command, 3 farmers, 1 gatherer, and the slacker entered the Spartan training camp. The slacker, before stepping inside, glanced back every few steps, incessantly flattering Huang Yu, clearly reluctant to enter. Ultimately, Huang Yu kicked him inside. Today's quota has been filled. Would you like to commence training? Yes. No, yes. Training commenced. Estimated duration, 1 hour. Without hesitation, Huang Yu chose to proceed with the training. In the distance, the forest loomed ominously, wild beasts roared, indicating the presence of numerous monsters. Meanwhile, his territory lacked any weapons or provisions. If he could not venture out to gather resources, he would starve long before the protection period concluded. The Spartan warriors would be his forthcoming reliance. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. As Huang Yu awaited eagerly, the gates of the training camp burst open. 5 robust, muscular warriors emerged, their upper bodies bare and clad only in white shorts. Their bare feet striking the ground. Their tanned muscles radiated an astonishing strength. My lord. The 5 Spartan warriors knelt on one knee, paying homage to Huang Yu. He promptly opened their information panels. Spartan warrior, Shiozi, level, LV1, loyalty, 100, devoted. Potential, diamond, can upgrade to LV49. Profession, foot soldier, skills, Spartan combat techniques. Spartan battle formation, secondary profession, butcher. Motto, slay the enemy, as one would slaughter a pig. Remarkable, Huang Yu exclaimed in wonder. The transformation from the training camp was nothing short of extraordinary. Although their levels remained unchanged, their potentials had surged by 4 tiers, and they had acquired skills related to Spartan prowess. Upon becoming warriors, they were bestowed with names and personal mottos. Huang Yu's excitement turned towards the second Spartan warrior, named Xion, whose name echoed that of Shiozi, as if they were brothers. Xion's level, potential, and skills were quite similar to Shiozi's, albeit without a secondary profession. The next 2 Spartan warriors, named Aur and Ulu respectively, also lacked secondary professions, being purely foot soldiers. While a tinge of regret lingered, Huang Yu felt fulfilled with 4 high-potential fighters. His gaze settled on the final Spartan warrior. Spartan hero, Dilius, unique. Level, LV1, loyalty, 100, devoted. Potential, sacred realm, can upgrade to LV69. Profession, Spartan berserker. Skills, Spartan fury, Spartan combat techniques. Spartan battle formation. Motto, this is Sparta. Heroic talent. The Spartan warriors led by Dilius, note, currently can lead only 10 Spartan warriors, will experience enhanced strength in battle, unfazed by pain or fatigue. However, they may gradually lose their sanity, transforming into ruthless killing machines. Only their king, god, or lord can rouse them from their fury. A 5 chance, and I encountered it. Huang Yu gazed at Dilius with elation. This was a heroic unit, possessing uniqueness. Once fully developed, it could reach the sacred realm tier. Truly, the exceptional grade training camp lived up to its reputation. Huang Yu marveled at the capabilities of the Spartan warriors, feeling an overwhelming desire. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could he enter the Spartan training camp? No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a merciless voice echoed in his head. Entering the training camp will result in the loss of lordship. The potential of a lord is limitless. Please choose wisely. Limitless potential. Abandoning his lordship was out of the question. Huang Yu dismissed the notion of entering the Spartan training camp. However, procuring supplies required soul crystals, and upgrading the training camp and fire seeds also necessitated them. Gazing at his remaining 82 soul crystals, he felt a pressing need to discover how to acquire more. As he contemplated this, a prompt resounded in his mind. Defeating wild creatures, monsters, or enemy life units can yield soul crystals. Consuming the tokens of enemy lords can convert them into substantial soul crystals or facilitate the upgrade of fire seeds. So that is how it is. Huang Yu pondered. The various means of resource acquisition relentlessly compel the lord to venture forth into perilous adventures, and even engage in conflict with other lords. Should he neglect to actively expand his territory, the meager resources at his disposal would not only render him vulnerable to being overrun by rival lords, but also face annihilation at the hands of the monstrous denizens of the wilderness. Moreover, the impending assessment in just 7 days looms ominously. Huang Yu permitted 5 Spartan warriors the freedom to roam within the territory while he retreated into the Lord's cottage, intending to procure a stock of weaponry from the Chaos Shop to arm the Spartan warriors. With weapons in hand, the Spartan warriors would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Chapter 3. Our spears are eagerly awaiting. Huang Yu exchanged 5 soul crystals for a discounted spear. Additionally, he spent 15 soul crystals to acquire a round shield for Dilius. Each of the 5 spears was of ordinary quality, priced at 10 soul crystals apiece. Dilius's round shield, however, was of fine quality. After an extensive search, Huang Yu managed to procure this shield at a staggering 99% discount from the clearance items. With the remaining soul crystals, he purchased a bag of discounted flour, leaving him with scant resources. Fortunately, among the inhabitants, there was a cook, and a well existed within the territory. A single bag of flour could yield 25 units of food, sufficient to sustain 11 individuals for 2 days. Thus, for the moment, Huang Yu and the inhabitants need not worry about sustenance. It was time to embark on exploration. Although the immediate pressure of survival had abated, Huang Yu refused to succumb to the allure of complacency. He instructed Dilius to lead the 4 Spartan warriors in acclimating to their new equipment and preparing for battle. Approaching the fire pit, he sought to gather information through the World Channel. There was no activity on the friend list or trading platform. However, the red dot in the lower right corner of the World Channel had long indicated 999, with billions of humans. Even if each could send but a single free message daily, the World Channel remained exceedingly vibrant. Upon entering, Huang Yu found a flurry of messages flooding the screen every second. I just left the village intending to chop some wood, but encountered a wolf the size of a bison. Oh no. The Chaos Continent is perilous. I wish to return to Blue Star. Haha. I signed in and obtained a warrior. I truly possess the demeanor of an emperor. Oh, my child, are you boasting about signing in a warrior? I signed a mount of extraordinary potential. Huh? In this grand contest of races, I am the chosen one. Didn't they say it was a fair competition? Why did I only sign in for a unit of food? I empathize with the previous speaker. At least I signed a longsword. I signed in for a troop of 20 with golden potential. Wow. Impressive. Is this what it means to be invincible at the outset? Casting a glance at the 5 Spartan warriors outside the wooden cottage, Huang Yu noted that, although few in number, their potential and strength dwarfed that of the 20-member golden troop. Signing in was, after all, a matter of luck. With billions of humans, there would inevitably be some exceptional individuals or oddities, capable of encountering the minuscule probabilities that yield remarkable rewards. Yet, from the information Huang Yu had observed thus far, none had acquired items surpassing the absurdity of the discounted divine artifact. Just then, a message popped up that caught Huang Yu's attention. LV1 ordinary inhabitants are truly worthless. I commanded them to venture out in search of food, only to have 6 of them gored to death by a boar the size of a car. The remaining 4 are gravely injured. It's better not to venture outside. I just saw a giant crocodile, over 10 meters long, passing by my village. I saw a dragon, a colossal dragon that can breathe fire, just like in the game. Are these monsters truly something ordinary people can contend with? Let us find ways to chop wood, mine stones, and till the land. Although it grants little experience, it is safer. No way. My village is in the desert. Damn, I encountered enemies from another race. 4 trolls are now blocking my village. Can someone save me? Having absorbed this information, Huang Yu felt a weight of pressure. The creatures of the Chaos Continent were not only colossal, but also exceedingly dangerous. There were even intelligent beings of foreign races, as well as legendary creatures like dragons. Observing the Spartan warriors, ready for battle, Huang Yu's expression turned serious. At this juncture, thoughts of conquest were far too ambitious. Mere survival would require their utmost effort. Despite the dangers lurking beyond the village, they had no choice but to venture forth. Setting aside the examination to come in 7 days, merely chopping wood, mining stone, and tilling the land to raise the inhabitants with only black iron potential a few levels would be utterly inconsequential for their survival. A single beast could easily obliterate such a village. Stepping outside the wooden cottage, Huang Yu was approached immediately by Dilius, who, along with the other 4 Spartan warriors, saluted respectfully. My lord, our spears are eagerly yearning for action. Your warriors are born for battle. Permit us to bring you victory. A fervent battle cry erupted from the Spartan warriors, their fervor causing the nearby ordinary inhabitants to flee in fright. Huang Yu shook his head at this sight. Tomorrow, the fire would summon another inhabitant. At that time, he would retain 1 collector while converting the rest into Spartan warriors. Refocusing on the Spartan warriors, Huang Yu, despite his concerns about their low levels, was invigorated by their spirited determination and thus acquiesced to their request. Go forth, my heroes and warriors. I eagerly anticipate your triumph. Yes, wise lord. Dilius, his face alight with zeal, bowed deeply to Huang Yu before leading the 4 Spartan warriors into the dense forest beyond the village. Huang Yu followed closely behind, remaining within the bounds of the village territory, keenly observing the combat of Dilius and his 4 companions. Meanwhile, As Dilius and the Spartan warriors entered the forest, their spears parted the underbrush. Suddenly, a venomous snake, as thick as a bowl, sprang forth. The serpent moved with such speed that it left a green afterimage in the air. Its elongated fangs bore a sinister purple hue, suggesting potent venom. With a swift motion, Dilius thrust his spear, pinning the snake against a nearby tree. The serpent writhed briefly before succumbing, its body hanging limp. The Lord gains 28 experience, 1 soul crystal. A tingling sensation coursed through Huang Yu's body, revealing that the Lord could share the experience of his inhabitants. With a decisive motion, Dilius flung the 5-meter-long corpse of the venomous snake into the territory of the village. Huang Yu summoned 2 collectors, instructing them to gather resources from the snake's remains. Although frightened, the collectors' loyalty to their lord compelled them to bravely approach and process the serpent. In the blink of an eye, the collection was complete. Obtained 5 units of snake meat, ordinary food. Obtained 1 unit of snake skin, ordinary material. Obtained 1 pair of venomous fangs, ordinary material. The useful portions were stored in the wooden cottage, while the remaining carcass of the snake was buried on site. With their first victory secured, Huang Yu felt a surge of elation as he gazed at the 5 Spartan warriors. Suddenly, 3 wild boars burst forth from the underbrush. A dissonant howl erupted, its crimson eyes fixated upon the 5 valiant Spartan warriors. Upon witnessing the colossal boar, its size rivaling that of a compact automobile, Huang Yu's heart sank. Spartan! As the wild beast charged forth, Dilius bellowed in fury, his body suddenly enveloped in a fierce crimson glow. This was his professional skill, Spartan Rage. With shield in his left hand and spear in his right, Dilius bravely confronted the boar. In a thunderous clash, just before their collision, Dilius thrust his shield upward, striking the boar's head. In one fluid motion, he drove his spear forward, piercing the creature's heart. The boar emitted a piercing scream, convulsed momentarily, and then lay still. Chapter 4. True kings are ever solitary. Turning back, the 4 Spartan warriors remained entangled with the other boar. With unwavering resolve, Dilius hurled his spear, the whistle of its flight echoing as it penetrated the skull of another boar. Without a glance back, he pivoted and charged at the remaining beast. With a powerful kick, Dilius sent the fleeing boar tumbling to the ground. The 2 Spartan warriors seized the moment to deliver the final blows, vanquishing the creature. The battle unfolded with a grand yet harmonious rhythm, igniting fervor within Huang Yu's veins. Lord gains 62 experience, 3 soul crystals. Lord gains 54 experience, 2 soul crystals. Lord gains 50 experience, 2 soul crystals. A fleeting luminescence, visible only to Huang Yu, flickered past. A surge of energy coursed through his body, causing his once unified abdominal muscles to split into 8 distinct segments. He clenched his fists, savoring the transformation within. Huang Yu felt emboldened, believing that with a single punch, he could contend with Tyson himself. Opening the Lord's panel, he noted the level had ascended from LV1 to LV2. My lord, Dilius exclaimed excitedly as he dragged the boar, several times his size, into the village. I feel stronger than ever. Intrigued by Dilius's words, Huang Yu summoned his information panel. Spartan hero, Dilius. Level, LV2. Loyalty, 100, unwavering. Potential, sacred domain, upgradable to LV69. Class, Spartan berserker. Skills, Spartan rage, Spartan techniques, Spartan formation. To his astonishment, Dilius had also leveled up. Huang Yu glanced at the other 4 Spartan warriors, and unsurprisingly, they too had ascended to LV2, likely due to the advantageous monster hunting. Excellent. Huang Yu nodded approvingly. Let us continue the battle, my warriors. Combat shall render us ever more powerful. At your command, my lord, Dilius responded, his excitement palpable as he led the 4 Spartan warriors once more into the depths of the forest. Shortly thereafter, the forest reverberated with the roars of battle and the anguished cries of dying monsters. Huang Yu continued to receive notifications of experience and soul crystals. The forest teemed with monsters, and the 5 Spartan warriors fought relentlessly. Under Dilius's leadership, they faced pain and fatigue unflinchingly, transforming into machines of slaughter, decimating the creatures surrounding their village. An ever-increasing number of monster carcasses were dragged into the village, while 2 gatherers busied themselves tirelessly, transporting food, leather, and materials to the wooden hut. Huang Yu's account of soul crystals soared beyond 20. Upon reaching the hut, he found the wooden boxes meant for storage overflowing. Numerous provisions lay scattered on the ground. After a quick inventory, he discovered that there were 120 units of food, enough to sustain the current population of his territory for 10 days. And all were meats, not the coarse bread from the chaotic marketplace. Gazing at the bountiful supplies, Huang Yu felt both a sense of joy and a dilemma. Without refrigeration, meat would spoil after 2 days. Moreover, the chaotic marketplace only accepted soul crystals for purchases and did not recycle goods. Recycling? An idea struck Huang Yu. He thought of the trading platform. Food was priced the same, 1 soul crystal proportion. Surely, other lords would prefer meat over coarse grains. Meat not only tantalized the palate, but also provided greater protein and fat, making it far more valuable than the bread. Furthermore, It didn't necessarily have to be purchased with soul crystals. While the chaotic marketplace only accepted soul crystals, the trading platform allowed for barter. Huang Yu could compel other lords to work for him, exchanging his food for essential construction materials like wood and stone. Although this would yield only short-term gains, maintaining an advantage early on would expedite his subsequent growth. With this in mind, Huang Yu promptly established a personal shop on the trading platform, uploading a total of 100 portions of food, specifically highlighting the meat. He then set the pricing information: fresh meat. Unit price: 1 soul crystal for 20 units of wood and 10 units of stone. Quantity: 100 units. Recognizing that many were currently engaged in the world channel, Huang Yu seized the opportunity to post an advertisement using his once-a-day speaking privilege in the world channel. Announcement: the Huang Yu shop is now officially open, offering 100 units of fresh meat at fair prices. First come, first served. As soon as the advertisement was released, the world channel erupted in excitement. Is there someone selling supplies at this stage? Wow, it's meat. The price of meat is equivalent to coarse grain bread, both costing 1 soul crystal. I just lost 2 villagers, managed to catch a chicken, and after slaughtering it, I only obtained 3 units of meat. Can one die just from catching a chicken? A whole 100 units of meat. How many monsters must have been slain? Soul crystals are so precious. I might as well trade wood, having felled quite a few trees. What a scam. It's practically price gouging, double the price of wood and stone for a single unit of meat. As the myriad races contended for supremacy had only just begun, many lords had yet to accept their new reality. The vast majority were still preoccupied with chopping trees and mining stone to level up. Few dared to risk venturing out to slay wild creatures. Suddenly, the appearance of such a large quantity of food ignited envy among many. This was not just a symbol of wealth, but also a testament to Huang Yu's strength. However, following the initial shock, criticism of Huang Yu's pricing began to swell within the world channel. In the chaotic marketplace, a single soul crystal could buy only 1 unit of food, 10 units of wood, or 5 units of stone. While Huang Yu also sold meat for 1 soul crystal, the barter system required double the wood and stone. Many expressed their dissatisfaction. Others engaged in moral coercion, arguing that Huang Yu should offer his food at lower prices, or even freely donate it to the human faction to aid them in their struggles. Some even suggested that excess resources held by lords should be pooled and distributed uniformly. Then, the man's words were drowned out by the cacophony of others. Huang Yu had never taken the accusations of others to heart. If he were to distribute food for free, it would only invite further scorn. After all, food is a finite resource. The issue lies not in scarcity, but in inequity. Those who cannot obtain it will forever be restless. Without paying a certain price, one will never grasp that there is no such thing as a free lunch. As for the possibility of a united boycott, Huang Yu was unfazed. If billions could truly unite, humanity would have already transcended the Milky Way while still on Blue Star. With superior goods and an optimal market, he had no fear of failing to sell his wares. Indeed, shortly after disseminating the news, a flurry of messages arrived from the trading platform and friend requests. 100 units of meat were snatched up in an instant. Huang Yu received 25 soul crystals, 700 units of wood, and 400 units of stone. These materials were stored within the trading platform, ready for immediate use when needed. Finally, Huang Yu opened his friend list and cleared all 999 friend requests with a single click. True kings are solitary. They do not require friends. Chapter 5. The commotion caused by exquisite food. 2 gatherers delivered another batch of materials and food. Huang Yu listed the food on the trading platform, exchanging it for 11 soul crystals, 220 units of wood, and 90 units of stone, including the 32 soul crystals acquired from the Spartan warriors slaying wild monsters. Huang Yu now possessed 78 soul crystals, 920 units of wood, and 490 units of stone. The upgrade of the fire seed to the 2nd tier was now within reach. Perhaps before nightfall, he could complete the upgrade. The Lord gained 312 experience points and 12 soul crystals. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light surged forth from his being, shimmering for a considerable time before gradually dissipating. A torrent of energy surged into his body, and Huang Yu felt his physical prowess multiply several times in an instant. Had he leveled up again? Opening the Lord's information panel, Huang Yu was astonished to discover that his level had surged 2 tiers, now reaching LV4. What was happening? What had Dilius done to enable such an extraordinary leap? Just as Huang Yu pondered this, a gasp erupted from outside the wooden house. He hastily exited, only to be taken aback by a colossal creature not far away. This was a monster standing 3 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long, resembling the ancient monitor lizards that once roamed Blue Star, but significantly larger. Dilius and 4 Spartan warriors, bloodied and with eyes ablaze, were dragging the creature's tail, leaving deep footprints in their wake as they brought the giant lizard within the village's confines. Sparta! The Spartan warriors roared, their expressions fierce. As they turned back towards the forest, the warrior named Shuan bore the marks of a beast's bite on his thigh, blood streaming down. Yet he seemed impervious to pain as he leaned on his spear, intent on charging into the woods. Dilius, halt! Seeing the battered Spartan warriors, Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat as he urgently called out to Dilius. It was evident that Dilius and his 4 comrades had succumbed to a frenzied state, consumed by bloodlust. Only Huang Yu's command could liberate them from this state of rage. Upon hearing his voice, Dilius paused, then approached Huang Yu with a respectful demeanor. "My lord, how may I serve you?" "Today's battle has been sufficient," Huang Yu replied. "Your victories bring me great joy. Now, take some rest. I look forward to your further conquests tomorrow." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Dilius and the 4 Spartan warriors regained their composure. Despite their exhaustion, a sense of pride shone through their fatigued expressions. "Yes, esteemed lord," they replied respectfully before laboring their weary bodies back to the Spartan training camp, where they could recuperate more swiftly. Dilius had also reached LV4, while the other 4 Spartan warriors attained LV3. However, next time, he must keep a closer watch. As he gazed at the injured Spartan warriors, Huang Yu felt a pang of anxiety. He suspected that even if they encountered a fully grown dragon, the berserk Spartan warriors would charge forth, roaring defiantly. At this stage, he could not afford to lose a single Spartan warrior. Huang Yu pondered. They were his vital support in these early days. Turning his attention to the spoils of the Spartan warriors, the monster's information panel appeared before Huang Yu's eyes. Ancient Monitor Lizard. Level, LV10. Status, dead. He had indeed slain a monster of a higher tier. Huang Yu was awestruck by the formidable strength of the Spartan warriors. Truly, they were an extraordinary troop. After toiling for hours, the 2 gatherers finally harvested the ancient Monitor Lizard. A faint glow passed over the gatherers. Huang Yu focused intently and noticed that the 2 had inadvertently reached LV3, while the farmers chopping wood and the cook preparing meals remained at LV1. This highlighted the magnitude of their labor. Obtained 35 units of ancient Monitor Lizard meat, exquisite food. Obtained 10 sheets of ancient Monitor Lizard skin, common material. Obtained 20 ancient Monitor Lizard claws, common material. They had remarkably collected exquisite food. Huang Yu picked up a piece of Monitor Lizard meat. The flesh was translucent and red, radiating warmth in his hand. He instructed the cook to roast the Monitor Lizard meat until it was crispy on the outside and tender within. Amidst the envious gazes of the villagers, Huang Yu took a generous bite. Oh, delicious. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled. He had never tasted such succulent meat before. Tender and juicy, each bite was a symphony of flavor. The Lord consumed exquisite ingredients, gaining 10 experience points. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Huang Yu gazed in delight at the food in his hand, surprised to find that eating could also yield experience. In a matter of moments, he consumed 1 unit of Monitor Lizard meat, garnering a total of 24 experience points. A warm sensation filled his belly, leaving him slightly satiated. Huang Yu reflected on the energy provided by a single unit of Monitor Lizard meat, sufficient to sustain an average person for 2 days without food. However, subsequent bites would yield diminishing experience points. Nonetheless, at this juncture, it was a rare commodity. Huang Yu recalled the trading platform. In the chaotic mall, a portion of exquisite food was valued at 10 soul crystals. Presently, no one could afford it. Yet, he could list it on the trading platform for barter, simultaneously enhancing the reputation of his universal shop. Moreover, among billions, there would surely be some capable individuals. Perhaps he could even turn a small profit. Reserving 10 units of Monitor Lizard meat for the villagers, Huang Yu listed the remaining 24 units. Monitor Lizard meat, exquisite food. Price, 10 soul crystals, 200 units of wood, 100 units of stone. Features, unparalleled flavor. A simple cooking method yields a 5-star delicacy. Consuming it satisfies energy for 2 days and increases experience points. Note, can also be exchanged for other items of equivalent value. Quantity, 24 units. Indeed, the World Channel, which had been quiet for a brief period, erupted once more due to the introduction of exquisite giant lizard meat. Exquisite food? Has the magnate of the universal shop slain a high-level monster? Goodness, it's only the first day, and someone has already achieved such a feat? I dare not even step outside the village. I beseech the magnate to share their wisdom. Experience, shared 1. Experience, shared 2. 10 soul crystals are required to purchase a piece of exquisite food. Who can afford that now? It's too expensive, yet I yearn to taste it. Can the owner of the universal shop accept my friend request? No more chatter. I'm off to gather wood, striving to savor the exquisite food from the universal shop soon. Don't bother, it's already sold out. What, so soon? Huang Yu had not anticipated that all the exquisite food would be sold out in such a short span. All 24 units were gone, yielding Huang Yu 130 soul crystals, 1,200 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. Truly, is this not the mark of a human lord? In just a day, he could gather 200 units of wood and strike 100 units of stone, perhaps even more. Huang Yu glanced at the ledger. A lord from the celestial village had purchased 5 portions of exquisite ingredients, paying with 600 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Huang Yu felt a pang of existential doubt. Were the subjects of this lord endowed with the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms? Chapter 6. Ascending to Level 2. Deep within the endless forest, a human village stood atop a mountain peak. A graceful maiden reclined on a bed in a wooden cabin. voraciously devouring the exquisite food she had just obtained. The delectability of the morsel caused her large, almond-shaped eyes to squint into crescent moons. How delectable! After finishing a piece of exquisite food, the girl, feeling pleasantly full, rubbed her slightly bulging belly. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted. The girl leveled up. What a blissful day it is to upgrade simply by consuming food. How enviable is the owner of the universal shop. Reflecting on the meat in her stomach, which she had procured for 200 units of wood, her expression shifted to one of concern. Rising from her bed, she stepped outside the cabin, where a bustling scene greeted her. Woodcutters chopped trees, and miners struck stones, creating an atmosphere of fervent activity. Observing her 110 subjects diligently at work with no sign of idleness, the girl nodded in satisfaction and raised her fist to encourage them. Let us all work hard. Whether we can continue to enjoy meat tomorrow rests upon all of you. Rest assured, my lord. Upon hearing her words, all 110 subjects chorused in agreement before diving back into their tasks. The girl, pleased, clapped her hands and made her way to the back of the cabin. There lay a mountain of wood and a pile of stone. So many materials. The girl pondered, scratching her head in worry. Her subjects had toiled all day, yet they had not eaten. Perhaps I should open a shop and sell these to buy meat for everyone. In a valley, 20 cloaked warriors armed with wooden spears cornered 5 antelopes, each as large as war horses, against the rocky terrain. The warriors then formed an orderly formation, relentlessly attacking the antelopes with their spears. Suddenly, the last surviving antelope leaped into the midst of the warriors, its hardened hooves crashing down like a hammer, instantly obliterating one warrior's skull. Following that, its long horns transformed into lethal spears, piercing another warrior and sending him flying. Kill! The masked warriors howled in unison, charging forth to slay the creature, though 2 of their own could not survive the encounter. Watching from the village, Lin Shi initially mourned the loss of 2 warriors, but upon leveling up to LV2 and acquiring soul crystals, he regained his previous determination. Food and soul crystals will surely be ours. With the exceptional unit, the Yama Legion, I, Lin Shi, shall not fall behind. The chaotic continent is vast and boundless, and the circumstances of human lords vary greatly. Some still complain and struggle to adapt, while others gradually master the skills necessary for survival. Huang Yu paid little mind to the other human lords, as his spark was on the verge of upgrading. Counting his resources, he found himself with a total of 220 soul crystals, 2,300 units of wood, and 1050 units of stone. Upgrading the spark to level 2 required 100 soul crystals, 1,000 units of wood, and 500 units of stone. All conditions were met. In fact, the surplus resources were ample enough for the subsequent upgrade of the Spartan training camp to level 2. Do you wish to upgrade the spark to level 2? Yes, no, yes. As night fell, the Spartan warriors had not fully recovered, and the subjects needed rest. With nothing else to occupy his time, it was the perfect moment to upgrade the spark in the Spartan training camp. In an instant, 220 soul crystals dwindled to 120. The spark's flame surged dramatically, releasing an energy that enveloped the entire territory. Huang Yu stepped outside the cabin, greeted by a soft golden light enveloping his surroundings. The wood and stone gradually vanished. The wooden cabin behind him transformed into a small 2-story castle primarily made of stone, while the thatched huts of his subjects morphed into neatly arranged wooden houses. He counted 20 in total, along with a sizable warehouse. The upgrade process lasted about an hour. Once the golden light dissipated, the entire territory appeared rejuvenated. Ding! The spark has upgraded to level 2. Daily increase of 10 subjects. Note: upgrading the spark to level 3 requires 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron. Territory: Universal Town, 500x, 500m. Lord: Huang Yu, LV4. Common Building. Warehouse, level 1. Can store 11,000 units of wood, 5,500 units of stone, and 1,100 units of refined iron. Special Building, Spartan Training Camp, level 1. Note: players may purchase relevant building blueprints to construct their own territory. The residential area for the subjects occupies less than 1/10 of the territory. A larger expanse is reserved for the Lord's own constructions, such as cultivating fields for crops or purchasing resources like stables and mines from the Chaos Mall. Huang Yu had seen numerous building blueprints and various minerals in the Chaos Mall, though he could not yet afford them. The night had descended. Disturbing howls occasionally echoed from the distant forest. The town, situated at a higher elevation, allowed Huang Yu, standing on the 2nd floor of the castle, to catch a glimpse of a towering humanoid creature with a single crimson eye, gazing towards the territory for a long while before retreating slowly. At night, the monsters in the forest seemed to become even more lively than during the day. Now would be the perfect time to upgrade the Spartan training camp to level 2. Tomorrow, the town would welcome 10 new subjects. The Sparta training camp has been upgraded to the 2nd tier, which will undoubtedly result in an increase in the number of trainees each day. Leaning against the window on the 2nd floor of the castle, Huang Yu gazed at the extraordinary grade structure of the Sparta training camp. The information panel for the camp materialized before his eyes. Would you like to upgrade the Sparta training camp to the second tier? Yes, no, yes. A beam of light shot from the fire seed towards the Sparta training camp. Soon after, a golden protective shield enveloped the camp. Half an hour later, the shield vanished, revealing that the area of the Sparta training camp had more than doubled. The previously wooden supports had transformed into stone pillars in the vast majority of locations. It finally evoked a sense reminiscent of the 300 Spartans. Huang Yu surveyed the Sparta training camp. Sparta training camp, extraordinary grade building. Level, second tier. Note, to upgrade to the third tier, you require a third tier fire seed, 600 soul crystals, 3,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron. Function, each day, it can train 10 humans into extraordinary warrior units, known as Spartan warriors. Is that all? Huang Yu looked at the Sparta training camp in astonishment. Aside from the increase in training slots, the camp's other functionalities remained largely unchanged. This left him feeling somewhat disappointed. He could only console himself with the thought that perhaps further upgrades would enhance the camp's capabilities. He lifted his gaze to the sky. Behind the hazy clouds, a cluster of stars surrounded 3 moons, one red, one purple, and one white. The largest moon shone in purple hues, casting an eerie light across the realm. It appeared quite strange. Time to rest. Huang Yu set aside his worries. The 7-day protection period was just right for a good night's sleep. After 7 days, life might not be so easy. Chapter 7. The population exceeds 100. Special building blueprints. Huang Yu rubbed his eyes as he stepped out of the castle. The roars of beasts in the wilderness had kept him from a restful night. Once he grows stronger, he will ensure the surrounding area is thoroughly cleared. With dark circles under his eyes, Huang Yu thought fiercely. Good morning, Lord. As he exited, Huang Yu spotted Dilius, brimming with vigor, accompanied by 4 other Spartan warriors, waiting outside the castle. After a night's rest, the 5 warriors had fully recovered. This was not solely due to the training camp. It largely stemmed from the exaggerated base physique of extraordinary warrior units. After a night of recuperation, the Spartan warriors were filled with fighting spirit and were eager to engage in battle. Dilius, hold on a moment before we head into combat. New warriors will be joining us today. Following yesterday's battle, Dilius had leveled up to LV4, allowing him to lead 14 Spartan warriors. As you command, my lord. Dilius respectfully nodded and led the Spartan warriors to a nearby clearing to hone their combat skills. Huang Yu then turned his attention to the 10 new inhabitants who had appeared before the castle. 6 farmers, 2 gatherers, 1 tailor, and 1 carpenter. Seeing the foundational professions of the inhabitants, Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. At least there were no idlers among them. However, both the tailor and carpenter seemed quite useful at this stage. The tailor could stitch together monster pelts and scales, serving as makeshift armor, while the carpenter could repair damaged structures and create simple tools. If possible, it would be best to retain them. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu remembered he had yet to sign in for the day and summoned the Lord interface to do so. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received ordinary crop soil melon seedlings, 100 units. Soil melon seedlings, ordinary crop, can yield a batch of soil melons every 7 days. Well, with 8 farmers, it is essential to keep at least 2 for planting crops. Is this a happy dilemma? Huang Yu felt somewhat speechless. Perhaps in the hands of other lords, soil melon seedlings would be considered a decent resource. However, for Huang Yu, who relied on war to sustain war, soil melons felt rather superfluous. Never mind. Let us see if there are any suitable discounted items today. Opening the discounted items page, he found a plethora of goods still available. Legendary quality equipment, Millennium Shield. Original price 240 million, current price 24 million. Epic level class scroll, Phantom Blade Knight. Original price 62 million, current price 620,000. Exceptional quality special building, Yinqing Army Training Camp, LV1. Original price 360,000, current price 108,000. Most items remained beyond Huang Yu's financial reach. However, his goal for today was not these exorbitantly priced high-tier goods. He directly searched for population. The discounted items menu refreshed instantly, revealing only a few dozen options. Random 10 population, 100 population, 1000 population, basic profession customization for 10 population, 100 population, special profession rare troops. Huang Yu even spotted 3 heroes. Each hero possessed uniqueness. Upon purchase, Huang Yu could acquire a second hero follower. Unfortunately, he lacked the requisite soul crystals. The random profession for 100 population was offered at a 50 discount, the lowest among all populations. Originally priced at 1,000 soul crystals, it was now available for just 50 soul crystals. After upgrading the fire seed and the Sparta training camp, Huang Yu had 70 soul crystals remaining, which was more than sufficient to acquire the 100 population. He clicked to purchase. The 50 soul crystals were promptly deducted. Subsequently, 100 inhabitants appeared out of thin air in the open land outside the castle. After selecting them, the information of these 100 individuals appeared before his eyes. The inhabitants purchased from the Chaos Mall were all at LV1. However, unlike the daily fire seed summons, their loyalty fluctuated between 60 to 100. Only a handful were fiercely loyal. Nevertheless, Huang Yu was not overly concerned. As long as he could meet their basic needs and provide them with a stable life, there was no worry about loyalty not increasing. The professions of the 100 new inhabitants were quite diverse: 60 farmers, 15 gatherers, 5 tailors, 10 carpenters, 6 servants, 3 cooks, and 1 steward. There are actually servants and a steward among them. 2 professions Huang Yu had not encountered before. He summoned the 6 individuals. The steward was a well-dressed middle-aged man, while the remaining 6 servants included 4 male servants and 2 female servants, all relatively younger. Of course, the appearance of the female servants was quite ordinary. "My lord," the steward bowed and tentatively called out. Huang Yu nodded and spoke. "You will be responsible for all matters within the castle from now on." "Understood." The steward nodded and led the 6 servants into the castle to attend to the cleaning. Huang Yu assigned 10 farmers to the Sparta training camp and directed the others to perform their respective duties: cultivating fields, felling trees within the territory, and quarrying stone. The territory instantly buzzed with activity. Seizing the opportunity while the Spartan warriors trained, Huang Yu reopened the discounted items list. Huang Yu sought to uncover potential bargains among the thousands of items, a task that proved rather time-consuming. After nearly 10 minutes of perusing, he finally stumbled upon a suitable discounted item: blueprint for the perfect grade building, Blue Mountain Workshop, originally priced at 230,000 soul crystals, now offered at a mere 230 soul crystals. The description of the blueprint stated, "The Blue Mountain Workshop is a renowned equipment manufacturing workshop in a parallel world, celebrated for its exceptional production efficiency and the high quality of its weapons, which have garnered widespread acclaim. The workshop has previously crafted legendary-grade equipment, and its blacksmiths are held in high esteem. Naturally, to commission the creation of high-grade equipment, the Lord must provide the necessary materials. After all, a skilled artisan cannot work without raw materials." Once again, a special building blueprint had surfaced, and at the discounted price of 230 soul crystals no less. Huang Yu had initially intended to purchase ordinary building blueprints for blacksmith shops and forging workshops. He never anticipated that the Blue Mountain Workshop would appear on the discount menu today. Excited by the prospect of the materials piled up in his warehouse, Huang Yu felt a surge of exhilaration. He could finally forge equipment himself. Although he currently possessed only 20 soul crystals, he was confident he could amass a sufficient amount before the afternoon. After all, he had 15 Spartan warriors at his disposal. As the gates of the Spartan training camp swung open, 10 level 1 Spartan warriors emerged. Huang Yu examined their profiles. While no heroes had appeared, 2 of them had acquired combat-oriented secondary professions. One, named Rudo, was a Spartan longbowman, while the other, Moan, had taken on the role of a Spartan spearman. Both possessed ranged attack capabilities. Today's discounted menu featured only ordinary quality long swords at a reduced price. Huang Yu spent 15 soul crystals to equip each Spartan warrior with a weapon. Surviving the day to earn 230 soul crystals would alleviate any concerns regarding their armaments. With the Blue Mountain Workshop at his disposal, he could easily craft a complete set of equipment for each warrior without any challenges. Chapter 8. Shops Flourish, the Red-Shelled Crocodile. This is Sparta. As Darius charged into the forest with 14 Spartan warriors, the nearby wild creatures of Huang Yu town found themselves in dire straits. The entire forest erupted into chaos. Huang Yu chose not to follow this time. The steadily rising experience and the continuously updating count of soul crystals instilled in him a sense of assurance regarding the Spartan warriors, provided they did not become reckless. Before long, Huang Yu's experience surged significantly, nearly propelling him to level 5, while his soul crystals increased by 42. He approached the window on the second floor of the castle and glimpsed the Spartan warriors returning. Each of them dragged at least one wild creature's carcass. Leading the group, Darius pulled along a crocodile. This crocodile was roughly comparable in size to yesterday's giant-toothed lizard, likely another wild creature of level 10 or higher. Had they stumbled upon a nest of crocodiles? The wild creatures brought back by the Spartan warriors consisted mostly of a reddish-shelled crocodile, alongside some wild boars, pythons, and giant rabbits. After hauling the wild creatures back to their territory, the Spartan warriors wasted no time and plunged back into the forest. For them, the essence of life lay in perpetual combat. Gatherers rushed forward to embark on a busy day, delivering copious amounts of food and materials to the warehouse. Huang Yu's mind was scarcely devoid of notifications. Acquired red-shelled crocodile meat, excellent food, 35 units. Acquired red-shelled crocodile hide, excellent material, 8 pieces. Acquired red-shelled crocodile meat, ordinary food, 86 units. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The hide of the red-shelled crocodile was indeed an excellent material. Just then, the butler's voice echoed from outside the door. "Enter." Huang Yu called back, only to find the butler accompanied by 2 male servants, each cradling an egg the size of a football. "Sir, Lord Darius has instructed me to deliver these 3 eggs to you." The butler respectfully placed the eggs on the table before stepping aside to await Huang Yu's command. Eggs. His gaze focused on the 3 eggs, and an intriguing piece of information materialized in his mind. Red-shelled crocodile egg, excellent grade pet egg. Upon contract, a red-shelled crocodile hatchling can be obtained. Red-shelled crocodile, a wild creature inhabiting the forest. Its potential value is generally at the bronze level, LV19, with a certain possibility of evolving into a silver level, LV29 species. To his delight, these were pet eggs. Huang Yu's interest peaked as he picked each one up and examined them thoroughly. Subsequently, he uploaded the pet eggs along with some food to the Huang Yu shop. In the chaotic marketplace, he had encountered numerous high-grade pet eggs. Although the discounted menu had yet to reveal any, he believed it was only a matter of time before he possessed one. Therefore, he held little interest in the merely excellent quality red-shelled crocodile. His pets, and even those under his command, had to be at least of outstanding quality. Accessing the trading platform, Huang Yu intended to check the sales status of his shop, only to discover that after a single night, the trading platform had burgeoned with thousands of lord shops, emerging like mushrooms after rain. Many lords had established personal shops on the trading platform, offering a hodgepodge of items, including rudimentary weapons made from stones and wooden sticks, or unreliable goods such as river water, artificial fertilizers, and sand. Some lords even listed their own subjects for sale. Naturally, due to the ranking system based on transaction volume, the Huang Yu shop remained unassailable at the top. However, this also drew Huang Yu's attention to other notably prominent lord shops. The second-ranked Zijingwa shop boasted excellent ingredients, not meat, but a fruit called benyingguo, available in a considerable quantity of 18 units. Huang Yu traded some excellent food, red-shelled crocodile meat, for a portion. Upon tasting it, he found the flavor to be a delightful balance of sweet and sour. While it did not enhance the consumer's experience, it did provide a refreshing clarity of mind. The third-ranked shop offered a selection of ordinary quality equipment. Although the ratings and quality did not match those in the chaotic marketplace, they were appealing due to their affordability. In the shop's introduction, the lord claimed to have obtained a craftsman upon his first sign-in, and if any lords provided materials, he would assist in customizing equipment. Had Huang Yu not possessed the discount artifact and the Blue Mountain Workshop had not emerged on the discount menu, he might have considered a collaboration. However, that was no longer necessary. Continuing his exploration, Huang Yu came across a familiar name, the Xuanji shop, currently in 7th place. The shop featured nothing particularly remarkable, only basic building materials such as wood and stone. However, the quantity was overwhelming, so much so that Huang Yu's eyelids twitched involuntarily. There were 4,000 units of timber and 2,000 units of stone. According to the prices in the Chaos Mall, their total value soared to an astonishing 600 soul crystals. Perhaps considering the commonality of these two commodities, the lord of the Xuanji shop had set the trading price at merely half that of the Chaos Mall. Moreover, transactions were only accepted in soul crystals and meat products, which meant that to this day, not even half had been sold. After all, at this stage, there weren't many lords in need of such items. Most lords were still struggling to ensure their people's basic sustenance. As he continued to browse, Huang Yu also spotted a batch of talented individuals. Some had crafted exquisite furniture from timber, while others had produced cement, bricks, and other materials. There was even a lord who had concocted gunpowder, though regrettably, he claimed its potency was lamentably low. Huang Yu pieced together his resources to purchase 30 units of refined iron, a scarce commodity at present, with only a handful of fortunate lords stumbling upon a few units. A bustling wave of shop openings was abruptly halted when exquisite quality pet eggs were listed in the Huang Yu shop. The World Channel once again turned its focus to the Huang Yu shop. Did I just see that right? The Lord of Huang Yu has listed exquisite quality pet eggs. Red armored crocodile. I lost 2 warriors to one of those beasts. How did the big shot manage to slay them? I want to cry. Humans truly cannot be generalized. Lord of Huang Yu, please add me as a friend. I have a charming voice. The Lord of Huang Yu lacks a sense of the bigger picture. As fellow humans, we should support one another. I urge all lords to resist the head lordess shop. Those fellows are like vampires, treating us other lords as mere fodder. With a single click, he cleared his friend requests, simultaneously blocking several individuals who were hurling profanities and moral accusations. Huang Yu felt invigorated as he watched his account receive 100 soul crystals. Just moments ago, the Zijingwa Lord had paid 100 soul crystals to purchase a pet egg, bringing his total to 178 soul crystals. As many lords had listed food items, the food in the Huang Yu Mall was not selling quickly. However, Huang Yu remained unperturbed. He envisioned the Huang Yu shop as a premier all-category store, aiming to make it the player's first choice aside from the Chaos Mall. There was no need to be entangled in trivial profits. Huang Yu believed that by noon at the latest, he would possess a second special building, the perfect grade Blue Mountain Workshop. At that point, he would hold a firm grip on the realm of equipment goods. Chapter 9, Blue Mountain Workshop, Expert Level Blacksmith. Trading Platform Notification. The Lord of Jayashide has paid 100 soul crystals to purchase a pet egg of exquisite quality. The Lord's shop has received 100 soul crystals. Just as the number of soul crystals was about to surpass 200, another pet egg was purchased. Huang Yu's soul crystals surged to 298. With just over 3 hours remaining until noon, he had already gathered enough soul crystals to buy the blueprint for a perfect grade building. The second buyer was unfamiliar to him, but upon checking the trading platform, he discovered that the Jiashide shop had swiftly climbed to the 5th position within a short span. Relying on a common quality herb known as snake's tongue grass, this herb possessed certain detoxifying effects and was currently a rather rare medicinal item, garnering popularity among lords. There were 30 units of snake's tongue grass, each priced at 6 soul crystals, and they had all been sold out. Closing the trading platform, Huang Yu opened the discount item menu and directly searched for the Blue Mountain Workshop. Filled with anticipation and excitement, he clicked to purchase. Confirm payment of 230 soul crystals to buy the blueprint for the Blue Mountain Workshop. Yes, no, yes. After confirming the purchase, Huang Yu held a thick stack of building blueprints in his hands. Though he could not comprehend the content, it did not hinder his ability to utilize them. Upon selecting to use the blueprints, the vacant land beside the Spartan training camp was swiftly enveloped in golden light. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing a square 2-story building that occupied nearly 200 square meters of land. Huang Yu gazed at the Blue Mountain Workshop as an information interface appeared before him. Blue Mountain Workshop, perfect grade building. Level, Tier 1. Note, to upgrade to Tier 2 requires 50 soul crystals, 700 units of timber, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron. Function, comes with 10 apprentice blacksmiths. The probability of apprentices advancing to expert level is 100, to master level is 10, and to saint blacksmith level is 0. 1. For every 20 soul crystals paid, one lord subject can be transformed into a blacksmith. Note, the advancement route for blacksmiths is apprentice, expert, master, saint, and divine. Master-level blacksmiths can fully utilize material characteristics. Saint blacksmiths can forge equipment that transcends material limitations, creating legends. Divine blacksmiths can turn decay into the miraculous. The 10 blacksmiths emerged from the Blue Mountain Workshop to greet Huang Yu. They were clad in deep blue uniforms, each wearing an apprentice blacksmith badge upon their chests, inscribed with the words Huang Yu Blue Mountain. Upon calling up the information panels for the 10 blacksmiths, he noted, Blacksmith 1. Level, apprentice. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, 0. 1 chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. Blacksmith 2. Level, apprentice. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, 0. 1 chance of becoming a saint blacksmith. The panels of all 10 blacksmiths were identical. It would take 1,000 blacksmiths to potentially produce a single saint blacksmith. Would any of them be that 1 in 1,000? Though they were all merely at the apprentice level now, Huang Yu believed they had bright futures ahead. The Lord gains 320 experience points and 11 soul crystals. Huang Yu's contemplation was interrupted by the radiant golden light emanating from him, signaling his level had broken through to LV5. It was evident that Dilius and the 14 Spartan warriors had once again slain a creature above LV10. Sure enough, not long after, Dilius returned dragging a massive red-armored crocodile, with Spartan warriors trailing behind, each hauling 2 ordinary red-armored crocodiles. They must have discovered the habitat of the red-armored crocodiles. Huang Yu looked towards Dilius, noting that his level lagged just slightly behind his own, although still at LV4. He was not far from a breakthrough. Among the remaining Spartan warriors, 4 of the earliest arrivals, including Shuz, were all at LV4, while the other 10 warriors ranged between LV2 and LV3. After enduring 2 battles, nearly every one of the 15 bore injuries, Huang Yu commanded the recall of the Spartan warriors who were attempting to infiltrate the forest, instructing them to enter the Spartan training camp for a temporary respite. Subsequently, he gestured towards the warehouse and addressed the 10 forgers, saying, You may exercise your creativity with the ordinary materials. However, refrain from touching the superior quality materials for the time being. The reason for withholding the superior materials was Huang Yu's intention to first assess the forger's capabilities, thus preventing any wastage of resources. Understood, my lord. The 10 forgers bowed and hastily rushed towards the warehouse in search of materials. Crafting equipment was not merely their vocation. It was also their passion. Only through the continuous forging of equipment and the accumulation of experience could they swiftly elevate their ranks to become expert forgers, master forgers, or even sacred forgers. In due course, their renown would echo throughout the Chaos continent alongside the dominion of Huang Yu. Huang Yu awaited in the castle, with the information from the warehouse readily accessible at his fingertips, while the forgers were merely at the apprentice level. The enhancements provided by the Blue Mountain Workshop significantly boosted their speed and quality of craftsmanship, far surpassing the capabilities of the initial lord who had merely signed in a craftsman. Materials flowed incessantly into the Blue Mountain Workshop, including the precious iron Huang Yu had reserved for upgrading buildings, which was allocated to the workshop upon the forger's request. As for the precious iron, there would always be an abundance in the future. In the Chaos Mall, a standard-grade iron mine required over 800 soul crystals, while the blueprint for the steel furnace was relatively inexpensive at just 150 soul crystals, well within Huang Yu's means. If discounts were not forthcoming and urgency dictated, he would not hesitate to splurge on a purchase. After all, precious iron was a resource that would be utilized for both equipment and building upgrades. No lord would ever consider it excessive. As materials continued to be delivered to the Blue Mountain workshop, equipment began to flow into the warehouse half an hour later. Bows, short spears, long lances, cleavers, long swords, leather armor, shields, battle axes, helmets, and war boots. Each of the 10 apprentice forgers appeared to have selected a specific category of equipment to craft. A diverse array of equipment filled the warehouse, all of which, despite being ordinary, boasted commendable quality. Each item adhered to universal specifications, proudly inscribed with the words Huang Yu Blue Mountain. Within 2 hours, the warehouse had accumulated a total of 73 sets of equipment, valued at approximately 1,500 soul crystals. Are you prepared to confront the terror of being governed by the Huang Yu shop, esteemed lords? Upon witnessing the abundance of resources in the warehouse, Huang Yu felt a surge of exuberance. He would have pets, iron mines, and third-tier fire seeds as well. Blue Mountain Workshop, you have acquired an expert forger. What? So soon? Huang Yu eagerly summoned the personnel information from the Blue Mountain Workshop. Forger number 7 had vanished, replaced in the roster by an expert forger named Song Yun. Forger, Song Yun. Level, expert. Specialty, armor. Potential, 2 chance of becoming a sacred forger. Chapter 10. Competition among shops, and the unremarkable Huang Yu summoned Song Yun. The forger was an ordinary-looking male of Eastern descent. Although he displayed utmost respect towards Huang Yu, his tone betrayed a hint of impatience, as if he held some reservations regarding being summoned merely for a glance. My lord, if there is nothing further, I shall return to forging equipment, Song Yun stated, retreating towards the door. To him, the time spent traversing and meeting the lord felt like a waste of several years of life. Just those few minutes could have allowed him to prepare a piece of hide. Do not rush, Song Yun. Huang Yu remained unfazed by Song Yun's brusque demeanor. Noticing the forger's puzzled expression, Huang Yu continued, you now have access to the superior quality materials. Go and consult Dilius to customize a set of leather armor for each of them. The mention of access to superior quality materials ignited a spark in Song Yun's eyes. He instantly felt that the few minutes spent waiting had been worth it. With materials of such caliber and his expert abilities, he was assured of crafting high-level equipment. Thank you, my lord. Song Yun bowed respectfully and gazed at Huang Yu with admiration, patiently awaiting further instructions. That will suffice. You may proceed. Ideally, they should be ready before their afternoon battle. Rest assured, my lord, there will be no issues. Song Yun vowed confidently, patting his chest before hastily darting towards the warehouse. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. As a lord, he relished the presence of diligent workers like Dilius and Song Yun. There was no need for him to set KPIs or PBCs. They naturally integrated work into their lives, treating their responsibilities as blessings. Settling onto the humble sofa designated for the steward, Huang Yu accessed the trading platform and opened his personal shop, initially intending to list a portion of the ordinary equipment piling up in the warehouse. He reconsidered and decided to utilize his daily speaking opportunity to advertise in the World Channel. This would not only amplify the influence of the Huang Yu shop, but also serve to irk those he had blacklisted. Notice, the Huang Yu shop will list 50 sets of ordinary equipment in half an hour. The selection includes leather armor, longbows, spears, swords, shields, and more. Fair prices, excellent quality. Limited quantities, act swiftly. Upon the announcement, the World Channel erupted with excitement. The big shot has arrived. Seeking sponsorship. Look, the Lord of Huang Yu is about to list equipment. The Lord of Kunshan is in despair. His shop is barely warm, and already he faces suppression from the Lord of Huang Yu. The Lord of Kunshan was the third-ranked lord, who had initially signed in a craftsman. Isn't that a bit excessive? The equipment from the Huang Yu shop hasn't even been listed yet. Even if the equipment is decent, given the stingy nature of the Huang Yu lord, how low could the prices possibly be? Indeed, the gear crafted by a lord often pales in comparison to those in the Chaos Mall. I advise the Huang Yu lord to set lower prices. Perhaps I might consider a purchase. Everyone is welcome to the Kunshan shop for equipment, to promote better development. All items will be offered at half price half an hour from now. Woo, the Lord of Kunshan is impressive. This is the kind of audacity a top-tier big shot should possess. Humph, you think you can ride my coattails and compete on price? Seeing the remarks from the Lord of Kunshan, Huang Yu sneered. Let me show you what despair truly looks like. Half an hour later, Huang Yu listed 50 sets of equipment. Among them, the most expensive items were ordinary quality leather armor, with a total of 10 sets priced at 30 soul crystals each. The prices of leather armor in the Chaos Mall typically exceeded 40 soul crystals. Huang Yu directly slashed the price by 1/3. The remaining swords, longbows, shields, and other equipment were generally priced below 20 soul crystals, with some regular weapons even costing less than 10 soul crystals. In a barter scenario, the prices might be slightly higher, but not excessively so. Moreover, in addition to wood, stone, and precious iron, Huang Yu also incorporated materials such as beast hides, beast tendons, beast fangs, and beast claws into the offerings. Not only has it enhanced the Lord's trading capabilities, but it has fundamentally halted the circulation of equipment materials to the village shop. Furthermore, Huang Yu has introduced a bespoke equipment customization service, specifically noting the ability to produce items of exquisite quality. For Huang Yu, standard-grade equipment holds little value. he eagerly awaits the finely crafted gear created by Tsunyan. Perhaps after today, ordinary quality equipment will be entirely obsolete for him. Thus, he feels no pangs of regret over the minor losses incurred. The 50 sets of equipment were swiftly sold out upon their release, causing the transaction volume at Huang Yu shop to instantly surpass 4 digits. Huang Yu took a moment to glance at the village shop, which displayed over 30 rudimentary weapons, each priced below 5 soul crystals. However, less than half had been sold. As the performance of these basic weapons is subpar and their manufacturing is relatively straightforward, rendering them non-essential for the majority of lords. With the existence of Huang Yu shop as a benchmark, the weapons at the village shop garnered little interest. Upon opening the world channel, all traces of the village shop had vanished, replaced by discussions solely focused on the recently sold equipment from Huang Yu Mall. Did you see the reviews on the trading platform? The equipment from Huang Yu shop is rated just as highly as that from the Chaos Mall. I missed out, Sob. I went to check the village shop's wares, and when I returned to Huang Yu shop, all 50 sets were gone. I feel like I've missed a fortune. Without comparison, there's no paying. Compared to Huang Yu shop's offerings, the village shop's equipment is utterly worthless. Haha, anything from Huang Yu is sure to be top-notch. Thankfully, I was vigilant and snagged a set of leather armor, saving at least 10 soul crystals. What a steal. Did anyone else notice the Blue Mountain Workshop? I just checked, and it's a perfect grade special building. Wow, no wonder the Lord of Huang Yu is so confident. I implore the Lord of Huang Yu to list more equipment. I'll reserve all my soul crystals for you. I second that. This scant amount of equipment is hardly sufficient. Huang Yu observed his inventory, which had increased to 60 sets of equipment, alongside a large quantity of materials transferring out of the trading platform. Without hesitation, he spent 10 soul crystals to post another message in the world channel. Before nightfall, over 200 sets of equipment will be available for sale, priced still lower than those at the Chaos Mall, offering unparalleled value compared to the subpar wares from lesser shops. Don't miss out. What? More than 200 sets of equipment tonight. The Lord of Huang Yu is incredible. I can hardly contain my excitement. I've decided to camp out at Huang Yu's shop. This time, I must get my hands on something. Lord Huang Yu, can we negotiate privately? I'm willing to offer more soul crystals, and I have a great demand. Haha, I wonder how the Lord of the village shop is feeling right now. I just realized I've been blacklisted. Unless I get unblocked, I can never purchase from Huang Yu Mall. Was it so wrong to criticize you a little? The Lord of Huang Yu is far too petty. After scanning through the barrage of messages on the screen, Huang Yu dismissed the private trading requests from other lords. Selling ordinary equipment at low prices was never intended for profit. It aimed to establish a reputation and build a high-quality brand image. Ignoring the healthy development of Huang Yu shop for the sake of trivial gains would be counterproductive. He cleared away 999 friend requests and promptly blacklisted the lord of the village shop. Exiting the trading platform, he stepped out of the castle. Dilius stood at the forefront of the castle, flanked by 14 Spartan warriors, each clad in crimson armor, exuding an aura of valor and fierce battle spirit. Chapter 11, Red Crocodile Armor, now listed in the Chaos Mall. Your friend request has been denied. You have been blacklisted by the Lord of Huang Yu. While in the blacklisted state, you cannot add the Lord of Huang Yu as a friend. While in the blacklisted state, you cannot enter Huang Yu Mall. Please do not operate frequently. Watching the string of notifications from Huazhong, Yamato Murayama seethed with anger, cursing vehemently. Baka, this Lord of Huang Yu is utterly despicable. One day, I shall make him pay. With a grim expression, he exited the wooden hut, glancing at a farmer who was battered and clutching a rudimentary weapon. Fear evident in his eyes, his rage boiled over. Useless. You can't even deal with a rabbit. What good are you trash to me? In a fit of anger, he kicked one farmer aside. Yamato Murayama sought out other subjects to vent his frustrations, only to find that they had already scurried away to a distance, causing his brow to furrow. Just yesterday, these same subjects had dared not hide when he had punished them. Now they dared to defy their lord's will. Observing the fearful expressions and evasive gazes of his subjects, an ominous premonition surged within him. Upon pulling up the information panel of his subjects, Yamato Murayama was taken aback to discover that the loyalty of all 11 of his subjects had declined. The loyalty of one particular subject had plummeted below 60, indifferent. Seeing the suppressed anger in their eyes, he was startled. Surely, these individuals would not dare to rebel against him. The 14 Spartan warriors stood in 2 rows, clad in thick red leather armor, each wielding a fine iron spear. The Spartan archer, Rudo, bore a large bow and carried 2 quivers of arrows on his back. Meanwhile, the spear thrower, Moan, was burdened with a bundle of short spears, their tips seemingly sharpened from the claws of wild beasts, appearing exceptionally lethal. Dilius stood behind Huang Yu, clad in even more extravagant gear. In his left hand, he held a blood-stained, exquisite quality round shield, while his right gripped a fine iron spear. A fine iron sword was sheathed at his waist, and a bundle of short spears was slung across his back, fully armed to the teeth. Yet, most of these weapons were merely of ordinary quality. Huang Yu's attention was drawn to the half-body leather armor worn by the Spartan warriors. The armor was a vivid crimson, adorned with patterns resembling crocodile skin. The shoulder guards were crafted from the tail of a red-scaled crocodile, enveloping the warrior's upper arms, while the right shoulder guard was fashioned from the crocodile's upper jaw. Two scarlet crocodile eyes were affixed using a special technique, exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Very imposing indeed. Huang Yu accessed the information panel for the leather armor. Red crocodile armor. Quality, exquisite. Equipment function, meticulously crafted by the expert blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop, it offers exceptional defensive capabilities, able to withstand the majority of ordinary projectile damage. The right shoulder guard can unleash a frenzy of bloodlust, enhancing berserker abilities and gradually healing the wearer's wounds. Note, this product is a customized equipment by Huang Yu, an expert blacksmith from the Blue Mountain Workshop, and is an unprecedented new item in the Chaos Continent. Exceptional defensive capabilities. Immunity to most ordinary projectile damage. Amplifies berserker abilities, gradually healing wounds. Is this not precisely the equipment that every lord currently requires? Huang Yu had already witnessed the scene of overwhelming demand for the Chi crocodile armor once it was made available. However, Huang Yu had just mentioned that although the Chi crocodile armor was indeed an exceptional piece of equipment within the refined category, the technology embedded within it was not particularly sophisticated. If a master blacksmith were willing to decipher it, the effort required would not be excessive, leading to the potential emergence of counterfeit Chi crocodile armor in the near future. This, however, meant that Huang Yu might not be overly concerned about the profits generated by the Chi crocodile armor by that time. Just as Huang Yu pondered over this, a notification appeared once more. The Chaos Mall has appraised the Chi crocodile armor's value at 780 soul crystals, deeming it worthy of inclusion. Would you like to submit the manufacturing technology of Chi crocodile armor to the Chaos Mall for inclusion? The Lord will have the opportunity to gain 2,000 experience points, as well as 30 of the profits after the Chi crocodile armor is sold in the Chaos Mall. Note, the Lord is not required to provide materials for equipment forging. The Chaos Mall will label the Chi crocodile armor as a product of Huang Yu Blue Mountain upon its listing. Could this be considered a form of indirect intellectual property protection? Huang Yu glanced at the options and chose affirmatively, rather than allowing others to replicate the armor. It was far better to have the Chaos Mall, an official entity, authenticate it. While it would not eliminate piracy, the legitimacy it conferred was invaluable. Comparatively, the 30 profit share seemed less significant. After all, Huang Yu shop would soon list the Chi crocodile armor at a considerably lower price. Most human lords would likely opt to purchase it from Huang Yu shop. Having selected yes, Huang Yu submitted the Chi crocodile armor for inclusion in the Chaos Mall. An unprecedented surge of energy erupted from every corner of his being, enveloping him in a resplendent golden light. After a considerable time, the golden glow gradually dissipated. Congratulations, Lord, on your promotion to level 8. The 2,000 experience points allowed Huang Yu to ascend 3 levels, although level 8 still placed him among ordinary beings. He felt his strength had multiplied several times. Now, with a gentle leap, he could soar to a height of 3 or 4 meters. My lord, we have run out of materials. These are the last 2 sets of Chi crocodile armor, Huang Yu remarked as he stepped out of the Blue Mountain Workshop, followed closely by 2 apprentice blacksmiths, each carrying a set of Chi crocodile armor. These were temporarily stored in the warehouse. Currently, the warehouse housed a total of 82 sets of ordinary equipment and 2 sets of refined equipment, still falling short of the 200 sets of ordinary equipment needed for the evening. My lord, leave the material matters to us, Dilius declared with a grandiose pat on his chest. With these armors, we are confident we can eliminate the red-shelled crocodiles outside the town within an hour. I trust you will not disappoint me. Huang Yu nodded, continuing, however, after dealing with the red-shelled crocodiles, do not rush into the depths of the forest. First, scout the surrounding environment of the town. My intuition tells me that the depths of the forest harbor great danger, and now is not the time to venture too far in. Understood, Dilius replied earnestly, before bidding farewell to Huang Yu and leading the Spartan warriors into the forest. We still lack enough materials like wild monster skin and claws. Huang Yu frowned and addressed Huang Yu. Forging equipment requires a substantial amount of metal. Our refined iron is exceedingly scarce and cannot meet the upcoming forging demands. Refined iron? Huang Yu felt a slight headache coming on. Currently, refined iron was a scarce commodity on the trading platform, and no one had reported finding iron mines. It seemed he would have to spend a considerable amount. Opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu searched for mineral resources. Ordinary iron mine. Price, 800 soul crystals. Description, iron ore is an essential resource for the Lord's development. However, ores cannot be used directly. Besides iron ore, you will need a steel furnace. Chapter 12. The Predicament of Refined Iron, the Exquisite Cold Wave. The Spartan warriors hunting wild monsters, along with the profits from Huang Yu's shop, had provided Huang Yu with 1,200 soul crystals. In terms of sheer quantity, he was now equipped to meet the requirements for upgrading the ember to the 3rd tier. What remained were the fundamental materials like wood, stone, and refined iron. However, upgrading the ember would not enhance the overall strength of Huang Yu's territory. What he desperately needed was to improve the infrastructure within his domain. Having grown accustomed to the discounts offered by the artifact, Huang Yu felt a pang of regret at the thought of spending such a hefty sum to purchase 2 ordinary building blueprints. However, after perusing the discounted items menu, he found no relevant resources. He was uncertain if the discount artifact would refresh to include iron mines the following day. Aside from spending soul crystals for purchases, there was no other alternative for the time being. This was a limitation of the discount artifact. It could not refresh discounted items according to his desires. Otherwise, Huang Yu could have soared to new heights. Upgrading buildings would require refined iron for nearly all materials. Iron mines could yield long-term benefits, and for better development, he would eventually need to make the purchase. After some self-reassurance, Huang Yu clicked to buy the blueprints for the iron mine and the steel furnace. A total of 950 soul crystals was deducted. 2 beams of golden light shot forth from the ember, landing on the vacant land of his territory as per Huang Yu's intent. Minutes later, the golden light receded, revealing a steel furnace belching smoke. Situated adjacent to a mining site, towering at the edge of Huang Yu town, Huang Yu accessed the information interface for the mine and the steel furnace. Iron mine, first tier, ordinary building. Function, accommodates up to 10 citizens for mining, yielding 100 units of iron ore daily. Note, upgrading to second tier requires 15 soul crystals, 100 units of wood, and 50 units of stone. Steel furnace, first tier, ordinary building. Function, requires 3 citizens to operate, refining 100 units of iron ore into 50 units of refined iron daily. Note, upgrading to second tier requires 10 soul crystals, 60 units of stone, and 10 units of refined iron. Huang Yu was quite dissatisfied with the productivity of the iron mine, as the ember's upgrade to the third tier demanded 1,000 units of refined iron. The Spartan training camp's elevation to the third tier also required 600 units of refined iron. Not to mention the Blue Mountain Workshop. Given the rate of material consumption there, 50 units of refined iron would barely suffice for daily forging needs, let alone upgrading buildings. Gazing at the mere 250 soul crystals remaining, Huang Yu gritted his teeth. He pulled out the accumulated wood, stone, and a small amount of refined iron from the warehouse, investing them into the iron mine and steel furnace to upgrade these 2 buildings. In total, he expended 25 soul crystals, 100 units of wood, 50 units of stone, and 10 units of refined iron. In just a few minutes, both the iron mine and the steel furnace were upgraded to second-tier buildings. Iron mine, second-tier, ordinary building. Function, accommodates up to 20 citizens for mining, yielding 300 units of iron ore daily. Note, upgrading to the third tier requires a third-tier fire seed, as well as 100 soul crystals, 600 units of wood, 300 units of stone, and 100 units of refined iron. Steel furnace, second-tier, ordinary building. Function, requires 5 citizens to operate, can refine 300 units of iron ore into 150 units of refined iron daily. Note, upgrading to the third tier requires a third-tier fire seed, as well as 50 soul crystals, 150 units of stone, and 80 units of refined iron. After upgrading to the second tier, the situation improved slightly. However, compared to the demands for upgrading fire seeds and special buildings, the output of refined iron remains insufficient. The constraints of special buildings lie here. Their formidable capabilities elevate the Lord's strength to a new pinnacle, yet the resources required for their upgrades are exorbitantly high, making them unaffordable for ordinary lords. It appears the only recourse is to seek solutions through the Chaos Mall and the trading platform. Huang Yu dismissed the information panel. In the Chaos Mall, 1 soul crystal can purchase a single unit of refined iron. Even for Huang Yu, it is a last resort he is reluctant to consider. Thus, he plans to relax the restrictions on refined iron trading at the Universe Shop, also including iron ore in the trading scope. He hopes that a fortunate lord on the trading platform might acquire refined iron resources. Under Huang Yu's directives, the iron ore and steel furnace immediately commenced operations. 30 citizens, equipped with tools produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop, entered the iron mine with determination etched on their faces. 5 citizens, bare-chested, activated the steel furnace. Moments later, a thick plume of smoke billowed into the sky. Once everything was arranged, Huang Yu found himself with little to do and began to inspect his territory. Engaging in combat was out of the question. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. As the Lord, managing his domain is his primary responsibility. Lacking any combat training with the system, Huang Yu's experience in battle is nearly non-existent. Apart from his formidable physical attributes granted by his high level, he possesses no other trump cards. Venturing into the forest could easily lead to his demise at the fangs of a venomous snake. Furthermore, he commands powerful Spartan warriors, rendering personal risk unnecessary. Good afternoon, my lord. It is a great fortune to reside in your territory. Thanks to your benevolence, we have sustenance and drink. The citizens of Huang Yu exhibit remarkable enthusiasm and positivity. The less enthusiastic have been sent to training camps for reformation. In other lords' domains, being able to eat their fill daily is already commendable. Yet in Universe Town, the citizens feast on meat every day. Moreover, Huang Yu has never oppressed them, resulting in a notably high loyalty among the citizens of Universe Town. Ding! Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Just as Huang Yu was surveying his territory, racking his brain over how to secure more refined iron resources, the Blue Mountain Workshop unexpectedly produced yet another expert-level blacksmith. Could this be a delightful dilemma? The addition of an expert-level blacksmith signifies that Huang Yu can access more high-tier equipment, but it also entails the need for substantial resources. Huang Yu's spirits lifted as he called up the information on the new expert-level blacksmith. Blacksmith, Bai Li. Level, expert-level blacksmith. Specialty, swords and blades. Potential, 3 chance to become a holy blacksmith. In terms of potential, the new expert-level blacksmith Bai Li surpasses Zhang Yun to some extent. Huang Yu stepped into the Blue Mountain Workshop. Zhang Yun was engrossed in a mountain of materials, completely oblivious to Huang Yu's arrival. The other 9 blacksmiths greeted him with utmost respect before resuming their tasks. Among them, a relatively youthful man with a striking demeanor was meticulously polishing a sword. It was none other than the newly appointed expert-level blacksmith, Bai Li. Bai Li, is this your creation? Huang Yu inquired, eyeing the sword in Bai Li's hands. The blade measured 3 feet and 8 inches, adorned with undulating dark patterns, radiating a chilling brilliance that suggested exceptional sharpness. My lord, Bai Li slightly bowed, offering the sword with both hands. Its name is Hanbo. It was crafted during my enlightenment as I ascended to expert-level blacksmith. Hanbo. Huang Yu received the sword and, with a swift motion, exclaimed in admiration, what a fine sword. Bai Li, hearing Huang Yu's words, nodded with pride and honor. Truth be told, Huang Yu had little knowledge of swords, yet he could perceive the information about this blade. Upon grasping the sword, an information panel automatically materialized, revealing the grade of Hanbo, excellent. Chapter 13, The First Encounter with Other Races. Hanbo Sword. Quality, excellent. Equipment description, crafted by Bai Li. An expert-level blacksmith from the Blue Mountain Workshop, this sword slices through iron as if it were mud, exhibiting extraordinary sharpness. Active skills, 1. Hanbo Slash. Inject energy to unleash a chilling frost strike when swinging the sword. 2. Cold Scales. While wielding the Hanbo sword, the blade absorbs moisture, crystallizing into scale-like ice shards that can injure enemies and cause frostbite upon release. Passive skill, Clear Cold Aura. Wearing it for extended periods sharpens the mind and enhances mental agility. Note, this product is a unique creation of Bai Li, an expert-level blacksmith from the Blue Mountain Workshop. A unique weapon, the excellent grade Hanbo longsword. Huang Yu toyed with the sword in his hands, finding it difficult to part with. He had seen numerous high-quality gear in the discount menu, but their exorbitant prices made them unattainable. The Hanbo sword was the highest quality weapon he had ever witnessed and held in his possession. According to the prices in the Chaos Mall, the excellent quality Hanbo sword, coupled with its uniqueness, would undoubtedly exceed 100,000 soul crystals, far surpassing the cost of perfect-grade equipment. This sword is intended as a gift for you, my lord. Huang Yu performed a flourish with the sword. To be honest, its form and weight perfectly aligned with Huang Yu's aesthetic preferences. Upon hearing Bai Li's words, he felt a twinge of temptation. However, he currently had no intention of engaging in combat. Such a fine piece of equipment would be wasted in his hands. Bai Li seemed to sense Huang Yu's thoughts and smiled, saying, the Hanbo sword is too light and relatively small, making it unsuitable for Dilius and the others. Pointing to a 5-foot-long sword blank nearby, Bai Li continued, after reaching expert level, as long as I have sufficient materials, I can forge better weapons for the Spartan warriors. If we acquire higher-grade materials, Zhang Yun and I can also create rare or even excellent-grade equipment. In that case, I shall accept it. Huang Yu sheathed the Hanbo in the scabbard Bai Li had prepared, giving his shoulder an encouraging pat. Let me know what materials you need. I look forward to the day you become a holy blacksmith. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bai Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he replied with full honor. Forging the glory of the universe is my unyielding duty. After exchanging a few words with several other blacksmiths, Huang Yu exited the Blue Mountain Workshop with the Hanbo in hand. As soon as he stepped outside, he was taken aback by a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood not far away. A small hill, roughly 10 meters high, lay strewn with the carcasses of red-armored crocodiles, their blood pooling into a crimson puddle. Would the red-armored crocodiles surrounding the territory face extinction? Huang Yu swallowed hard as he approached the battle-worn Spartan warriors before him. Their crimson shells were riddled with claw marks, cloaked in a faint aura of blood. Each breath they took drew in the scent of blood, gradually restoring their stamina. My lord, the greatest threat within a 2-kilometer radius of the town has been eradicated. Upon seeing Huang Yu, Dilius hurried forward. Fresh from battle and invigorated by the blood aura, Dilius exuded an intimidating presence, causing even the casual passers-by among the gatherers to tremble involuntarily. However, Huang Yu, at a higher level, felt little influence from Dilius. His level 8 status not only significantly enhanced his physical capabilities, but also fortified his resolve. Upon inspecting Dilius's status panel, Huang Yu noted that Dilius had ascended to level 5, while all other Spartan warriors had reached level 4. The combat prowess of the Huang Yu territory had once again ascended to a new echelon. Well done, Dilius. Huang Yu nodded in approval. This time, Dilius and his comrades had slain a total of 62 red-armored crocodiles, of which 7 were above level 10. One particular specimen, measuring over 15 meters in length, boasted the highest level Huang Yu had encountered thus far, level 17. The gatherers had completed their collection: blood, flesh, claws, bones, and skin, all materials of exquisite quality for crafting equipment, promptly transported back to the Blue Mountain Workshop by Zhang Yun and Bai Li. Did you discover anything else during this outing? Previously, after dispatching wild creatures, Dilius would lead the Spartan warriors back to the forest without wasting a moment of combat time. Yet this time, Dilius had chosen to rest within the territory, patiently awaiting Huang Yu's arrival, as if he had something significant to convey. We have encountered another race, Dilius reported to Huang Yu. After exterminating the red-armored crocodile population, a group of half-human, half-beast creatures attempted to ambush us and claim our spoils. With a wave of his hand, Dilius signaled a Spartan warrior, who retrieved 2 humanoid beings with wolf-like heads, their bodies cloaked in gray fur, from among the carcasses of the wild creatures. We easily repelled them and pursued them to the territory of this intelligent race. Their territory is quite small, comparable in size to the village we visited yesterday, and it is home to a dozen such beings. However, their domain is shielded by a peculiar energy that prevents us from entering. As Huang Yu listened to Dilius, his eyes brightened, prompting him to inquire, how far are they from us? Less than 3 kilometers. Dilius replied, another race's territory lies just 3 kilometers away. Huang Yu's gaze shifted to the 2 deceased creatures. An informational interface materialized before him. Work, level, LV2. Potential, black iron, can only be upgraded to LV9. Note, Wergs are an independent race among the myriad of species, entirely distinct from the werewolves of the Night Clan and the wolf-headed beings among the half-orcs. They typically inhabit the fringes of forests, their social structure being quite loose. Yet they tend to operate in packs. Wergs harbor no emotions toward other races. Their hunger drives their slaughter. Wergs. Huang Yu observed the lifeless forms of the 2 Wergs. They were somewhat more robust than humans, their limbs equipped with sharp claws and their mouths filled with jagged teeth, serving as their natural weaponry. Comparatively, at the same level, the baseline attributes of the Wergs surpassed those of humans significantly. However, they had encountered the Spartan warriors. In the face of the warriors' combat skills and equipment, their claws seemed as trivial as children's toys. Do humans also possess a period of protection? Humans enjoy 7 days. What about the Wergs? Huang Yu narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Different races harbor different hearts. Moreover, this neighbor did not appear to be a docile one. Had the Spartan warriors not been sufficiently strong, their prey would have been snatched away. Should circumstances permit, Huang Yu would not hesitate to eradicate them swiftly. Allowing them to develop unchecked might pose future troubles. Chapter 14. The Werg Territory, Blue Mountain Workshop, Level 2. Dilius. How many Spartan warriors do you believe are needed to annihilate that Werg territory? 1 is sufficient. Dilius confidently thumped his chest as he addressed Huang Yu. Though they are agile in the forest and possess considerable strength, they remain no match for us. We circled their village, and not a single Werg dared to step outside. Huang Yu nodded, not perceiving Dilius's words as mere bravado. As a hero unit with the potential of a sanctuary, Dilius undoubtedly possessed such combat prowess. However, Huang Yu did not intend to send Dilius to confront the Werg territory. The protection period had yet to expire. No matter how formidable the combat strength, it could not eradicate the Werg population within the protection period. Deploying Dilius now would merely waste time. They must wait until the Werg's protection period concludes. Xiaowen, Xiozhua, Ludo Mon. Huang Yu called upon 4 Spartan warriors. Xiaowen and Xiozhua were Spartan foot soldiers, currently holding the highest levels among the 14 warriors and on the verge of breaking through to level 5. Ludo and Mon were Spartan archers and javelin throwers, the only 2 ranged attackers in Huang Yu's ranks. Together, the 4 would unleash formidable strength. You 4 are responsible for monitoring the Werg territory. Huang Yu stroked his chin, speaking coldly. I want you to pin the Wergs within their territory, allowing not a single one to step beyond its borders. Understood, my lord. The 4 warriors exited the ranks, obediently accepting their orders. Turning back to Dilius, Huang Yu instructed, from now on, your combat range should concentrate around the Werg territory. Prevent them from acquiring resources from outside, and upon the expiration of their protection period, launch an immediate attack. Received, my lord. Dilius's expression turned grave. He recognized the seriousness with which Huang Yu regarded the Werg territory. Though the Wergs were not yet a threat to the Huang Yu territory, their ability to navigate the forest far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Coupled with the uncertainty brought by daily sign-ins, should the Werg leader strike lucky and obtain high-quality items, they would not be as easily dealt with then. Now that they had been discovered, it was imperative to suppress their growth and extinguish the threat in its infancy. Watching Dilius lead the Spartan warriors away, Huang Yu began to stock the food collected by the gatherers onto the shelves of the Huang Yu shop, 42 units of exquisite food and over 100 units of ordinary food. At this stage, meat has become an exceedingly common commodity in trade. Nevertheless, many individuals still opt for the universal marketplace. compared to rabbit and wild chicken meat. The flesh of ferocious wild beasts available at the universal shop is more sought after, particularly the exquisite red-scaled crocodile meat, which enhances experience points upon consumption, has become a favorite among numerous prominent lords. The lord of the Xuanji shop has already exchanged for over 30 units of this fine food, making him the largest customer of the culinary offerings at the universal shop. Before long, more than half of the food supplies vanished, and Huang Yu successfully traded for a considerable amount of soul crystals and materials. The valiant Spartan's efforts throughout the morning yielded him over 200 soul crystals. The shop's profits turned out to be even more substantial, bringing in over 300 soul crystals along with a plethora of basic materials. Huang Yu's total soul crystals reached 730, with both wood and stone reserves exceeding 2,000 units. While some of this was the result of the labor of his subjects, a significant portion stemmed from the universal shop. However, the supply of refined iron remained woefully inadequate, amounting to only 80 units. Should the Fire Blue Mountain workshop be upgraded to the second tier? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu had long been preparing to upgrade the Blue Mountain workshop. Insufficient raw materials could be compensated for with currency. However, advancements in technology are never premature. With the expenditure of 50 soul crystals, 700 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 50 units of refined iron, a radiant golden light enveloped the Blue Mountain workshop. Huang Yu waited nearly an hour for the successful upgrade of the workshop. Blue Mountain workshop, perfect grade building. Level, second tier. Note, to upgrade to the third tier requires a third tier fire seed, 550 soul crystals, 4,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 450 units of refined iron. Function, adds 10 apprentice blacksmiths, with a 100 probability of apprentices advancing to expert, approximately 15 to master, and around 2 to saint blacksmith. The success rate of blacksmith equipment crafting and production efficiency is doubled. For every 15 soul crystals spent, one subject can be transformed into a blacksmith. With the addition of 10 apprentice blacksmiths, the production efficiency of the Blue Mountain workshop saw a significant boost. More importantly, the probabilities of blacksmiths advancing to master and saint levels also improved. The only source of embarrassment for Huang Yu was that his resource acquisition efficiency was rapidly falling behind the burgeoning demands of his territory. At present, many lords have yet to surpass a total population of 20. Yet Huang Yu now boasts 15 Spartan warriors and 20 blacksmiths. The number of subjects has risen to 131. His daily expenditures and revenues are exceedingly extravagant compared to other lords. In fact, Huang Yu has also recognized the limitations of his own energy. Currently, his focus is primarily on the Spartan training camp, the Blue Mountain workshop, and the universal shop. The ordinary subjects, who constitute the largest demographic, are almost in a state of neglect. This segment of productivity has not been effectively utilized. One should not underestimate the value of ordinary subjects. Under normal circumstances, the operation of the territory relies heavily on them. Among his subjects are tailors, carpenters, cooks, and other basic professionals, covering every aspect of daily life. However, Huang Yu has advanced too swiftly. He has not fully harnessed the potential of his ordinary subjects. As Huang Yu contemplated the utilization of these ordinary subjects, he casually glanced at the warehouse. The quantity of equipment stored is rapidly increasing at double the pace of the morning, now reaching 156 sets. Among them are 2 sets of exquisite grade leather armor and 3 exquisite grade longswords. Each of these 5 sets of equipment commands a price of over 100 soul crystals. Huang Yu can already envision the scene of a frenzied rush to purchase these items once they are listed in the universal shop. The rankings on the trading platform have gradually stabilized, presenting a scenario where one stands out among many. The shops of Village Mountain and Zijingwa have been pushed out of the top 20. Currently, the second-ranked shop belongs to Jiaside, whose lord has had the fortune to discover a patch of snakeskin grass at the edge of his territory. He has since listed over 100 units of this grass at a price 1 soul crystal lower than that of the chaotic marketplace, reaping substantial profits. The third-ranked shop is one named Jilaw, which, like the current universal shop, primarily trades in meat. The quantity is comparable to Huang Yu's, focusing on wolf meat and feathered deer meat. In addition to meat, the Lord of Jilaw has also listed materials related to the wolf and feathered deer. Huang Yu has investigated these 2 types of wild beasts. Both the wolf and feathered deer inhabit the plains and are rated similarly to the red-scaled crocodile. It appears that the territory of the Jilaw Lord is situated atop the grasslands, and he possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, he would not be able to hunt so many wild beasts at this stage. Chapter 15. The Jilaw Lord and the Large Iron Mine. Huang Yu purchased some wolf meat and feathered deer meat, simultaneously clearing out the materials from the Jilaw shop. He sought the meat for a change of taste. While the materials were intended for the Blue Mountain workshop, as the feathers of the feathered deer, according to descriptions, make excellent arrow materials. However, Huang Yu was rather taken aback when, after paying 126 soul crystals, he received a refund notification before exiting the Jilaw shop. Trading platform. The Jilaw Merchant Association has refunded your payment of 126 soul crystals, and noted, would you like to add me as a friend, Universal Lord? What is this? At this stage, is one really willing to risk a loss of 126 soul crystals merely to send a friend request? How intriguing. Jello Lord. You have successfully piqued my curiosity. Huang Yu did not exit the trading platform. Although 126 soul crystals is a considerable sum at this stage, he is not so petty as to covet this amount. He is a person of principle. Since the other party has expressed their sincerity, it is unnecessary to sour the relationship over such a trivial sum. After all, it is just a friend request. He accepted. Huang Yu sent a friend request to the Jello Lord. Almost instantly, a notification arrived in his friend list. The other party has accepted your friend request, and you can now chat. Note, there are no restrictions on friend chat. Please be cautious of scams. Seeing that the friend addition was successful, Huang Yu did not inquire about the other party's intentions, but transferred the 126 soul crystals he had just spent on supplies back to the Jello Lord. He dislikes being indebted to others. His principle is to not rely on small favors to cultivate friendships. Those who seek to gain small benefits often end up suffering great losses. Seemingly surprised by Huang Yu's actions, the Jalwa shop's lord took some time before accepting the 126 soul crystals. He then sent a message to Huang Yu. Universal Lord, I noticed that you seem to be collecting refined iron. This straightforward inquiry immediately captured Huang Yu's attention. How did they know I was collecting refined iron? Huang Yu did not respond immediately. He awaited the next message from the other party. As anticipated, after a while, the Jalwa Lord sent another message. I observed that the universal marketplace has adjusted the trading ratio of refined iron and has also included iron ore within its trading scope. Hence, I ponder if you might be lacking this precious resource. It appears that this lord possesses a keen sense of observation. Huang Yu nodded silently, as his initial impression of Lord Garo was that of a reliable individual. Should the opportunity arise in the future, perhaps deeper communication and cooperation could ensue. Noticing the other party's silence, Huang Yu smiled faintly and inquired, do you have a means to procure refined iron? Given that he posed such a question, Huang Yu was confident that the other party had a way to obtain this resource. The prolonged silence seemed to be a test of his attitude. Huang Yu did not believe that the other party would yield to him merely due to the strength he had exhibited thus far. Indeed, not long after the message was sent, Huang Yu received a response. There is a large iron mine not far from my territory. The first statement from Garo piqued Huang Yu's interest immensely. What he lacked most at present was refined iron. A large iron mine is a resource of rare quality, capable of producing or quantities that far exceed those of a typical iron mine. What do you require? Huang Yu asked directly, probing into the other party's needs. That large iron mine lies between my territory and that of a dwarven lord. The dwarves possess a higher racial value than humans, and currently, the mine is occupied by them. I wish to ally with you to confront them. Ally with me. My territory is currently too low in level, and the teleportation function is non-existent. Sending someone there is impossible. It was evident that Lord Garo was primarily interested in the equipment from the universal marketplace. Realizing this, Huang Yu cautiously inquired, even if I provide you with equipment, how can you guarantee that you will defeat the dwarves? Moreover, how do I know I can trust you? After sending the message, a long pause ensued, and just as Huang Yu began to suspect he had been deceived, a notification from the Fire Seed arrived. Fire Seed notification. Human Lord Garo has used a contract scroll to initiate a contract request with you. A translucent scroll materialized before Huang Yu. A contract scroll? This seems to be at least a rare quality item. Such a scroll costs thousands of soul crystals, and Huang Yu was hesitant to expend soul crystals on such items. Where did Lord Garo acquire soul crystals? Ding! Lord Garo has sent you a message. Please check. Although I cannot guarantee the defeat of the dwarves and the capture of the iron mine, with the contract scroll in hand, you need not worry about being deceived, right? However, I must caution you that those dwarves are formidable, and my confidence is not particularly high. Once the scroll is used, it cannot be retracted. This meant that if Huang Yu did not sign the contract, Lord Garo would incur an immediate loss of at least 1,000 soul crystals. No lord at this stage would accept such a fate. From this moment forth, the two would be sworn enemies. Nevertheless, at the last moment, Garo still chose to remind Huang Yu. It seemed his character was commendable. Huang Yu reviewed the information on the scroll. The terms of the contract proposed by Lord Garo required Huang Yu to provide 22 sets of ordinary quality leather armor, along with 22 sets of offensive weapons including swords, daggers, spears, and longbows. Should he successfully capture the large iron mine, Lord Garo would grant Huang Yu half of the mine's daily output for free. Should either party breach the contract, all assets of the defaulting party, including population, equipment, and special buildings, would be transferred to the other party. In the bottom right corner of the contract scroll, Garo's signature was prominently displayed. So his name is indeed Garo. It is quite a unique name. The contract scroll can only be signed with one's true name, a fact Huang Yu had just learned. Over 40 pieces of equipment. After carefully reviewing each clause, Huang Yu inscribed his name on the contract scroll, considering it a risk worth taking. He could afford to lose over 40 pieces of equipment. If Garo could seize the large iron mine, the future profits would far exceed this investment. Even if the mine could not be captured, forging an alliance with such a lord seemed beneficial. The contract scroll transformed into a burst of light and vanished, bestowing upon Huang Yu a sense of obligation. Should he fail to adhere to the contract stipulations, all his assets would indeed be transferred to Garo. A message from his friends appeared. Lord Huang Yu, may our cooperation be fruitful. May it be fruitful, Huang Yu replied, then curiously asked, how did you acquire this contract scroll? I received it from yesterday's login rewards. Although it is relatively rare, it does not significantly aid me at this stage. With the foundation of cooperation established, Garo appeared much more enthusiastic, confiding in Huang Yu. To be honest, those dwarves pose a substantial threat to me. The significance of suppressing them is no less than capturing the iron mine. Huang Yu considered this and realized the truth in Garo's words. The dwarven race is inherently skilled at crafting equipment, guarding a large iron mine. That dwarven territory would inevitably burgeon into a colossal force. In time, surrounding entities like Garo's would surely be eradicated by the dwarves. Noticing the hour was late, Huang Yu inquired, what equipment do you need? Please be specific, and I shall prepare it for you. Leather armor, swords, and the like will suffice. However, if you have a better longbow, do ensure I receive it. No problem, Huang Yu replied readily, then closed the dialogue box. He would have the Blue Mountain Workshop hastily craft a superior longbow. Chapter 16. A reliable partner in cooperation. The lonely smoke rises straight into the sky, and the setting sun casts a round reflection upon the long river. Though situated upon the grasslands, the vast, unbounded green carpet is punctuated by wisps of smoke slowly ascending. As a river flows in from afar, complemented by the splendid hues of the setting sun, the beauty of this scene is no less than the poetic imagery. However, at this moment, Garo was devoid of the heart to admire such splendor. The thick smoke that had recently arisen appeared to her as a dire warning. For those dwarves had already erected a steel furnace near the large iron mine. Garo stood upon the castle's rooftop, wielding a longbow crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop. She was tall and strikingly beautiful, yet the indifference in her expression rendered her somewhat cold. A gentle breeze lifted the edge of her robe, revealing her delicate ankle. The style of her attire resembled that of an archery uniform, accentuating her astounding curves at the waist. Caw! Outside the territory, a vulture circled momentarily before diving down to feast upon the remnants of an animal. Garo lifted her gaze, skillfully nocking an arrow and drawing the bowstring. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air, tracing an arc towards the vulture. The vulture, ever vigilant, flapped its wings in an attempt to take flight. Yet, the arrow flew with remarkable speed. Just as the vulture began to ascend, it was struck in the eye and fell lifelessly to the ground. Our lord is magnificent. Below the castle, over 20 citizens armed with various weapons cheered excitedly. Among them, only 4 or 5 possessed higher levels and wielded ordinary quality weapons from the Blue Mountain Workshop, while the rest held makeshift weapons such as wooden sticks. Though it appeared rather humble, the spirits of the vassals were undeniably high. Their gazes towards Gallo were filled with awe and admiration. As she sheathed her longbow, Gallo silently observed her vassals dragging the vulture into the territory for disassembly. The sparks of notification indicated that she had slain a level 4 vulture, earning herself 2 soul crystals for units of meat and a handful of experience points. However, she was still quite distant from leveling up to level 7. If Huang Yu were to discover that Lord Gallo had already ascended to level 6, he would undoubtedly be astonished. After all, despite possessing Spartan warriors and receiving 2,000 experience points from the chaotic marketplace, his own level had only reached level 8. The 21 vassals within Gallo's territory were merely ordinary vassals of black iron potential. Her swift rise to level 6 could only imply one possibility. All the experience Gallo had gained was entirely self-acquired. The experience gained from slaying targets by a lord does not need to be shared with the vassals. And indeed, this was the case. On the first day, fortune had smiled upon her, granting her a contract scroll upon signing in. However, Gallo did not inherit that initial stroke of luck the following day, where she only acquired 10 vassals. Nonetheless, even these ordinary vassals were trained into barely usable militia under her guidance, with Gallo leading the charge. The 21 militia members were no longer the timid souls afraid to step beyond their territory. They had tasted blood alongside Gallo, hunting flower wolves and feathered deer. Each had witnessed the chaos of battle. Relying on her intellect and combat prowess, Gallo ensured the safety of every militia member, even elevating all 21 of their levels to above level 3. Demonstrating exceptional combat ability over the past 2 days, Gallo's style contrasted starkly with Huang Yu's. She was always the first to engage, showcasing formidable strength. Particularly in her use of the bow, she rarely missed her mark. Consequently, the vassals of her territory placed immense trust in her. However, while these vassals could handle ordinary wild monsters, they would falter against dwarves. Gallo had once ambushed and killed a dwarf, yet the dwarf's formidable physique had imposed significant pressure upon her. Even after landing 7 arrows, one of which struck the dwarf's eye, the barbaric creature had managed to extract the arrows and retain considerable mobility. Had it not been for the kite strategy, with the dwarf bleeding profusely and exhausting its stamina, she might not have succeeded in slaying it. Observing the conspicuous black smoke in the distance, a shadow of foreboding descended upon Gallo. Perhaps by the end of tonight, those dwarves would acquire a batch of decent quality weapons, making her future encounters with them increasingly challenging. Her only hope now rested on the assistance Huang Yu could provide. Beep. Your friend, Lord Huang Yu, has provided you with a batch of equipment as per the contract. Please check your inventory. Upon hearing the notification, Gallo's spirits lifted, and she hurriedly examined the gear sent by Huang Yu. However, upon opening the equipment list, she was momentarily stunned, unable to maintain her previously indifferent demeanor. Her furrowed brow relaxed, and a look of astonishment and excitement overtook her features, bordering on a loss of composure. Lord Huang Yu has provided 1 piece of crimson crocodile armor, excellent quality, 1 iron frame bow, excellent quality, 50 venomous tooth arrows, excellent quality, 21 pieces of leather armor, ordinary quality, 5 long spears, ordinary quality, and 5 long bows, ordinary quality. Huang Yu not only furnished her with a total of 44 sets of equipment, but also commissioned the Blue Mountain Workshop to forge an excellent quality iron frame bow. The accompanying 50 venomous tooth arrows were all of excellent quality as well. The value of just 1 piece of crimson crocodile armor rivaled that of 44 sets of ordinary gear. Not to mention the iron frame bow. Gallo had initially assumed that Huang Yu would provide a bow of slightly better quality than her current longbow, yet she never anticipated receiving such extravagant equipment. In terms of value alone, these 44 sets of gear far exceeded that of the contract scroll. Gallo withdrew the iron frame bow. It was entirely black, its craftsmanship unremarkable, appearing quite ordinary, and it felt heavy in her hands. Although she had significantly enhanced her physical strength, she sensed that her stamina might not suffice for prolonged use of the iron frame bow. She accessed the information panel for the iron frame bow. Iron frame bow. Quality, excellent. Equipment description. Crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop of Huang Yu's territory, forged from a substantial amount of fine iron. While its design is plain, it possesses astonishing lethality, provided your strength is sufficient to draw its bowstring. Skill none. Note, although lacking special skills, the arrows shot from the iron frame bow can penetrate the majority of excellent quality armors. Huang Yu's message. The equipment was hastily produced. I hope it meets your needs. Hastily produced equipment? Has Huang Yu's territory developed to such an extent? Less than an hour had passed since the contract was established, and he was already able to produce an excellent quality longbow, considering there were also 50 excellent quality venomous tooth arrows. Gallo took the opportunity to retrieve and examine their attributes. Venomous tooth arrows, 50. Quality, excellent. Equipment description. Produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop of Huang Yu's territory. Each arrowhead is infused with a potent toxin, ensuring a fatal strike within 5 minutes unless an excellent quality antidote is administered. Any creature below level 20 that is hit is doomed. Skill none. Note, the arrows can be recovered, though their toxicity diminishes upon retrieval. Against the abnormally resilient dwarves, such highly toxic arrows would prove immensely beneficial. Grasping the bow and arrows tightly, Gallo's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed she had found a commendable ally. Chapter 17. Aspiring to be an accessory on the thigh of a big shot. Thank you. The equipment will be of great assistance to me. Upon seeing Gallo's message, Huang Yu smiled nonchalantly and replied, wishing you great success. He then closed the chat interface and shifted his attention to the warehouse. Even though the subsequent request for the Blue Mountain Workshop to focus on crafting excellent quality bows and arrows delayed the production of equipment, the total number of items in the warehouse had already reached 380 sets. Among them, 7 sets were of excellent quality. The lords must be growing impatient. Noticing that time was running short, Huang Yu refrained from posting advertisements in the World Channel. The Huang Yu shop had already become the most renowned lord shop within the human faction, drawing countless eyes at all hours. There was no longer a need for additional promotion. He listed all 380 sets of equipment, and before he could exit the shop, he received a trading notification of 99. The number of soul crystals in his account rapidly surged to over 1,800 and continued to increase at a steady pace. It seemed that reaching a total trading volume of over 5,000 soul crystals tonight was not an impossible feat. With this thought, Huang Yu felt a wave of excitement. This was the largest amount of soul crystals he had acquired in the last 2 days. Remembering that the wood and stone materials in his warehouse were also running low, he directed his gaze towards the Xuanji shop. The Xuanji shop currently possesses over 6,000 units of timber and more than 3,000 units of stone. The demand for these materials among lords is rather sparse. The Xuanji shop relies entirely on its competitive pricing to maintain a position within the top 20 on the trading platform. Huang Yu managed to deplete the entire stock of timber and stone from the Xuanji shop with a mere expenditure of 900 soul crystals. This decisive action instantly elevated the shop's ranking on the trading platform to the 2nd position. In Xuanji town, Xuanji, who was immersed in the joy of upgrading her territory, was taken aback upon receiving the notification of 900 soul crystals credited to her account. Setting aside the jerky in her hand, she rubbed her eyes, her bright, sparkling eyes fluttering as she checked the trading alert multiple times, ensuring she was not dreaming. 900 soul crystals. Xuanji leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, The boss is generous. The boss is magnificent. I love you, Lord of the Universe. After a burst of exhilaration, she flushed and returned to the castle's bed, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. Perhaps she should visit the Universal Shop to see if there are any gifts to reciprocate. Chewing on the exquisite red-armored crocodile jerky made by her subjects, Ishwanji eagerly entered the trading platform and accessed the Universal Shop. Exquisite grade pet egg, red-armored crocodile, price 100 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. This was listed yesterday. And it still hasn't sold? I wonder if the red-armored crocodile is adorable. If so, I might just purchase it to keep as a pet. Skipping past the red-armored crocodile egg, she continued browsing the subsequent items. As she salivated over various meat products, her expression suddenly froze. Exquisite grade red crocodile armor. Independently developed by the Universal Territory, included in the Chaos Mall equipment catalog, priced at 750 soul crystals. Quantity, 2. Exquisite grade longsword. Superior performance compared to similarly priced swords in the Chaos Mall, priced at 480 soul crystals. Quantity, 3. Exquisite grade long knife. Superior performance compared to similarly priced knives in the Chaos Mall, priced at 480 soul crystals. Standard grade leather armor priced at 35 soul crystals. Quantity, 60. Gazing at the dazzling array of equipment, Ishwanji suddenly felt that the jerky in her mouth had lost its flavor. She realized that the Lord of the Universe's allure seemed far more enticing. Just how much would all this equipment sell for? After casually purchasing a beautifully designed sword, she found herself conflicted as she sat on the bed. The freshly credited 900 soul crystals, along with the snacks in her possession, felt rather bland now. Although she had been in this fantastical world for 2 days, she had yet to encounter any ferocious monsters nearby her territory. Moreover, she had consistently signed in to receive 200 subjects, including 2 village chief professionals managing her domain. Thus, her life had been exceptionally comfortable. However, now, seeing the disparity with the Universal Territory instilled a sense of urgency within her. While her territory's location was indeed safe, she must not forget that after the 7-day protection period ends, there would be a Lord assessment. What would she have to confront then? 200 subjects, all at level LV1 and LV2? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Ishwanji felt a sense of crisis, shaking her small fist and motivating herself. I must strive. I must strive. Striving must be exhausting, though. Yet, her fighting spirit faltered within mere seconds, crushed by her own inertia. Sighing, Ishwanji sprawled across her bed, a look of turmoil on her face, pondering whether the mighty figures were in need of accessories. Exiting the trading platform, Huang Yu took a cursory count of his supplies and promptly upgraded the nearly full warehouse to a second-tier building. Warehouse, second-tier, ordinary building. Function, can store 50,000 units of timber, 20,000 units of stone, 5,000 units of refined iron, and corresponding volumes of materials. Note, upgrading to the third tier requires 100 soul crystals, 600 units of timber, and 200 units of stone. Huang Yu still had a substantial amount of resources at his disposal. Perhaps it would not be long before he could consider upgrading the Fire Seed to the third tier. Upon entering the World Channel, it was evident that the human lords were already in a state of fervor. Wow, exquisite grade equipment exists. My heavens, I've never even touched standard equipment, let alone exquisite grade. Over 700 soul crystals. I can't afford it, can't afford it. It's something to admire from afar. Over 300 pieces of equipment. The Lord of the Universe is indeed impressive. Those standard grade items are selling out rapidly. The ordinary equipment produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop far surpassed the quality of similarly priced items in the Chaos Mall. Some relatively simple weapons were priced very affordably in the Universal Shop, making them exceptionally cost-effective for the current lords. However, exquisite grade equipment garnered significant interest. I am so envious of that exquisite grade red crocodile armor. It's practically a life-saving artifact. Stop looking. I think aside from Jaiside and Garo, those in the second tier of lords cannot afford it. Why has the Xuanji shop suddenly risen to second place? Indeed, the cost of purchasing exquisite grade equipment is exorbitant. It would be a poor investment at this stage. The Lord of the Universe releasing them is merely a display of strength. I am filled with envy and resentment. Brothers, aside from those 7 pieces of exquisite grade equipment, all other items are sold out. What the heck? Hasn't it been less than a minute? How terrifying. I didn't manage to grab any. Every time I select it, I get the message that the item has been purchased by someone else. How do you all have such quick reflexes? To the lords who missed out on equipment, pay attention. Search for the Alfing shop on the trading platform. There are still 2 longswords produced by the universe available. First come, first served. Damn, the person above is shameless. Scalpers truly leave no stone unturned. What the heck? This guy is selling them for several more soul crystals than at the universal shop. Some lords dared to take their equipment and fleece other lords? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow and blacklisted these scalpers. If that were the case, they could forget about purchasing anything from the universal shop in the future. Chapter 18. The Unrest of the Ancient Giant Lizards. The trading area nearby had gradually returned to calm, yet the world channel remained abuzz with activity. It appeared that, influenced by the impact of the universal shop, many lords would find it difficult to sleep this night. In the evening, Dilius returned to the territory with 14 Spartan warriors. Prior to this, they had transported the corpses of monsters 3 times in succession. Even now, the barren land of the territory was still piled high with numerous monster carcasses. The dozen or so gatherers had been busy all day, with their average levels having nearly risen to LV4. They were close to catching up with the Spartan warriors who had fought all day. Of course, the experience required for leveling up between the two was not even comparable. Huang Yu estimated that the experience needed for a Spartan warrior to reach LV5 was almost equivalent to the total experience required for 10 gatherers to reach LV5. The exaggeration is indeed palpable. Otherwise, Huang Yu, who shares the experiences of the common people, would not be merely at level 8. The recent batch of hunted wild creatures must have exceeded 50 in number. The contribution of food totals 650 units. The materials gathered should suffice to craft nearly 100 sets of equipment. As his strength gradually amplifies, the efficiency of resource acquisition within Huang Yu's territory is steadily increasing. The upgrade of the Fire Seed to the 3rd tier is now within reach. This pace of advancement is one that other lords find difficult to match. The assessment in 7 days presents an almost assured victory for Huang Yu. After all, with his current capabilities, even he struggles to pass the assessment. In 7 days, it is likely that only a handful of the billions of human lords will remain. He instructed 10 warriors to return to the Sparta training camp for recuperation, while Dilius entered the castle alone to meet Huang Yu. After a day of combat, Dilius finally ascended to level 6 as night fell. The remaining 14 Spartan warriors all achieved level 5, enhancing their collective strength further. Upon witnessing Dilius' weary arrival, Huang Yu first ensured he was well fed and hydrated, while he himself patiently awaited in silence from his seat of authority. "Thank you, my lord," Dilius exclaimed, devouring the food Huang Yu had provided. After finishing, he respectfully reported, "We followed your orders, engaging in battle while scouting the surrounding environment. The Knoll territory has shown no signs of disturbance. However, to the northeast, we discovered traces of hundreds of migrating giant tooth lizards. This group is vast, and a few among them exerted more pressure on me than that level 17 red-armored crocodile." Giant tooth lizards migrating? Huang Yu furrowed his brow. These creatures inhabit the grasslands and are ill-suited for forest environments. Initially, Huang Yu had considered the giant tooth lizard Dilius had hunted to be a mere coincidence. Now, it seemed there were compelling reasons compelling them to abandon the grasslands for the forest. The most probable cause for this migration is the emergence of a formidable new power upon the grasslands. Huang Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a slight headache. It had only been 2 days since the universal descent, yet the giant tooth lizard had appeared in the forest yesterday, and today there were signs of mass migration. This indicated 2 crucial points. 1. The grasslands where the giant tooth lizards reside are not far from here. 2. The nascent power on the grasslands is remarkably strong. Strong enough to displace hundreds of giant tooth lizards. This is a perilous signal. Dilius himself sensed pressure from a few of these lizards, indicating their strength likely surpasses his own. With the gnolls still lurking 3 kilometers away like a thorn in his side, the emergence of this new power, potentially equal in might, only compounded Huang Yu's burdens. "Tomorrow, I will have 10," Huang Yu mused, stroking his chin before addressing Dilius. "How many Spartan warriors can you command now?" "With optimal exertion of my leadership abilities, I can lead 20 warriors," Dilius replied thoughtfully. "If necessary, I could direct up to 40 Spartan warriors." 40, you say? Huang Yu nodded. He believed that, despite any potential diminishment in Dilius's command effectiveness, the prowess of the Spartan warriors should not be underestimated. "Tomorrow, I will assign you additional personnel." Huang Yu was preparing to invest in bolstering his ranks. He decided to expend 10 soul crystals to train a common citizen into a Spartan warrior, a transaction that seemed rather advantageous. Looking at Dilius, Huang Yu continued, "Since we've identified the migrating giant tooth lizard group, you shall lead the warriors to eliminate them tomorrow. Remember, prioritize safety while leveling up through monster encounters. Do not be reckless. If you lack confidence, refrain from provoking those creatures that exert pressure upon you." Dilius rose and bowed slightly, replying, "Understood, my lord." "Very well. Go rest for the night. Remember to contact Shiozwa tomorrow. We cannot afford to slacken our vigilance regarding the gnolls." "Yes." Dilius respectfully took his leave. Huang Yu stood upon the castle balcony, where the most radiant sight remained the violet moon. However, compared to the previous night, the purple moon's brilliance had dimmed considerably. Beside it, the scarlet moon appeared even brighter than before. The reddish-purple moonlight spilled over the forest and under the gentle caress of the breeze. The undulating layers of the forest resembled a dreamlike, mysterious ocean. Huang Yu, invigorated and wide awake, awaited the arrival of the 3rd day in quiet anticipation. A night passed swiftly, and Huang Yu awoke to the clamor outside the castle. After stretching and opening his eyes, he went through a simple morning routine with the assistance of his steward and servants, followed by breakfast. He then accessed the Chaos Marketplace and clicked to sign in. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received 10 young horned sheep. Horned sheep. Quality, ordinary. Description: common livestock that grows naturally over the course of a month. Yielding tender meat, with each adult providing 10 units of food. A month-long growth cycle for ordinary livestock. Huang Yu scoffed slightly. While this method of sign-in was typical for the majority of lords, both the seedlings and the current horned sheep offered negligible assistance to him. What he lacked the least was food. Seeing that it was still early, Huang Yu did not rush to leave the castle. Instead, he delved into the Chaos Marketplace to see what surprises the discount items would bring him today. Filtering through the discounted product list, thousands of items caught his eye. 20 ordinary militia at 30 off, originally priced at 600 soul crystals, now 180 soul crystals. Though affordable, Huang Yu found little necessity for it. The 600 soul crystals could train him 60 Spartan warriors. Extraordinary potential hero Jerome at 90 off, originally priced at 2 million soul crystals, now 220,000. A 90 discount on a hero unit. Huang Yu clicked his tongue in admiration. He had witnessed Dilius's combat prowess firsthand, which piqued his interest in Jerome. However, the current quantity of soul crystals he possessed quashed that intrigue. What a pity. Huang Yu disappointedly bypassed the first-tier hero Jerome, lamenting inwardly that if only the discount were a bit steeper. Chapter 19, Middlemen Profit from the Price Difference. Epic Skill Scroll, Wind and Fire Annihilation at 80 off. A one-time skill scroll that releases the domain spell Wind and Fire Annihilation, covering an area of 100 square kilometers, originally priced at 6 million, now 1.28 million. Current quantity, 1. Wind and Fire Annihilation could obliterate an entire city. Huang Yu found this skill scroll exceedingly enticing. At this stage, it would serve as a formidable weapon, the epitome of truth. With this item, he would have no need to worry about the burgeoning power on the grasslands. As long as he could ascertain their location, a scroll was tossed, and the opposing party might still be bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, everyone was destined to ascend in that very moment. Alas, he could not afford it. A 90 discount on a perfect grade pet egg, the Flame Sparrow, which has the potential to hatch into a magical creature with a diamond potential, capable of upgrading to LV49, originally priced at 160,000 soul crystals, now available for 1,600 soul crystals. Current quantity, 20. Huang Yu indeed possessed the means to make such a purchase. However, for him, the necessity was equally minimal. The rationale was akin to that of the militia previously discussed. This sum could be far better invested in the Spartan training camp, where he could train a greater number of Spartan warriors. Each Spartan warrior possessed diamond-grade potential, rivaling that of the Flame Sparrow. Therefore, he decided to skip this option. Onward to the next. A 90 discount on special architectural blueprints for the Huilan military camp, a fine-grade structure, which produces a certain number of Huilan warriors daily. The main troop of the parallel world, Huilan Duchy. Huilan warriors possess bronze potential, with a maximum upgrade to LV19, with a certain chance of producing warrior units. Originally priced at 7,800 soul crystals, now available for 780 soul crystals. Current quantity, 2. These fine-grade architectural blueprints could yield a daily influx of Huilan warriors. Huang Yu hesitated. At this stage, bronze potential warriors could indeed bolster the strength of his territory to some extent, albeit not significantly. According to his estimates, the combat prowess of Huilan warriors would at best be on par with that of ordinary gnolls. In battle, they could only assist the Spartan warriors marginally. There was simply no contest. The racial attributes dictated the outcome. Humans inherently found themselves at a disadvantage. Even if Huilan warriors had a slight edge and potential over ordinary gnolls, they would not hold much advantage in a one-on-one confrontation. So to buy or not to buy? Huang Yu grappled with the dilemma for a while, deciding to peruse the entire discount list before reaching a conclusion. He continued to scroll down, examining item after item. Various grades of commodities were successively reviewed by Huang Yu. A 90 discount on an extraordinary occupational scroll, a 70 discount on an elite squad from the Yinqing army, a 99 discount on an epic grade Dragon-S blood potion. Huang Yu even stumbled upon items with a 0.00001 discount. Among them was a mythical quality artifact. It was the highest grade item currently featured on the discounted list. Yet, Huang Yu could merely feast his eyes upon it, as he could not afford it. The price tag for mythical grade items started at a minimum of 1 billion. That particular piece, named the Arcane Melting Furnace, was priced at a staggering 5.6 billion soul crystals. Even with the discount, it would still require 56,000 soul crystals. Perhaps, after diligently accumulating soul crystals for a few days, Huang Yu could manage to sell for this piece of equipment. However, the discount list would refresh tomorrow, and the Arcane Melting Furnace would most likely not reappear. Gazing at the over 5,000 soul crystals in his account, Huang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. A mythical grade artifact. Ultimately, it slipped through his fingers. No matter how extensive the list was, it would eventually come to an end. After seeing the Arcane Melting Furnace, Huang Yu's interest in subsequent items diminished significantly. By the time he finished scrolling through the entire list, he found that the Huilan military camp had emerged as the most beneficial option. To buy or not to buy? Huang Yu pondered for a moment, re-evaluating the future development of his territory. Progress was being made regarding the iron issue. He had provided substantial assistance to Lord Gallo. If this did not resolve the dwarf problem, he would have no choice but to abandon Lord Gallo and seek alternatives. The gnolls were currently contained within his territory, with the threat steadily diminishing. The power in the grasslands, while a concern, was not an immediate worry. The primary remaining task was to elevate the fire seed to the 3rd tier. Once accomplished, his territory would expand once more. His overall strength would ascend to new heights. Presently, the vast majority of lords possessed territories that were merely villages, struggling alongside their subjects to meet basic needs. Only a scant few had upgraded their villages to towns. Yet their strength remained limited. Compared to them, Huang Yu had already gained a significant advantage in terms of troop types and resources. A flash of inspiration struck his mind. Troop types, resources? Huang Yu suddenly recalled something. He could potentially profit from the discounted artifacts by capitalizing on the price differential. While many items on the discounted list were of little assistance to him, they were highly coveted by other lords. Setting aside food and equipment. Take the Huilan military camp that was refreshed today, which could automatically produce Huilan warriors daily. Although Huang Yu dismissed the bronze potential Huilan warriors for the vast majority of lords, the Huilan military camp was a rare find. In just 4 days, the lord assessment would commence. This presented a formidable challenge for most lords. No lord wished to face elimination, for that would equate to death. In these 7 days, they would spare no effort to enhance the strength of their territories. Compared to embarking on perilous adventures with ordinary subjects to hunt monsters, procuring supplies from the Chaos Mall and trading platform appeared to be a more favorable choice. Of course, the prerequisite was sufficient soul crystals. The price of ordinary architectural blueprints for a militia camp in the Chaos Mall was 1,000 soul crystals. Each militia was priced at 30 soul crystals. While not inexpensive, Huang Yu could offer them a more advantageous price. He could utilize the discounted artifacts to acquire items of little use to himself but immense value to other lords, and then list these items in the Cosmic Shop. By setting prices lower than those in the Chaos Mall, he could sell to other lords. For instance, he could spend 780 soul crystals, 90 off, to purchase the Huilan military camp blueprints, then list it for sale at 900 soul crystals, 50 off. Along with varying ratios of materials for barter in the Cosmic Shop, Huang Yu was confident that no lord could resist such an enticing offer. Purchasing from the Cosmic Shop would yield them a savings of half the soul crystals. Moreover, Huang Yu would net a profit of 120 soul crystals while simultaneously doing a favor for others. With a slightly darker approach, even at 70 or 80 markup, there would still be those clamoring to buy. It was a mutually beneficial endeavor. Huang Yu would not only help lords save considerable resources, but also, to some extent, facilitate the development of the human faction. The only regret was that, at this stage, the purchasing power of the lords was exceedingly limited. The 7 pieces of fine-grade equipment listed in the Cosmic Shop had already lingered for a night without any inquiries. This was not an issue of equipment quality. It was purely because the lords were impoverished and could not yet afford such expenses. However, Huang Yu believed that as the lords gradually developed, the Cosmic Shop's diverse offerings would inevitably flourish. Chapter 20. The Birth of the Middleman. Confirm payment of 560 soul crystals to purchase Huilan Military Camp Blueprints X2. Yes, no, yes. Would you like to pay 180 soul crystals to purchase 20 ordinary militia? Yes, no, yes. Would you like to pay 1,600 soul crystals to purchase a flame sparrow pet egg? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu once again experienced the exhilaration of online shopping. He spent over 3,500 soul crystals in total, in addition to the 20 militia and the flame sparrow. He also cleared out all food items priced below 30% off and low-grade equipment from the discounted goods list. Even the smallest fly is still meat. As an exemplary lord who practices frugality, Huang Yu would not let any opportunity to exploit the Chaos Mall slip by. From this day forward, the Chaos Mall would become his wholesale market. He was determined to be a savvy reseller. Huang Yu entered the World Channel. The equipment that had been listed yesterday had sold out overnight, except for the finely crafted items. Even the food icons had all turned gray, with not a single unit remaining. This was the head effect. Even though food items were now quite common on the trading platform, many lords would still flock to his shop, drawn by the reputation of Huang Yu. Having just indulged in a shopping spree, he had 2,394 soul crystals left, but possessed a considerable amount of other essential materials. With 1,860 units of wood, 854 units of stone, 90 units of fine iron, 120 units of iron ore, and a variety of miscellaneous materials, it seemed he was not far from upgrading the fire seed to the 3rd tier. A satisfied expression graced Huang Yu's face. Since everyone had been so supportive, he felt it was time to give back. Glancing at the reserves in his warehouse, Huang Yu's mood brightened further. He listed all the items he had just purchased in the Huang Yu shop. The flame sparrow egg, bought for 1,600 soul crystals, he priced at 50,000. At present, No one could afford it. But that was of no concern. If Huang Yu were to be preoccupied with immediate profits, he would not have chosen the path of a reseller. What he valued was the perfect grade of the flame sparrow egg. This would be his marketing gimmick. At this stage, apart from himself, which lord could present perfect grade items? The Xiaolan military camp, acquired for 780 soul crystals, was listed at 2,500 soul crystals in Huang Yu. 2 sets of architectural blueprints were put up for sale. The reason for such a low price was entirely to accommodate the current purchasing power of the lords. The discounted equipment included dozens of ordinary sets and 8 sets of fine-grade equipment. To avoid affecting the previous pricing of the Huang Yu shop, they were mostly processed at a 70% discount. Various food items were also priced as half sold, half given away, according to the Chaos Mall's rates. Thus, early in the morning, the World Channel erupted once again. 7 pieces of fine equipment had already been enough to astonish everyone. Who could have anticipated that, after just one night, the Huang Yu shop would manage to acquire a perfect-grade pet egg, not to mention the 2 sets of special architectural blueprints for the Xiaolan barracks. Was the Lord of Huang Yu going mad? These buildings could create fine troops. I was so scared by the beast roar last night that I couldn't sleep. And just as I was feeling drowsy, I habitually checked the Huang Yu shop and instantly woke up. Brothers, am I still dreaming? What am I seeing? Early in the morning, Huang Yu Lord, can you not scare us like this? So many words can be summed up in one. The boss is invincible. Perfect grade. I can't take it anymore. Does the boss need a pendant on his waist? It feels like a car just ran over my face. But I also want to ask, can Huang Yu add me as a friend? Is the Chaos Mall owned by the Huang Yu Lord? How did he manage to get so many discounted goods? I'm also very curious. Are we in survival mode? Where did the Huang Yu Lord get so many resources? This is simply preferential treatment. With such high prices, who has the means to buy? This is simply bullying. If you can't use it, can't you give it to us struggling lords? To the one above, just go compare prices in the Chaos Mall. The Huang Yu shop's prices are already quite reasonable. In the World Channel, countless lords were engaged in heated discussions. Some were curious, some were praising, some were envious, and naturally, there were also those who were jealous. However, faced with the undeniable price disparities, the bitter envy of the detractors was quickly drowned out by other lords. Of course, those who needed to be blocked would still be blocked. Huang Yu would not indulge anyone. The items listed in the shop were disappearing at an astonishing speed. Even a finely crafted battle axe priced lower was snatched up by a lord named Lan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, most of the items on the shelves of the Huang Yu shop had turned gray, indicating they were sold out. Only a few items, such as the flame sparrow pet egg, the Xiaolan barracks, and the red crocodile armor, still had their icons lit. I just slept a little longer and ended up missing so many good things. Boo-hoo. Catching the Lord of Xuanji above. You all slow down. I haven't even finished looking at the items on my shelf. And there is nothing left to buy? Who still goes through the items one by one? After the lessons from the last 2 times, I now just click in and buy. After all, whatever I buy from the Huang Yu shop will not be a loss. I've learned my lesson. Will the Huang Yu boss be listing equipment today too? I'll give it a try then. I have to work hard today, or else I won't even get to sip the leftover soup of the Huang Yu boss. In the canyon, Lin Shi wore a grim expression as he turned off the blocking notifications from the Huang Yu shop, opening the World Channel. The constant influx of messages made his face darken further, because the subject of all the discussions was none other than the Huang Yu Lord, who had just blocked him. Just as Lin Shi was about to pay 10 soul crystals to send a message to the Huang Yu Lord to vent his frustrations, the fire seed suddenly prompted him. Fire seed prompt. Your citizen Yanxing Army number 3 has upgraded in potential and become a warrior. A warrior. After losing 10 Yanxing soldiers, one had finally broken through to become a warrior. The gloom on Lin Shi's face lifted instantly. He jumped up in excitement. After signing in on the first day and acquiring the Yanxing Army, Lin Shi had almost believed he was on the path to greatness. Who would have thought that reality would give him a harsh slap? During his first battle alongside the Yanxing Army, he had lost 2 soldiers. On the first day of his return, he even encountered a fierce attack from wild monsters. One Yanxing soldier had sacrificed himself to save him, only to be bitten in the neck by a wild creature, blood spraying all over Lin Shi's face. The gruesome death of his subordinate, coupled with the foul breath of the beast, had terrified Lin Shi into losing control. For the past 2 days, he hadn't dared to step outside his territory. However, while cooped up in his domain, Lin Shi had been provoked by Huang Yu all day yesterday. Thinking back to his own pitiful state, Lin Shi felt a surge of discontent. If it hadn't been for that accident that caused him to lose nearly half of his Yanxing army, the focus of the World Channel should have been on him. Excited, Lin Shi hurried to the first floor of the castle. However, to his surprise, he found a Yanxing soldier standing next to the fire seed on the ground floor, seemingly engaged in some activity. My lord. Upon perceiving Lin Shi's arrival, the soldier of the Yan army respectfully bowed and greeted him. Observing the soldier's actions, Lin Shi nodded in satisfaction and spoke. Are you the newly born warrior? Indeed. My lord, I am Yan, came the reply. Ah, I see. Lin Shi waved his hand, feigning gravitas, and commanded, ensure you perform well. Do you understand? You must return with at least 100 units of food today. Yes. Yin pressed down on his waist knife, adopting a humble demeanor. Lin Shi nodded and ascended the staircase. Once his figure vanished around the corner, the warrior, Yin, straightened up. His crimson eyes revealed no emotion. Yet the swaying knife at his waist bore the inscription of the Blue Mountain of the Universe. Chapter 21, Warriors with Battle BGM. As dawn broke, the morning breeze still carried a hint of chill. Huang Yu donned the grand cloak meticulously crafted by the territory's tailor and stepped out of the castle. The blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain workshop were even more industrious than he. The materials collected the previous night had all been transported to the workshop for the creation of equipment. The rhythmic clanging of iron struck Huang Yu's ears as a delightful melody, for it signified the emergence of freshly forged armaments. Dilios, accompanied by 10 Spartan warriors, engaged in their morning exercises in the small square outside the castle, just as they had the day before. Meanwhile, 10 newly arrived subjects quietly awaited his instructions in front of the castle. Huang Yu summoned their information panel. 6 farmers, 3 gatherers, and 1 village chief. More foundational professionals. It seems. Huang Yu's gaze fell upon the elderly subject. Upon first encountering him, Huang Yu was puzzled as to why an aged man appeared among the newly arrived subjects. To his surprise, the elderly man's foundational profession was that of a village chief. Subject number 133. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, black iron, can only be upgraded to LV9. Foundational profession, village chief. Description, with his wealth of experience. The village chief can guide ordinary subjects in activities such as farming, lumbering, quarrying, and livestock husbandry. Excellent. It appears I have someone who can assist me in managing the tasks of the ordinary subjects. Huang Yu nodded and offered the village chief a warm smile. The village chief, taken aback, bent his back further, his face radiating honor. There's no need to be so formal, Huang Yu said, patting the chief's shoulder with a grin. You shall now oversee the ordinary subjects. Should you have any questions or needs, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Rest assured, my lord. The village chief replied respectfully. Together with everyone, I will ensure that your territory flourishes like a paradise. A paradise, you say? Huang Yu remained noncommittal. After dismissing the village chief, he selected 30 subjects and arranged for them to enter the Spartan training camp. As the 30 ordinary subjects entered the camp, Huang Yu's account was debited by 300 soul crystals. The Spartan training camp had now evolved into a second-tier structure, allowing 10 Spartan warriors to train for free each day. Any additional training slots required a payment of 10 soul crystals each. Huang Yu's payment of 300 soul crystals was due to the fact that 10 of the subjects were of LV2. Training LV2 subjects into Spartan warriors demanded double the soul crystals compared to LV1 subjects. The trained Spartan warriors would retain their pre-training levels. At present, Huang Yu's supply of soul crystals was relatively ample. He had contemplated training more Spartan warriors. However, upon careful consideration, he decided to temporarily shelve that plan. The territory's area was limited, and the nearby operational zone was nearing saturation with the 40 Spartan warriors. An excess would likely lead to a situation where there were more warriors than resources. Without a hero unit to command and a reliable means of communication, Huang Yu was not at ease with the notion of sending Spartan warriors into other regions. Though formidable, Spartan warriors were not invincible. This world possessed extraordinary powers, and the disparity in strength among combat units of varying potential and levels was starkly evident. Before long, the gates of the Spartan training camp swung open automatically. 30 Spartan warriors, their physiques akin to those of bodybuilders, filed out in unison, forming 3 rows before Huang Yu. They flexed their well-developed pectorals and saluted him. Spartan. Among these 30 warriors, 10 possessed secondary professions. 6 were Spartan javelin throwers, 3 were Spartan archers, and 1 was surprisingly a Spartan singer. Observing the Spartan singer, Huang Yu found that his robust physique and rugged appearance seemed at odds with the notion of a singer. Spartan warrior, Musa. Level, LV2. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, diamond, can be upgraded to LV49. Profession, foot soldier. Skills, Spartan combat technique, Spartan battle formation, Spartan battle song. Secondary profession, Spartan singer. Motto, when the song resounds, it is time for our enemies to flee in panic. A Spartan battle song, along with a unique skill. Huang Yu meticulously called up the details of the skill Spartan battle song. Spartan battle song, excellent skill. Musa's voice inspires fellow Spartan warriors, enabling them to coordinate more seamlessly to the beat of fervent rhythm. An excellent great skill indeed. Is this the legendary man whose battles come with a soundtrack? Huang Yu, intrigued, specifically commanded Musa to demonstrate. Musa took up a long sword and a shield, his expression suddenly turning fierce, as if facing a throng of enemies. Clang, clang, clang. The long sword struck the shield repeatedly. Musa mimicked an offensive stance and suddenly shouted, Hoa! His voice was not melodious, but jolted the spirits of those who heard it. Nearby, the ordinary subjects appeared startled, standing frozen as if turned to stone, oblivious to the hoe that had slipped from their grasp. In stark contrast, the other Spartan warriors reacted differently. They grasped their weapons, standing in a simple triangular formation under Dilios's lead. Euraculaban. A series of unintelligible syllables spilled from Musa's lips rhythmically. Though it sounded quite rhythmic, Huang Yu could not associate it with a song. It seemed more akin to a battle command, reminiscent of military drill calls. Under Musa's vocal guidance, the 38 Spartan warriors moved as one. They thrust spears and drew swords in a synchronized rhythm. The transformation of their formation was fluid, each warrior functioning like a cog in a well-oiled machine. As Musa quickened his tempo, the warriors' movements became even swifter. While the spectacle appeared somewhat flamboyant, Huang Yu perceptively recognized. Amidst the dazzling formations lay countless perils. At this moment, should a battalion of foes charge towards the Spartan warriors, they would be instantaneously torn to shreds under the relentless onslaught of the Spartans. The battle hymn sung by Mudo resonated for but a fleeting moment. Once the melody ceased, the Spartan warriors halted their fluid aggression, clapping his hands. Huang Yu expressed his satisfaction to Musa. Well done, Musa. Under your war song, the Spartan warriors shall advance like a thunderous tide. With the addition of 30 new warriors, Huang Yu lamented the absence of an heroic unit. However, with Musa's presence, this regret diminished significantly. Huang Yu could scarcely fathom how terrifying a horde of frenzied Spartan warriors, seamlessly coordinating their lethal strikes amidst the battle hymn, would be. Chapter 22, a further collaboration. Bathed in the morning light, Dilios ventured into the forest once more, accompanied by 40 Spartan warriors, to commence a new day of combat and advancement. The ordinary populace no longer required Huang Yu's meticulous arrangements. Under the guidance of the village chief, they toiled diligently and systematically to collectively construct Huang Yu's territory. Upon entering the Blue Mountain workshop, Huang Yu observed 18 apprentice forgers, divided into two groups under the leadership of Yun and Bailey. One group focused on crafting leather armor and shields, while the other dedicated themselves to the development of offensive weaponry such as swords and spears. The entire Blue Mountain workshop buzzed with fervor. After inspecting all projects, Huang Yu returned to the castle, where a flurry of notifications from his friends illuminated his interface. It appeared that Lord Gallo had achieved a resolution in his battle against the dwarves. Lord Huang Yu, I bring you good news. With your assistance, after a night of combat, I have successfully captured the large iron mine. Currently, the mine can accommodate 50 miners, yielding a maximum of 5,000 units of iron ore daily, a daily output of 5,000 units. The large iron mine truly deserved its classification as a rare resource, far surpassing the production capacity of a common iron mine. Upon reading these messages, Huang Yu's spirits soared. A properly utilized large iron mine could produce up to 500 units of refined iron daily. Even if Huang Yu were to secure only half, it would sufficiently address his current scarcity of refined iron. However, as Huang Yu scrolled down to read the messages sent by Lord Gallo, his brow furrowed in concern. Yesterday's battle with the dwarves cost me 6 of my subjects. Now, I have only 24 subjects left, capable of mining a maximum of 400 units of iron ore daily. Moreover, a dwarf managed to destroy our steel furnace before perishing. I have just purchased a steel furnace and currently lack the resources to increase my population. Thus, in the coming days, the quantity of iron ore I can provide you may be limited. Gazing at Lord Gallo's messages, Huang Yu knitted his brows. Now that the refined iron resources had become available, the issue of Lord Gallo's inadequate productivity had been exposed. If the large iron mine were situated within his own territory, Huang Yu would have no cause for concern. With 141 subjects, he had ample manpower for mining. However, Gallo's territory lay far away, and he could not dispatch his subjects for support. Nonetheless, to ensure that the early-stage rapid development would not be impeded, he must secure all the refined iron. Comprehending this, Huang Yu replied, I will provide you with 500 soul crystals to purchase additional subjects. My condition is that before the protection period concludes, you must deliver 500 units of iron ore to me daily. How does that sound? After sending the message, Huang Yu did not receive an immediate response from Lord Gallo. In truth, according to the prices in the Chaos Mall, the value of merely 5,000 iron ore equated to 500 soul crystals. Considering today, there remained a full 5 days of the protection period. Should Lord Gallo agree, Huang Yu would obtain a total of 500 units of iron ore over the next 5 days, valued at an impressive 750 soul crystals. He would need to do nothing further to reap a profit of 250 soul crystals. Although this arrangement appeared advantageous for Huang Yu, without his support, Lord Gallo would squander the iron mine's potential in the short term. Thus, Huang Yu was confident that Lord Gallo would acquiesce to his terms, perhaps engaging in some minor negotiation regarding the quantity of ore. Not long after, Huang Yu received a response from Gallo. I have some thoughts regarding the quantity of iron ore to be transferred daily. Indeed, a smile crept upon Huang Yu's face upon reading Lord Gallo's reply. However, the daily minimum of 500 iron ore was his bottom line, and he would not yield. At most, he would offer some concessions in other areas, such as assisting with the smelting of refined iron. Before Huang Yu could initiate any negotiations, Lord Gallo's message arrived ahead of him. Were it not for the equipment you provided, I would have never triumphed over the dwarves. Moreover, I cannot consume 500 units of iron or in the short term. Rather than storing or trading it with others, I would prefer to give you the surplus. Before the protection period concludes, I will supply you with 4,000 units of iron or daily. What do you think? What do I think? Of course, there were no objections. Huang Yu, surprised yet moved by Lord Gallow's response, appreciated the sentiment of gratitude and the absence of greed. Such individuals were indeed rare. He promptly transferred the 500 soul crystals to Lord Gallo without imposing further constraints. Although their agreement was merely verbal, Huang Yu trusted that Lord Gallo would honor their pact. After receiving the 500 soul crystals, Gallo replied, "Before nightfall, 4,000 units of iron ore will be designated for you through the trading platform." Excellent. Huang Yu responded succinctly, for he had other matters to attend to. While the iron ore was secured, the soul steel furnace in his territory was inefficient and utterly unreliable. He required a more efficient structure. Opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu intended to search for a superior steel-related building. Suddenly, he recalled Lord Gallo's mention of only having 26 subjects. What could 26 subjects accomplish? Any unforeseen incident could jeopardize the security of the large iron mine. Reciprocating kindness with kindness. Huang Yu remembered that he had 2 sets of unused Huilan barracks in his shop. He made a decision. On the vast grassland, Gallo stood atop the large iron mine. Bow in hand, clad in the red crocodile armor, her cold demeanor was enhanced by an air of authority. Following the conclusion of the battle last night, she had stationed her subjects here overnight to guard against a potential dwarf counterattack. Only after the dawn broke without any sign of the dwarves did she exhale in relief and send Huang Yu news of the successful occupation of the large iron mine. Observing the additional 500 soul crystals in her account, Gallo, despite her weariness, could not conceal a glimmer of excitement. She was not a greedy individual. After successfully resolving the hidden dangers, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction from the abundant resources acquired. Moreover, considering her exquisite equipment, it became apparent that Huang Yu's contributions far outweighed her own following their collaboration. This realization left her with an enduring sense of indebtedness towards him. Thus, she willingly relinquished a portion of her benefits, transferring 4/5 of the large iron mine's daily output to Huang Yu. In 5 days, we shall be even. Cairo murmured to herself, feeling an immediate sense of relief. She detested owing others favors more than engaging in battle. In some respects, she found herself somewhat akin to Huang Yu. Ding! As Cairo was preparing to return to her territory to purchase 50 subjects for mining, a notification suddenly appeared in her friends list. Your friend Lord Huang Yu has gifted you a set of architectural blueprints. Please take note. Cairo was taken aback. Upon opening her friends list, she discovered the blueprints for the Xiulan barracks, along with a message from Huang Yu. The large iron mine must not suffer losses. Your manpower is insufficient, and I worry it won't be secure. Since I own half of the iron mine, I shall contribute as well. Use these blueprints. Gazing at the pending blueprints for the Xiulan barracks, Cairo bit her lip, rendered speechless. Chapter 23, The Corrupted Beasts. After an exhaustive search in the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu ultimately expended 2,000 soul crystals to purchase a set of ordinary architectural blueprints for a steel mill. Steel mill, Tier 1, ordinary building. Description, requires 20 subjects to operate, capable of smelting 2,000 units of iron ore into 1,000 units of refined iron daily. Note, upgrading to Tier 2 requires 35 soul crystals, 280 units of timber, 210 units of stone, and 40 units of refined iron. The price of the steel mill blueprints far surpassed that of the steel furnace, yet the cost-effectiveness was significantly higher. With 2,000 soul crystals, one could acquire 13 steel furnaces, which collectively could only smelt 650 units of refined iron daily. In contrast, a single Tier 1 steel mill could yield 1,000 units of refined iron each day. Thus, this expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Naturally, a discount would have been even more delightful. With soul crystals and materials sufficiently amassed, once the steel mill was constructed, Huang Yu promptly upgraded it to Tier 2. Steel mill, Tier 2, ordinary building. Description, requires 40 subjects to operate, capable of smelting 4,000 units of iron ore into 2,000 units of refined iron daily. Note, upgrading to Tier 3 requires a Tier 3 ember, along with 350 soul crystals, 1,800 units of timber, 2,000 units of stone, and 400 units of refined iron. Following the upgrade of the steel mill, Huang Yu found himself back to square one, with his soul crystals dwindling to a mere handful. However, this was only a temporary setback. The materials from last night were nearly depleted by the Blue Mountain workshop, and soon a plethora of equipment would be produced. Moreover, with Dilius and 44 Spartan warriors on his side, fortune seemed to favor him. Just then, Huang Yu received a series of notification prompts. Lord gained 56 experience. 7 soul crystals. Lord gained 42 experience. 5 soul crystals. Lord gained 86 experience. 11 soul crystals. Hearing the faint cries emanating from the forest alongside the notifications, Huang Yu realized that the Spartan warriors had located the migrating ancient giant lizards. In the forest battleground, the Spartan warriors did not charge headfirst into confrontation with the ancient lizards. Instead, they divided into smaller teams. Under Dilius's command, they executed a strategy of ambush, herding, and dismantling the colossal lizard horde, utilizing their understanding of the terrain and their exceptional combat skills. It was not long before the ground was strewn with the carcasses of over 10 ancient lizards. The surviving lizards, akin to headless flies, were manipulated by the Spartan warriors, darting chaotically through the forest. They were ill-suited to the forest environment and, under the deliberate misdirection of the Spartan warriors, became increasingly panicked, inadvertently marching towards their doom. Despite their massive size, the ancient lizards barely managed to rank among the apex predators on the grasslands. However, within the densely wooded forest, their bulk limited their visibility and mobility, rendering them impotent against the agile and aggressive Spartan warriors. Whoosh! A short spear was hurled by Dilius. Although its landing was not as precise as a Spartan javelin throw, the immense power behind Dilius's throw ensured that the spear embedded itself into the neck of a nearly 20-meter-long ancient lizard. Roar! The ancient lizard, in agony, charged towards Dilius, its gargantuan form trampling everything in its path. The pain and fury ignited a display of force befitting its size. Boom! The impact of the ancient lizard was narrowly evaded by Dilius, yet the enraged creature showed no signs of halting. Slamming into a tree that two men would struggle to encircle, with a creaking sound, the tree snapped in half. Dilius, concealed by the foliage, swiftly closed in. Crack! The ancient lizard's long, supple tail lashed out like a steel whip, effortlessly shattering nearby trees. Even Dilius lacked the confidence to withstand a direct strike from the lizard's tail, a testament to its formidable strength. However, the disparity between predator and prey is sometimes defined not merely by brute strength, but also by skill. With his exceptional combat prowess, Dilius deftly evaded the ancient lizard's erratic assaults, maneuvering around its body with his sword. Within mere moments, he inflicted numerous wounds upon the creature and severed its limbs. Thud! The ancient lizard collapsed to the ground, wailing in despair as it gazed at Dilius, who was poised to deliver the final blow with his sword. Suddenly, a chilling sense of danger washed over Dilius. Without hesitation, he withdrew. The next moment, a deep crimson, football-sized orb of high temperature landed precisely where he had just stood. Boom! The orb erupted violently, dismembering the ancient lizard and unleashing a wave of searing heat. Blood, splintered wood, and soil flew about. As the explosion subsided, a deep crater marked the impact site, with the earth charred black. Dilius discarded his somewhat scalding, high-quality round shield, which had just shielded him from the explosion of the crimson orb. The shield was now riddled with cracks, effectively rendered useless. Dilius turned his gaze towards the direction from which the fireball had come. There stood a giant ancient lizard, measuring over a dozen meters in length. Although it was not as large as the ones Dilius had previously encountered, the sense of peril it exuded was unprecedented. The ancient giant lizard exhibited a strikingly different appearance from its ordinary counterparts. Its scales around the neck shimmered in a deep crimson hue, while it occasionally exhaled a plume of ashy smoke laced with sparks. It was evident that the recent magical assault had originated from this creature. The ground trembled beneath its feet as it witnessed that its attack had not only failed to vanquish Dilius, but had instead sent the head of one of its companions flying. The ancient giant lizard seethed with fury, slowly advancing toward Dilius, the smoke intensifying with each breath. Its golden, slit-like pupils radiated a palpable aura of intimidation. A corrupted beast, Dilius remained acutely aware and alert. He understood that this ancient giant lizard was certainly above level 20. Due to its corrupted state, it wielded formidable magical capabilities. A moment of carelessness could lead to his demise, for even as a hero unit, he could be reduced to mere charred remains. With a fearsome roar, the corrupted ancient giant lizard opened its menacing maw. The dark red scales on its neck glimmered ominously as a surge of searing energy coalesced within. Moments later, a dense crimson sphere took shape and was expelled from its mouth, hurtling toward Dilius at an astonishing speed. Sensing the impending danger, Dilius deftly evaded, retreating just before the sphere struck the ground, narrowly escaping the blast radius. The explosion reverberated through the forest, shattering several towering trees into splinters and creating a crater several meters deep. The corrupted ancient giant lizard, frenzied, charged through the swirling debris of leaves and soil. Yet upon surveying the area, it found itself bereft of any sign of its adversary. A forked, dark red tongue darted out in search of Dilius's presence. However, suddenly, the lizard froze, its body trembling as it lifted its head in alarm. Why were there so many similar scents in the vicinity? Chapter 24. Rare Skill Book, Fiery Magic Orb. Spartans. Observing the corrupted ancient giant lizard entering the ambush zone he had meticulously prepared, Dilius turned and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed across the surroundings. Soon, a contingent of 10 Spartan warriors surged forth, encircling the corrupted ancient giant lizard. The creature lowered its head, eyeing the approaching Spartans with trepidation. Its mouth brimmed with energy, and it unleashed a barrage of over 10 perilous energy orbs towards the warriors. The cacophony of explosions obliterated a section of the forest, turning boulders to dust and charring the trees to charcoal, leaving the ground marred and pockmarked. However, despite the overwhelming force of the attack, the Spartans emerged unscathed. For the warriors encircling the corrupted giant lizard were those initial 10 clad in crimson crocodile armor, each reaching level 5. Most relied on their agility to evade the onslaught, and even those few who were unfortunate enough to be caught in the aftermath of the blasts merely experienced minor burns due to the formidable defensive capabilities of their armor. Witnessing the resilience of its adversaries, the corrupted ancient giant lizard sensed the encroaching specter of death. Instinctively, it attempted to retreat to regroup with its kin. Yet, a flurry of short spears whistled through the air from behind, blocking its escape route. The lizard desperately dodged but was still struck by several of the spears. Its armored scales absorbed most of the damage, yet vulnerable areas remained, and it felt the sting of the strikes. As pain coursed through its body and its energy dwindled, panic began to set in. With a guttural roar, the corrupted ancient giant lizard crouched low, agitatedly thrashing its elongated tail in a futile attempt to summon its companions. However, it had strayed too far from its pack, which was now engulfed in chaos. In the short term, no reinforcements would arrive. Huffing and puffing, the Spartan bard Musa sang a rhythmic battle hymn. Dilius, rallying 10 high-level Spartan warriors, swiftly advanced upon the corrupted ancient giant lizard. A surge of pale red energy erupted from Dilius, swiftly transferring to the other 10 Spartans, infusing the battlefield with a fervent, iron-willed spirit. The Spartan rage ignited once more. Realizing the moment of reckoning had arrived, the corrupted ancient giant lizard opened its maw wide, expelling the scant energy it had left. Observing that the creature still possessed sufficient strength to cast magic, Dilius sprang forward, hurling his spear at the ancient giant lizard from a distance of over 30 meters. In an instant, the spear pierced its mouth, not only disrupting the formation of the magic, but also inflicting backlash upon the creature. The searing energy detonated within its mouth, causing immense discomfort. Although the corrupted ancient giant lizard boasted considerable magical resistance, its mouth remained a vulnerable point. With a mournful cry, the lizard raised its head. Its forked tongue reduced to a pulpy mass, and a segment of its lower jaw was obliterated, hanging limply by a thread of flesh. The sight was utterly tragic. Spartan. Dilius appeared beneath the corrupted giant lizard, brandishing a finely crafted longsword of exceptional quality. As he executed a swift maneuver, a glint of cold light briefly illuminated the lizard's neck. Subsequently, a torrent of blood gushed forth from the wound, cascading like a waterfall. The corrupted giant lizard writhed in agony, its anguished cries resonating through the surrounding woods, startling countless creatures into flight. Ultimately, its movements grew feeble until it fell silent. In the aftermath, a radiant golden light enveloped Dilius, the Spartan hero, who ascended to level 7, the realm of universal dominion. The golden glow of advancement once again bathed Huang Yu in its brilliance. A surge of energy coursed through him. Amidst the crackling sounds, his height increased to 185 centimeters, and his muscles redefined into a more sculpted, distinct form, imbued with explosive strength. Huang Yu's level rose to 9, reaching the pinnacle of ordinary beings. With a face alight with surprise, he gazed at the flashing informational prompt. The Lord has gained 1027 experience points and 133 soul crystals. Such a high yield of experience and soul crystals suggested that Dilius and his companions had slain a formidable beast. Yet, to Huang Yu's astonishment, after a brief delay, another message echoed within his consciousness. Congratulations, the Lord has acquired a skill book. Please check your inventory. They had indeed obtained a skill book. Huang Yu's smile grew ever more radiant, for the prices of skill books in the chaotic marketplace were exorbitant, with ordinary and superior ones typically costing hundreds or even thousands of soul crystals. Involving extraordinary abilities, the skill book is a coveted item. For instance, Dilius's Wrath of Sparta is at a minimum of rare quality and commands a hefty price. As Huang Yu is not particularly adept in combat and possesses little interest in lower-tier skills, he seldom perused the skill books in the marketplace. To his surprise, not only did he garner a substantial amount of experience and soul crystals this time, but he also stumbled upon a skill book. Even if the skills contained within are of no use to Huang Yu and his subjects, they can still be traded in the cosmic marketplace, yielding a considerable profit in soul crystals. Huang Yu promptly claimed the skill book. Before him materialized a small booklet radiating a soft, ethereal glow. The booklet, the size of a palm, was entirely white, adorned on the cover with 4 lines of text. Fiery magic bullet. Grade, rare. Description, concentrates energy to form a high-temperature explosive magic bullet. The power and size of the bullet depend on the amount of energy infused. After charging for a brief period, multiple fiery magic bullets can be produced simultaneously. Note, illegal practitioners cannot learn this skill book. The Lord is exempt from this restriction. Huang Yu initially believed that acquiring a skill book of fine quality would suffice, but he was pleasantly astonished by his remarkable luck. Fiery magic bullet. Only magic practitioners and lords may learn it. With its charging attack and AoE effect, it is indeed impressive. However, it seems at present that only he can absorb this knowledge. Although Huang Yu is not a fighter, he does not shy away from battle. Moreover, as a lord, he must possess a commendable level of martial prowess. Otherwise, how could he command respect? Lacking experience in close-quarters combat, it is much safer to remain at a distance and cast spells. Furthermore, based on gaming experiences from Blue Star, it is well known that mages are held in high regard. Compared to the brawny warrior path, he prefers the path of a mage. Chapter 25. A Bountiful Return and Debate. The Lord has utilized a skill book. Congratulations, Lord, for mastering the rare skill Fiery Magic Bullet. The skill book transformed into shimmering white light and dissipated into the air. Concurrently, Huang Yu's mind was inundated with information regarding the release method for the Fiery Magic Bullet. This information felt like a vivid memory, deeply ingrained, leading Huang Yu to ponder whether he had been practicing the casting method for the Fiery Magic Bullet for an extended period. Eager to test its power, Huang Yu ventured to an open area within his domain. Following the method stored in his memory, he extended his hand to unleash the spell. With a rush, energy surged within him, causing his garments to billow as if caught in a tempest. A wave of searing energy swiftly coalesced in his hand, culminating in a light red magic bullet, the size of a basketball. With a silent incantation, he launched the Fiery Magic Bullet, directing it towards a distant boulder. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated, shattering the stone into fragments that scattered across the landscape. The force of the blast caused nearby trees to tremble and rustle. Player has acquired 3 units of stone material. Before he could fully appreciate the potency of the Fiery Magic Bullet, Huang Yu was left amused by the notification. Indeed, the rare-grade Fiery Magic Bullet appears to be exceptionally effective for harvesting stone materials. Gazing at the crater left by the explosion, Huang Yu could not help but muse that pursuing the path of spellcasting holds greater promise. In the depths of the forest, the newly leveled Dilius led 40 Spartan warriors in their relentless pursuit of the remaining ancient giant lizards. Utilizing the forest's environmental features, they had previously dispersed the ancient lizard horde, significantly mitigating the peril of combat. Now, the 40 Spartan warriors, divided into 2 teams of 20, resembled voracious serpents, systematically devouring the scattered ancient lizards, which appeared like scattered constellations in the woods. With the defeat of the demonized ancient giant lizard, the remaining lizards posed little threat to the current Spartan warriors. One after another, ancient lizards exceeding level 10 fell to the might of the Spartan warriors, with their ascent to higher levels seemingly unceasing. As the ancient lizard population dwindled, a majority of the Spartan warriors had achieved level 3, excluding the highest-ranked Dilius. Huang Yu's 44 Spartan warriors included 10 at level 5, 8 at level 4, 20 at level 3, and 6 at level 2. Their power had surged tremendously. After transporting the corpses of the ancient lizards back to the territory 3 times, they amassed a total of 123 monster carcasses, the largest haul within the past 3 days. Notably, the demonized ancient giant lizard stood out among them. At this moment, Song Yun caressed the dark red scales around the lizard's neck with the tenderness reserved for a lover. These scales were smaller and far more resilient than those of ordinary ancient lizards, arranged in a beautiful diamond pattern that was both tight and orderly. Huang Yu approached and touched the lizard. Although the demonized ancient giant lizard had been deceased for quite some time, the dark red scales still retained a warm, tactile sensation. Huang Yu could sense the vibrant energy contained within the scales. As per custom, the collector prioritized gathering materials from this level 23 demonized ancient giant lizard. Acquired ancient lizard meat, rare food, 50 units. Acquired demonized ancient lizard tissue, rare material, 6 pieces. Acquired ancient lizard claws, fine material, 20 pieces. This demonized ancient giant lizard was indeed a treasure trove. The materials harvested were at least of fine quality, particularly its flesh and hide. The skin around its neck, referred to as demonized tissue, contained abundant fire elemental energy. Observing Song Yun's eager demeanor, Huang Yu understood that this would undoubtedly make for excellent material. Acquired demonized ancient lizard crystallization, rare material, 1 piece. Just as the collection of the demonized ancient giant lizard was nearing completion, Huang Yu received a notification indicating the acquisition of a crystallization. This marked Huang Yu's first encounter with such an item. The collector presented him with a red orb, the size of a ping-pong ball. Upon grasping it, Huang Yu felt as though his hand had been pierced by a searing needle. Holding the demonized ancient lizard crystallization, information about it automatically surfaced. Demonized ancient lizard crystallization. Grade, rare. Description, contains a wealth of fire elemental energy. It can be embedded in equipment to bestow special effects and serves as a core component for various magical formations, showcasing versatile applications. Beside him, Song Yun and Bai Li gazed intently at the demonized ancient lizard crystallization in Huang Yu's hand, their eyes wide with anticipation. My lord, might you entrust this crystallization to me? Song Yun implored, her gaze fixed on Huang Yu. With it, along with 5 units of demonized tissue and other materials. I could forge a set of flame armor. Flame armor. Huang Yu searched the chaotic marketplace and discovered that this armor was of rare quality. Moreover, it belongs to the most elite echelon of rare quality equipment. My lord, the magical crystallized fire element of the ancient giant lizard is exceedingly active and sharp. It is ill-suited to serve as the core for flame armor, as it is far better suited for weapons such as swords and daggers. Bai Li soared over the azure clouds and addressed Huang Yu. If the Lord is willing to entrust it to me, this afternoon, Lord Dilius shall acquire a weapon of rare, if not exceptional, quality. Upon hearing Bai Li's words and observing Huang Yu's apparent interest, Song Yun became anxious. My lord, the magical crystallized essence of the ancient giant lizard is undoubtedly suitable as the core for flame armor. The value of a complete set of armor far surpasses that of weapons of the same grade. After Song Yun spoke, he turned to refute Bai Li. I can neutralize its properties with flexible materials, thereby rendering it fit for use as the core of the flame armor. Flexible materials? Bai Li furrowed his brow and replied, Song Yun, how can you assure that the magical crystal will not be damaged? Moreover, forcibly altering the properties of the material will impede its full functionality. Wouldn't that be a waste? Song Yun was momentarily at a loss, but he quickly countered. Compared to the performance of the flame armor, that slight waste is entirely justified. Rare quality is merely rare quality. Bai Li shook his head, conceding that armor of the same quality does, in most instances, hold greater value than swords. However, with that magical crystal, I am quite confident in my ability to forge an exceptional quality sword. Song Yun waved his hand and retorted, you have yet to advance to master. Surpassing the limitations of materials to create exceptional quality equipment carries an exceedingly low probability. I possess experience. Bai Li subtly gestured towards the sword, Hanbo, that Huang Yu carried. Even if the likelihood is but 1 in 10, it is absolutely worth the attempt. Observing the two engaged in their fervent debate, Huang Yu found himself in a quandary. A 100% rare quality flame armor, or a sword with a 10% chance of being exceptional. Moreover, it was no longer merely a matter of preference for equipment. Witnessing the flushed faces of Bai Li and Song Yun, Huang Yu realized that without a fair justification, entrusting the magical crystal to one would undoubtedly incite the dissatisfaction of the other. A decline in loyalty would be counterproductive. Huang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. What solution could ensure a harmonious outcome? Chapter 26. I want them all. Song Yun and Bai Li are both expert-level blacksmiths. Song Yun specializes in armor, particularly in the forging of protective gear, while Bai Li excels in the crafting of swords. Their differing areas of expertise have led to fundamentally divergent philosophies. Continuing the argument would surely yield no resolution. The ultimate decision regarding the fate of the magical crystal would hinge upon Huang Yu's desires. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw, nor can a single magical crystal be split in two. Should it be the pinnacle flame armor of rare quality, or a sword with the potential to reach exceptional quality? Huang Yu declared, I want them both. Addressing the arguing duo, Huang Yu articulated, I have an idea regarding this magical crystal. Interrupting their ongoing dispute, he tossed the magical crystal to Song Yun. Bai Li's countenance fell into a state of melancholy. Thank you, my lord, Song Yun exclaimed, as jubilant as a child weighing 70 kilograms. Cradling the magical crystal in his hands. Even as the crystal emanated a stinging pain within his heart, it was as precious as his very life. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Huang Yu chuckled. Bai Li, do not be disheartened, for this magical crystal is intended for both of you. For both of us. Song Yun and Bai Li looked up at Huang Yu, their expressions filled with confusion. What does the Lord mean? Upon learning that the magical crystal was to be shared, Bai Li's despondent expression swiftly vanished. The magical crystal may be bestowed upon you both, but I have a request. Looking at the two expert-level blacksmiths, Huang Yu stated, I require you both to collaborate in the creation of a set that achieves rare quality. Collaborate? A set? A set refers to multiple pieces of equipment that complement one another. Typically, armor consists of components such as helmets, neck guards, shoulder guards, and chest plates. However, this does not imply that armor equates to a set. A set usually comprises armor, swords, shields, and other equipment that share a consistent theme or function. Each piece, when considered in isolation, may not rival the top-tier weapons of the same grade, such as the flame armor or hanbo. Yet, when combined, their effects are far from merely additive. The enhanced performance for the user far exceeds that of the individual pieces. Observing the contemplative expressions of Song Yun and Bai Li, Huang Yu smiled and remarked, I have faith that the blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop will not disappoint me, correct? Song Yun furrowed his brow, lost in thought, while Bai Li, invigorated as if by an elixir, proclaimed with fervor, My lord, rest assured, we shall produce a set that meets your expectations. In contrast to the composed and reserved Song Yun, Bai Li's character brims with enthusiasm. Perhaps this is a reflection of their disparate, yet complementary expertise. Do not feel pressured. Even if you fail, consider it merely an opportunity for experimentation. Huang Yu patted both of their shoulders before proceeding towards the Spartan warriors, who were set to receive new equipment. The previous day's final batch of materials had been tirelessly transformed by the Blue Mountain Workshop into 70 pieces of fine-quality gear and 314 pieces of ordinary-quality equipment. Now, the 44 Spartan warriors were clad in the fierce red-scaled armor, each wielding at least one weapon of fine quality. The striking crimson armor, combined with the imposing stature of the Spartan warriors, presented an awe-inspiring sight. "My lord, if there are no further instructions, I shall lead the warriors into battle." Dilius saluted Huang Yu before speaking. "With your new equipment, you may venture deeper into the forest," Huang Yu advised. "However, exercise caution to ensure the integrity of your ranks." "Yes," Dilius replied with a bow before charging into the forest with the Spartan warriors. Huang Yu then began to tally the spoils of their recent endeavors. 123 wild creatures had fallen, the majority being ancient giant lizards, contributing over 600 units of premium meat and more than 1,000 units of ordinary meat. Additionally, there was a significant amount of ordinary and fine-quality materials. Just moments ago, Song Yun had mentioned that if they were to encounter 2 more waves like this, even an all-night effort at the Blue Mountain Workshop would not suffice to exhaust such a bounty. It seemed Huang Yu would need to consider increasing the number of blacksmiths under his command. As for the rare-quality ancient giant lizard meat, Huang Yu intended to consume it himself. With their levels rising, both he and the Spartan warriors had experienced an increase in their dietary needs. Previously, 1 unit of fine-quality meat sufficed for a day's activities, but now that requirement had doubled. Each individual now needed 2 units of fine-quality sustenance. Fortunately, ordinary citizens could still sustain themselves on 1 unit of ordinary food per day. Huang Yu opened the trading platform, entered the universal shop, and after reserving a day's supply of food, listed the remaining surplus for sale. Subsequently, he placed the remaining 9 exquisite-grade pieces of equipment, along with over 200 ordinary items, onto the marketplace. The moment his goods were successfully listed, Huang Yu's soul crystals began to surge at an astonishing rate. The world channel was once again abuzz with excitement. At this stage, there were numerous lords capable of providing meat. Even lords like Gallo, Tunglong, and Jiaside began to list exquisite-grade meats in their shops, signifying that they too possessed the strength to slay monsters above level 10. However, the quantity they offered paled in comparison to Huang Yu's vast selection. Moreover, aside from the food, Huang Yu had also listed over 200 pieces of equipment. The world channel echoed with comments. "The strength of the universe lord is escalating at an alarming rate every day. It is simply terrifying. To obtain so many exquisite-grade meats, how many level 10 monsters must have been slain? And the equipment? The Blue Mountain Workshop truly deserves its title as a perfect grade special building. Why must I be deprived of such a level of special architecture? I just calculated. Excluding items like the Flame Sparrow Egg and the Xiaolon Barracks, the remaining goods would still yield at least 20,000 soul crystals for the Universe Lord. Here I am, barely exceeding 100 soul crystals. This is outrageous. 20,000 soul crystals. How enviable." Huang Yu paid little heed to the discussions in the world channel, as he was far too engrossed in his own affairs. His primary focus was on when he could elevate his territory to the 3rd tier. The Universe Shop had already sold off more than half of its inventory. With the soul crystals accrued from the Spartan warriors' battles, the total had reached 10,623. For the first time in history, Huang Yu's collection of soul crystals surpassed 10,000. In addition to this, he had also traded for over 6,000 units of wood, more than 3,000 units of stone, and over 300 units of refined iron. Coupled with his previously stored materials, all that was left was to await Lord Gallo's delivery of iron or in the evening. Once smelted into refined iron, the spark could be upgraded once more. By tomorrow at the latest, the spark would ascend to the 3rd tier. Not only would the territory's area expand, but it would also bring forth an increased population daily. For Huang Yu, this represented a monumental advancement. Chapter 27, Lord Gallo's Riders. On the grasslands, 10 humans mounted on feathered deer were in hot pursuit of a ferocious wild beast. This creature, measuring 7 meters in length and standing over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, bore long fangs stretching 50 to 60 centimeters, resembling a saber-toothed tiger. Its fur was a dusty yellow, adorned with chaotic brown patches that aided its concealment within the lush grass as it stealthily approached its prey, such as the agile feathered deer, once its favored target. However, the roles of hunter and hunted had now reversed. The feathered deer, positioned at the bottom of the food chain in this expanse, were creatures 4 to 5 meters in size, covered in downy hair and characterized by a mild temperament, making them prime targets for many carnivorous predators. Under the pressure of survival, the feathered deer evolved remarkable jumping ability and endurance, allowing them to traverse the grasslands for extended periods and utilize their incredible leaping prowess to survey their surroundings. At this moment, Gallo was riding atop one such feathered deer, surrounded by her newly summoned elite-grade cavalry from the Xiaolon Barracks. Xiaolon Light Cavalry No. 1. Level, LV2. Loyalty, 100, fanatically loyal. Potential, Bronze, upgradable to LV19. Class, Light Cavalry. Skills, Skirmish, Mounted Combat. Note: there exists a certain probability of breaking limits to become a warrior class unit. Unlike training camps, barracks can produce units daily, while training camps require the consumption of corresponding citizens for training. As an elite-grade unit structure, the Xiaolan Barracks unlocks a basic class each time it levels up. Gallo was fortunate. The recently established barracks unlocked the skirmisher class as its first basic occupation. On the vast, flat grasslands, skirmishers were undoubtedly the most fitting class available from the Xiaolan Barracks. However, upon witnessing 10 skirmishers emerging from the barracks, Gallo awkwardly realized that while the barracks could produce skirmishers, it did not provide mounts. With no other option, Gallo took the risk of capturing a dozen feathered deer, and after a brief taming process, temporarily designated them as mounts for her skirmishers. She was now leading her newly formed Xiaolan skirmisher squad on a hunt, adapting to both riding and combat. Their quarry was the LV-15 brown striped saber-toothed tiger that fled ahead. With a leap, Gallo mounted on the feathered deer sprang forth from the grass. Akin to a fish leaping from water, the azure sky and the boundless grassland unfolded before her. Gallo quickly locked onto the fleeing brown striped saber-toothed tiger, drawing 3 ordinary arrows from behind her and knocking them against her iron bowstring. With a resonant twang, as the feathered deer descended, the 3 arrows shot forth like meteors racing across the night sky, howling with the promise of death toward the tiger. Possessing a primal instinct, the saber-toothed tiger attempted to pivot and evade the incoming arrows upon hearing their piercing whistle. However, Gallo's arrows formed a triangular formation, effectively sealing off the tiger's escape. No matter how it tried to evade, at least one arrow would find its mark. In an instant, one arrow struck deeply into the tiger's forelimb. Taken by surprise, the rapidly charging saber-toothed tiger lost its balance and tumbled to the ground, rolling over 20 meters before crashing into a patch of wild grass, finally coming to a halt. With a fierce roar, the saber-toothed tiger opened its jaws wide, its growl resonating with fury. It staggered to its feet, glaring viciously at the rustling grass nearby, ready to make a desperate stand when its adversary drew near. Suddenly, a feathered deer darted past from the nearby grass. The saber-toothed tiger whirled around, barely catching a glimpse of the deer and its rider before being struck by another arrow. Do not approach. Maintain a distance of over 20 meters and shoot it with arrows, a cold voice commanded. The saber-toothed tiger did not comprehend the words, but instinctively sensed that this was the source of its predicament. It braced itself and charged toward that direction. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 Xiaolan skirmishers on their feathered deer zipped past the saber-toothed tiger, simultaneously launching 2 glinting arrows that struck home. With a roar of pain, the saber-toothed tiger turned to pursue, but suddenly, a commotion arose behind it. The saber-toothed tiger hurriedly turned around, only to witness a scene that filled it with despair. The rangers encircled the brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, akin to fish leaping from water, periodically darting forth from the grasses to unleash arrows from their bows. The brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, bewildered and disoriented, was ensnared in a relentless dance, unable to discern friend from foe. In a mere moment, its body became riddled with arrows, resembling a hedgehog. With a thunderous roar, the brown-striped saber-toothed tiger let out a mournful cry before collapsing helplessly to the ground, slowly succumbing to its wounds without even laying eyes on its adversaries. This left it in a state of utter despair. Suddenly, a feathered deer leapt forth, bearing none other than Yiro upon its back. She had drawn her longbow, string taut. The brown-striped saber-toothed tiger laboriously lifted its head, locking eyes with Yiro. A low growl escaped its throat, but it was abruptly silenced. An arrow struck, embedding itself firmly in the tiger's forehead. LV-15, the predator of the grasslands. The brown-striped saber-toothed tiger has perished. A radiant golden light enveloped Yiro, and a surge of energy coursed through her body. The Lord gains 627 experience points and 28 soul crystals. The Lord's level rises to LV-7. Yiro closed her eyes, basking in the profound transformation of her body, before summoning the rangers to drive the feathered deer toward the fallen beast. Under Yiro's guidance, the feathered deer, trembling with trepidation, approached the lifeless brown-striped saber-toothed tiger, a creature that had once tormented them mercilessly. Now, it lay defeated, a victim of the relentless pursuit of its former prey. This instilled within the deer a formidable fear of these bipedal beings, who, despite their inability to run swiftly, had orchestrated such a grim fate. My lord. 10 rangers maneuvered the feathered deer to Yiro's side. Casting a glance at the cavalry's levels, she noted that after a morning of hunting, all 10 rangers had ascended to LV-3, and their coordination with her had markedly improved. Had she acquired the rangers sooner, perhaps she could have commanded them to vanquish the dwarves occupying the large iron mine without needing Huang Yu's assistance. Alas, there is no what if, only the reality of her circumstances. Every piece of equipment used to conquer the dwarven territory, as well as the cavalry now beside her, originated from Huang Yu. While he claimed it was to safeguard his portion of the iron mine, Yiro harbored a different sentiment. She felt significantly indebted to him. Chapter 28. The Scale and Fong Set, Part 1. This stone is utterly unsightly. It must be destroyed. Huang Yu raised his hand, effortlessly casting a spell. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a colossal boulder over 4 meters tall was obliterated into fragments by a fiery magical projectile. The Lord gains 20 units of stone material. My Lord is magnificent. Is this the extent of your power? Truly godlike. The townsfolk marveled at Huang Yu's might, feeling immensely fortunate to dwell within his domain. Huang Yu directed his subjects to transport the stone materials to the warehouse, while he continued to roam his territory. He gradually grew fond of the sensation of casting spells. The energy coursing through him felt ephemeral, akin to an out-of-body experience. And the satisfaction derived from shaping and unleashing magic far surpassed the thrill of firing a weapon in his previous life. In this context, firing a weapon referred to live ammunition training during military drills. Consequently, every sizable stone in the territory suffered the consequences of Huang Yu's whims. Any rock he touched would be shattered under the assault of a fiery magical projectile. This seemingly frivolous behavior garnered significant praise from the townsfolk, who would laud him regardless of his actions. My lord, my lord. Just as Huang Yu was selecting his next target, an apprentice blacksmith rushed toward him from a distance. What is it? Huang Yu inquired as the apprentice drew near, panting with excitement. My lord, the experts Songyun and Bailey have crafted the suit you requested. Oh. Hearing the apprentice's words, Huang Yu's anticipation surged. He promptly returned to the territory. Outside the Blue Mountain workshop, a crowd of blacksmiths had gathered, encircling the recently returned Dilius. Clad in a deep crimson scale armor, he wielded a long-handled greatsword, exuding an air of formidable prowess. Yet, his expression betrayed discomfort as several blacksmiths reached out to touch him with expressions of peculiar gentleness. While he understood their fascination lay with his new equipment, it still left him feeling quite uneasy. Were it not for the fact that his gear relied entirely on their craftsmanship, he might have already cast aside the blacksmiths one by one. Upon spotting Huang Yu approaching, Dilius brightened, breaking through the throng to hurriedly bow before him. My lord, you have arrived. Observing Dilius's expression of relief, Huang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. However, his attention was soon captivated by Dilius's impressive armor. Dilius wore a suit of scale armor, its deep crimson hue composed of layered scales from a magical ancient giant lizard, meticulously arranged to accommodate the body's movements, with distinct zones corresponding to muscle and joint locations. Within each zone, the scales were nearly uniform in size, while those of differing zones varied considerably. The armor's shoulder guards and elbow joints bore the serrated claws of the ancient giant lizard, and as Dilius breathed, the scales would subtly expand and contract, revealing a dark red sheen, as if alive. In addition, Dilius wielded an exaggerated long sword, entirely dark red, its widest point nearly a palm's breadth and measuring close to 2 meters in length. The grip alone spanned over 60 to 70 centimeters, and the blade edge was fashioned from the sharp teeth of the ancient giant lizard. It appeared chaotic yet possessed a raw, savage beauty. What astonished all was that 3 rows of finely detailed red scales were subtly embedded along the sword, traversing its entire length. Songyun, Bailey, is this the suit you have crafted? Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Judging solely by appearance, he was exceedingly pleased with the ensemble. Without waiting for Songyun and Bailey's response, he immediately summoned the information regarding the set. Scale and Fong set. Quality, rare. Equipment description. The scale and Fong set consists of 2 pieces of rare quality gear. The fire scale armor, forged by the expert blacksmith Songyun of the Blue Mountain workshop, has been modified and optimized from its original design. The defensive capabilities of the fire scale armor are exceptional among rare items, providing immunity to low-level fire attribute energy attacks and extreme heat. The Fong sword, also forged by expert blacksmith Bailey of the Blue Mountain workshop, has undergone similar enhancements and optimizations. The Fong sword possesses attributes of tearing, hardness, and sharpness, with its core property being life steal. The reformed fire scale armor and Fong blade share the enchanted crystal of the magical ancient giant lizard, serving as the cornerstone of the entire set. Passive abilities. 1. Fire elemental breathing. The scale Fong set automatically regenerates fire attribute energy, capable of even devouring fire-based attacks of a certain intensity to replenish the energy of the set's core. 2. Scale Fong absorption. Attacks inflict tangible damage, allowing the wielder to siphon a portion of health and energy, with the amount of health and energy restored proportional to the damage inflicted by the user. Active skills. 1. Blazing Inferno. Consuming the fire elemental energy stored in the set's core, it unleashes an expansive wave of flames centered around the user to engulf foes. 2. Flame Slash. By expending energy from the set's core or the user's own energy, it manifests a fiery slashing attack. 3. Flame Resonance. A set skill that maximizes the release of core energy, enveloping the user in flames, significantly amplifying their fundamental strength, with any attack acquiring fiery effects. Note: this product is a collaborative masterpiece crafted by the expert blacksmiths Songyun and Bailey at the Blue Mountain workshop, representing an unprecedented combination scheme in the history of the chaotic continent. Upon reviewing the attributes of the scale Fong set, Huang Yu was taken aback. Was this truly merely of rare quality? Why did he feel that the frost wave in his hand seemed like mere refuse in comparison to the scale Fong set? However, It could not be said that the frost wave was without merit, as it possessed a unique quality. Huang Yu furtively cast a glance at Bailey. After all, it was the product of his epiphany during a breakthrough. Would he be deemed a traitor if Bailey were to discover his fleeting thoughts? Nonetheless, the advantages of the set were indeed formidable. When considered individually, the fire scale armor and Fong blade were not exceptional among rare quality equipment. Yet, when combined into a set, their overall performance surpassed many pieces of exquisite quality gear. Lord, this is the scale Fong set we have collaboratively developed. Sang-yoon and Bailey exclaimed with excitement, visibly pleased with the set they had forged. Amidst D. Leo's awkward demeanor, Sang-yoon gently caressed the chest plate of the scale Fong set. He then patted D. Leo's on the shoulder and spoke, Lord D. Leo's, you must have acclimated to the scale Fong set by now. Could you please demonstrate it for our lord? Very well. D. Leo's nodded. With the eager gazes of the onlookers upon him, he strode towards the barren land of the territory. Chapter 29, The Scale Fong Set, Part 2, standing 50 meters away. D. Leo's positioned himself on a relatively flat area of the slope. Under his command, the scale Fong set dimmed its faint crimson glow. Huang Yu and the others stood atop the hillside, waiting in silence. Suddenly, a surge of scarlet flames erupted from the gaps in the armor's scales. A dark red fire surged like a tide, radiating from D. Leo's at its center. In an instant, the blazing inferno engulfed a 10-meter radius. The flames soared 4 to 5 meters high, radiating waves of intense heat in all directions. The vegetation within D. Leo's vicinity was reduced to ashes the moment the flames erupted. Huang Yu, standing on the hillside, could feel the scorching heat. A testament to the flame's intensity. D. Leo's remained enveloped within the fiery domain, his silhouette distorted by the extreme heat, causing Huang Yu to feel a pang of concern. If D. Leo's were to be injured, or even perish due to the testing of an equipment piece, it would be a tremendous loss for him. However, Huang Yu's concerns proved to be unfounded. At that moment, D. Leo's sprang into action, gripping the Fong blade with one hand. A deep crimson light, even darker than the flames, coiled around the sword's body. D. Leo's then swung the sword in a reverse motion, carving a crescent-shaped fiery slash through the air. Flame Slash, the second active skill of the scale Fong set. The fiery slash gouged a deep trench into the ground, dissipating after traveling several meters. Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Based on the displayed power and attack range, the scale Fong set was only marginally weaker than the frost wave. A low-frequency hum emanated from D. Leo's as he maximized the release of core energy. Streams of flames erupted from the joints of the scale armor, transforming him into a hellish knight engulfed in fire. He knelt, then leaped fiercely out of the fiery domain, trailing a long tail of flames as he descended the slope. Boom! Like a meteor striking the ground, D. Leo's landing created a deep crater. The flames on his body erupted with a thunderous roar, sending waves of fire rippling outward and raising clouds of dust. Swish, swish, swish. 3 towering flame slashes, each 4 meters high, surged from the dust, striking a distant protruding boulder. Sparks flew as the boulder shattered into 6 pieces, each exhibiting signs of silicification on their cross-sections. Witnessing D. Leo's prowess while clad in the scale Fong set, Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction and called out, "That's enough. D. Leo's, you can stop here." Upon hearing Huang Yu's command, D. Leo's ceased his subsequent actions. The flames extinguished instantaneously, restoring him to his previous state. Turning back, Huang Yu addressed Bailey and Sang-yoon, saying, "Well done. You have truly astonished me. To harness the power of rare quality equipment to such an extent is a feat only the blacksmiths of Blue Mountain Workshop could achieve." Upon hearing Huang Yu's affirmation, Bailey and Sang-yoon exchanged glances, sighing with relief. Throughout the morning, they had dedicated nearly all their energy to the creation of the scale Fong set. Now, their efforts bore fruit, and the successful crafting of the scale Fong set was largely thanks to the Lord's support. With a humble expression, Bailey remarked, "It is only due to the ideas you provided, my lord, that Sang-yoon and I were able to find a direction for development." "What ideas have I provided?" Huang Yu chuckled inwardly, maintaining a composed facade as he accepted Bailey's compliment. Noticing Huang Yu's lack of reaction, Bailey continued, "My lord, having gone through the development of the scale Fong set, Sang-yoon and I have amassed a wealth of experience. After a period of consolidation, we are confident we can advance to master level." Oh, upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt a jolt of excitement. While expert-level blacksmiths were formidable, their capacity for forging equipment was limited. No matter how skilled an expert-level blacksmith might be, they could only forge items of perfection grade or below. However, master-level blacksmiths were entirely different. They could perfectly exploit the properties of materials. Every piece of equipment they crafted was the finest within its grade. Furthermore, with the provision of high-quality materials, they could create extraordinary or even epic-grade equipment. Huang Yu could not help but inquire, "How can I assist you in advancing to master level more swiftly?" "More high-quality materials." Sang-yoon hesitated before responding. "To ascend to master level, mere theory is insufficient. We must continually experiment. This process will consume a significant amount of materials, and the cost will be considerable. Do not worry about waste." Huang Yu waved his hand. Speaking earnestly, every master is invaluable, and the waste of a few materials is of little consequence. Henceforth, aside from the specific equipment I expressly request, you may take and utilize any materials available according to your own discretion. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bai Li and Song Yun were deeply touched. They hurriedly bowed and expressed, "Thank you, Lord. We will not disappoint you." Huang Yu nodded, seemingly indifferent. After all, what are high-grade materials? Though he may not possess an abundance at the moment, he does have soul crystals. With a thought, Huang Yu opened the Chaos Mall. By the end of the morning, the inventory of the shop had been significantly depleted, with even 7 pieces of superior grade equipment sold. The number of soul crystals in Huang Yu's account had surged to over 17,000. This, indeed, bolstered his confidence. If he could not procure high-grade materials for now, he could simply purchase them from the Chaos Mall. There is no shame in that. Searching for equipment crafting materials in the Chaos Mall, he filtered for those of rare quality and above. In a short while, a list of materials appeared before Huang Yu. Venomous mountain viper fangs. Quality, rare. Unit price, 650. Current quantity, 25. Description: the venomous mountain viper is an extremely toxic magical creature. Its fangs are composed of magical tissue, possessing potent venom that can cause the internal organs of even a level 49 warrior to decay and perish if they do not consume an antidote in time. Darkback turtle shell. Quality, rare. Unit price, 750. Current quantity, 20. Description: the darkback turtle is a marine magical turtle species, with a shell of black color that surpasses fine iron in hardness. Glorious stone. Quality, excellent. Price, 1520. Current quantity, 100. Description: the glorious stone is a rare mineral with an extremely unstable structure, prone to explosive reactions with formidable force. Cypress dragon horn. Quality, perfect. Price, 25,000. Current quantity, 5. Description: the cypress dragon is a solitary creature, resembling a dragon but unrelated to the intelligent dragon race. Cypress dragons are scarce and highly alert, making them difficult to capture. Their horns serve as both their magical tissue and crystallization, brimming with natural energy. After a swift glance, Huang Yu expressionlessly closed the Chaos Mall. My apologies. I must admit, I am indeed a miser. In the past, ordinary materials were worth at most 2 or 3 soul crystals. Superior grade materials were somewhat pricier, yet seldom exceeding 50 soul crystals. To his surprise, once the rarity level reached rare, the price disparity was staggering. However, reflecting on the exaggerated capabilities displayed by the Scale Fong set, Huang Yu felt a sense of relief. A single Scale Fong set is undoubtedly worth more than 10 sets of Crimson Crocodile armor. No wonder Bai Li mentioned that the limit for apprentice-level blacksmiths is superior grade equipment, while expert-level blacksmiths can only reach the threshold of perfect grade equipment, and master-level blacksmiths can aspire to epic grade gear. From the rare and extraordinary grades onward, the effects of equipment will undergo a qualitative transformation. Having agreed so readily earlier, Huang Yu found himself in a bind, reluctantly purchasing 2 venomous mountain viper fangs and 2 darkback turtle shells at a total expenditure of 2,800 soul crystals. Naturally, Huang Yu did not expect that 4 pieces of rare materials would elevate Bai Li and Song Yun to master-level blacksmiths. He merely wished to demonstrate to his subordinates that he indeed possessed the means and was willing to support them. A lord must instill confidence in their followers. Upon witnessing Huang Yu suddenly produce 4 pieces of rare materials, both Song Yun and Bai Li were rendered speechless. Observing their moved expressions, Huang Yu smiled calmly and said, "Take these 4 rare materials and put them to the test." "Thank you, Lord," the two exclaimed, elated. Bai Li, gazing sincerely at Huang Yu, bowed and vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, we will diligently study and strive to become master-level blacksmiths, ensuring that your support yields a bountiful return." Meanwhile, Song Yun, stroking the darkback turtle shell, cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, and crafting rare equipment remains within our capabilities. Though we will study these materials, we shall ensure they are not wasted. Naturally, it would be ideal to avoid waste. However, it seemed that rare-grade materials were soon to become insufficient for the needs of the 2 expert-level blacksmiths. I can also lend a hand with the materials." Dilius had already returned to the group. Hearing the blacksmith's requests for materials, he immediately addressed Huang Yu. "My lord, our strength has significantly increased, and I believe we should venture further afield to battle. Not only will this allow for rapid leveling, but it also presents a greater chance of encountering higher-level beasts." Wielding his Fong of the Thicket, Dilius proclaimed with pride, "Next time we encounter a magical ancient giant lizard, I can take it down effortlessly on my own." Huang Yu pondered for a moment before deciding to grant Dilius's request. "Dilius, I agree to your request, but I have one condition." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Dilius was elated. The nearby wild creatures had already been nearly eradicated by them, and the remaining ones held no thrill for him. Now, he could finally journey to more distant lands and engage with stronger foes. As for Huang Yu's condition, he would agree to anything. Dilius obediently lowered his head and replied, "Please, my lord, command me. You may only bring 20 Spartan warriors each time, and not a single warrior must be lost. Can you manage that?" "Absolutely." Dilius responded with unwavering conviction. Huang Yu nodded, remaining silent as he allowed Dilius to select his team. He then instructed the Spartan bard, Musa, to temporarily lead the remaining 20 Spartan warriors in battles nearby to gain experience. Perhaps due to the unique nature of the Spartan bard profession, Musa's level was rising rapidly, nearing a breakthrough to level 5. Huang Yu had reason to suspect that this fellow's skill, Spartan War Song, possessed an ability to garner experience. The two squads of Spartan warriors departed the territory. Bai Li and Song Yuan, eager to return to the Blue Mountain workshop with their materials, set off as well. Huang Yu gazed at the scorched earth on the hillside. The flames had extinguished, yet thick gray smoke still billowed. Ashes danced into the sky with the gentle breeze. There was a fire on the mountain, yet no one seemed to know how to extinguish it. Bored, Huang Yu drew his frost wave and with a decisive swing, unleashed a frost slash. A pale blue strike surged forth from Huang Yu, landing upon the hillside. Subsequently, the charred earth was encased in a chilling frost. At the northeastern forest's edge, a gruesome battle was unfolding. Dozens of burly orcs with grayish skin issued horrid, mocking sounds as they wielded crude weapons, slaughtering a beast resembling a wild bison. Although the monstrous creatures were of colossal stature and bore skin that appeared remarkably tough, they fled in terror before the onslaught of the orcs, daring not to resist in the slightest. A young beast was incapacitated by two orcs who shattered its joints, casting it to the ground. Before it could raise its head, a robust pillar descended upon it with a thud. The creature's skull visibly caved in upon impact, ending its life in an instant. Amidst the fleeing horde of beasts, a mature creature suddenly halted, unleashing a mournful roar as it charged towards the orc responsible for the death of the juvenile. Whether driven by grief or some other psychic burden, its eyes burned crimson. As it ran, torrents of blood gushed from its mouth and nostrils, rendering it a fearsome sight. How dare you oppose the will of the mighty orcs, mere prey? The orc who had crushed the young beast rose, towering over 3 meters tall, its muscles bulging grotesquely as if enhanced by some unnatural force. With a resounding crash, a 4-meter-tall metallic pillar, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, was planted into the ground by his might. The pillar, resembling metal and adorned with strange runes, bore the fresh blood of the slain young beast upon its apex. Feel the terror of Ogrim, you feeble beings, declared Ogrim, the orc lord and shaman, as he struck the totemic pillar with force. This was his emblem of authority and a tool for his sorcery. With a sharp metallic clang, one of the runes on the pillar erupted in a grayish-purple ripple that spread outward, engulfing the approaching beasts. A wave of overwhelming dread enveloped them, causing their momentum to falter as their limbs trembled, nearly succumbing to the ground. Offer your flesh and blood to the destined great Ogrim. With another resounding blow to the totemic pillar, a different rune ignited. The beasts, still grappling with their internal terror, failed to notice the ground beneath them trembling slightly. Suddenly, a rocky spike shot up from the earth, piercing through the jaw of an unsuspecting beast before it could react. Blood gushed forth, staining the rocky protrusion a deep crimson. Ogrim approached the lifeless creature, cupping a handful of its blood with his palm the size of a fan, raising it to his lips to drink. His previously grotesque visage morphed into something even more monstrous. Observing the majority of the beasts retreating into the forest, Ogrim's countenance darkened. With sufficient manpower, all these creatures would become his resources. Raising his gaze above the treetops, Ogrim spotted a plume of thick smoke rising, a sinister smile gradually forming on his face. Could it be an intriguing quarry? Chapter 31, Territory Under Siege. Blue Mountain Workshop. You have acquired an expert-level blacksmith. Another apprentice has ascended to the rank of expert blacksmith. Huang Yu, reclining in a lounge chair, opened his eyes at the notification, gesturing for the maid who was kneading his legs to leave. He donned his attire and made his way to the Blue Mountain Workshop. The Blue Mountain Workshop was a 2-story edifice. The ground floor was filled to the brim with various raw materials, where 10 apprentice blacksmiths were diligently at work. Observing the bustling apprentices and the plethora of unfinished materials, Huang Yu felt it necessary to consider augmenting the number of blacksmiths. Navigating past the neatly organized raw materials, Huang Yu ascended to the 2nd floor. Lord, you have arrived. As he stepped onto the 2nd floor, Bai Li's keen eyes spotted him. Bai Li approached Huang Yu, accompanied by a kindly-looking blacksmith, and spoke, "Congratulations, Lord, on adding another expert-level blacksmith to your ranks." "Indeed, that is the purpose of my visit," Huang Yu replied, turning his attention to the man, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, perhaps due to facing Huang Yu for the first time, yet he earnestly introduced himself. "Greetings, Lord. My name is Moping, and I specialize in the crafting of bows and crossbows." Huang Yu nodded, pulling up Moping's information panel. Blacksmith, Moping. Level, Expert. Specialization, bows and crossbows. Potential, 25 chance of ascending to Master Blacksmith. Moping's potential lay between Song Yun and Bai Li, with a reasonable likelihood of becoming a Master Blacksmith. Lord, yesterday, while working on the iron frame bow with Song Yun, it was Moping who assisted in resolving several technical issues, Bai Li added. Huang Yu chuckled, patting Moping on the shoulder in a friendly manner. That iron frame bow has proven immensely valuable. What reward do you desire? Not at all. That was my duty. Moping quickly waved his hands, looking quite nervous, appearing to be an introverted individual. Ha ha ha. As your lord, how could I not reward you for your contributions? Huang Yu chuckled lightly, his consciousness drifting into the chaotic mall, where he promptly located a rare material. Now that you are an expert-level blacksmith, your privileges will be on par with Bai Li and Sanya. Henceforth, you may freely utilize materials from the warehouse, and feel free to approach me with any requests. Thank you, Lord. Moping bowed deeply, clearly satisfied. Do not be so formal. Huang Yu gently lifted Moping, smiling as he added, by the way, to celebrate your promotion to expert-level blacksmith, I have prepared a gift for you. Producing the materials he had procured, Huang Yu presented them to Moping. 1,000 threads wood. A rare-grade material. Huang Yu announced with a smile. 1,000 threads wood is an excellent material for bow crafting, possessing remarkable flexibility and valued at 700 soul crystals. As an expert-level blacksmith, particularly in the realm of bows and crossbows, Moping certainly recognized 1,000 threads wood. He simply did not expect Huang Yu to present him with such a precious material upon their first meeting. Thank you, Lord. Moping exclaimed, excitement prompting him to bow once more. For a blacksmith, high-quality materials were the very essence of their craft. Huang Yu halted Moping's excessively respectful gestures. Understanding that while a lord must maintain a necessary dignity before his subordinates, it must be balanced. Just as Huang Yu sought to deepen his rapport with Moping, a long and short blast of a horn echoed through the territory. Lord, it is the alert horn. The sound had emanated from the alert horn crafted by the Blue Mountain Workshop. This finely crafted equipment bore no offensive capabilities. Its sole purpose was to transmit sound over great distances. Huang Yu had initially intended it for communication with the Spartan warriors engaged in battles within the forest. Subsequently, he devised various signals, including long and short blasts, to serve as the most fundamental means of remote information exchange. The combination of a long and a short blast indicated the presence of enemies near the territory, with the wild creatures in the vicinity largely eradicated. From whence could the enemy have come? This marks the first encounter of the universe territory with an enemy's proactive assault. Huang Yu, unwilling to delay, promptly exited the Blue Mountain Workshop. At that moment, the village chief approached him, accompanied by a robust farmer, who held a warning horn in his grasp, evidently the one who had sounded it. My lord, calamity strikes. Enemies have appeared near the territory. The village chief hurriedly approached Huang Yu, his face pallid and his words disjointed, clearly shaken by the foes lurking outside the territory. Calm yourself, Huang Yu admonished sharply. The 7-day protection period for the territory has not yet elapsed. During this time, no enemy can breach the universe territory. Although we lack even a single Spartan warrior within our domain, there is no cause for alarm. The village chief's actions were nothing short of a disturbance to the morale of the populace. In such turbulent times, any unforeseen incident that undermined the citizens' confidence and loyalty would not go unpunished by Huang Yu. Upon witnessing the darkening expression on Huang Yu's face, the village chief's heart sank, instantly realizing his indiscretion and the trouble he had caused the lord, which filled him with regret. My lord, it is merely that those monsters are far too terrifying. He stammered, lowering his head. When he noticed that no one was paying him any heed, he looked up, only to find Huang Yu and the others had already departed, his complexion turning ashen. Your village chief's loyalty has decreased by 10 points due to fear. As Huang Yu advanced toward the direction where the enemies were spotted, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes upon receiving the system notification. It seemed that a change in leadership was necessary for the position of village chief. Arriving at the northeastern edge of the territory, Huang Yu's brows furrowed at the sight of the enemies. The grotesque, gray-skinned humanoid beings before him towered over 2 meters in height, each more hideous than the last. Green faces, jagged teeth, and eyes the size of brass bells, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits. Huang Yu accessed the information panel regarding the foes. Orc, race level, high. Note, racial levels are categorized as low, common, medium, high, and super, with the human race classified as common. Lord's authority, totem pillar, description, orcs, regardless of age or gender, are destined to become formidable warriors from birth. Upon reaching adulthood, they typically possess strength rivaling that of wild beasts, along with exceptional endurance, magical resistance, and recovery abilities. Orcs who inherit the totem pillar are not only powerful warriors, but often formidable spellcasters as well. High-level race. Huang Yu's expression hardened. He had a fair idea of the origins of these foes. The faction from the grasslands was, as anticipated, this very group of orcs. Chapter 32. Come here. 18 orcs stood outside the territory. The weapons they wielded, though seemingly crude, exuded an aura of brutality and ruggedness, accentuated by their muscular physiques. Particularly, the orc leading the group towered over the rest, his sinewy muscles coiling together, veins bulging like purple serpents, clearly a formidable opponent. Huang Yu specifically summoned the information regarding the orc leader. Orc leader, level, totem pillar, skills. Aside from the orc leader's identity, all other information was obscured by question marks. Observing Huang Yu, who basked in the spotlight, the orc leader likely recognized his status and pointed at Huang Yu. uttering a few phrases in a language Huang Yu could not comprehend. Subsequently, the 18 orcs erupted into raucous laughter. One orc, brandishing a stone axe, swaggered to the edge of the universe territory, coming within a mere 10 meters of Huang Yu. With a thud, he hurled the stone axe to the ground, twisting his neck. The orc's previously playful expression contorted into a menacing grimace as he bared his teeth at Huang Yu and the others, letting out a roar that resonated throughout the universe territory. The ordinary citizens near Huang Yu turned pale, instinctively taking a step back. However, upon witnessing Huang Yu's unwavering demeanor, they shamefully returned to stand behind him. Those observing from a distance fared even worse, some collapsing in fright, others trembling and unable to maintain their footing, while a few screamed and sought refuge. Noticing Huang Yu's calm disposition, even bearing a hint of mockery, the orc's eyes flickered with surprise. He then opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and spat a glob of phlegm at Huang Yu. However, the projectile fell short and plummeted to the ground. The orc beckoned Huang Yu forward, challenging him to step out. With a derisive smile, Huang Yu, amidst the gasps of the citizens and the orc's cunning gaze, strode directly to the orc's front. Then, he spat, the saliva landing squarely on the orc's face. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The orc, taken aback, incredulously wiped the spit from his face. His chest heaved rapidly, veins bulging on his forehead, eyes wide with fury as he lunged for Huang Yu. Yet, Huang Yu stood his ground, indifferent to the orc's aggression. Boom. The orc's hand stopped just half a meter from Huang Yu, halted by an invisible barrier that prevented any part of his body or any attack from encroaching upon Huang Yu's territory. Huang Yu flashed a grin at the bewildered orc, then sidestepped him, gesturing towards the distance with a similar motion to summon Agma. Come here. Agma's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by a fierce glare directed at Huang Yu. Roar. The orc, incensed by Huang Yu's dismissal, seized the axe from the ground and swung it violently at him. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, the axe's trajectory perpetually halted half a meter away from Huang Yu. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Yu did not even bat an eyelid, gazing at the impotently enraged orc. Huang Yu wore a look of disdain, uttering two words, fool. What? Although the orc could not comprehend Huang Yu's words, his expression made it clear he was being ridiculed, igniting his fury further. Be cautious, retreat. Yet, just as he prepared to retort, a warning from Agma reached his ears. Instantly, a searing red light engulfed his vision, accompanied by an overwhelming energy that instilled terror. Huang Yu unleashed a blazing magic missile directly in the orc's face. The fiery projectile struck the orc's chest, propelling him toward his comrades with tremendous force. Get away. Agma, witnessing the impending danger to his subordinate, shouted urgently. However, it was too late. Snap. Huang Yu snapped his fingers, and under his control, the magic missile detonated. Boom. Amidst the violent explosion, the orc that had taunted Huang Yu was obliterated into fragments, while two other orcs suffered injuries, one losing an arm and the other a leg. Lying on the ground, it let out a piercing wail. Roar. With a grim expression, Agma bellowed angrily at Huang Yu. Yet, what awaited him was a strike infused with frost. Whoosh. Agma swung the totemic pillar, stepping forward to shield his injured subordinates from Huang Yu's icy wave attack. Clang. Amidst the jarring metallic clash, the frost strike was dispelled by Agma's totemic pillar. However, Agma was not unscathed. A thin layer of ice crept up the pillar, encasing his hands. Although the ice shattered upon impact, a bone-chilling venom seeped into his body, nearly numbing his hands. Thud. Agma raised the totemic pillar, enduring the pain coursing through his hands as he struck it. A rune illuminated, forming a warm wave of water energy that enveloped his hands. In mere seconds, the chilling venom was swiftly dissolved. Healing Wave, a fundamental skill that every orc shaman must master. After mending his hands, Agma was preparing to tend to his two injured orc subordinates when his exceptional energy perception alerted him to a terrifying energy fluctuation ahead. Suddenly raising his head, Agma was horrified to discover that the human lord was gathering 5 orbs of fire energy, identical to those from before. How could he have not foreseen this? The skill of the demonic ancient lizard. These fiends could indeed slay that creature. A pang of regret struck Agma. Had he erected the totemic pillar at the outset, perhaps his subordinates would not have suffered so grievously. Yet, it was too late for remorse now. Get away, he shouted to the remaining orcs. As for the 2 injured subordinates, Agma had no intention of rescuing them. It was all too clear that they were doomed to be finished off. Boom, boom, boom. The orcs scattered in flight, their speed remarkable, and the 5 charged fiery projectiles failed to claim any new victims. Only those 2 injured orcs became Huang Yu's focal point. In the explosions of the fiery projectiles, they were reduced to mere fragments. Moments later, when Agma returned, he was met with the sight of 3 of his subordinates' corpses, not even a hand intact. Roar. A fury unprecedented surged within Agma. He planted the totemic pillar firmly into the ground and gestured towards Huang Yu, mimicking a slicing motion across his throat. He intended to engage Huang Yu in a desperate confrontation. Having experienced the recent battle, he sensed that his opponent was reluctant to emerge. Thus, He resolved to wait for the protective barrier to dissipate before lunging in to tear Huang Yu to shreds. However, Huang Yu turned to the farmer holding the horn, his face brimming with admiration, and said, "Sound the horn. It is time to summon Dilius and Mudo back." In Ogma's bewildered gaze, a long horn blast echoed through the air. Not long after, Ogma's erected totemic pillar indicated that numerous enemies had breached his territory. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Ogma hoisted the totemic pillar and fled. In his haste, he was caught by the underbrush, tearing away the scant cover he had. He departed with as much flair as he arrived, but now in utter disarray. Chapter 33. All prepared. Bang. Noticing that the enemy had not pursued him, Ogma established the totemic pillar upon leaving the forest, bending down to catch his breath. He had just sensed a terrifying surge of energy. Although still within his capacity to confront, the thought of Huang Yu's seemingly endless array of tactics, coupled with the second-tier totemic pillar's warning of numerous enemies within a 500-meter radius, left no room for hesitation. He chose to flee immediately. However, the memory of his subordinate's tragic demise and Huang Yu's provocation ignited a wellspring of humiliation and rage within Ogma. Simultaneously, he felt remorse for his reckless actions that day. Upon entering the forest, he had brought only a third of his forces. Had he summoned all his subordinates, perhaps he could have dealt with the approaching enemy. Rising to his feet, he rested the totemic pillar upon his shoulder and cast a resentful glance in the direction of the territory. After standing still for a moment, he turned to the nearby orc, whose expression mirrored that of a mourning ancestor, and declared, "One day, I shall lead you all to flatten that place, smashing the humans within into a pulp to honor our fallen comrades." Roar. Hearing Ogma's words, the orcs roared in unison, their spirits ignited. Ogma nodded in satisfaction and marched ahead, toting the totemic pillar. Now let us return to the encampment. Yes, 15 orcs trudged into the depths of the prairie against the setting sun. As they approached a high slope, Ogma glanced back at the direction of the territory. This was his first defeat in 3 days. Though disheveled, he had sustained no serious injuries. When he returned next time, it would be to raze that place to the ground. Orcs shall never yield. "My lord, we have arrived late." Dilius, clad in scale armor, knelt on one knee. His face, now exposed, filled with self-reproach. Had he not fortuitously ventured deep into the forest today and heard the horn, he would have certainly coordinated with the Spartan warriors to detain that batch of enemies. "Rise, Dilius," Huang Yu replied, shaking his head. "This matter is not your fault. The enemy was simply too cunning." Upon his first sight of the orcs, Huang Yu's impression of them was one of brutishness, savagery, and foolishness. Yet, he had evidently underestimated the higher races. That orc lord possessed a keen perceptiveness and acted decisively. Once he sensed his aim was unattainable, he withdrew with remarkable swiftness. Moreover, that bulky totemic pillar moved with surprising ease in his hands. Coupled with the runic magic inscribed upon it, it appeared exceedingly challenging to contend with. Yet, how could the orc lord's authoritative totemic pillar be so easily maneuvered? Huang Yu had attempted to relocate the fire seed, only to find that its position was fixed and unchangeable. Furthermore, aside from functions like the marketplace and trading platform, the fire seed offered no combat capability. In contrast, the totemic pillar served not only as the lord's authority, but also as a weapon for the orc lord, seemingly of greater utility. It seemed the advantages of the fire seed had yet to be fully realized. Contemplating this, Huang Yu recognized that while there were significant disparities in strength between different races, numerous mechanisms maintained a fundamental balance. For instance, the 7-day protection period for humans. During this time, as long as they remained within their territory, no one could harm them. Beyond these, humans possessed advantages in other areas. For example, Huang Yu's primary source of soul crystal income stemmed from forging equipment. The orcs he had just faced were clad in little more than Syrian-style leather pants, wielding exceedingly rudimentary weapons. Huang Yu was confident that an orc of Ogma's caliber possessed a wealth of resources and soul crystals at his disposal. Yet, they were temporarily unable to produce decent equipment. Putting his thoughts aside, Huang Yu instructed Dilius to retrieve the wild monsters they had hunted that afternoon. They had rushed back so hastily that their spoils had been left behind. If they delayed any longer, those wandering monsters might very well benefit from their oversight. It was at this moment that Huang Yu discovered that Dilius had reached level LV8. Furthermore, the Spartan warriors he had brought along had all ascended to level LV6. As levels increase, the rate of enhancement diminishes. It appears that the density of wild monsters in the depths of the forest is indeed higher than in this vicinity. Huang Yu made his way back to the castle, where the praises of the vassals were incessant. The recent spectacle of their lord fending off the terrifying orcs had profoundly shocked them all. With such a lord by their side, they felt a sense of security. "Lord Gallo has entrusted you with 4,000 units of iron ore. Please be sure to receive it." Before even stepping onto his territory, Huang Yu received a notification from his friends list. Upon opening it, he found not only the 4,000 units of iron ore awaiting collection, but also a message. "This is today's iron ore. Please accept it." "All right," Huang Yu casually replied. And after receiving the iron ore, he hastened towards the steel mill. Having faced the orcs and engaged in initial combat, he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. He needed to elevate the territory's level as soon as possible. Currently, the warehouse held over 600 units of fine iron. Some of it was produced from the ordinary iron mine, but a greater portion stemmed from transactions at the cosmic shop. By placing the 4,000 iron ore provided by Lord Gallo into the furnace, perhaps he could amass 1,000 units of fine iron before midnight, thus upgrading the ember to tier 3. The 4,000 units of iron ore formed a small mountain within the steel mill. 40 vassals began their labor, and the iron ore, along with the waste wood brought in as fuel, gradually diminished. This was the first time the steel mill had been put to use since its establishment. Huang Yu stood silently outside the mill, awaiting its progress. In the twilight, the smoke billowing from the mill was particularly conspicuous. Reflecting on the sudden visit from the Orc Lord, Huang Yu couldn't help but worry whether it might attract the attention of even more formidable forces. Yet, to foster growth, such risks must be embraced. Units of fine iron were steadily delivered to the warehouse. However, the 1,000 units had not yet been gathered. Dilius and Musa, having returned to the territory, were burdened with a considerable haul, nearly 100 creatures in total. Huang Yu even spotted several mutated beasts among them. It seemed that today would yield a few rare-grade materials once again. The gatherers rushed forward, prioritizing the collection of the 3 mutated monsters brought back by Dilius. A flurry of notifications rang in Huang Yu's mind. Obtained 50 units of rare boar meat. Obtained 3 units of mutated boar organ, rare material. Obtained 40 units of rare boar meat. Obtained 2 units of mutated boar organ, rare material. Obtained 10 units of rare purple toad meat. Obtained 1 unit of mutated purple toad organ, rare material. 3 high-level wild monsters had been collected, 2 were boars, and 1 was a purple toad. Unfortunately, none yielded mutated crystals. It appeared that mutated wild monsters lacking elemental energy were unlikely to produce such crystals. Chapter 34, The Tumult Beneath the Blood Moon. As the gatherers completed their task, the third night of the universal descent had arrived. A crimson moon hung low over the forest, immense as a grinding stone. Casting a sanguine glow, under the glaring red light, the outlines of the purple and white moons could barely be discerned. A hazy red veil enveloped the earth. The gentle breeze stirred the layered trees, resembling a sea of blood. The hillside at the center of the territory stood as the only elevation amidst the encircling woods. Akin to an isolated island, Huang Yu stood before the castle, feeling a profound unease brought on by the blood moon. An ominous sensation clung to him, preventing his heart from finding peace. Huang Yu consulted Dilius, Bailey, Songyun, and others, only to discover that his vassals shared this unsettling feeling. Dilius articulated his apprehension most clearly, feeling an overwhelming surge of brutality within him. Should a battle ensue, he could descend into a state of fury without even invoking the Spartan rage. It seemed that tonight would not be tranquil. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu forbade anyone from leaving the territory and summoned the 4 Spartan warriors guarding the warg territory by sounding the horn. Their levels had all reached LV6, the highest among all Spartan warriors. In truth, Huang Yu's decision proved judicious. He placed thousands of units of food and over 300 sets of equipment on the cosmic shop. However, upon entering the world channel, he found discussions among lords about the cosmic shop had markedly diminished. Occasionally, a lord would speak, and the topics invariably revolved around the striking red moon. It's utterly terrifying. All the wild monsters outside my territory have gone berserk. Could this truly be caused by the blood moon? I don't know, but it's best not to go out. Just now, a lord friend of mine messaged that a horde of half-orcs outside his door went mad, engaging in a fray with the rampaging beast tide, and were torn to shreds. The 7-day protection period is crucial. Those monsters are battling less than 50 meters away from me, and it's simply horrifying. I'm quite worried. If the wild monster's frenzy is indeed a result of the blood moon, this phenomenon could become cyclical. How will we defend ourselves once the protection period ends? If it becomes cyclical, that would be too dreadful. My territory is merely a small village. Seeing the other lords' discussions, Huang Yu's expression grew solemn. The wild monsters near his territory had been largely cleared, so he had not yet witnessed any violent outbreaks. However, according to the accounts of other lords, if this frenzy were to become a periodic occurrence, it would spell a cataclysmic disaster for the lords. Without a protection period, a single beast tide could decimate their ranks. And given the current pace of development among human lords, it was highly likely that few would survive. Moreover, the beast tide posed a significant threat to Huang Yu as well. In the forests and plains, the types and numbers of wild monsters were plentiful. Should a large-scale outbreak of wild monsters occur, the current cosmic territory would be but a solitary vessel adrift in a raging ocean. Once the protection period concluded, they could only resign themselves to fate. My lord, Shuin and the others have returned. Dilius' voice rang out. Huang Yu looked down the slope to see the 4 Spartan warriors supporting one another, their bodies smeared with blood, appearing quite disheveled. My lord, the wild monsters outside have gone mad. Their eyes all turned red, They attack any living creature. They reported. Moreover, the wards were also provoked and charged out to engage us. While we managed to drive them back into the territory, I sense their strength has increased, and they are now fearless. On their way back, they had already seen a horde of wild monsters surging toward their direction. The four recounted the external situation in a flurry of words. Although Huang Yu had prepared himself mentally, hearing this news caused his heart to plummet. In addition, Huang Yu discovered from the news brought back by the four that not only wild monsters would be affected, berserkers like Dilius, as well as werewolves, would also be influenced, with the werewolves even experiencing a boost in their strength. Friend list, your friend Lord Gallo has sent you a message. You've all worked hard. Please return to the Sparta training camp to rest. Huang Yu urged the battered four to head back for recuperation. With the training camp's restorative capabilities, by tomorrow night, they would be restored to their peak condition. He then opened his friend list to check the message from Lord Gallo. I'm sorry, Lord Huang Yu, but I must return to my territory tonight. However, you can trust me that after the beast tide, I will surely reclaim the large iron mine. Huang Yu understood the predicament the other was in. Moreover, he had already secured today's iron ore. With the beast tide looming, there was no need to worry about other factions seizing the large iron mine, and it was unnecessary for her to remain there in danger. I understand. The iron mine can be reclaimed. Take care of yourself, and if you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. After sending this message, Huang Yu casually transferred 50 fine-grade lizard fangs arrows. The large iron mine in Gallo's territory was currently his primary source of refined iron, and he could not afford any issues. Crossing what seemed to be an endless plain, Gallo rode swiftly back to her territory on a feathered deer. Her body, leaning gracefully on the deer, showcased a perfectly proportioned silhouette. Upon seeing the lizard fangs arrows and Huang Yu's message, Gallo was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of emotion shone in her beautiful eyes. Huang Yu was oblivious to all of this. He opened the world channel once more, wishing to gather more information about the Blood Moon. Among billions of human lords, while most might not possess formidable combat power, there were always exceptional individuals. It wasn't long before he received invaluable intelligence. As an astronomer, I have a piece of news to share that may be good or bad. Based on my observations over the past 3 days, I predict that the Blood Moon phenomenon will last at most until dawn. However, if the beast tide is indeed related to the Blood Moon, we will have to confront a beast tide every 7 days in our upcoming struggle for survival. Is it Lord Xinghan? Could it possibly be Academician Ishinha? If it is him, then the reliability of this information is quite high. Lord Xylan rewarded Lord Xinghan with 5 soul crystals, noting, a small token of appreciation. Thank you for the clarification. Lord Linlong rewarded Lord Xinghan with 3 soul crystals. Lord Ludao rewarded Lord Xinghan with 3 soul crystals. The World Channel actually had a reward function? This was news to Huang Yu. However, knowing that the individual was Academician Ishinha, a pillar of the nation who provided such crucial information, Huang Yu did not hesitate to express his gratitude. Lord Huang Yu rewarded Lord Xinghan with 100 soul crystals. As soon as the reward was announced, the World Channel erupted with excitement. Chapter 35, Exploiting Bugs to Farm Monsters. What a generous benefactor. As expected of Lord Huang Yu, 100 soul crystals at a time. I weep for my poverty. Lord Huang Yu, let me dance for you. I beseech you for a reward. The talent upstairs is truly impressive, due to Huang Yu's generous reward. The tone of the World Channel shifted dramatically. Individuals showcased their talents, and some even managed to receive a few soul crystals as rewards. Although Huang Yu possessed soul crystals, he would not frivolously spend them on such entertainment. His reward to Ishinha was twofold. The information was genuinely useful, and he held great respect for such individuals, both past and present. After a prolonged absence of Huang Yu's rewards, the World Channel returned to its normal state. Lords began discussing the implications of the Blood Night. If the beast tide truly occurs weekly, that is far too frequent. We won't have 4 days to prepare, and all that awaits us is being devoured by the beast tide. Indeed, the pressure is immense. I miss the peaceful life on Blue Star. I don't want to die. Haha, brothers, I've discovered a method to farm experience and soul crystals. If there are wild monsters battling near your territory, you can stand in your territory and attack them alongside your citizens. Once the monsters you've attacked are defeated, you may receive some experience and soul crystals, provided your attack causes damage to the target. Really, is that true? It can be done this way. Exploiting the protection period to exploit bugs, impressive. I just tried following Lord Huey's method and earned 1 soul crystal and 24 experience points. Is it truly feasible? Lord Huey is amazing. This is what a true expert looks like. I'm off to try it as well. Lord Jayaside rewarded Lord Huey with 10 soul crystals, noting, brother, you're incredible. This method truly works. Lord Jinshua rewarded Lord Huey with 3 soul crystals. A friendly reminder, Lord Huey's method is indeed effective, but your attack must inflict damage on the target. If you think you can gain experience and soul crystals by throwing stones or similar methods, you are sorely mistaken. What should I do? I only have a few crude weapons. Hurry and buy some. The Huang Yu shop just restocked over 300 pieces of equipment, and there are more bow and crossbow weapons than in previous batches. I can't believe I forgot to keep an eye on the Huang Yu shop. It's over. As soon as I saw your message, I knew it was too late. Seeing this, Huang Yu exited the world channel and entered the trading platform. The trading information had been rapidly scrolling by, but Huang Yu had not paid it much mind. Since the equipment from the Blue Mountain Workshop had been listed, this had become a norm. However, he had not anticipated that the equipment would sell out so quickly. All ordinary equipment had been sold, and only a few fine-grade items remained. Only one set of red crocodile armor was left on the shelves, while Huang Yu's total number of soul crystals had risen to over 36,000. In addition, there were various materials, which he had yet to tally. It seemed that Lord Huey's words had prompted many to take the plunge and prepare for a significant endeavor. Typically, few purchased fine-grade equipment, but now it was nearly sold out. It was understandable if they missed the protection period. Ordinary lords would no longer have such an opportunity to gain experience and soul crystals. Thus, they had to dig deep into their reserves to seize the chance for the upcoming assessments, the beast tide, and the impending struggle among the races. Lord Huey paid 750 soul crystals to purchase a set of red crocodile armor. The last set of fine-grade equipment was snatched up by Lord Huey. On Huang Yu's shop shelves, only the perfect-grade flame sparrow egg and a set of building blueprints for the Xiaolan military camp remained. It seemed that this individual had just earned a substantial amount of soul crystals. Huang Yu smiled faintly. If it weren't for Lord Huey, his fine equipment would not have sold so swiftly. He had indirectly aided in promoting his shop. Returning to the world channel, Huang Yu generously rewarded Lord Kagaya with 100 soul crystals. The Lord of the Universe has gifted Lord Kagaya 100 soul crystals. The message of the reward flashed briefly, yet it was captured by numerous lords. Oh my goodness, another 100 soul crystals. Are the soul crystals in the hands of the Lord of the Universe always in hundreds? Lord of the Universe, please spare me a little. I just spent everything I had on your equipment. Master, do you have any more equipment? I couldn't snag a single thing in your shop. I beg you to forge some more. Indeed, Master, please list more equipment. The equipment in the Universe shop had been completely cleared out. However, the Chaos Mall's inventory remained untouched. Yet, when there are bargains to be had, some would rather squander their time than part with a few more soul crystals. Of course, Huang Yu was indifferent to these matters. He was simply aware that business was on the horizon once more. Exiting the world channel, Huang took his butler to the Blue Mountain Workshop. The first floor of the workshop was nearly overflowing with materials. Faced with such an abundance, the blacksmiths of Blue Mountain Workshop were completely overwhelmed. My lord, you have arrived. Bailey looked up, his expression somewhat haggard. Before him lay two fangs of a demonic mountain viper, one already shaped into a dagger, emanating a soft purple glow. Clearly, he had been engrossed in his work for quite some time. Huang Yu nodded and instructed his butler to bring over 20 ordinary denizens. He then conducted a brief inspection of the Blue Mountain Workshop, calling down Song Yun and Mu Ping as well. My lord, is there something urgent? Song Yun asked, still gripping a small hammer, his entire person covered in black bone powder. Tonight, you are required to work overtime to forge crossbow-type weapons. Produce as many as you can. I have a use for them. Understood. Although the three expert blacksmiths were uncertain as to why Huang Yu specifically requested crossbow-type equipment, they readily agreed. However, Bailey interjected, but my lord, we do not have enough manpower. If we focus solely on crossbow-type weapons, we may not be able to produce many. You need not worry about that. Shortly, 20 apprentice blacksmiths will arrive to assist you. Huang Yu replied nonchalantly. Remember, I only require quantity. Understood. The three expert blacksmiths immediately set aside their tasks, directing the other apprentice blacksmiths to their respective positions. My lord, the 20 denizens you requested are waiting outside. The butler panted as he returned to Huang Yu's side. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu promptly accessed the functional page of Blue Mountain Workshop. Would you like to spend 300 soul crystals to convert 20 LV1 ordinary denizens into apprentice blacksmiths? Yes, no, yes, Huang Yu confirmed. The 300 soul crystals vanished in an instant. Subsequently, the 20 denizens stepped into the Blue Mountain Workshop, radiating a faint golden light. After a brief moment, the golden light dissipated and a notification appeared. Congratulations, Lord, you have acquired 20 apprentice blacksmiths. Chapter 36, Stepping into Battle, Mountain Trolls and White Wolves. With 37 apprentices and 3 experts, the number of blacksmiths at Blue Mountain Workshop had doubled. While apprentice blacksmiths could only produce equipment of fine quality at best, and their production time was lengthy with a certain failure rate, their efficiency in creating ordinary equipment was still commendable. Bai Li and Song Yun, though not specialists in crossbows, could effortlessly craft several sets. As for the newly appointed blacksmith Mu Ping, being an expert in crossbows, the quality of the crossbows he produced would at least be on par with the materials used. For instance, the rare-grade longbow in Huang Yu's possession, 1,000 threads bow. Quality, rare. Equipment description, silent in its draw, possessing ample elasticity. It requires less strength from the user than an iron bow, yet the arrows it fires are formidable. The bowstring is crafted from the tanned sinews of a demonic ancient lizard. Passive skill, Archer's Focus. Significantly reduces the difficulty of skills such as rapid fire and shock arrows for archers. Active skill, Charged Sniping. Aim at the target, fully draw the bowstring, infuse energy. And release. Defenses of rare grade equipment or lower become virtually ineffective. The Thousand Threads bow was originally available in the Chaos Mall, with its overall performance ranking mid-tier. Priced at 2,300 soul crystals. Huang Yu exited Blue Mountain Workshop with the Thousand Threads bow in hand. Dilius, clad in the scale-tooth armor, stood resolutely on the hillside, leading 44 Spartan warriors. With each breath, the scale-tooth armor occasionally shimmered with a deep crimson glow. The roars of beasts echoed from the dense forest outside the territory, where shadows of wild monsters could be seen darting about. Clearly, the beast tide was steadily encroaching upon the universe territory. Dilius, during the upcoming battle. No one is to step outside the territory without my command, understood? Huang Yu prepared to utilize the protection period once the beast tide arrived to gain a wave of experience and soul crystals. Furthermore, he intended to personally engage in the fray. His level had risen to LV9, and he was merely a step away from reaching LV10. The disparity in strength between LV9 and LV10 was drastically evident from the prowess of the wild monsters. Thus, Huang Yu was eager to ascend. Understood, Dilius responded solemnly. Huang Yu nodded, refraining from further words. Before the battle commenced, he had one more task to attend to. The steel mill had already smelted over 400 units of fine iron, bringing his total to 1,200 units. He was now poised to upgrade the Ember to Tier 3. Would you like to upgrade the Ember to Tier 3? Yes, no, yes. 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of fine iron vanished. A golden light, visible only to Huang Yu, radiated outwards from the castle, expanding in all directions. Within mere seconds, a hemispherical protective shield enveloped Huang Yu's territory, allowing the Ember to upgrade in solitude. Huang Yu descended the hillside with the Spartan warriors, reaching the edge of the territory. Under the crimson moonlight, the gnarled branches appeared particularly menacing, resembling malevolent spirits eagerly awaiting their prey. The roars of wild monsters never ceased and grew ever closer, evidently having taken notice of Huang Yu and his group. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps rapidly approached. Dilius stirred, preparing to confront the threat, but halted abruptly upon seeing Huang Yu's figure. Dilius, exercise patience. Huang Yu had already caught sight of the monstrous figure. It was a towering 6-meter-tall humanoid creature adorned with 2 horns and covered in yellow patterns. Mountain Troll. Attribute: Earth. Level: LV32. Description: Mountain trolls are solitary creatures of the forest, cherished by the woods. From birth, they possess extraordinary strength and one of the elemental abilities of earth, wind, water, or fire. In the dense forest, they are apex predators. Thud, thud, thud. The mountain troll charging toward the universe territory resembled a humanoid tank. Relying on its immense strength, the beast ruthlessly shattered the trees that obstructed its path. Its skin, a deep gray, bore mysterious yellow patterns that stretched down from its twin horns. Level 32. This was the highest level wild creature Huang Yu had ever encountered. With a fierce roar, the mountain monster, its eyes glowing red, leapt towards Huang Yu and his companions, who were on high alert. Bang! Before it could even approach, the mountain monster collided midair. Attack! Huang Yu commanded. Dilius was the first to respond, unleashing a 3-meter-long flame slash from his weapon. The blazing fire surged towards the mountain monster still suspended in the air. However, the creature, a true denizen of the forest and boasting a formidable level 32, managed to evade its fate of being cleaved in two by employing its elemental abilities. Bang! With its robust arms crossed before its chest, the mountain monster's yellow patterns flared to life. Instantly, a layer of stone armor manifested upon its body, and from its joined arms, a thick stone shield rapidly emerged. Boom! The flame slash struck the stone shield, erupting in a thunderous explosion. The shield shattered into fragments, revealing the mountain monster's bloodied arms. Thud! As the mountain monster landed, its stone armor bore extensive cracks. Chunks of stone fell away, disappearing upon hitting the ground. Roar! Cradling its injured arm, the mountain monster directed a furious roar at Dilius. Simultaneously, its yellow patterns flickered incessantly as a surge of earth elemental energy flowed from the ground into its body. To Dilius's astonishment, the damage inflicted by his flame slash was rapidly mending. Furthermore, the armor upon the mountain monster became even more refined. A troublesome adversary indeed. Huang Yu furrowed his brow. Standing on the ground, this creature was practically invincible. However, as the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole lurks behind, viewing us as prey. It was oblivious to the other wild creatures that had been watching. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered behind the mountain monster. Sensing something amiss, it turned its head and, upon spotting the figures in the forest, unleashed a series of roars, seemingly both intimidating and provoking. Rustle. One by one, towering 3-meter-high gray wolves burst forth from the woods. With tongues lolling and drool glistening at their lips, the mist from their breaths, tainted by the moonlight, took on an eerie red hue. 7 gray wolves slowly encircled the mountain monster, entirely disregarding Huang Yu and his companions. The mountain monster paid no heed to the wolves, instead leaning forward, arms outstretched, and roaring defiantly at the forest. It seemed that the true foes were the creatures lurking within. As expected, amidst the mountain monster's roars, a gigantic white wolf stepped forth from the thicket. Huang Yu quickly summoned the white wolf's information panel. White wolf. Level, LV35. Description: this is a mutated giant wolf, one of the finest hunters of the forest. Chapter 37. The joy of the finishing blow. The battle erupted with ferocity and directness. The moment the white wolf revealed itself, the mountain monster let out an enraged roar and charged forward. The surrounding gray wolves wasted no time attacking the mountain monster. They opened their massive jaws, condensing a blade of wind. Whoosh! The wind blade struck the mountain monster's stone armor with a resounding impact. While they managed to hinder the mountain monster's advance towards the white wolf, the damage inflicted was minimal. The 7 wind blades merely etched a few cracks upon the mountain monster's armor. The yellow patterns on its body flickered rapidly, and in an instant, the cracks vanished. Howl! The white wolf emitted a chilling howl. Without hesitation, the 7 gray wolves lunged at the mountain monster, abandoning their wind blades in favor of their sharp claws and teeth to confront the formidable foe. Bang! The mountain monster slammed its fist into the ground, creating a deep crater. A surge of earth elemental energy radiated outward, transforming the rigid ground into a quagmire. 2 gray wolves, caught off guard, fell into the mire. However, the other wolves appeared prepared, leaping towards the mountain monster. A cunning glint flickered in the mountain monster's eyes, reminiscent of human cunning. It struck the ground once more, causing the trembling earth to bloom like a bud, exploding forth with numerous rock spikes. The airborne gray wolves were taken completely by surprise. 3 of them were impaled through the abdomen, left struggling on the spikes, looking perilously close to death. The remaining 2, while fortunate to survive, were also wounded. In an instant, the giant wolf pack had suffered heavy losses. A woo! The white wolf howled hauntingly. Before it, a large crescent-shaped blade of wind coalesced, accompanied by a chilling whoosh, aimed at the mountain monster. Bang! 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 The white wolf's wind blades were evidently far more potent than those of the other gray wolves. Each blade shattered the mountain monster's stone armor and left it bleeding profusely. Yet, true to its nature as the forest's favored child, rich earth elemental energy surged into the mountain monster's body from the ground, and its wounds began to heal once more. Capable of offense, defense, and control, this wild creature was exceedingly difficult to contend with. Clang! A soft chime echoed as a light blue slash struck the ground at the mountain monster's feet. Huang Yu, who had been waiting patiently, finally made his move. A thin layer of ice swiftly spread across the ground, obstructing the mountain monster's ability to absorb earth elemental energy. Roar! Seizing the opportunity, the white wolf unleashed a massive wind blade at the mountain monster. The wind blade whistled through the air, slicing through the underbrush, and struck the mountain monster before its armor could fully regenerate. A spray of purple blood erupted as the mountain monster let out a wail and collapsed onto the icy surface. The white wolf glanced back at Huang Yu and his companions, only to find Huang Yu drawing forth the thousand threads bow. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm helping you? Huang Yu drew the bow and released an arrow. The arrow did not fly towards the white wolf or the mountain monster, but rather aimed at the 3 giant wolves hanging desperately on the rock spikes. Whoosh! The arrow narrowly missed the head of one of the giant wolves, soaring deep into the forest. Huang Yu paused for a moment, then awkwardly handed the bow to Dilius. Wasn't this supposed to be a beginner-friendly bow? Why did I feel no focus as an archer whatsoever? Huang Yu flushed, drawing out the frost wave and infusing it with energy before swinging it with force. A torrent of ice crystals shot forth, turning the 3 gray wolves impaled on the rock spikes into a sieve. The Lord gained 378 experience points and 37 soul crystals. The Lord gained 425 experience points and 40 soul crystals. The Lord gained 289 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Congratulations, Lord. You have acquired a skill book. Please check it. Although Huang Yu had delivered the finishing blow to the gray wolves, his experience points were still less than those Dilius had earned from slaying the corrupted ancient lizard. Yet Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, for he had obtained a skill book. Windblade. Grade, fine. Introduction. Harnessing energy to form a blade of wind. This wind blade possesses formidable cutting capabilities. Note: illegal practitioners are unable to learn this skill book. The Lord is exempt from this restriction. Huang Yu did not disdain the exquisite quality of the wind blade. He chose to learn it. After all, the Lord imposed no limit on the number of skills one could acquire. The more one learns, the better. Skills are never a burden. Oh. Witnessing Huang Yu slay his underlings, the white wolf emitted a furious howl. It unleashed a barrage of wind blades towards Huang Yu, all of which were thwarted by the protective barrier. Hey, pay attention to your enemy in front of you. I just managed to control it for you. Huang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction with the white wolf, simultaneously employing the wind blade, He had just learned to dispatch 2 gray wolves ensnared in the mire. The Lord gained 734 experience points and 72 soul crystals. The Lord gained 667 experience points and 65 soul crystals. It seemed that the experience and soul crystals obtained from slaying wild creatures were awarded based on the contribution to the kill. Huang Yu began to comprehend this. The mountain creature, frozen stiff by the chilling poison released by the cold wave, attempted to stomp the ground to shatter the ice layer and continue drawing upon the earth element's energy. Yet, upon breaking the ice, its foot was invaded by the chilling poison, causing it to wail in agony as it stumbled towards an area untouched by ice. The cold wave, being an exceptional grade weapon, wielded a truly formidable ability, its chilling poison. Once a target was infected by this poison, its flesh would gradually necrotize, all the while enduring excruciating pain. Awu! The white wolf howled, and the last 2 gray wolves returned to its side. Its crimson eyes glanced at Huang Yu before it turned away, seemingly intent on sparing the mountain creature and departing from this place. Suddenly, a wild boar, resembling a small mountain, burst forth from the forest. Its body was as smooth as rock, save for a collar of red bristles around its neck, exuding an air of majesty. The wild boar emitted a harsh roar and, with heavy strides, charged at the white wolf. The white wolf deftly evaded the boar's assault. Before it could even roar, it felt the very earth tremble. Turning around, it beheld the shadowy forms of wild creatures within the forest. The true beast tide had finally arrived at the Huang Yu territory. Spartan warriors, do not hesitate to unleash your short spears and arrows. First, eliminate those incapacitated or near death among the wild creatures. Do you see that mountain creature? Delios. It's up to you. It's on its last legs. That white wolf is impressive, still alive at this moment. Damn. That steel-bristled wild boar is nothing short of a troublemaker. What a shame for all the materials on those wild creatures. The jungle outside the Huang Yu territory had transformed into a chaotic battlefield. As the only elevated ground in the vicinity, the flames atop the mountain attracted the gaze of numerous wild creatures. When these creatures realized they could not enter the Huang Yu territory, they unleashed their frenzied combat desire upon the other wild creatures that had also been drawn in. Meanwhile, Huang Yu remained within the territory, mercilessly reaping the lives of the wild creatures. The Lord gained 245 experience points and 27 soul crystals. The Lord gained 432 experience points and 42 soul crystals. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring a skill book. Please take note of it. The golden light of leveling up continued to flash. Standing within the territory, Huang Yu and his companions finally experienced the joy of landing finishing blows. Chapter 38, Awakening the Medium. Short spears and arrows were carelessly scattered among the beast horde, further intensifying the chaos of the battlefield. Wild creatures below level 20 were virtually reduced to mere cannon fodder in this melee. Only those above level 20 could endure for a while on the battlefield. Yet, Huang Yu bore no disdain for the lower-level wild creatures. They were the most numerous and perished the quickest. As long as they were grazed or pierced by arrows and spears, he could earn experience and soul crystals. Just moments ago, Huang Yu had hurled 5 blazing magic bombs into the densest cluster of wild creatures, instantly obliterating 6 of them. It was a pity about all those corpses. They needed to be reclaimed before being torn to shreds by the beasts. Roar! The mountain creature bellowed, seizing a unicorn beast that had impaled its own abdomen, refusing to let it escape. Then, its entire body lit up with yellow patterns as earth element energy converged in its palm. With a sickening squelch, numerous rock spikes erupted from within the unicorn beast, leaving it riddled with wounds, the scene exceedingly gruesome. Releasing the lifeless unicorn beast, the mountain creature staggered back a few steps, roaring defiantly at the other wild creatures, eyeing it hungrily. Upon witnessing the mountain creature's outburst, the other wild creatures hesitated to approach. What a splendid opportunity. Huang Yu had been keeping a keen eye on the mountain creature. Seeing that it had nearly exhausted its strength, he promptly called out, Delios. Make haste and return swiftly. Understood. Delios was already brimming with anticipation. While it was undoubtedly safer to level up by landing finishing blows within the territory, for a hero like him, not being able to engage directly in battle was unbearable. The crackling of flames filled the air. Delios activated the maximum power of his scale-tooth armor, transforming into a fiery dragon that surged forth from the Huang Yu territory, landing before the mountain creature. Many wild creatures surged towards Delios upon seeing him. Boom! A blaze erupted. A vast expanse of flames belched forth, turning the ground within a 10-meter radius of Delios into scorched earth. Seizing the moment while the wild creatures were repelled by the inferno, Delios lunged at the mountain creature. The mountain creature howled in fury, preparing to retaliate, yet a piercing pain coursed through its body. Huang Yu hurled ice crystals imbued with chilling poison at the mountain creature, encasing much of its body in frost. Spartan, with both hands wielding his sword, Delios unleashed a torrent of flames fueled by his fiery state, propelling him like a rocket as he thrust into the mountain creature's chest. The battered stone armor offered no resistance against the sharp fangs. Delios pierced the mountain creature directly. A surge of fire erupted within the mountain creature, instantly charring its innards. D. Leo's momentum remained unabated as he pressed onwards, crashing into the Huang Yu territory with the mountain creature's lifeless body. With a sickening squelch, D. Leo's withdrew his fangs, and the mountain creature collapsed backward, 2 gaping holes in its chest strikingly gruesome. The Lord gained 1920 experience points and 180 soul crystals. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring a skill book. Please take note of it. A rush of energy surged into Huang Yu's body. He felt that it wouldn't be long before he ascended to level 10. Indeed, level 10 was the first significant milestone in a Lord's ascension, requiring more experience than levels 1 through 9 combined. A golden light illuminated beside him. Huang Yu turned to find that D. Leo's had also leveled up, reaching level 9. My lord, please grant us permission to venture into battle. After leveling up, D. Leo's was visibly struggling to contain his combat fervor. The Spartan warriors beside him had also become eager to engage. Previous finishing blows had elevated their levels to 7. The strength has significantly increased. Huang Yu cast a glance at the wild creatures outside his territory. The highest level among them was a white wolf. In addition, there was a steel-bristled wild boar and a scorpion lion, both also exceeding level 30. The remaining wild creatures were all below level 30. With this, combat was permitted only within a 50-meter radius from the territory. This distance was the maximum range Huang Yu could provide support. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, the Spartan warriors would have ample time to retreat to safety. Upon receiving the Xian turtle shield handed to him by Huang Yu, Dilius was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Huang Yu could not accompany them outside. As a mage, he was required to remain in a secure position to cast his spells. The Xian turtle shield was a rare grade equipment recently forged by Yun, worth nearly as much as the 1,000 threads bow, making it a perfect fit for Dilius. Forming their ranks within the territory, the 45 Spartan warriors marched boldly onto the battlefield, instantly drawing the attention of many wild creatures, including the white wolf that Huang Yu had previously slaughtered its kin. With a fierce howl, the white wolf lunged forward, severing its opponent's neck. Its pristine white fur splattered with crimson. Upon seeing the Spartan warriors emerge from the detested safe zone, the wolf howled in rage, conjuring a multitude of wind blades that hurtled towards the Spartan warriors. Dilius, clad in the Xian turtle armor, led the charge. The Spartan warriors behind him, undeterred, fearlessly surged into the tide of beasts. Stone armor. A hazy yellow light enveloped the Spartan warriors. As the glow dissipated, each warrior found themselves adorned with stone armor, formed from the condensation of earth elements. This was a skill recently acquired from a mountain creature. Stone armor. Grade. Rare. Description. Condenses earth elements to form stone armor on oneself or another target to defend against enemy attacks. The energy-concentrated armor bears no weight and does not impede movement. Note. Non-legal professions cannot learn this skill book. This restriction does not apply to the Lord. Bang. 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 The wind blades shattered against the stone armor before vanishing. The Spartan warriors remained steadfast, not budging an inch. However, after casting this stone skin spell, Huang Yu finally depleted his internal energy. For a brief period, he could no longer use magic. Losadal, Losadal, Volumusa. The battle hymn resounded as the Spartan warriors, with Dilius at the forefront, plunged into the throng of wild creatures. In an instant, blades flashed and blood flew, the entire Spartan formation resembling a meticulously crafted machine of slaughter. The Lord gains 72 experience points and 7 soul crystals. The Lord gains 85 experience points. The Lord gains. A flurry of notifications flooded in, and Huang Yu continuously amassed a wealth of experience and soul crystals. Finally, he sensed a saturation of energy within himself, a precursor to leveling up. Yet this time, instead of golden light, a notification appeared. Notice, the Lord is about to break through to the 2nd tier. Please provide an awakening medium to meet the promotion requirements. An awakening medium? What is that? Huang Yu was perplexed. The Lord may use any material as an awakening medium. However, the Lord must understand that the higher the grade of the awakening medium, the stronger the talent awakened after advancing to the 2nd tier. Additionally, the abilities of the awakened talent are closely related to the nature of the medium. Currently available setting information can be skipped. At the request of readers, this chapter will disclose the current settings and level information. 1. Setting part. Prices. 1 soul crystal, 1 unit of food, 10 units of wood, 5 units of stone, 1 unit of fine iron, 0. 1 inhabitants. The prices and functions of goods undergo significant changes at the rare and extraordinary tiers. Goods, chaos mall, levels, common, fine, rare, excellent, perfect, extraordinary, epic, legendary, mythical, supreme. Types of goods. Population, materials, resources, food, profession scrolls, skill books, bloodline potions, building blueprints, etc. Note. Building blueprints, once purchased and used, automatically yield a Tier 1 building without the need for labor or materials for construction. The required materials and costs are included in the blueprint's total price. Troop and wild creature potential, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, extraordinary, sacred domain, legendary, immortal, eternal. Combat units, Warrior, level cap LV 29. Champion, level cap LV 49. Hero, level cap LV 69. King, level cap LV 79. God, level cap LV 89. Note: different troop grades have different caps. Blacksmith levels: Apprentice, Expert, Master, Saint, Divine. Basic occupations: Village Chief, Steward, Servant, Farmer, Gatherer, etc. Territory levels: Tier 1 Village, 100 by 100, 1 inhabitant born daily. Tier 2 Town, 500 by 500, 10 inhabitants born daily. Costs 100 soul crystals. 1,000 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Tier 3 Town, 1,000 by 1,000, 100 inhabitants born daily. Costs 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone. 1,000 units of fine iron. To upgrade to Tier 4. Costs 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of fine iron, and 1,000,000 units of special building materials. 2. Huang Yu in the Huang Yu territory. Lord, Huang Yu. Level, LV 9, max value. Fire Seed level, Tier 3, adds 100 inhabitants daily. Note: upgrading the Fire Seed to Tier 4 requires 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of fine iron, and 1,000,000 units of special building materials. Territory: Huang Yu Town, 1000x 1000m. Population information: ordinary inhabitants, LV 2, LV 4, 65 individuals. Spartan Hero, Dilius, LV 9. Spartan Warriors, LV 7, 44 individuals. Blue Mountain Workshop Expert Blacksmiths, 3 individuals. Sung Yoon, Bailey, Mooping. Blue Mountain Workshop Apprentice Blacksmiths, 37 individuals. Special Buildings, Spartan Training Camp, Tier 2, Blue Mountain Workshop, Tier 2. Common Buildings, Warehouse, Tier 2. Iron Mine, Tier 2. Steel Smelting Furnace, Tier 2. Steel Factory, Tier 2. Soul Crystals, 41,000. Talent, About to Awaken. Skills: Blazing Magic Bolt, Rare Grade Skill. Windblade, Fine Grade. Stone Armor, Rare Grade. 3. Currently available equipment: Crimson Crocodile Armor. Quality, Fine. Equipment function: meticulously crafted by Blue Mountain Workshop's expert blacksmiths, it possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities, able to withstand the majority of ordinary projectile damage. The right shoulder guard can unleash frenzied blood energy, enhancing berserk abilities while gradually healing the wearer's wounds. Note: this product has been custom crafted by the expert blacksmith Sung Yoon of the Blue Mountain Workshop, representing an unprecedented new equipment in the chaotic continent. Iron-bodied bow. Quality, Fine. Equipment description: produced by the Blue Mountain Workshop, this bow is forged from a substantial amount of fine iron. Although its design is unremarkable, it possesses astonishing lethality, provided that the user has sufficient strength to draw its string. Skill None. Note: despite lacking special skills, the arrows shot from the iron-bodied bow can penetrate the majority of armor of fine quality. Frostwave Sword. Quality, Exquisite. Equipment description: crafted by the expert blacksmith Bailey Duwu of the Blue Mountain Workshop, this sword slices through iron like mud and is extraordinarily sharp. Active skills: 1. Frostwave Slash. Infusing energy during a swing produces a frost-infused strike. 2. Frost Scales. While wielding the Frostwave Sword, moisture will adhere to the blade, crystallizing into scale-like ice shards that, when released, can injure foes and inflict frostbite. Passive skill: Clear Chill. Worn for extended periods, it enhances mental clarity and agility of thought. Note: this product is a unique creation by expert blacksmiths Sung Yoon and Bailey Duwu of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Scalefong Set. Quality, Rare. Equipment description: the Scalefong set consists of 2 rare quality pieces. The Fire Scale Armor, forged by expert blacksmith Sung Yoon of the Blue Mountain Workshop, has been modified and optimized from its original version. Its defensive capabilities are commendable among rare grades, granting immunity to low-level fire attribute energy attacks and high temperatures. The Thornfang Sword, crafted by expert blacksmith Bailey, has also undergone modifications and optimizations. It possesses attributes of tearing, hardness, and sharpness, with its core attribute being lifesteal. The modified Fire Scale Armor and Thornfang Sword share a core infused with the magical crystal of the ancient giant lizard. Passive functions: 1. Breath of Fire Element. The Scalefong set automatically regenerates fire attribute energy, capable of even consuming certain intensities of fire attribute attacks to replenish the energy of the set's core. 2. Scalefong Absorption. Attacks causing substantial damage can siphon a certain amount of health and energy, with the amount of health and energy restored being proportional to the damage inflicted by the user. Active skills: 1. Blazing Inferno. Consuming the fire element energy stored in the core, it releases a wide area of flames centered on the user to engulf enemies. 2. Flame Slash. Consuming energy from the core or the user, It creates a fiery strike. 3. Flame Roar, a set skill that maximally releases core energy, engulfing the user in flames, significantly enhancing base power, with all attacks gaining fiery effects. Note: this product is a collaborative creation of expert blacksmiths Sun Yun and Bailey Duwu of the Blue Mountain Workshop, representing an unprecedented combination scheme in the chaotic continent. Thousand Threads Bow. Quality: rare. Equipment description: the bow is silent when drawn, possessing remarkable elasticity. It demands less strength from the user compared to the iron-bodied bow. Yet the arrows it releases are equally potent. The bowstring is made from the tanned tendons of the magical ancient giant lizard. Passive skill: Archer's Focus, significantly reducing the difficulty of skills such as rapid fire and shock arrows for archers. Active skill: Charged Sniper, aiming at the target, fully drawing the bowstring and infusing energy before releasing, rendering defenses of rare-grade equipment and below virtually ineffective. Chapter 39. The third stage of the Fire Seed, Universal Town. When a human lord reaches LV10, does it awaken a talent? Huang Yu pondered thoughtfully. Ascending to the second stage requires awakening a medium. Furthermore, the higher the quality, the better the awakened talent. Although Huang Yu possesses some materials that could serve as mediums, their quality is inadequate. None exceed the extraordinary grade. Until he finds a suitable high-quality medium, Huang Yu has no intention of ascending. His awakening medium must be at least of epic quality. Coming back to reality, Huang Yu gazed at the battlefield. The LV7 Spartan warriors displayed terrifying prowess. Countless monsters fell before their blades, especially their leader, Dilius. Though the flames of the Scalefang set had extinguished, the Spartan rage reignited within him, illuminating the formation of 44 warriors. Under his leadership, the Spartan warriors surged forward, unstoppable in their advance. Evidently, after ascending to LV9, his commanding ability had further intensified. Shifting his gaze, he noticed the steel-bristled boar, acting as a disruptor on the battlefield, had engaged with the White Wolf. The White Wolf, under the assault of the steel-bristled boar, appeared somewhat beleaguered. Its energy had long been depleted, relying solely on its minions and agile form to evade the boar. However, facing the boar's energy-enhanced tough hide, its minions could barely breach its defenses. After a brief entanglement, the White Wolf, unwilling to concede, cast a glance toward the direction of the Spartan warriors and retreated into the forest. The steel-bristled boar pursued closely behind, plunging into the depths of the dense woods. Ding! The Fire Seed has upgraded to the third stage. The sudden notification of the Fire Seed's upgrade resounded, and Huang Yu witnessed a surge of golden light enveloping his territory, expanding outward more than twice its previous range. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The golden protective barrier acted as an invisible filter, expelling all wild creatures from the newly expanded territory of Universal Land by 500 meters. Many wild creatures, engaged in combat, suddenly found themselves pressed against their opponents, only to be astounded as they looked up to see their foes sprawled 500 meters away. Frozen in shock. Following the advancement of the Fire Seed, Universal Town transformed into Universal City, with the territory size expanding from 500 by 500 to 1,000 by 1,000. During the protection period, all beings are barred from entering Huang Yu's territory, resulting in the current scene. Huang Yu summoned the Lord's information panel. Lord, Huang Yu. Level, LV9, fully complete. Fire Seed level, third stage, daily addition of 100 subjects. Note: upgrading the Fire Seed to the fourth stage requires 100,000 soul crystals, 200,000 units of wood, 150,000 units of stone, 30,000 units of fine iron, and 1,001,000 units of special building materials. Territory: Universal Town, 1000x 1000m. Population information: total of 150 individuals. Click to view detailed information. Special buildings: Spartan Training Camp, second stage. Blue Mountain Workshop, second stage. Common buildings: Steel Refinery, second stage. Warehouse, second stage. Soul crystals, 43,273. Talent: awaiting awakening. Skills: Fiery Magic Orb, Windblade, Stone Armor Technique. Equipment: Frostwave, Exquisite. The third stage of the Fire Seed. Universal City. The ability to summon 100 subjects daily. Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement within. He firmly believed himself to be the first human lord to elevate the Fire Seed level to the third stage. Next, he would focus on upgrading other buildings to the third stage. Due to the limitations imposed by the level of the Fire Seed, both special and ordinary constructions have been compelled to remain at the second tier. This is particularly true for the Spartan Training Camp. The transition from the first tier to the second tier is rather insignificant. However, Huang Yu firmly believes that once the Spartan Training Camp ascends to the third tier, it will undoubtedly yield delightful surprises. My lord, Dilius, drenched in blood and resembling a creature clawed from the depths of hell, appeared before Huang Yu, casting a ferocious silhouette in the moonlight. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "My lord, the beast tide has yet to recede. May we continue the fight?" Huang Yu glanced at the crimson moon hanging in the sky. It was close to dawn, the sanguine moonlight still rich. Though it had diminished slightly compared to its earlier fullness, it seemed that the beast tide would soon come to an end. Go forth, my heroes and warriors, tonight. You may revel in battle. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Huang Yu resolved to elevate the Spartan warriors further. After all, such a splendid chance would not present itself again soon. Dilius, invigorated by the prospect, bowed respectfully and led his 44 Spartan warriors beyond the territory. Their strength had evolved significantly. As long as they exercised caution, losses could be avoided. Huang Yu, accompanied by his pale-faced steward, made his way towards the castle perched on the hillside, taking stock of the resources in his possession along the way. This battle had netted him over 3,000 soul crystals and 5 skill books. He chose to learn the skills of wind blade and stone armor immediately. The remaining 3 skill books included illusory sound, grade, rare. Description: the sound emitted can confuse and disrupt the enemy's mind while intertwining one's own emotions to incite the target's feelings. Charge, grade, fine. Description: initiates a charge in a selected direction, granting the user enhanced speed and destructive power. However, if obstructed by an immovable object, it may inflict damage upon the user. Vortex, grade, fine. Description: summons water elements to create a vortex of flowing water near oneself or the enemy, serving to defend against attacks or ensnare foes. Huang Yu was determined to master illusory sound and vortex himself. Initially, he intended to entrust charge to Dilius, but Dilius declined, stating he would not require it, as he would automatically comprehend a skill superior to charge upon reaching LV10. The Blue Mountain Workshop was still diligently crafting weapons. Previously, Huang Yu had listed several batches of equipment, which had now completely sold out. Over 100 sets of ordinary gear and 3 sets of fine-grade equipment had yielded him an income of over 4,000 soul crystals. Additionally, he had amassed more than 600 units of timber, over 900 units of stone, and 120 units of refined iron. Huang Yu subsequently accessed the trading platform, where he extensively purchased 4,000 units of stone from various infrastructure resource shops, including the Xuanji, combined with the 500 refined iron freshly produced by the steel mill and the remaining materials in the warehouse. He gathered all the resources needed to elevate the Spartan training camp to the 3rd tier. Shall the Spartan training camp be upgraded to the 3rd tier? Yes. No, yes. As Huang Yu stood before the Spartan training camp, a radiant light emanated from the castle, enveloping the camp entirely. Before the new day dawned, he would acquire a 3rd-tier extraordinary grade structure. Now, he simply required a good night's rest. Chapter 40. The Commander and the Shadow of Sparta. After a night of fierce combat, Huang Yu awoke to find the sun already traversing a significant portion of the sky. Lacking a clock, he could only approximate that it was around 8 or 9 o'clock. As his consciousness cleared, he was met with a deluge of notifications. Unread message: Spartan training camp upgraded to the 3rd tier. Unread message: Hero unit Dilius has reached LV10. Unread message: your friend Lord Gallo has sent you a message. With the assistance of his steward and maid, Huang Yu enjoyed breakfast before stepping out of the castle. The castle now boasted 3 levels, its main structure composed of 4 connected spire fortresses, with an additional 2 side fortresses. Spanning approximately 10,000 square meters, it stood majestically atop the hillside. The territory outside the castle had undergone a remarkable transformation, for broad dirt roads radiated in all directions, flanked by orderly houses. Upon counting, Huang Yu found a total of 200 ordinary civilian buildings. Closest to the castle, in the area he had intentionally designated for special constructions, the newly upgraded Spartan training camp stood out as the most striking edifice. The 3rd-tier Spartan training camp presented a rectangular structure with a 12:1 height-to-length ratio, occupying approximately 5,000 square meters. 2-meter wide, 10-meter-tall white stone pillars supported a sloped roof adorned with rugged yet artistic carvings. Within the 3 tiers of stone pillars lay the hall, great chamber, armory, and lounge, while the training grounds occupied the very center of the building. Huang Yu accessed the information panel for the Spartan training camp. Spartan training camp, extraordinary grade building, level, 3rd tier. Note: to upgrade to the 4th tier requires a 4th tier fire seed, 70,000 soul crystals, 100,000 units of timber, 150,000 units of stone, 25,000 units of refined iron, and 1,000 units of special construction materials. Function: can train 20 citizens daily into the extraordinary unit Spartan warriors, currently limited to citizens below LV29. For every 10 soul crystals paid, an additional Spartan warrior, LV1, can be trained. The trained Spartan unit has a 35 chance of acquiring a secondary profession, a 6 chance of becoming a hero unit, a 0.1 chance of becoming a king-level unit, and a 0.01 chance of becoming a god-level unit. Spartan warriors in the training camp can recover quickly, comprehend battle skills, enhance potential, and have a certain probability of breaking through to become heroes. The daily training quota had doubled. The probability of acquiring a secondary profession had increased by 5, and the success rate for hero units had risen to 6. Moreover, within the training camp, Spartan warriors could grasp skills, elevate their potential, and even transcend into hero units. Huang Yu was exceedingly pleased with this upgrade of the Spartan training camp. His focus was not merely on the additional 10 training slots, but on the significantly enhanced probability of hero units emerging. In the third-tier territory, 100 citizens could be born each day. Currently, these 100 individuals were gathering at the foot of the hillside, awaiting Huang Yu's command. Among the newly arrived 100, the majority still held basic professions as farmers, yet there were also 2 village chiefs, for maids, and 20 gatherers. Recalling the dismal performance of the previous village chief, Huang Yu felt disinclined towards basic profession holders and promptly assigned 20 citizens to the Spartan training camp. In less than 10 minutes, the gates of the training camp swung open, and 20 Spartan warriors emerged in a steady stream. With each level attained, the efficiency of the Spartan training camp had notably improved. Warriors at level 1, who previously required an hour, now completed their training in a mere 10 minutes. Among them, 6 possessed secondary professions such as Spartan spearmen and archers, while 2 had attained a novel secondary profession, Spartan shield warriors. Yet, Huang Yu found himself still unable to touch the elusive probability of 6 to acquire another hero. He couldn't help but question his luck. Currently, he had amassed 65 Spartan warriors, yet had only secured 1 hero, Dilius. With a 1 in 20 chance, I refuse to believe I can't pull it off. Huang Yu resolved, gritting his teeth as he spent 350 soul crystals, commanding another 35 citizens to enter the Spartan training camp. After a few minutes of silent anticipation, while the 35 Spartan warriors had yet to exit the training camp, Huang Yu received another hero promotion notification. Spartan training camp, your warrior, Musa, has been promoted to a hero unit. Musa had risen to the status of hero. Upon hearing this news, Huang Yu nearly lost his composure in front of the citizens, overwhelmed with excitement. A throng of Spartan warriors surrounded Musa and approached Huang Yu. After saluting, Dilius congratulated Huang Yu. My lord, Musa has been promoted to a hero. Your most valiant warriors have gained another leader. Excellent. Splendid. Huang Yu clapped joyfully, opening Musa's information panel. Spartan hero, Musa, level, LV8, loyalty, 100, devoted, potential, extraordinary, can be upgraded to LV59. Profession, Spartan commander. Note, the Spartan commander is an advanced profession of the Spartan Bard. Although not a combat-oriented role, it possesses formidable leadership capabilities. Under the command of the commander, Spartan warriors will unite as one, vanquishing any foes that stand in their path. Current command capacity, 80 warriors. Skills, Spartan war song, Spartan battle formation, Spartan combat techniques. Motto, when the song echoes, it is time for our enemies to flee in disarray. A commanding hero. Huang Yu's elation grew. What he needed was a hero to unify his Spartan warriors into a cohesive force. Although Musa's potential was lower than Dilius's, his future contributions would undoubtedly rival those of Dilius. With you, Musa, my warriors shall become a razor-sharp instrument of command. Huang Yu said sincerely, patting Musa kindly. I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord. Musa replied, feeling honored, and respectfully saluted Huang Yu. What could my lord's expectations of me be? Suddenly, a voice resonated behind Dilius and Musa. Clang. Dilius swiftly unsheathed his weapon, instinctively turning around, only to find a Spartan-clad man standing behind him. The man's stature was somewhat smaller than the other Spartan warriors, yet his exposed chest bore the perfect lines of muscle, seemingly embodying the strength and speed of a cheetah. The realization that this man had approached him silently caused Dilius to break into a cold sweat. Although it was largely due to the absence of malevolence from the stranger, the proximity of the Lord, merely 2 meters away, instilled a sense of unease in him. Seeing that he had captured everyone's attention, the man flashed a charming smile and bowed before Huang Yu. The shadow of Sparta, Gannicus, offers his loyalty to you, my lord. Chapter 41, The Spartan 100. Spartan hero, Gannicus, unique. Level, LV1, loyalty, 100, devoted. Potential, sacred, can be upgraded to LV69. Profession, Spartan Shadow Warrior. Note, the title Shadow of Sparta refers to the Spartan Shadow Warriors. While part of the Spartan ranks, their combat style starkly contrasts with that of other Spartans, as they typically conceal themselves in the shadows of their comrades, delivering lethal strikes to enemies when the moment is ripe, adopting a more assassin-like approach. Skills 1. Shadow Doctrine. Passive. The Spartans of the Shadow deem all unnoticed or easily overlooked areas as the Shadow Realm, instinctively taking refuge there to deliver a fatal blow when the enemy reveals a weakness. 2. Shadow Walk. Upon exiting the Shadow Realm, the Spartan Shadow retains a period of stealth, allowing them to reposition or launch an attack without drawing the enemy's attention. 3. Spartan Dance of Death. A combat technique that flirts with the edges of mortality by the time the enemy marvels at its intricacy. Their life has already slipped away into the abyss. Motto, you shall remember my visage when death descends upon you. Huang Yu regarded Gannicus. This new Spartan hero, with skills and demeanor entirely distinct from the bold Spartan warriors, was nonetheless undeniably a Spartan. Spartans are solely concerned with the efficient extermination of their foes. and Gannicus evidently possessed this intrinsic quality. Thus, for most Spartans, that was more than sufficient. Dilius sheathed his weapon, and Musa smiled. Huang Yu stepped forward to assist Gannicus to his feet. "Welcome to the fold, my hero. Here, you shall drink deeply of the blood of our enemies, forging a fearsome reputation that instills dread." "The shadow of Sparta," Gannicus replied resolutely. "To join your ranks is my honor." With the sudden acquisition of 2 heroes, Huang Yu's spirit soared. Furthermore, Dilius, the strongest force under Huang Yu's command, had leveled up to LV10 during last night's monster hunt. Spartan hero, Dilius, unique. Level, LV10 loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sacred, can be upgraded to LV69. Profession, Spartan berserker. Skills, berserk, unyielding body. Fearless charge. Upon his promotion to the 2nd tier, Dilius had gained 3 exclusive skills, berserk, unyielding body, and fearless charge, elevating his strength to a new pinnacle. The 35 recently trained Spartan warriors, excluding Gannicus, comprised 34 primarily infantry warriors. The total count of the extraordinary Spartan warriors officially reached 100. Among them, 20 had attained LV8, 23 were at LV7, and the remaining 54 were at LV1. As Huang Yu surveyed the formidable assembly of nearly 100 Spartan warriors before him, a swell of confidence surged within him. Before such a powerful battalion, all foes would be left lamenting at his feet. "Gannicus, I have a weapon for you." Huang Yu rummaged through his inventory and selected a pair of menacing daggers. Although they were daggers, their length exceeded half a meter, glistening like white jade with dark purple patterns hidden within. Toxic fangs. Quality, rare. Equipment description, a pair of daggers forged from the fangs of the enchanted mountain viper, imbued with a highly potent toxin and exceedingly sharp. Passive skills. 1. Venomous strike. Each instance of effective damage will afflict enemies with deadly poison. 2. Armor piercing. Meticulously crafted by the expert blacksmiths of the Blue Mountain Workshop, these daggers possess formidable armor-piercing capabilities, capable of breaching even the most robust armors with a single strike. 3. Laceration. Wounds inflicted by these venomous fangs are exceedingly difficult to heal. Active skill. Venom injection. Upon striking an enemy, energy can be infused into the spectral hues and murmurs, producing a toxin of greater potency that is more challenging for the enemy to eradicate. This is the standard weapon crafted by Bailey using the enchanted mountain viper's fangs. Its performance slightly surpasses that of the Thousand Threads bow and the Xian turtle shield. Upon receiving the weapon sent by Huang Yu, Gannicus was overjoyed. For a practitioner of a predominantly assassin-like profession, nothing could be more alluring than a pair of high-quality daggers. "Thank you, Lord." Gannicus once again saluted. Huang Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling Gannicus not to stand on ceremony. As he gazed upon the 100 warriors before him, especially the newly emerged 55 warriors, Huang Yu found himself in a quandary. The warehouse now held very few quality armaments to equip them with. Bailey, why are you and Songyun quarreling again? Why is Mooping involved as well?" A commotion echoed from the slope below. Huang Yu discerned the voices of Bailey and Songyun, faintly hearing Mooping's voice as well. Peering past the Spartan warriors, Huang Yu looked down the slope, instantly taken aback by the mountain of monster corpses below. "Dilios, how many monsters did you slay last night?" Huang Yu couldn't help but turn and ask. After a moment's contemplation, Dilios replied, "We did not tally them precisely, but half of the monsters down there were slain by us, while the rest were merely collected. The warriors and I made 4 trips back and forth to gather all the corpses in the vicinity." Huang Yu's inquiry had been casual, yet as his consciousness enveloped the mound of corpses, the information about the fallen monsters materialized within his awareness. A staggering count revealed 68 first tier, LV1, LV9, 126 second tier, LV10, LV19, and 7 third tier, LV20, LV29, monsters. Astonishingly, there were even 3 fourth tier, LV30, LV39, creatures. Huang Yu distinctly remembered that he had only retrieved 1 fourth tier mountain creature's corpse. Where had the other 2 fourth tier monsters come from? Upon reviewing the information, Huang Yu realized that the 2 creatures had indeed appeared during last night's beast tide, one a scorpion lion, and the other a steel-bristled boar. At this moment, these 3rd and 4th tier monstrosities had already been dismantled. Aside from various grades of food, he had acquired 5 enchanted crystals, 13 units of superior grade materials, 43 units of rare grade materials, and a substantial quantity of ordinary and fine grade materials. Huang Yu, overwhelmed by the plethora of notifications, had not initially grasped the wealth of high-grade materials he had amassed. He had not anticipated such bountiful rewards from the battle last night, particularly the enchanted crystals. Remembering the performance of the Scale Fong set, which rivaled that of superior equipment, Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement. However, he couldn't help but wonder if these individuals were quarreling again over the enchanted crystals. With a sigh of exasperation, Huang Yu rubbed his forehead and proceeded down the slope with the Spartan warriors in tow. "My lord." 3 expert blacksmiths noticed Huang Yu and swiftly approached to salute him. Their attire was disheveled, and their eyes were bloodshot, indicating a lack of rest. Yet, They appeared exuberantly spirited. What surprised Huang Yu even more was the absence of any signs of discord among them. They all bore expressions of joy. Chapter 42. Together, we create miracles. Are you saying that from the magical pattern structure of the mountain creature, you have conceived a new idea for equipment forging? Huang Yu gazed at the three expert blacksmiths in astonishment. He had not anticipated that their debate revolved around a novel forging technique. Indeed, my lord. It was the scale Fong set that inspired us, Sang Yun responded with fervor. The energy from the enchanted crystals of the scale Fong set is transmitted through the scales of the enchanted ancient giant lizard. We chose the scales of the enchanted ancient giant lizard precisely because they share a common origin, minimizing energy loss from the enchanted crystals and maximizing energy efficiency. However, compared to the magical patterns of the mountain creature, the energy transmission efficiency of the enchanted ancient giant lizard scales is pitifully low. We have made new discoveries regarding the mountain creature. Bailey clenched his fist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, the magical patterns on the mountain creature are exceptionally pure, allowing for highly efficient absorption, transmission, and release of energy. Mooping, unwilling to be left out, chimed in, if we could replicate a similar structure, we could embed energy circuits within the equipment, greatly enhancing its power. The three of them exchanged glances filled with hope. I have a premonition that if this concept can be realized, we will establish a new faction in equipment forging. Huang Yu was taken aback by their words. Why did it feel as if they were speaking of installing wires in a machine? The entire atmosphere had shifted dramatically. What kind of equipment would this produce? Electrical devices? Laser guns? Or perhaps mechs? Good heavens. I merely wished for you to forge equipment, and you're envisioning mechs? Yet, the thought of piloting mechs in a fantasy world did excite Huang Yu somewhat, prompting him to inquire, how long will it take to create such equipment? The moment he posed the question, the three, lost in their fantasies, were abruptly brought back to reality. They exchanged glances, their expressions gradually turning awkward. My lord, this is merely an idea at present. We have not yet attempted it. The magical patterns on the mountain creature are naturally occurring. If we were to create them artificially, success is not guaranteed. Our recent debate was about how to embed the magical pattern circuits into the equipment. Armor might be manageable, but weapons like swords and daggers must undergo forging in a furnace. The expressions of the three turned pained. After all, this was just a concept, not yet even a viable proposal, merely a whimsical inspiration. Realizing it into something tangible would be exceedingly challenging. I see. Huang Yu's flicker of hope dissipated. After all, not everyone could be a pioneer. Ding. The Lord has received a selectable quest. The multiracial struggle has a quest option? Huang Yu opened the quest notification. Quest name, The Birth of a Miracle. Quest type, Phase Quest. Quest prompt, the vast and boundless chaos continent conceals myriad miracles, and your subjects are currently on the path of creating one. Should they succeed, you and your subjects will become a legend that endures throughout the chaos continent. Will you lend them a helping hand? Quest requirements. Meet all needs for the blacksmithing site, personnel, resources, etc. Failure penalty. Resources invested will be wasted, and the Lord will incur losses. Upon reading the task information, Huang Yu fell into deep contemplation. The Blue Mountain Workshop was a pivotal source of soul crystals, providing the equipment he relied on at this stage. The dominance of the Cosmic Shop on the trading platform was largely attributed to the contributions of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Yet, accepting this task would transform the workshop into an entirely new first-tier building. Its functionalities remained an enigma to Huang Yu. Nonetheless, he understood that conjuring miracles, that ethereal concept, was no simple feat. The Blue Mountain Workshop was a unique building of perfect quality, its crafted equipment even sought after by the Chaos Mall. Observing the anxious expressions of the three expert blacksmiths, Huang Yu lapsed into silence. Just as the thought of rejecting the task began to surface, he suddenly halted. How could he fear failure without even attempting? This was not his style. If he harbored no dreams, what distinguished him as a lord from a mere fish out of water? I shall accept the task. Does the Lord confirm acceptance of this task? The transformation of the Blue Mountain Workshop into a new building is an irreversible event. Please deliberate carefully. Confirmed. Task accepted. A radiant golden light surged forth from the castle, enveloping the Blue Mountain Workshop entirely. The three expert blacksmiths abruptly lifted their heads, their bewildered expressions revealing traces of exhilaration. Ha ha ha, shall we establish a new faction? Such a grand aspiration, truly befitting the subjects of my cosmic territory. Huang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, addressing the trio. As your lord, how could I possibly miss out on this opportunity? My lord. The three expert blacksmiths were visibly agitated, their expressions reflecting a willingness to lay down their lives for Huang Yu. Noticing Bai Li, who seemed poised to speak, Huang Yu smiled and waved his hand. No need for further words. I understand your sentiments. I trust you will deliver results. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the eyes of the three expert blacksmiths ignited with fervent determination as they exclaimed in unison, we shall not disappoint our lord. The golden light lingered for an extended period. Although Huang Yu felt a sense of urgency, He refrained from revealing it in front of them and decided to check the information he had overlooked. Opening his friend list, he clicked on the dialogue box with Lord Jelloa. Upon entering, he was greeted with delightful news. My Lord Huang Yu, the large iron mine has been reclaimed. Huang Yu had been anxious that the wild beasts, remnants of the beast tide, would seize the mine, so he finally felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Moreover, I have a question for you. What is the awakening process like after reaching level 9? Are there any particular considerations regarding the selection of awakening mediums? Upon reading the latter question, Huang Yu was left speechless. Why was she asking him? He had only just reached level 9 and had barely begun to explore the awakening process. Clearly, Lord Jelloa perceived his exhibited strength as indicative of having long surpassed the second tier. Yet, how had she advanced so swiftly, her level matching his? Were the wild beasts there merely lining up for her to slay? Huang Yu was astonished. It was worth noting that he had achieved level 9 so rapidly due to the assistance of over 40 Spartan warriors who had contributed to his experience points. Alongside a bonus of 2,000 experience from the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu felt the pressure mounting. Although his territory's overall strength had significantly outpaced that of other lords, his personal growth was stagnating. This could not continue. Not to mention, even Dilius had surpassed him by a level. It appeared that the promotion to the second tier could not be delayed any longer. Chapter 43, The Elusive Core of Time and Space. Opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu casually signed in. Perhaps due to his poor luck in the previous days, he finally struck gold today. Congratulations, Lord. You have obtained 20 seedlings of black gold bamboo. Upon clicking to view the information on black gold bamboo, he discovered it was a rare grade material. Black gold bamboo. Quality, rare. Description, a type of bamboo that flourishes in mountainous regions, absorbing metallic elements from the soil as nutrients during its growth. Once matured, its entire structure is infused with alloys, making it lightweight yet exceptionally rigid, easily fashioned into weapons with simple polishing. Note, within the growth area of black gold bamboo, the denser the metallic elements, the faster the growth and reproduction rate. If high-grade metal mines are present, the quality of mature black gold bamboo will correspondingly increase. Huang Yu took out a bundle of black gold bamboo seedlings. They appeared quite similar to ordinary bamboo, albeit with a slightly darker hue. After pondering for a moment, he tossed them to his steward, instructing him to plant the black gold bamboo at the ordinary second-tier iron mine. The output of the second-tier iron mine had already begun to lag behind Huang Yu's demands, thus cultivating black gold bamboo seemed a prudent choice. Next, it was time for the discount artifacts. Huang Yu clicked on the discount artifacts with eager anticipation, beginning to sift through the items in the Chaos Mall. Rather than browsing sequentially, he typed materials into the search bar, and a plethora of discounted materials appeared before him. He was eager to find a suitable awakening medium. 40 off ordinary grade material, refined iron, original price, 1 soul crystal unit, current price, 0, for soul crystal units. Current quantity, 100, refined iron at a 40 discount. Huang Yu readily paid 40 soul crystals to clear out the 100 units. He was in need of this material. With the increase in the Lord's level, the price of refined iron on the trading platform had also escalated. The 40 discount made it significantly cheaper than the prices in the Lord's shop. Even the smallest gains were worth seizing, and Huang Yu could not let this opportunity slip away. The 100 units of refined iron were promptly sent to the warehouse, and Huang Yu continued to scroll down. 25 off ordinary grade material. Bullhide. The bull is a giant grassland creature. Current quantity, 20 sheets. Huang Yu paid 50 soul crystals and opted to purchase this. Although he was uncertain of what the Blue Mountain Workshop would resemble after the renovation, he was nonetheless preparing to accumulate materials for potential future needs. Considering the uniqueness of the Blue Mountain Workshop, he believed it would retain its capacity for equipment forging even if the forging system shifted towards magical runes. Leaving these materials for Bai Li and the others to experiment with also seemed a fitting choice. 30 off fine-grade material, golden ram horn. Golden ram meat is exceptionally delicious. Current quantity, 20. Purchased. Huang Yu paid 60 soul crystals, and 20 golden ram horns were sent to the warehouse. 10 off rare grade material, glimmerstone. Glimmerstone often appears in the nests of earth element creatures and is rich in elemental energy, making it an excellent material for equipment forging. Original price, 150 soul crystals. Now only 15 soul crystals. Quantity, 50. The total value of 50 units of glimmerstone was merely 750 soul crystals, which was the standard price for a rare grade material. Regardless of how he calculated it, Huang Yu found it to be an exceptional bargain. Purchased. 750 soul crystals were deducted from his account in the Chaos Mall. 50 units of glorious goldstone have been delivered to the warehouse at a discounted price of 12,000 soul crystals. The perfect grade material, azure crystal, imbued with potent wind elemental energy and natural power, which originally cost 30,000 soul crystals, is an excellent material for crafting magical equipment. Current quantity, 20. I cannot afford it. Purchasing 3 azure crystals would deplete nearly all of Huang Yu's soul crystals. He still needs to seek suitable awakening materials for himself. He cannot squander his resources on this. Huang Yu opted to skip this purchase. Shopping. Huang Yu expended nearly 5,000 soul crystals, acquiring various grades of materials. Among these, he procured 2 units of perfect grade materials, 8 units of excellent grade, 130 units of rare grade, and combined, over 1,000 units of fine and ordinary grade materials. Consequently, his soul crystal count dwindled to 37,200 when more perfect and extraordinary grade materials appeared. Although some were within his financial reach, he chose to forego them in favor of higher grade awakening mediums. Eventually, after navigating through an array of perfect and extraordinary grade materials, Huang Yu encountered the materials of epic and legendary grades. At a twofold discount, epic grade material, Chaos Stone Fragment, used for forging equipment, can awaken the Chaos attribute ability of equipment with a chance of acquiring Chaos-related talents. Originally priced at 3 million soul crystals, now available for 600,000. Quantity, 5. At a one-fold discount, epic grade material, Feather of Good Tidings, a feather from a creature not of the Chaos continent, possessing purification and healing abilities. Originally priced at 1.9 million soul crystals, now 190,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. At a one-fold discount, legendary grade material, Heart of the Demon Lord. The heart of a demon lord from the abyssal world, lethal to any below the extraordinary level. Originally priced at 55 million soul crystals, now 55,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. Although he had anticipated this, Huang Yu felt a pang of disappointment upon seeing the pricing and attributes of the 3 materials. Those he could afford were impractical to utilize, and those he could not afford were simply beyond his means. The cheapest, the Heart of the Demon Lord, was valued at 55,000 soul crystals. Huang Yu was confident he could amass enough by noon. But what purpose would the Heart of the Demon Lord serve? To commit suicide? That item is guaranteed death to anyone below the extraordinary level. With a heavy heart, Huang Yu, clinging to a glimmer of hope, turned his gaze to the last item in the discounted materials, the highest grade material. At a one-fold discount, mythical grade material, Core of Time and Space. The core of time and space is the crystallization of the principles of time and space. Each core encapsulates an endless expanse of space, and only a divine blacksmith possesses the ability to apply it to equipment. Originally priced at 286 million, now available for 286 million. This was Huang Yu's first encounter with mythical grade materials, the very medium he desired most for awakening his talents. Should he use the core of time and space for talent awakening, there is a high likelihood he would awaken a time-space related talent upon advancing to the second tier. Such a talent would be extraordinary. It's the hallmark of protagonists in web novels. The mere thought of it is exhilarating. However, 286 million soul crystals is an unattainable amount for Huang Yu, who would have to labor tirelessly for an entire day to gather it. The core of time and space, for him, is a treasure that is currently beyond reach. It only serves to frustrate him with its unattainability. Reluctantly, Huang Yu shifted his gaze away from the core of time and space. He dismissed the Chaos Stone Fragments and the Heart of the Demon Lord without consideration. At this juncture, his only glimmer of hope lay in the Feather of Good Tidings. With 100 Spartan warriors sweeping through the forest for a day, coupled with the equipment produced by the renovated Blue Mountain Workshop, he might still have a chance to gather the 190,000 soul crystals. Chapter 44, Stocking Up and Harvesting Profits. Cancel search. The complete list of discounted items appeared before Huang Yu. With over 30,000 soul crystals still in his possession, he felt emboldened and began stocking up in the Chaos Mall. Subsequently, a 15 discount for 100 people, originally priced at 1,000 soul crystals, now 150 soul crystals. A 15 discount? This is promising. Huang Yu clicked to purchase. Although earlier that morning, the territory had welcomed 100 new inhabitants, half of whom were trained as Spartan warriors. The ratio of ordinary inhabitants to Spartan soldiers now stood at 12:1, creating a significant imbalance. If this situation persisted, it would yield numerous hidden dangers. At a one-fold discount, fine-grade equipment, crossbow, capable of firing 8 consecutive shots, accompanied by 50 ordinary arrows, originally priced at 320 soul crystals, now 32 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. Huang Yu purchased 10 crossbows at the price of 1. He then seamlessly listed the crossbows in the Universal Mall, pricing them at 280 soul crystals each. After many lords had experienced the benefits of ranged weapons the previous night, setting a slightly higher price for the crossbows would not significantly deter their purchasing interest. Lord Huey paid 560 soul crystals, purchasing 2 crossbows. Lord Xuanji paid 280 soul crystals, purchasing 1 crossbow. Lord Xinghan paid 280 soul crystals, purchasing 1 crossbow. As anticipated, upon Huang Yu's return to the discounted item list, the system promptly displayed multiple purchase notifications. The 10 crossbows he had just listed were instantly snatched up. Huang Yu profited 480 soul crystals in a mere second, bringing his total soul crystals closer to 40,000. At this stage, equipment remains the most lucrative avenue. Having endured the beast tide the previous night, most lords would not face food shortages in the short term if they dared to take risks. With their basic needs met, They would need to prepare for the upcoming assessments and contests. Without the claws of wolfmen or the physique of orcs, equipment becomes the most direct means to enhance their power. However, upon seeing the golden glow enveloping the still upgrading Blue Mountain workshop, Huang Yu felt a twinge of anxiety. Should the workshop lose its equipment forging capabilities post-upgrade, his development would undoubtedly be significantly hampered for a long while. Since he had made his decision, there was no point in dwelling on it. Focus on stocking up and earning soul crystals. Huang Yu shook his head, dismissing any unnecessary thoughts. He continued selecting from the discounted item list. At a twofold discount, ordinary grade armor, forged from refined iron, boasts excellent defense, but is slightly heavy. Originally priced at 35 soul crystals, now 7 soul crystals. Current quantity, 20. Purchased. At a one-fold discount, rare grade potion, vitality potion, rapidly restores stamina and energy, invigorating the user. Originally priced at 100 soul crystals, now 31 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. A good item bought. He can stockpile it for personal use. At a twofold discount, fine-grade occupational scroll for archers, enabling inhabitants to transition into archers upon use, gaining archer-related skills with each level up. Originally priced at 620 soul crystals, now 124 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. An occupational scroll? Many lords likely require such items. After all, the strength of ordinary inhabitants and militia is far too weak. Moreover, it is an archer occupational scroll. Huang Yu pondered briefly before purchasing all 5 archer occupational scrolls. 1 Kajir Kapinji Zhongbei Chenxing Sijing, Suruth Nunglang, He Xin Shi, Kazar 100 Gongli de Fanwei Nuri Chanda Anjar, 15,000 Wenjing, Shanjia, 1,500 Hinjing. Sulang, 4. As Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, he realized that this was precisely what he required. He expended 6,000 soul crystals to procure 4 communication crystals. Henceforth, while the Spartan warriors engaged in battle, he would be able to contact them at any moment. Huang Yu indulged in the purchase of discounted goods, primarily focusing on items of less than perfect quality. He retained those of utility for himself, while listing the rest in the universal shop. To his astonishment, as he ventured into the realm of higher grade items, he discovered that the total number of his soul crystals had not diminished, but rather increased. During this period, he had gradually listed over 200 pieces of ordinary and fine-grade equipment in his shop. Additionally, he had made available more than 20 professional scrolls of fine quality, 25 potions for skill books, and 2 sets of ordinary building blueprints. Each time he listed an item, it was swiftly snatched up by the lords. Just recently, the blueprint for the barracks in Xiulan was purchased by Lord Jiaside. Huang Yu's total soul crystals surged to 61,705. It seemed that following last night's beast tide, the lords had profited handsomely by exploiting the protection period bug. Huang Yu pondered thoughtfully. Not to mention, after grinding monsters for over 2 hours last night, he had amassed more than 3,000 soul crystals. Subsequently, Darius and the Spartan warriors fought valiantly until dawn, bringing him an additional 4,000 soul crystals. While other lords might not match his earnings, they were certainly not far behind, particularly the leading lords like Gallo and Jiaside, who likely reaped comparable benefits. At the very least, Gallo's level had caught up to his during last night's battles. It was certainly more enjoyable when everyone had soul crystals. Otherwise, harvesting them would lose its charm. Huang Yu chuckled, turning back to purchase the 3 items he had previously hesitated over. 1 Kader Kenji Zhongbei Fengugong, Shangshan, Yogoa Sushing, Awa, Jiajing, Jirbei, Yiger Bei Dongjinug, Sangur Dudongjinung Ngunjia, 12,600 Finjing, Shangjia, 1260 Quinjing. Dongchan Sulang, 1. Tujga Jinglang Pingji, Janju Sandi, Yamanrun Bulo. Sandi Yamanrun Shi Yi Qin Shi Xing Yaman, Don Zhanli Chang Hung de Runlei Bingjong, Taman Jirbei Chong Poi de Titi, Wei de Qing, Shubu Havadrui, Nja, 9,000 Wenjing, Shangjia, 1,800 Finjing. Dongchan Sulang, 1. Yijira, Wanmer Pingji Tailao Leiding and Drishin, Ker Yonglai Chongdong, Wanmer Pingji Mwafar Tailao de Furshin, Yikar Yonglai, Drishing Leisu Xing Tenfu, Shurturasu de Mwafar, Tailao, Unjia, 25,000 Wenjing, Shangjia, 2,500 King. Dongchan Sulang, 1. Huang Yu's earlier hesitation stemmed from the high prices of these 3 items. He feared the lords might not afford them in a short time. However, witnessing the purchasing power exhibited by the lords post-beast tide, he felt confident that at least the leading lords would possess several thousand soul crystals. He listed the 3 items without excessive greed. The red feather bow was priced at 7,000 soul crystals, the mountain barbarian tribe at 6,000 soul crystals, and the heart of the thunder elf at 15,000 soul crystals. Even if he sold just one of these items, he would recoup his investment. Should all 3 sell, he would net over 20,000 soul crystals. Indeed, the lords did not disappoint Huang Yu. Not long after, the universal shop sent a transaction alert. Shurtan Lingju Drifu, 4,000 Wenjing, 500 Yue Jingtit, Jiazhu 2,000 Wenjing Dik Tailao, Gomala Sundi, Ingun, Buloa, Jinju, Tudru. Jialuo Lingju Zhifula, 5,000 Wenjing, 1,000 Dui Tawang. Jiazhi 2,000 Wenjing de Cai Lao. Gomala, Hirgong. Chapter 45. Extraordinary Troops and Equipment Customization. On the shelves of the Universal Shop, only the Flame Sparrow Egg and the Heart of the Thunder Elf remained. The Flame Sparrow Egg was priced at 50,000 soul crystals. Huang Yu felt that selling it might require waiting until the protection period concluded. The Heart of the Thunder Elf, priced at 15,000 soul crystals, though not inexpensive, seemed a viable option given that most leading lords had reached the second tier after last night's Beast Tide. Huang Yu believed that few lords could currently afford perfect-grade materials. If they desired to awaken a formidable talent, the Heart of the Thunder Elf would undoubtedly be their best choice. However, upon seeing a familiar buyer, Huang Yu smiled knowingly. Lord Gallo had taken a liking to the red featherbow. Having collaborated on 2 occasions, it was surprising that he did not attempt to haggle. It appeared that this ally of his held a lofty ambition. After acquiring the discount artifacts, Huang Yu found great joy in 2 pursuits, discounting his enemies and extending favors to his friends. The former he had only executed upon monsters and orcs. The latter, however, was a frequent activity. For instance, the items he listed in the Universal Shop were typically priced at 2/3 or even half of the chaotic market's prices. While such offerings might seem insignificant amidst the billions of human lords, he was still willing to lend a helping hand to his fellow lords within his means. Not of my kin, their hearts must be different. Perhaps in the future, he and other human lords would inevitably compete, even engaging in life-and-death wars. But for now, their common enemy lay among other races. There was no need to be overly ruthless. Of course, excluding those black-hearted individuals. Having swept away all items of less than perfect quality, Huang Yu turned his attention to the high-grade products on the last page. The first to catch his eye was a magical equipment. Tujga Chalfan Pingji Zhongbei Bingjing Zhihun, Jirbei Kaisu Hui Fu Nonglang, Tigal Shrifa Zhanzhou, Jansao Shrifa Cd de Xiaogua, Noibu Mingkuraja Wudao Pingji, Budi Wanmei de Bing Shid Fasu, Unjia, 231 Aon Jing, Shanjia, 46 Wan Aon Jing. Wan Hun Jing, Dongchen Su Lang. This magical equipment was a 1-meter-long staff, adorned with blue crystals and a white shaft, boasting an exquisite design. However, its price rendered it unattainable. No matter how beautiful, it was of little use. Huang Yu simply bypassed it, continuing to peruse the subsequent discounted items. Yijua Chunsoa Pingji Wangjia, Chaliman Shar, Tasher Pingxing Shijit, Chaliman Wangguo Tuwibada Wang, Takra Weishada Chi Sherman, Yitong Zheng Chaliman Wangguo, Chong Mo Chao Zhong Zheng Jula Chulat, Bing Ji Bilak, Sun, Thadi, 5 ETH and 9 Oenjing, Shanjer, 5,900 Oenjing. Wan Hoenjing, Su Lang, Weiyit. To his astonishment, it was a unit of royalty. Huang Yu could not help but gaze at King Charlemagne XII for a moment longer. This was his first encounter with a royal unit. However, the price of 59 million soul crystals was truly disheartening. Huang Yu pursed his lips and continued to sift through the list of discounted items. Arja Shriga, Ejin Shriga, Tamanzai Zhanzheng Xiaoyan Zhong, Fiandith Hinda Shriga, Zhou Shen Chengada Eugene, Jusher Taman Jui Changdeng, 2,301, Shanjer, 461. Su Lang, 10. Legendary grade pet, Gaia Serpent, is a cherished creature of the earth, born from chaos and resting through the vast continuum of time and space. Upon awakening, its original price was 370 million, now reduced to 37 million. Quantity, 1. Extraordinary grade potion, Tea of Ethebus, grants brief prophetic abilities upon consumption, originally priced at 2 million soul crystals. Now available for 86 million soul crystals. After perusing over 20 high-grade items, although they are currently beyond his means, Huang Yu indulged his eyes. He couldn't help but reminisce about the mythical grade equipment, the magic melting furnace, which he had encountered yesterday, now priced at a mere 56,000 soul crystals, a sum he could easily afford. Yet, the list refreshed, and it vanished. Shaking off his distractions, Huang Yu continued scrolling down. As the progress bar neared its end, he found no purchasable items. Finally, at the bottom of the list, 3 discounted items appeared before him. Epic grade at 30 off. Legendary grade at 10 off. Extraordinary grade at 50 off. Upon seeing the last item, Huang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Extraordinary grade building, Amazon tribe. Home to the extraordinary Amazon warriors. They are formidable fighters, possessing not only exceptional combat skills, but also extraordinary archery prowess, originally priced at 2 million soul crystals. Now available for 110,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 1. Indeed, surprises often lie at the end. Huang Yu could not suppress a smile. With the Spartan warriors at the forefront, he understood all too well the terrifying prowess of extraordinary units. In the face of their superior physical capabilities and combat techniques, any level difference would be rendered inconsequential. Just 110,000 soul crystals. Today, even if it meant exhausting himself, he would muster the remaining 45,000 soul crystals. The thought of an extraordinary unit beckoning him filled Huang Yu with resolve. Currently, he possessed 65,145 soul crystals, leaving him short by 44,855. Excluding the Blue Mountain Workshop, his only means of earning soul crystals was through the Spartan warriors' hunting efforts. However, even with 100 Spartan warriors battling throughout the day, it would be challenging to amass such a sum. Nevertheless, Huang Yu was resolute. He still had a variety of food items. His warehouse was brimming with materials and potions. Should he fail to gather 110,000 soul crystals before the discounted item list refreshed, he would not hesitate to sell some. For the sake of the Amazon tribe and the extraordinary Amazon warriors, Huang Yu was prepared to sacrifice everything, even selling his possessions, to gather 110,000 soul crystals before the discount list updated. Ding. Someone has initiated equipment customization in the Universal Shop. Please check it out. The sudden notification interrupted Huang Yu. Equipment customization? It had been so long that he had nearly forgotten that the Universal Shop offered such a feature. Huang Yu clicked on the notification and entered the Universal Shop. The customization mode provided by the trading platform for Lord Shops was exceedingly straightforward. Buyers propose their requests. Sellers quote prices. If both parties are satisfied, the transaction platform deducts the buyer's soul crystals. Once the seller delivers the requested item, the platform transfers the soul crystals to the seller. With the trading platform as a guarantee, there was little fear of being deceived. Huang Yu opened the flashing customization options. An immediate message popped up before him. Buyer, Lord of Eternal Sky. Buyer's request. Using flame thunder wood as the primary material, craft a halberd. Achieving at least rare grade. User height 192 centimeters. Arm span. Flame thunder wood to be provided by the buyer. Buyer's offer. 500 soul crystals. Lord of Eternal Sky. Quite a grand title. Huang Yu chuckled, not rushing to respond. The golden glow enveloping the Blue Mountain Workshop was finally beginning to dissipate. Chapter 46. The Magical Rune Research Institute. Ding. The renovation of the Blue Mountain Workshop has been successfully completed. Specific details can be viewed by the Lord. As the golden light faded, a notification appeared. Huang Yu eagerly called up the information on the new building. Magical Rune Research Institute. Current grade, perfect. Note. The Magical Rune Research Institute is a growth-type building. Each time significant breakthroughs in magical rune research are achieved, the Institute will experience cross-grade upgrades. Current level, Tier 1. Note. To upgrade to Tier 2, one must produce a fine-grade magical rune construct, along with 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron. Function 1 Blue Mountain Workshop. The Magical Rune Research Institute retains all functions and personnel of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Currently, 40 blacksmiths maintain their original levels and potential. The Lord can pay 15 soul crystals to add 1 apprentice-level blacksmith. Function 2 Magical Rune Research Center. The Magical Rune Research Center is the core of the Magical Rune Research Institute. All citizens engaged in magical rune research who achieve certain results will automatically gain the secondary profession of magical rune constructor. Citizens can only acquire this secondary profession through study and research. The Lord cannot increase the number of magical rune constructors by other means. The promotion system for magical rune constructors mirrors that of blacksmiths, apprentice, expert, master, saint, god. A growth-type building? In other words, the Magical Rune Research Institute has the potential for infinite growth, possibly even becoming an epic or legendary building. Huang Yu, astonished, felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. Sometimes, misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. The renovated Magical Rune Research Institute not only retained the functions of the Blue Mountain Workshop, but also held the potential for cross-grade enhancements. No matter how he looked at it, Huang Yu felt it was a tremendous gain. Although the overall grade had been reduced to Tier 1, this small loss was nothing compared to its potential for infinite growth. Moreover, the 3 expert-level blacksmiths and 37 apprentice-level blacksmiths remained. The Magical Rune Research Institute could continue to produce equipment. Huang Yu believed accepting this task was an exceptionally wise decision. Following last night's Beast Tide, coupled with the materials he had just purchased from the discounted items, his Tier 2 warehouse was nearly overflowing. Should he forge all of it into equipment, acquiring the 45,000 soul crystals needed for the Amazon tribe would be a trivial matter. And then, there was the secondary profession of magical rune constructor. Huang Yu had specifically searched for this profession in the Chaos Mall, but found no information. This indicated that it was a brand new profession. Currently, only he had the potential to cultivate magical rune constructors. This was a double delight. Just as he had acquired the extraordinary Amazon warriors, he now also had a growth-oriented building and a territory-exclusive profession. Huang Yu's heart was entirely filled with joy. The only concern remaining was the elevation of the Magical Rune Research Institute's level. To upgrade the Magical Rune Research Institute to Tier 2, he needed to produce a fine-grade magical rune construct, something entirely distinct from other buildings. Without a doubt, Huang Yu could already anticipate the challenges that lay ahead. After each upgrade of the Rune Research Institute, it is likely that various grades of rune constructs must be produced. This aspect significantly tests the capabilities of the rune craftsman. Should they fail to present research outcomes, the level of the Rune Research Institute will remain stagnant at the first-tier building stage. However, Huang Yu possesses confidence in Bai Li and the others, as well as in himself. If 40 craftsmen cannot yield results, then the number shall increase to 100. If that is still insufficient, then to 1,000. Even if it requires sheer manpower, rune constructs must be created. During Huang Yu's time spent purchasing discounted items, he efficiently collected all the wild monsters he had brought back last night, save for the mountain monster. Without counting them, he directly uploaded thousands of units of food to his shop. Food has become quite commonplace on the trading platform, yielding minimal soul crystals. Huang Yu listed it simply because he could not consume it all. Rather than allowing it to rot in storage, he preferred to sell and gift it to other lords. After all, among the billions of lords, not everyone was fortunate enough to reap rewards last night. Huang Yu led the group to the Rune Research Institute. The institute is a 3-story structure covering over 3,000 square meters, with a central area dominated by a spire-like tower. This is the Rune Research Center. Bai Li and his companions followed closely behind Huang Yu, their expressions filled with longing as they gazed upon the institute, as if envisioning their own names becoming renowned across the Chaos continent. Huang Yu turned to Bai Li and the others and summoned their information panels. Craftsman, Bai Li. Primary profession, equipment craftsman. Level, expert. Specialization, sword and blade weapons. Potential, 3 chance of advancing to sacred craftsman. Secondary profession, none. Craftsman, Song Yun. Secondary profession, none. Craftsman, Mu Ping. Secondary profession, none. Upon reviewing the information panels of the 3, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. The concept of rune constructs was originally proposed by them. Yet after the establishment of the Rune Research Institute, none of them had acquired the secondary profession of rune craftsman. Is the threshold for becoming a rune craftsman truly so high? It seems that crafting rune constructs is far more complex than he had envisioned. Pointing to the relatively intact corpse of the mountain monster, Huang Yu addressed the 3. The mountain monster is entrusted to you. If you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. I hope to see your results soon. Yes. The 3 responded in unison, bowing. Huang Yu nodded, recalling the customized task he had just received, and said to them, creating a rare grade or above grade halberd from flame thunderwood should not pose a challenge for you, correct? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Bai Li stepped forward first to respond. Flame thunderwood is inherently a rare grade material, and its performance among rare materials is exemplary. Crafting a single great halberd should be quite manageable. Very well, Huang Yu nodded, then proceeded to arrange. I will send you 20 apprentice-level craftsmen shortly. You may utilize all materials in the warehouse. However, while researching runes, do not neglect the matter of equipment crafting. I am in urgent need of a batch of equipment. Lead the apprentice-level craftsmen and make time for it. Rest assured, my lord. The 3 nodded. With the addition of 20 apprentice-level craftsmen, the efficiency of equipment crafting at the Rune Research Institute would significantly improve without hindering their research on runes. Huang Yu expended 300 soul crystals to convert 20 citizens into apprentice-level craftsmen. Watching Bai Li and the others enter the Rune Research Institute, he opened the trading platform to respond to the Lord of Eternal Heaven. The price and conditions are acceptable. You may send me the flame thunderwood now. A moment later, Huang Yu received a reply from the Lord of Eternal Heaven. I will send you the flame thunderwood right away. By the way, would it be convenient for you to add me as a friend? Huang Yu took out the flame thunderwood and handed it to the waiting apprentice-level craftsman beside him. Subsequently, he accepted the friend request from the Lord of Eternal Heaven. Given his good mood today, he decided to grant a friend position. Chapter 47, Lord of Eternal Heaven. True side-eye. This is a desolate desert, where the scorching yellow sand seems to stretch to the very horizon. The dunes rise and fall endlessly. In an unremarkable location stands a small human town. This is the territory of Eternal Heaven. The Lord of Eternal Heaven, Jiangqing Tian, sat upon a stone bench. Drenched in sweat, he appeared to be just over 20 years old, yet exuded an air of recklessness. Before him stood 50 stout and imposing warriors, particularly the burly man with a bushy beard at the forefront. Despite being clad only in crude leather armor made from animal hides, his eyes were sharp and piercing, suggesting he was no ordinary individual. Ha ha ha, Junhui, at last, our equipment will finally have a solution. Upon seeing that Huang Yu had accepted his friend request, Jiangqing Tian leapt from the stone bench, bounding toward Junhui with the intention of embracing him. My lord, please mind your image. Junhui disdainfully pushed his lord away, retorting, had you been a tad luckier or swifter, we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. Recalling the events of the past 2 days, Jiangqing Tian's anger flared at the comments from his subordinates. What kind of speed were those bastards boasting? The moment equipment was listed, it was as if they had gone mad. No matter how he tried, he could not outpace them. I possess soul crystals and materials. Yet I cannot purchase equipment from the Universe Mall. Nevertheless, thinking of Huang Yu's acceptance of his friend request, granting him an internal supply channel, Jiangqing Tian felt exhilarated once more. His exceptional unit, the great halberd warriors, was in dire need of equipment. However, he was unsure if it was due to luck or speed, but he had never managed to snatch anything during equipment releases at the Universe Mall. Last night, he had spent a hefty sum purchasing a batch of equipment in the Chaos Mall, and now the thought of it still made him wince. Thankfully, from now on, he would no longer have to compete with those ancient monsters for speed. From this moment forth, I, the Lord of Eternal Heaven, will adopt a high-end custom route. By aligning myself with the Lord of the Universe, I shall never lack for equipment again. After reveling in his moment of pride, Jiangqing Tian's eyes sparkled with cunning as he sent a message to Huang Yu. Dear Lord of the Universe, you actually accepted my friend request. I am so excited. Never did I expect to find myself in your friend list one day. I have always admired you. Please take good care of me from now on. Upon reading the message from the Lord of Eternal Heaven, Huang Yu was at a loss for words. Is there something amiss with this person's mind? With such an imposing name for his territory, why does he speak in such a manner? After lingering over the block button for quite some time, Huang Yu ultimately decided to give the individual a chance. Speak properly. Refrain from sending me messages when there's nothing urgent. Is the Lord of the Universe truly so heartless? I am quite lonely. Block warning. Brother, I was wrong. Seeing that the Lord of Eternal Heaven ceased to pester him, Huang Yu felt a sense of relief. Huang Yu contentedly closed the friends list. Standing upon the balcony of the castle, his gaze fell upon 100 Spartan warriors, gradually retreating into the forest. He had distributed the communication crystals among Dilius, Musa, and Gannicus, retaining one for himself. Upon acquiring it, Huang Yu discovered that the communication crystal could not only transmit language and text, but also convey video for a limited duration. As long as both parties remained within 100 kilometers, he could reach out to the Spartan warriors at any time. Should another incident akin to the previous orc attack arise, he could even collaborate with the Spartan warriors to eradicate that band of orcs in one fell swoop. The warriors ventured forth into battle, while the blacksmiths busied themselves with crafting equipment and researching magical runes. The common folk cultivated land for crops, tended to horned sheep, and cleared the disorderly trees and stones within their territory. The entire town of Huang Yu bustled with harmonious activity. Huang Yu remembered that he had yet to learn from the skill books he possessed, so he took them out. The charged skill book had been placed in the Huang Yu shop, netting over 300 soul crystals. Currently, the 3 skill books in his possession included Illusionary Sound, Vortex, and the perfect skill, True Sight, which he had purchased at a discount from the Chaos Mall. True Sight. Grade, Perfect. Description, a form of ocular technique that concentrates energy within the eyes, enabling the user to perceive the fluctuations and movements of energy. It can be employed to detect the surrounding environment or to ascertain the energy expenditure of foes. Once activated, True Sight will continuously consume energy. Under the gaze of True Sight, nothing beneath the extraordinary can hide. This was the highest grade skill book Huang Yu had acquired thus far. It could unveil the disguises and strengths of enemies beneath the extraordinary. Whether for reconnaissance or combat, True Sight would provide Huang Yu with significant assistance. He chose to learn it. The skill book transformed into a white light, merging with Huang Yu's being. True Sight. Huang Yu released the skill, as per his recollection. Before his eyes, the world morphed into a black and white film. Within the territory, numerous faint yellow light points glimmered. Those were the ordinary folk at work. In the warehouse and the Magical Rune Research Institute, orange light points converged into a brilliant mass. These represented the materials required for forging equipment. In the distant forest, a patch of red light was slowly receding. Those were the departing Spartan warriors. Huang Yu's vision was unimpeded by material barriers. As long as he possessed energy within, he could locate others using True Sight. If Gannicus were present at this moment, his shadow doctrine and shadow walking, though of exceptional grade, would be rendered ineffective before Huang Yu. However, the energy consumption of this skill was indeed substantial. Huang Yu estimated that the energy he possessed would only sustain True Sight for about 10 minutes. Exiting True Sight, he swiftly learned the remaining 2 skills. The first, Vortex, could control enemies and protect oneself, although its damage was not particularly high. Yet, when combined with the Frost Scale on the Frost Blade, the power of Vortex would amplify significantly. The ice crystals mixed within the Vortex could strip the flesh from wild beasts. The chilling poison carried by the Frost Scale would permeate the body upon contact with water, rendering the opponent defenseless. Huang Yu waved his hand, dispersing the ice crystal vortex before the castle, assessing his current prowess. He possessed offensive and defensive capabilities, control, reconnaissance, allure, and sustained damage. He considered himself a well-rounded spellcaster. Though he was not adept at melee combat, with his current strength, the outcome against that orc shaman was uncertain. Should he ascend to the 2nd tier and awaken a powerful talent, Huang Yu even had confidence in slaying it single-handedly. Regrettably, he had yet to find a suitable awakening medium. The lower tier ones were beneath his notice, while the higher tier ones were beyond his financial means. Perhaps the heart of the thunder element would be a coveted prize in the eyes of other lords, but to Huang Yu, unless he was left with no other choice, he would not use an awakening medium below the extraordinary grade. The lord's level could no longer be delayed. He granted himself one more day. If he could not find an appropriate awakening medium by tomorrow, he would have to reluctantly resort to using a perfect-grade material. Chapter 48. A small step, a great leap. Ding. The steel mill has upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. The steel forge has upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. The iron mine has upgraded to Tier 3. Ding. The warehouse has upgraded to Tier 3. After a series of notifications, Huang Yu upgraded all the ordinary buildings in his territory to Tier 3. Among the ordinary buildings, only the steel mill required a greater quantity of resources. For the other buildings, the resource consumption was merely a trifling matter for Huang Yu. Having completed these tasks, it was nearly noon before he found time to glance at the world channel. It's been 3 days. I finally leveled up, sob sob sob. Haha, I grinded all night and earned over 2,000 soul crystals. It was simply exhilarating. So envious. I only managed to gather 1,200 soul crystals last night. And this morning, I bought 30 warriors from the Huang Yu shop, and now I have nothing left. Stop flaunting. If you managed to snag something from the Huang Yu shop, you should be grateful. Many people want to buy, but can't. Indeed, if you got it, you should be counting your blessings. I finally have enough soul crystals to purchase military buildings. Huh? When was the Huang Yu shop's Highlander barracks sold out? Your timing was too late. The Huang Yu shop was cleared out early, and now only 2 perfect-grade items remain. When will the Huang Yu Lord restock some equipment? Compared to the Chaos Mall, the prices at the Huang Yu shop are incredibly reasonable. After experiencing last night's beast tide, the lords were elated as if celebrating a festival, each one reaping substantial rewards. The conversations brimmed with joy, and even the usual discontent had diminished significantly. As Huang Yu had anticipated, many lords now possessed an abundance of soul crystals, and the items in the Huang Yu shop remained highly sought after. The steward had departed with servants and cooks to prepare lunch. During this leisurely interlude, Huang Yu perused the messages in the world channel, reminiscent of reading the newspaper before a meal. Although he seldom engaged in either Blue Star or the Chaos Continent, he still relished the ambience. As the conversation shifted, the lords on the world channel began discussing the Huang Yu shop once more. If only the prices of perfect-grade items could be a bit lower. There's nothing to be done. You get what you pay for. Last time, I bought a red armored crocodile egg from the Huang Yu Mall, although the pet that hatched was merely of fine grade. I've already dealt with most of the monsters near my territory. Is it really that strong? If the perfect-grade flame sparrow hatches, wouldn't that be extraordinary? At the very least, it would undoubtedly elevate you to new heights. Haha. I wonder how high the Huang Yu Lord has leveled up now. Someone mentioned that to ascend to Tier 2, an awakening medium is required. What kind of situation is that? Has anyone broken through to Tier 2? Please share your experiences with us. Indeed, I am quite eager to comprehend the extent to which the awakening medium influences one's innate talents. Currently, it appears that the only contender likely to break through to the 2nd tier is the Universal Lord, correct? Undoubtedly. The ability to place the heart of the Thunder Spirit on the market indicates that he no longer requires it. Many lords must be coveting the heart of the Thunder Spirit at this moment. The Thunder affinity should indeed be formidable, after all. In numerous narratives within the Blue Star's gaming realm, Thunder is often depicted as immensely powerful, especially given its high grade. If one can produce materials of perfect quality, what caliber of awakening medium might the Universal Lord utilize to ascend to the 2nd tier? Extraordinary grade? Epic grade? Is there any lord at this stage capable of accessing such elevated commodities? It is difficult to ascertain. Upon witnessing the Lord's discourse, Huang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although many believed he had already ascended to the 2nd tier, the reality was that he had yet to procure a suitable medium for promotion. Hearing that numerous individuals were already on the brink of advancing to the 2nd tier stirred a sense of pressure within him. Every moment spent waiting is worthwhile. This anticipation is solely for the enhancement of his innate abilities. With 100 Spartan warriors in his territory, he certainly does not lack for combat prowess. Moreover, with a 3-day protection period in place, his safety is assured. There is no need for hasty advancement. Huang Yu reassured himself, then promptly exited the world channel. His steward had already arranged a sumptuous lunch before him. Compared to the previous days, today's meal was exceptionally lavish. It consisted of a serving of beast steak, a bowl of oil-braised lamb, a plate of stir-fried local vegetables, and a basket of white bread. Although the lamb had yet to mature, Huang Yu, with his fervor for culinary delights, lacked the patience to wait. The maturation period for local vegetables is 7 days, and once matured, they grow to the size of basketballs. Though the prematurely harvested vegetables were only fist-sized, they were still edible. The wild greens were contributions from the ordinary citizens of the territory. Together, they formed the bountiful feast laid out before Huang Yu. Despite the apparent abundance, he had no doubt he could consume every last morsel. As his level increased, so too did his physical prowess, leading to an escalating appetite. This phenomenon was not unique to him. His Spartan warriors exhibited the same trait, each possessing an appetite several times that of ordinary citizens. Having savored the most satisfying meal since his arrival, Huang Yu hurriedly made his way to the Magic Rune Research Institute. It was during his meal that he received the system notification that 2 expert-level blacksmiths and 3 apprentice-level magic rune engineers had emerged from the institute. My lord, you have arrived. Upon entering the doors of the Magic Rune Research Institute, Huang Yu was greeted by the trio of Bai Li. Have you eaten? He inquired. Employing a greeting style characteristic of the Blue Star, his expression brimming with delight. Have you attained the sub-profession of Magic Rune Engineer? Living up to your expectations, my lord. Bai Li and his companions exclaimed joyfully. With the mountain monster you provided as a reference, we have stumbled upon some insights. We will soon embark on the development of Magic Rune constructs. Excellent. Huang Yu nodded with satisfaction, affirming. The small step you take now will be a significant leap in the history of the Universal Magic Rune Research Institute. Their swift advancement to Magic Rune engineers validated that this path was indeed viable, offering him a reassuring sense of confidence. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the trio appeared visibly excited, as though they had already envisioned the grand future ahead. Observing their slightly fatigued expressions, Huang Yu expressed his concern. While pressure can be beneficial, do not overexert yourselves. Remember to rest adequately. You are the future of the universal territory. Your health is as vital as your research. Grateful tears welled in the eyes of Bai Li and his companions upon hearing Huang Yu's words. With such an unconditional supporter of their research who also cares for their well-being, they felt compelled to exert every effort to repay this kindness. After offering them further encouragement, Huang Yu proceeded to the area previously occupied by the Blue Mountain Workshop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of semi-finished equipment and the newly emerged expert-level blacksmiths. Mao Jiang, such fine materials, and you have fashioned only a spear shaft. Hand it over, it can still be salvaged. Absolutely not. Zhu Ling, stay your hand. This is for our lord. Enough with the nonsense, hand it over. You might as well abandon that hope. Huang Yu observed the two expert-level blacksmiths engaged in a tug-of-war over a large spear. The purple-red patterns adorning the spear shaft indicated it was indeed the equipment desired by the Lord of Eternal Heaven. However, he was taken aback to discover that one of the newly promoted expert-level blacksmiths was a woman, marking the first instance of a female high-ranking professional in his territory. Both blacksmiths appeared youthful. The male, Mao Jiang, possessed a doll-like face, was of short stature, and appeared somewhat frail. The female, Zhu Ling, had a delicate countenance with a hint of baby fat, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Beneath her glasses, her eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding a whimsical aura rather than a tranquil demeanor. Mao Jiang, with an expression of resistance, clung tightly to the spear. Despite his irritation, he spoke softly, embodying a sense of restrained indignation. Conversely, Zhu Ling was boisterous and spirited, using her foot to brace against the wall behind Mao Jiang as she forcefully attempted to reclaim the spear from his grasp. Ahem, I've been here for a while, Huang Yu remarked, having noticed that no one was paying attention to him. He cleared his throat lightly. The apprentice-level blacksmiths turned to see Huang Yu, quickly bowing and scurrying back to their stations, which gave him the sensation of a teacher entering a classroom. Upon hearing the cough, Mao Jiang turned to see Huang Yu had arrived, causing him to panic and release his grip on the spear. Oh no! Mao Jiang's sudden relinquishment of the spear caught Zhu Ling off guard, sending her tumbling backward and colliding with a precariously stacked pile of leather armor. The armor, already stacked high, cascaded down, burying Zhu Ling beneath it. Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Had it been a pile of swords, the newly appointed expert-level blacksmiths would have faced a dire fate. Seeing the blacksmiths standing frozen in shock, Huang Yu sighed. What are you all doing standing around? Hurry and help her. Upon hearing Huang Yu's command, the blacksmiths sprang into action as if jolted by electricity. They scrambled forward, clearing the fallen leather armor and rescuing Zhu Ling, who was grinning foolishly, her glasses askew and hair tousled. Huang Yu shook his head. It appeared that his territory had given rise to quite the character. Retrieve the information panels of the two individuals. Smith, Mao Jiang. Level, expert. Field of expertise, polearm weapons. Potential, 3 chance to be promoted to Saint Smith. Smith, Zhu Ling. Level, expert. Field of expertise, all types. Note, Zhu Ling possesses an unfettered imagination, crafting without regard to equipment type. In her eyes, if a prosthetic limb allows the user to move with agility, or a prosthetic eye shields them from illusions, then it is indeed an excellent piece of equipment, although the cost may entail the user amputating a leg or replacing an eye. Potential, 5 chance to be promoted to Saint Smith. Huang Yu was somewhat taken aback. The potential of both individuals was remarkably high, particularly Zhu Ling, whose probability of ascending to Saint Smith stood at an impressive 5. She was the most gifted among the 5 expert smiths currently. However, upon scrutinizing Zhu Ling's information panel further, Huang Yu was momentarily stunned. Prosthetic limbs and eyes. Goodness. This morning's focus was on magic pattern mechs, and now it seemed to be veering towards cyberpunk. If this continued, would the style of his domain evolve towards that of Piltover and Zahn? Regaining his composure, Huang Yu inquired of the two, what were you just doing? Noticing Zhu Ling clutching a great halberd, her gaze alert, Mao Jiang, with an expression of discontent, retorted, My lord entrusted me with a piece of flame thunderwood this morning, and under the guidance of the 100-mile expert, I forged this flame thunder halberd. Yet Zhu Ling insists I wasted the flame thunderwood and wants to dismantle it for research. Clearly, the flame thunder halberd I created is already the pinnacle among rare-grade weapons. Hearing Mao Jiang complain to Huang Yu and observing the latter's gaze, Zhu Ling promptly regained her wits and hurriedly countered, "What's wrong with rare-grade equipment? My lord, just look at this piece of flame thunderwood. Observe the enchanting purplish-red patterns. These are traces of energy flowing naturally. Perhaps they conceal the secrets of magic patterns." Zhu Ling caressed the shaft of the flame thunder halberd, speaking with fervor, yet given her eccentric demeanor, Huang Yu couldn't help but feel she was merely babbling. Upon hearing Zhu Ling's words, Mao Jiang rolled his eyes and replied, "As long as the material possesses elemental energy, it generally exhibits similar patterns, all right? You're not studying magic patterns. You're merely coveting its attributes." From their quarrel, Huang Yu gleaned the reason behind the dispute. While the warehouse indeed had an abundance of rare, superior, and even perfect-grade materials, it was still insufficient for the 70-member smithing team. At Huang Yu's behest, only expert smiths were granted the privilege to freely access materials without his approval. Most apprentice-level smiths could only work with ordinary and fine-grade materials. Now, upon seeing Mao Jiang with the flame thunderwood, Zhu Ling sought to deceive him into relinquishing it for her own use. That flame thunder halberd simply wouldn't he do. Huang Yu stepped forward to reclaim the flame thunder halberd from Zhu Ling. She clung to it with both hands, her clear eyes pleading as if she were on the verge of tears. In that moment, Huang Yu felt akin to a wicked uncle snatching away a little girl's Barbie doll, overwhelmed with guilt. "Let go, Zhu Ling. Don't look at me like that," Huang Yu exclaimed, torn between amusement and exasperation. "I have use for this weapon. It cannot be dismantled. However, since both you and Mao Jiang have been promoted to expert smiths, your treatment will be akin to Bai Li and the others. Henceforth, you may freely utilize the materials in the warehouse." Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Zhu Ling's eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately released the flame thunder halberd and, in a moment of exuberance, clung to Huang Yu's arm, offering perfunctory praises. "Huzzah! My lord is so mighty. My lord is the most handsome." Subsequently, Zhu Ling released Huang Yu's arm without a second thought and dashed towards the warehouse. Mao Jiang cast an expectant glance at Huang Yu and, upon receiving a nod, eagerly followed Zhu Ling to the warehouse. Huang Yu, unfazed by their departure, addressed the remaining apprentice-level smiths. "Everyone must strive diligently. Once you ascend to expert smiths, the materials in the warehouse will be fully accessible to you. If you require high-grade materials to promote to expert level, do not hesitate to request them from me." Upon hearing Huang Yu's promise, the remaining 65 apprentice-level smiths were instantly invigorated, each preparing to showcase their skills in pursuit of early promotion to expert smiths. Chapter 50, A Business Rivalry Emerges? Upon leaving the Magic Pattern Research Institute, Huang Yu took the flame thunder halberd with him and instructed the smiths to shift their focus towards fine-grade equipment. With the lord's finances becoming somewhat more stable, purchasing power had increased. While ordinary equipment remained the mainstream commodity on the trading platform, the expanding strength of the lords was also broadening the market for fine-grade equipment. His Huang Yu shop must always stay ahead of market demands. Upon entering the trading platform, Huang Yu entrusted the flame thunder halberd to Lord Zhongtian. Before long, the trading platform automatically deemed it compliant with the requirements. Huang Yu's account thus swelled by 1,500 soul crystals. Taking a glance at the current inventory count, he noted that within half a morning, 93 pieces of equipment had been added to the warehouse, 71 ordinary items, and 22 fine-grade items. Although the quantity was not as abundant as before, the quality had significantly improved. He promptly listed these 93 pieces for sale. Moments later, the chimes of successful transactions rang out in succession. Lord Tianlang paid 560 soul crystals for a set of fine-grade leather armor. Lord Jabiadan paid 350 soul crystals for a fine-grade spear. Lord Kalong paid 320 soul crystals for 8 sets of ordinary leather armor. In less than a minute, all 93 pieces of equipment had been sold, adding 950 soul crystals to Huang Yu's account. As the Spartan warriors commenced their battle, soul crystals continued to flow in, totaling over 1,000. Huang Yu's collection of soul crystals reached more than 78,000. He was still over 30,000 short of the 110,000 required for the Amazon tribe. Everything was proceeding smoothly according to Huang Yu's meticulously crafted plan. "Ding. Your friend, Lord Zhongtian, has sent you a message. Please take note." "Ding. Your friend, Lord Zhongtian, has sent you a message. Please take note." As the notifications chimed consecutively, Huang Yu furrowed his brow. If Lord Zhongtian continued to send trivial messages, he wouldn't hesitate to block him. Entering his friend list, Huang Yu opened the dialog box to find the messages sent by the other party. "Great Lord Huang Yu, someone is trying to steal your business. Hurry and check the world channel." Huh. Huang Yu's brow furrowed once more. "Stealing business? What do you intend to compete with me for?" What was the name of the last lord who attempted such a thing? It seems that this individual's shop has vanished from the trading platform, has it not? Intrigued, Huang Yu ventured into the world channel to peruse previous messages. What a pity, I failed to seize it again. The equipment listed by Lord Huang Yu this time is rather scant. It vanished in the blink of an eye. I just entered the Huang Yu shop and spotted a fine-grade longbow that I meant to purchase, but it disappeared in an instant. It appears I am rather fortunate. I have managed to procure items from the Huang Yu shop for the second time now. Touch wood. May luck be upon me. Touch wood. May luck be upon me. Touch wood. May luck be upon me. He scrolled back through several messages. Initially, the discussions among the lords were rather mundane. However, with the remarks of a lord named Huang Yu, the tone of the world channel swiftly transformed. Lord Huang Yu has listed 80 pieces of ordinary grade equipment and 2 pieces of fine grade equipment. Lords, act swiftly if you wish to purchase. Has another lord listed equipment? Hooray! Finally, there are options for equipment again. Hurry and see what treasures are available. But that name Huang Yu sounds somewhat familiar. Indeed, it matches the name of my idol from Blue Star. Goodness, the prices of the equipment in this fellow's shop are even higher than those in the Huang Yu shop. Be cautious, everyone. Do not fall for deception. I hastily entered and blindly purchased an item, only to find it rated lower than those in the Chaos Mall. Does that mean it is inferior to the Huang Yu shop? That's quite excessive. If the equipment is not as good as that in the Huang Yu shop, why set such high prices? He has priced his items between those of the Huang Yu shop and the Chaos Mall, targeting those of us unable to acquire Huang Yu goods. Let us resist. I hope everyone remains rational and firmly rejects this detrimental trend. Resistance is futile during the recent food scarcity. Someone did the same and ended up profiting immensely. As long as the quality isn't too poor, there will always be those willing to spend soul crystals, especially since some lords still wield rudimentary weapons, like myself QAQ. Alas, Huang Yu's shop has already entered the top 10 on the trading platform. How infuriating so soon. Since the Huang Yu shop cannot satisfy the demands of all lords, some have no choice but to become the unfortunate ones. What a shame for the beneficial ecosystem maintained by the Huang Yu master on the trading platform. Huang Yu felt no stirrings within himself. Although Huang Yu's actions were somewhat irksome, they bore no significant influence on him. However, for individuals like him, it was essential to blacklist them. He exited the world channel and took a glance at the trading platform. The Huang Yu shop still held an absolute advantage, occupying the top position. Closely following was the Jiaside shop, whose proprietor seemed to have an endless supply of snakeskin grass, listing an increasing quantity each day. Additionally, he sold food and various materials. Due to the overflow of food, Lord Gallo had dropped out of the top 10. Presently, the third-ranked shop was named Omenia. It offered a wide variety of products, including food, equipment, and homemade traps. However, the core item was a pet egg known as the spindle spider. All 20 of the eggs listed had already sold out. According to his introduction, this spindle spider possesses a formidable silk spinning ability. Using this spider to weave webs can ensnare prey. Once the protection period ends, the webs can also serve as a defensive measure. Although it is an ordinary grade pet, its utility is considerable for most lords. Skipping past the subsequent shops, Huang Yu arrived at the 7th-ranked Huang Yu shop. Upon entering, he discovered that all the equipment listed had been sold out. The items were primarily standardized, lacking model names. It appeared that the proprietor could only produce traditional equipment. Yet, the prices were generally higher than those in the Huang Yu shop. If a longbow of ordinary quality is sold for 12 soul crystals in the Huang Yu shop and 20 in the Chaos Mall, then Huang Yu's pricing stood at 18 soul crystals. Although the quality was subpar, it was indeed genuine equipment, unlike the rudimentary weapons encountered previously. Thus, there remained buyers. However, the threat posed was negligible. With 70 blacksmiths from the Magic Rune Research Institute at his disposal, he could outmatch Huang Yu in both quality and quantity. At most, he was a mere speculator. Huang Yu found this all rather dull. His vision for the Huang Yu shop was to establish it as the premier choice for lord shopping. Rather than to arrogantly monopolize, one cannot feast on meat without allowing others a taste of the broth, can one? Chapter 51, The Stirring of the Wolfmen. Huang Yu paid no heed to the tumult within the world channel. Exiting the castle, he conducted his routine inspection of the territory. Halfway through, the communication crystal in his arms began to vibrate. Huang Yu retrieved the crystal, receiving a message from the number 3 crystal, which was held by Musa. Dilius possessed the number 2, and Gannicus had the number 4. A small line of text materialized from the crystal. My lord, the wolfmen have emerged. Following the beast tide from the previous night, Huang Yu remained vigilant regarding the wolfmen. Before the Spartans set off, he had specifically instructed Dilius to continue suppressing the wolfmen. To his surprise, the wolfmen, nearly decimated by the Spartans, still dared to emerge. Huang Yu infused energy into the communication crystal and inquired, "What is happening?" Before long, Musa sent another message. The Wolfman Lord has appeared. Dilius has pursued and is currently battling it. The Wolfman Lord. How dare it show itself? Has it grown stronger during the beast tide last night? Before Huang Yu could ponder further, Musa sent yet another message. There is also that white wolf from last night's beast tide. It, along with several tier 3 and tier 2 monsters, is causing us some trouble, and we cannot immediately assist Dilius. Huang Yu recalled the white wolf, remembering the sinister gaze it had cast upon him before leaving. However, even 100 Spartans would not find a tier 4 monster to be a match. Huang Yu was merely concerned about one thing, whether the Spartans would sustain any losses. Before he could inquire about the battle conditions, the number 4 crystal transmitted a video. Huang Yu activated the recording. A misty white light emanated from the crystal. Subsequently, the scene of the Spartans clashing with their foes appeared on the screen. Dozens of Spartans formed a dispersed circular formation, advancing steadily to the tune of a stirring war song. Their adversaries were colossal wolves that occasionally sprang from the woods. These giants were remarkably agile, utilizing the terrain to launch sudden attacks. The second-tier giant wolves employed their minions, while the third-tier giant wolves unleashed their wind blades. Irrespective of whether their attacks bore any effect, they struck and retreated, denying the Spartan warriors a timely opportunity for retaliation. However, they underestimated the prowess of the Spartan warriors, as each wave of assault still resulted in the demise of several giant wolves at their hands, predominantly those of the second tier. Amidst the howls of the wolves, a fleeting white shadow darted through the forest. The tone of Musa's war song rose in pitch, prompting the scattered Spartan warriors to swiftly converge. The warriors wielding massive shields raised them in defense. The video transmitted by the communication crystal abruptly dimmed. Huang Yu could only hear a cacophony of clattering sounds, likely the Spartans defending against the onslaught of the wolves. A pained howl of a wolf pierced the air. Free counterattack, Musa commanded, his voice laced with exhilaration. The video feed resumed, revealing the Spartans, who had just huddled together, surging forward into the dense thicket. The direction of the communication crystal's recording altered, and Huang Yu then noticed that it was Xiao-In holding the fourth crystal. My lord, Lord Gannicus has gone to execute a beheading operation, Xiao-In explained into the crystal before shifting its focus to another scene. There, a frenzied giant wolf was visible, its body marked by a conspicuous wound, with black blood oozing from its eyes, nose, and mouth, indicating severe poisoning. Suddenly, the shadow beneath the giant wolf twisted, revealing a figure, Gannicus. He deftly twirled two venomous fangs in his hands, then crossed them against the wolf's abdomen. With a sickening sound, blood and entrails gushed forth. The giant wolf let out a sorrowful wail, collapsing in defeat, while Gannicus vanished once more from the recording. Alas, that white wolf escaped. Suddenly, Gannicus's voice echoed from the video. The image from the communication crystal began to swirl before settling into a bloodied hand. The recording captured one last utterance. Xiao-In, did you manage to record my battle prowess for the Lord? Huang Yu was momentarily speechless, still pondering why Gannicus had recorded the footage. It soon became clear that he merely wished to document his own valiant display for the Lord. Unfortunately, the communication crystals lacked storage capacity. Every message was ephemeral, vanishing after being viewed. Otherwise, Huang Yu would have cherished the opportunity to preserve it as a memento. Recalling Gannicus' final remark, Huang Yu couldn't help but smile and send a message. Though it was only for a second, I witnessed your valor. Well done. In the forest terrain, the mobility of the Spartan warriors was indeed constrained. After slaying several giant wolves, the remaining ones vanished, following the white wolf's lead. Musa showed no intention of pursuit, rallying his forces towards Dilius. Xiao-In, what did you just record? Gannicus suddenly appeared from nowhere, questioning Xiao-In while gripping his neck. Your battle. Then why was it only a second? I couldn't find you. Xiao-In shrugged, exasperated. I could only sweep the battlefield to let the Lord know you had been there. Gannicus was momentarily at a loss for words. As a stealth-oriented profession, he felt a profound emptiness at the thought of never being able to indulge in the vanity of self-portraits again. Sparta, a distant roar echoed. And from the tone and the resonance of bloodlust within, Musa surmised that Dilius had activated the advanced version of Spartan Fury. He instructed some of the warriors to flank the sides. Musa, accompanied by the remaining fighters, hastily made their way to the battlefield. If Dilius had unleashed his fury, the enemy's strength must be formidable. At last, Musa arrived at a clearing, the ground scorched and releasing plumes of thick smoke. It appeared that Dilius had already employed the wrath of the scale and Fong armor. What in the world is this? Gannicus' voice startled Musa from behind. Turning around, he saw Gannicus kicking a half-dismembered, peculiar humanoid monster. The creature had blue skin, elongated pointed ears, and protruding fangs, exuding a menacing presence. Though only half of its body was visible, it was more robust than the average orc. Faint sounds of weapons clashing reached Musa's ears. He cast a glance at the blue-skinned monster and urged, forget about that for now. We must assist Dilius. Right. Gannicus nodded. In the next moment, he inexplicably vanished. Musa paid him no mind, leading the remaining warriors toward the battlefield. However, as he advanced, an unsettling feeling gripped him. Along the way, numerous corpses of both wolfmen and blue-skinned monsters littered the path. No wonder Dilius had been embroiled in such a protracted battle. Chapter 52, Astra. Boom. A sudden thunderous sound reverberated outside the territory of the wolfmen. A fiery slash was dispersed, flames exploding in all directions before gradually extinguishing as the energy waned. Thud. Dilius raised the Xian turtle shield, blocking the massive beast's leg bone that came crashing down. The force of the impact sent shockwaves, cracking the ground beneath him. Dilius let out a low grunt. For the first time, he found himself at a disadvantage in a contest of strength against the enemy. Flames surged forth from the gaps in the scale and Fong armor. With a series of explosive sounds, the wrath of the flame activated, surrounding Dilius in a fiery embrace. significantly enhancing his strength and speed. With a powerful thrust, Dilius propelled the weighty leg bone of the beast aside. His right hand surged with 2 meters of flame, aimed at the ferocious blue-skinned creature. This blue-skinned beast stood 3 meters tall, upright, clad in a bear hide that revealed its exceptionally muscular physique. It wielded a massive leg bone of an unknown beast, measuring over 3 meters in length. In combat, this blue-skinned creature would enter an inexplicable state of frenzy. The most troublesome aspect for Dilius was the creature's astonishing regenerative abilities. Regardless of burns or cuts inflicted by flames or blades, as long as it was not killed outright, it would gradually recover. Bang, bang, bang. With the enhancement of the scale and fang armor, Dilius pressed the attack against his foe. Each clash sent flames erupting from Dilius's weapons. Protected by the scale and fang, he remained unaffected by the errant flames. However, his adversary was not so fortunate, occasionally suffering burns and shrieking in disarray. Under Dilius's rapid onslaught, the blue-skinned creature found itself in a precarious position, its face contorting with frustration as it roared angrily at those surrounding it. A howl in response echoed, resonating with the blue-skinned creature's call. Suddenly, a werewolf riding a colossal wolf sprang forth from the thicket. This newcomer was none other than the werewolf lord. Its entire coat was singed in large patches, revealing scorched skin in several places. Moreover, a ghastly wound marred its chest, rendering it an utterly disheveled sight. Murmuring a few incantations, the werewolf lord thrust its hands forward. Several fireballs materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards Dilius. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs struck Dilius, erupting into a shower of flames. However, the successive explosions not only failed to inflict any harm upon Dilius, but instead intensified the flames of the scaled fang's fiery breath. The fire enveloping Dilius surged dramatically, singeing much of the mohawk hairstyle adorning the blue-skinned race. The fireballs were merely of fine quality, easily absorbed by the fire element of the scaled fang set. Thus, the werewolf lord's assault not only proved ineffective, but also replenished the energy of the scaled fang. Buck and Shabona, the blue-skinned monstrosities, were exceedingly enraged. Even while enduring a sword strike from Dilius, they twisted their heads to bellow a few words at the werewolf. The werewolf lord, in a fit of rage, glared at the two embroiled in combat, contemplating several times whether to retreat on its wolf. Yet, considering the strength exhibited by the humans and the threat posed by the troll, it could only swallow its indignation and cooperate with the troll to confront Dilius. Grasping the axe hanging nearby, the werewolf lord patted the colossal wolf beneath it. The wolf leapt fiercely down the slope, preparing to charge at Dilius. However, suddenly, Ganix appeared behind the troll. A pair of venomous fangs plunged into the troll's ribs, effortlessly tearing through its blue skin. Blood gushed forth. The troll had sensed Ganix's presence, but the suddenness of his appearance and the swiftness of his actions left little room for reaction. By the time the agonizing pain radiated from its midsection, the troll could only swing its beastly leg bone in a futile attempt to strike Ganix, missing him entirely. Sparta. Upon witnessing the troll's injury, Dilius roared, swinging his fang down. Swish. A flash of fire erupted as one of the troll's arms was severed, crashing heavily to the ground. Oh, the troll, propped up by the beastly leg bone, leapt backward, turning to see the werewolf lord charging towards it on its wolf, a glimmer of hope in its eyes. Yet, as it continued to gaze, the werewolf lord seemed to drift further away, as if merely passing by. The werewolf lord rode the colossal wolf straight past the edge of the battlefield, moving at an astonishing speed, showing no signs of halting. The troll opened its mouth to protest, only to be left in utter confusion. That scoundrel, has it truly fled? It was the one who made the demands. To submit to the great Ostrava, it had to eliminate this group of humans. The troll bellowed in fury, nearly chasing after the deceitful werewolf lord to rip it to shreds. However, Ganix and Dilius denied it that opportunity. Hiss! The venomous fangs sank into the troll's ankle. The troll faltered, collapsing to the ground. Despite possessing formidable self-healing abilities and resistance to toxins, the wounds inflicted by the fangs were not easily healed. Furthermore, Ganix had just injected a copious amount of toxin into the troll's body, sealing its fate. Roar! Boom! 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 The troll swung the beastly leg bone, frantically smashing the ground, hoping to crush Ganix through sheer force. Yet, Ganix appeared beside Dilius. How resilient this fellow is. Upon hearing Ganix's voice, Dilius was taken aback, incredulously asking, "What level are you now?" LV8. Ganix brandished his venomous fangs, grinning as he gazed at the troll ahead. "How about you let me have this head? If I kill it, I'll reach LV9. Such speed. How many monsters has this fellow single-handedly slain today?" Dilius appraised Ganix for a moment before raising his sword. A fiery slash flew towards the troll, severing its remaining arm along with the beastly leg bone. Clang. The fang sheathed. Dilius remarked to Ganix, "It's yours." "Thanks." Ganix approached the troll, which, having lost both arms, lay prostrate on the ground, glaring at him with fury. Dark lines crawled across its grotesque visage, and black blood seeped from its nostrils and eyes, rendering it even more terrifying. The massive toxins coursing through its body would overwhelm even the troll's remarkable resistance in due time. Ostrava, bless me. As Ganix approached, the troll muttered frantically in an incomprehensible tongue, with one particular word recurring incessantly. Ostrava? Darius perceived it to sound like a name. Ignoring the troll's resentful glare, Ganix casually flung a venomous fong. Thud! The fong pierced through the troll's eye socket, embedding itself in its brain. The troll's remaining eye fixated on Ganix, its mouth opening and closing before it finally succumbed to the ground. Chapter 53, The Flying Rope. A golden light enveloped Ganix. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Ganix's level ascended to LV9. Had Darius's battle concluded? Just as Ganix finished leveling up, Musa arrived, albeit belatedly. Noticing Musa's somewhat disheveled appearance, Ganix remarked, Musa, you didn't get lost, did you? We encountered that werewolf lord. Musa responded gravely. It rendezvoused with that white wolf, breaching our defenses and retreating to its territory. That white wolf truly refuses to give up. Darius's expression hardened. Next time we cross paths, I shall show it the meaning of cruelty. If it weren't for the white wolf leading the pack to obstruct the Spartans, the werewolves and those blue-skinned monsters would have been eradicated long ago. The werewolf's territory has expanded significantly, and with that white wolf around, encirclement is no longer feasible. Musa glanced around, only to find that Ganix, who had just stood before him, was now nowhere to be seen. With no other choice, Musa called out to the air, Ganix, the Lord has decided to leave you behind to monitor their movements. If the opportunity arises, do your utmost to reduce their living forces. No problem. Ganix's figure materialized on a nearby tree. Leave it to me. I will make that bunch feel terror. Indeed, contact us using the communication crystal if anything arises. Musa brandished the crystal in a gesture before addressing Darius. The warriors have discovered a small beast horde to the west. As dusk fell, Darius, Musa, and the Spartan warriors returned to their territory, bringing back the corpses of over 100 wild monsters. After enduring last night's beast tide, the wild monsters around the territory had proliferated once more. Even a considerable number of high-level wild creatures have emerged, although the warriors of Sparta have not brought back a great quantity. The few they did retrieve are of remarkable caliber, with 14 being of the third tier alone. However, what piqued Huang Yu's interest the most were the 5 corpses of the trolls. Forest troll. Race level, intermediate. Lord's authority, unknown. Description: forest trolls are a subspecies of trolls. They possess formidable physiques, exhibiting immense strength and resilient skin. Each troll is a born hunter, endowed with acute olfactory senses and remarkable regenerative abilities. When engaged in battle, trolls become frenzied. In their frenzied state, their power is formidable, and they are impervious to pain. Huang Yu dismissed the information panel regarding the trolls. Upon Dilius's return, he provided a detailed account of the entire battle process, leaving Huang Yu with some perplexities. Why did the trolls associate with the wolfmen? The wolfmen are a faction of the half-orc race, while the forest trolls belong to a distinct troll lineage. What could possibly unify these two seemingly unrelated races? Furthermore, what did the troll's last cry of ostrich signify? Suddenly, as Huang Yu pondered these questions, he was jolted by an exuberant shout. He looked up to see Zhu Ling soaring down the slope. Upon noticing the gathering crowd, Zhu Ling extended her left hand towards a clearing in front of Huang Yu. Whoosh! A fixed device embedded itself into the ground. Huang Yu observed a cable of indeterminate material trailing behind the device. Crash! Abruptly, the slightly bent cable tightened and retracted, propelling Zhu Ling towards Huang Yu. Ha ha ha, my lord. Zhu Ling waved enthusiastically, her excitement palpable. Huang Yu, intrigued, glanced at the equipment strapped to Zhu Ling's arm. It appeared she had devised an intriguing new gadget. However, just as she was about to land, perhaps still adjusting to the equipment, Zhu Ling stumbled and fell to the ground, only to be dragged towards Huang Yu by the cable. Observing Zhu Ling sprawled on the ground, Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle, rushing over to assess her condition. Zhu Ling, are you alright? It hurts so much, boo-hoo. Zhu Ling lifted her head, her face smeared with dust, thankfully unblemished. With Huang Yu's assistance, she managed to stand. Her expression was one of distress, tears welling in her eyes. She had various abrasions on her arms and thighs, and her ankle was twisted. Only her chest remained unscathed due to less friction. Huang Yu retrieved a high-quality healing potion and handed it to Zhu Ling. Soon, the abrasions began to scab over. Thank you, my lord. Zhu Ling expressed her gratitude, feeling the pain gradually dissipate. It's nothing. Is this the new equipment you developed? Huang Yu gestured towards the apparatus on her arm. Flying cable. Quality, rare. Equipment description. The flying cable can launch a fixed device and cable, securing the device to an object, including moving targets, and then retracting the cable to swiftly approach the fixed target. With the flying cable, rapid movement in complex terrains can be achieved. Note: this product was developed by Zhu Ling, an expert-level forge master from the Rune Research Institute, and is a new piece of equipment in the chaotic continent. Indeed, Zhu Ling detached the flying cable and presented it to Huang Yu, exclaiming, "It's so much fun. Would you like to give it a try, my lord? Try it." Huang Yu hesitated, glancing at Zhu Ling's unfortunate state. Although he was tempted to experience the thrill of flight, he ultimately decided against it. Pondering the potential loss of dignity should he also fall flat, he resolved to wait until later that evening to experiment alone. Ding! The Chaotic Mall has determined that the flying cable possesses archival value. Would you like to submit the manufacturing technology of the flying cable to the Chaotic Mall for archiving? The Lord will receive 10,000 experience points and a 5 profit upon the sale of the flying cable in the Chaotic Mall. Note: the Lord is not required to provide materials for the equipment's forging. The Chaotic Mall will label the flying cable as a product of Huang Yu once it is listed. Once again, an equipment capable of being archived by the Chaotic Mall has emerged. Huang Yu gazed at the flying cable in his hands, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain. Moreover, the archival reward was a generous 10,000 experience points. The profit had also increased to 5, compared to the previous rewards for archiving the Scarlet Crocodile armor. This was significantly more bountiful. Nevertheless, Huang Yu had no intention of submitting it to the Chaotic Mall just yet. Without advancing to the second tier, additional experience points would be of little use to him. He planned to wait until he achieved the second tier before submitting it for archival. Turning back, Huang Yu affectionately ruffled Zhu Ling's hair. The more he regarded this newly minted expert forge master, the more he appreciated her. The invention of the flying cable was, without a doubt, a delightful surprise for him. Currently, his territory remained within the forest's confines. If mastered, the flying cable could play a crucial role in combat within the forest, allowing those accustomed to 2-dimensional movement to develop into 3-dimensional mobility. Huang Yu had already resolved to incorporate it as one of the standard equipment for his territory. Chapter 54. The Sword's Point, Our Heart's Direction. The materials from last night should be nearly depleted. Huang Yu glanced at the warehouse, noting the dwindling supplies. However, the number of equipped sets had increased by 365. Following Huang Yu's instructions, the forge masters focused on forging high-quality equipment today. Fortunately, the abundance of second and third-tier wild creatures brought back last night contributed significantly. After upgrading the buildings, there remained a substantial amount of fine iron. Thus, material restrictions on the forge masters were minimal. As a result, the warehouse held more high-quality equipment than ordinary-grade items. Huang Yu reviewed the inventory. The warehouse now contained 174 ordinary-grade pieces, 182 high-quality pieces, and 9 rare-grade pieces. Including the flying cable in hand, there were a total of 10 new rare-grade items. However, Huang Yu did not intend to sell the flying cable. On the contrary, he had instructed Zhu Ling to dedicate herself fully to producing this equipment, as it would become the standard gear for his troops. Taking a moment, Huang Yu glanced at the World Channel. The events of the morning had evidently roused many lords. Throughout the day, the World Channel was chaotic, teeming with various characters. Some touted themselves as celebrities, seeking aid from fans, while others impersonated relatives to deceive soul crystals from seekers. A myriad of spirits and phantoms emerged in a whirlwind. Observing individuals in the World Channel lamenting their scams, Huang Yu felt the need for a fraud prevention feature in the Fireseed app. Rapidly refreshing chat messages occasionally revealed a few inquiries about why the Huang Yu shop had yet to list new equipment. Typically, by this time, the newly listed gear in the Huang Yu shop would be sold out. With this wave of equipment, the purchase of soul crystals from the Amazon tribe should be sufficient. Huang Yu opened the warehouse, sifting through its contents to select 100 exquisite grade pieces of equipment, along with 5 rare grade items. These were prepared for the newly emerged Spartan warriors of the morning, as well as the forthcoming Amazonian warriors. Subsequently, Huang Yu listed all remaining equipment, 174 ordinary pieces, 82 exquisite items, and 5 rare ones. The moment the items became available, the trading notifications from the Huang Yu shop flooded in. Lord Xylan paid 580 soul crystals to purchase 1 exquisite grade armor. Lord Yunlong paid 400 soul crystals to purchase 10 ordinary grade crossbows. Lord Huey paid 2,850 soul crystals to purchase 1 rare grade spear. Hundreds of notifications stacked up. Within half a minute, all product icons on the shelves darkened. Except for the Firebird Egg and the Thunder Spirit Heart. Even the 5 rare grade items vanished in an instant. Huang Yu's soul crystals surged from 78,360 to 134,700. He also received a substantial amount of materials. Meanwhile, the World Channel erupted momentarily. The equipment has come and gone. Wow, so many exquisite grade items. I didn't get any again. You all need to move slower. I can't keep up with how fast the icons are darkening. Nice. I snagged an exquisite grade leather armor. My warrior finally has gear. I got some too. Ha ha ha. 5 longbows. Just perfect for my archer. Crying. I randomly clicked on a rare grade item, but it told me I lacked resources, and when I exited, it was all gone. Boo-hoo. But has the price of equipment in the Huang Yu shop gone up? I bought a rare grade longsword, and it was only slightly more expensive than in the Chaos Mall. No, the price of the ordinary equipment I bought remains the same as before. It seems there was a slight adjustment in the exquisite grade items, but not significantly. However, comparatively, the prices of rare grade items are indeed less favorable now. That's reasonable. A rare item worth several thousand should not be discounted by hundreds of soul crystals. Lord Huang Yu has been quite generous. Indeed, one cannot generalize pricing across different grades. It is unrealistic to expect half-price discounts on rare-grade items. Compared to the likes of Huang Yu, Lord Huang Yu is indeed very generous. The quality is excellent. And the prices are fair. If only he could sell more equipment. Huang Yu was oblivious to the discussions in the World Channel. Even if he were aware, he would remain unconcerned, for his gaze was already fixed on the special structure listed in the discount shop, the Amazon tribe. Would you like to pay 110,000 soul crystals to purchase the special structure, Amazon tribe? Yes. No, yes. Huang Yu eagerly clicked yes. Instantly, 110,000 soul crystals were deducted, leaving him with a mere 24,700. Yet, Huang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. In the discount shop, acquiring such a treasure was akin to striking gold. Following Huang Yu's intent, a spark of golden light descended upon a hillside, facing the Spartan training camp across the road. Before long, as the golden light faded, the Amazon tribe materialized before Huang Yu. Amazon tribe, extraordinary grade building. Level, Tier 1. Note: to upgrade to Tier 2 requires 100 soul crystals, 1,500 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone. Function: automatically generates 5 extraordinary Amazonian warrior units daily, level LV1. For every 25 soul crystals paid, an additional level LV1 Amazonian warrior can be generated. While in the tribe, Amazonian warriors rapidly recover their stamina and injuries. As extraordinary units, Amazonian warriors are classified as warrior units upon birth, with a 5 chance to promote to hero units, a 0, 2 chance to promote to royal units, and a 0, 1 chance to promote to divine units. Note: other male creatures, apart from the Lord, will be expelled or even attacked upon entering the Amazon tribe. Finally, Huang Yu had acquired his second extraordinary unit. He gazed expectantly at the Amazon tribe, having already experienced the might of the Spartan warriors. Now, he was eager to witness the prowess of the Amazonian warriors. With a soft patter of footsteps, 5 tall and diverse-looking female warriors emerged from the Amazon tribe. They donned rudimentary soft armor made of linen on their upper bodies and brown, knee-length skirts below. Their feet were clad in shoes woven from vines, and they wielded crude weapons. Though their appearance seemed somewhat ragged, the fierce determination in their features commanded respect. The 5 female warriors approached Huang Yu, placing a hand on their chests and bowing slightly. Great Lord, the warriors of the Amazon report to you. From this moment forth, the valiant Amazonian warriors shall fight for you. Wherever your sword points, that shall be our heart's direction. With a serious expression, Huang Yu raised a hand to gesture for the 5 warriors to rise. He then solemnly declared, "Welcome to your new home, mighty warriors. I trust you shall ever walk in my footsteps, achieving immortal feats together." The Amazonian warriors straightened, their eyes gleaming with determination as they replied in unison, "It is our honor." Chapter 55. Provocation. Huang Yu summoned the information panel of the 5 Amazonian warriors. Amazonian warrior, Ella, level, LV1, loyalty, 100, devoted, potential, diamond, upgradable to LV49, class, ranger, skills, Amazon combat techniques, range shooting, frenzied shot, title, none, motto, face my attack as you would the storm. Overall, the strength of the Amazonian warriors was on par with that of the Spartan warriors. However, the Amazonian warriors lacked a subclass section, instead possessing a title attribute. It appeared that titles provided a power boost similar to the subclasses of the Spartan warriors. Huang Yu proceeded to examine the remaining 4 Amazonian warriors. Their attribute panels were largely consistent with Ella's, differing only in skills and mottos. Huang Yu noted that the mottos of the Amazonian warriors reflected their distinct personalities. For instance, Ella was extroverted and lively, always exuding excitement, much like a tempest. In contrast, another Amazonian warrior named Melanip had the motto, "I shall let life wither in silence," which imparted a sense of indifference. The remaining 3 Amazonian warriors exhibited similar traits, each possessing a strikingly vivid personality. Huang Yu glanced at the warehouse's material reserves. There were still 4,000 units of wood and 3,000 units of stone remaining. In the afternoon, Lord Jeloa had delivered 4,000 units of iron ore for the day, which, combined with the refined iron produced by the steel mill yesterday. The reserves of refined iron in the warehouse are quite ample. Although some have been utilized by the Arcane Rune Research Institute, 800 units remain. Thus, Huang Yu intends to elevate the Amazon tribe to Tier 3 by tomorrow. Shall the Amazon tribe be upgraded to Tier 2? Yes, no, yes. The spark of fire emanated golden light, enveloping the newly established Amazon tribe. After approximately half an hour, the golden radiance dissipated. The Amazon tribe emerged revitalized, upgraded to a Tier 2 structure, with its footprint expanded by more than double. During the wait, Huang Yu spent over 2,000 soul crystals purchasing a substantial quantity of timber, stone, and refined iron from various infrastructure material shops on the trading platform. In addition to advancing the Amazon tribe to Tier 3, he was also preparing for the 4th tier of the Spark. However, he had yet to encounter the special construction materials required for the 4th tier. He had only searched through the Chaos Mall, where the prices were exorbitantly high. Even the most basic farming item, The fertile soil cost over 100 soul crystals per unit. It goes without saying that the more special construction materials required, the stronger the territory's attributes would become. If Huang Yu intended to invest the full value, a total of 1,000 units of special construction materials would demand at least 100,000 soul crystals. After the upgrade to Tier 2, the Amazon tribe birthed 10 new Amazon warrior maidens. Upon accepting their fealty, Huang Yu accessed the information panel of the Tier 2 Amazon tribe. Amazon tribe, extraordinary grade building. Level, Tier 2. Note, upgrading to Tier 3 requires 800 soul crystals, 5,000 units of timber, 8,000 units of stone, and 700 units of refined iron. Function, automatically generates 10 extraordinary unit Amazon warrior maidens daily, level LV1. Similar to the Spartan training camp, the enhancements to the Amazon tribe's functions post-upgrade to Tier 2 were not particularly significant. The only difference was the increase in population. Huang Yu promptly invested soul crystals and materials to continue elevating the Amazon tribe's rank. Shall the Amazon tribe be upgraded to Tier 3? Yes, no, yes. Golden light once again enveloped the Amazon tribe. Huang Yu had only 160 soul crystals remaining, while there were still ample materials in the warehouse. They fell short in comparison to the requirements for the Spark's promotion to Tier 4. Huang Yu planned to gather infrastructure resources on the trading platform over the next 3 days, attempting to see if he could elevate the Spark to Tier 4. While arranging for the Amazon warrior maidens to select their equipment, Huang Yu dined under the attentive service of his steward and servants, and then, while watching the Waterworld channel, he awaited the Amazon tribe's ascension to Tier 3. He would not be bored. However, the Amazon warrior maidens, now equipped, were becoming somewhat restless, particularly upon witnessing the continuous stream of warriors coming in and out of the Spartan training camp. The 15 Amazon warrior maidens began to chatter excitedly, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. Before long, an Amazon warrior named Ella, spurred on by her fellow maidens, approached the Spartan training camp. Ella possessed striking red hair, and her skin glistened with a wheat-like hue. She had a commendable physique, her long legs showcasing defined muscle contours. To Huang Yu, she resembled a leopard with an intense desire for conquest. Stepping into the center of the path, Ella, with exuberance, shouted towards the Spartan training camp. "Hey, you big guys inside, interested in sparring with me?" Ella's words captured the attention of the Spartan warriors. However, the warriors merely glanced at her before turning away, uninterested in their own pursuits. "Ha ha ha, those men ignored Ella." "Ella, it seems you've been underestimated," remarked one of her companions. "Look at the way those men are looking at you. It's as if they're saying, 'What a woman,' although it was meant as jest." The remaining Amazon warrior maidens wore displeased expressions. Due to their gender, it appeared they had been belittled by another faction of their lord. This could not stand. How could they lose face before their lord? They needed to teach those men a lesson. Observing the Spartan warrior's gazes and hearing the laughter of her companions behind her, Ella's forehead throbbed with veins, and she angrily exclaimed, "Hey, you jerks, your looks are really pissing me off. You spineless cowards. Are you too afraid to accept a challenge in front of our lord? In front of our lord? Spineless cowards?" The warriors in the Spartan training camp immediately dropped their tasks, turning in unison to gaze at Ella, their expressions cold and filled with murderous intent. An aura of iron blood surged forth. Ella, enveloped by this invisible aura, could not help but take a step back. Yet, her excitement only grew. The men before her, undoubtedly the Lord's subordinates, were indeed formidable. Perhaps an exhilarating battle awaited. Darius cracked his neck, but had no intention of personally engaging. He had already reached LV11. Sparring with a LV1 Amazon warrior would be akin to bullying. To put it bluntly, he could single-handedly overpower all of them. Turning to several of the lowest-level Spartan warriors, Darius commanded, "You lot, go spar with them." Yes, 5 LV3 Spartan warriors stepped out of the training camp. Huang Yu also exited the world channel, stepping out of the castle to observe the warriors facing off against each other. The show was about to begin. Chapter 56, The Clash Between Extraordinary Units. Huang Yu had no reason to prevent this contest. In his eyes, it was an opportunity for both sides to engage in friendly exchange, allowing each to showcase their capabilities to earn the other's respect. On the broad road, Ella stood opposite a Spartan warrior named Lorne. Both were clad in fine-grade leather armor. Ella wielded a curved bow in one hand and a long sword at her waist, while Lorne held a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. As they faced each other, the battle was imminent. Whoosh! Ella drew her bow, releasing an arrow with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The arrow flew towards the awaiting Lorne. Clang! Lorne effortlessly deflected the arrow with his shield, then charged towards Ella with his sword drawn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Ella showcased her exceptional archery skills, her bow-drawing motion so swift that it created a series of afterimages. Arrows flowed forth like a torrential stream, relentlessly flying towards Lorne. The angles of each arrow were exceptionally cunning, forcing Lorne to halt his advance and exert himself to defend against the barrage of arrows. Observing the line of arrows connecting the two, Huang Yu could not help but admire Ella's marksmanship, even doubting whether she was cradling an automatic rifle in her arms. The sound of arrows raining down was relentless. Although briefly subdued, Lorne steadfastly defended against the barrage, successfully blocking every single arrow. After acclimating to Ella's assault, Lorne began to close the distance between them, his speed increasing with each stride. A sudden noise pierced the air. Out of the corner of his eye, Lorne caught sight of an arrow that had been deflected by another, altering its course and hurtling towards him behind his shield. Startled, he instinctively leaned back. The arrow zipped past, grazing his cheek and leaving a scar that measured half a finger in length. What incredible archery! Huang Yu's eyes widened as he rose from the chair that the butler had moved for him. As an ordinary individual who had only practiced Tai Chi in university PE classes, he found it hard to fathom someone wielding a bow with such finesse. Not far away, Dilius also set down his training equipment, captivated by the skill Ella displayed. Among Spartan warriors, there were indeed longbowmen, but their focus was on precision and lethality. Lacking the artistry of Ella's technique, these female warriors undeniably possessed the qualifications to fight alongside them. Ha, not bad at all. Ella laughed heartily upon witnessing Lorne evade her deadly strike. She removed the empty quiver and set it aside with her longbow, drawing her longsword. She met Lorne's gaze with fervor and determination. In stark contrast, Lorne's expression was one of humiliation and anger. Despite his higher level compared to Ella and wielding a defensive shield, he had hardly advanced 10 meters and had nearly been struck, sustaining minor injuries. If he failed to reclaim his honor, he would surely be the subject of ridicule among the other warriors back at the training camp. With a sharp motion, he touched the bleeding wound on his face, discarded his shield, and gripped his sword with both hands, fixing a serious stare on Ella. Her archery was indeed exquisite. However, he vowed that he would not be outmatched in swordsmanship. Noticing Lorne cast aside his shield, admiration flickered in Ella's eyes. Gripping her longsword tightly, she charged forward. In a flash, Ella lunged at Lorne, her sword raised. Clang! Lorne, refusing to falter, deflected her powerful strike. He then thrust his sword towards Ella in a swift motion. Ella used her sword to brace against the ground, leaping to evade Lorne's attack while delivering a kick toward him. Thud! Thud! Two side kicks were effortlessly intercepted by Lorne's arm. Observing Ella momentarily lose her balance in midair, Lorne seized the opportunity, launching a fierce kick at her unsteady form. His movement was as swift as a tiger. Caught off guard, Ella could only cross her arms to block the blow. Boom! Lorne's kick sent Ella flying. She twisted her body to absorb some of the impact, landing and sliding a short distance. Frowning, a flush crept across her face, clearly indicating that Lorne's strike had inflicted some pain, although Lorne was merely 2 levels above her. The strength of a Spartan foot soldier was incomparable to that of a ranger. Rising to her feet, Ella regarded Lorne, who remained stationary. He had granted her a reprieve. Had he pressed the attack, she would have faced defeat. Hey Ella! Several Amazon warriors surged forward, the foremost one speaking up. Isn't it our turn now? Rihanna, why are you in such a hurry? Ella retorted, visibly displeased. Our battle isn't finished yet. Your sword is already in his hands, remarked Rihanna. An Amazon warrior with flowing black hair, striking beauty, and a curvaceous figure. She was the most radiant among the 15 Amazon warriors. Ella's face flushed, and she fell silent. I have a proposal. Turning to Huang Yu, Rihanna's eyes sparkled with clarity. Since the Lord is also interested, why not engage in a team match? Allowing everyone to showcase their skills before him? A confrontation among extraordinary troops? Huang Yu turned his gaze towards Dilius. As you command. Dilius bowed respectfully, indicating that the Spartan warriors had no objections. Huang Yu nodded at Rihanna and said, be mindful. Rihanna beamed, bowed to Huang Yu, and organized the remaining Amazon warriors to prepare. Dilius waved his hand, and 5 more level 3 Spartan warriors stepped into formation, creating a circular array of 10. Meanwhile, he and Musa remained focused on observing. Once both sides were ready, Huang Yu raised his hand to signal. Boom! A fiery magic projectile shot into the sky, exploding with a resounding roar. For our great lord! 25 warriors shouted in unison. The team battle commenced immediately. The Amazon warriors swiftly scattered, arrows flying as they exhibited a variety of archery techniques, leaving Huang Yu dazzled. The Spartan warriors advanced steadily, executing a 360-degree defense, occasionally shifting formations to repel the Amazon warriors in their path. The choreography flowed seamlessly, igniting the spectators' enthusiasm. Despite it being their first contest, both sides demonstrated remarkable synergy, maintaining their dignity while affording each other ample opportunity to shine. They occasionally cheered in unison, applauding a warrior's impressive display. The duel transformed into a showcase of skill, displaying their prowess to their sworn lord and future comrades, until golden light erupted from Rihanna and Ella, marking the spectacular combat performance's conclusion. Moments later, as the golden light dissipated, Rihanna and Ella stood side by side before Huang Yu, bowing in unison. Morningstar Rihanna, Storm Ella, we pay our respects to our lord. Chapter 57, The 5th Day. Amazons, Ella, Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 Devoted. Potential, Diamond, upgradable to LV49. Class, Storm Archer. Skills, Amazonian combat techniques. Evasion, Storm Shot. Title, Storm. Motto, embrace my assault as you would a tempest. Amazons, Rihanna. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, Diamond, upgradable to LV49. Class, Master of Combat. Skills, Amazonian combat techniques. Evasion, Combat Instinct. Title, Morning Star. Motto, to perish by my hand is the most valuable occurrence of your life. Huang Yu initially believed that the two would ascend to heroic units after a single battle, but he had overestimated the situation. Rihanna and Ella merely received titles. Upon reflection, it made sense. If one performance could elevate them to heroes, the Amazon warriors would indeed be extraordinary. However, the significance of titles appears to be rather profound. Ella and Rihanna, both originally rangers, transformed into a storm shooter and a master of combat respectively upon acquiring their titles. Ella's original skill, Berserk Shot, evolved into the perfect grade Storm Shot, while Rihanna gained the passive skill Combat Instinct, also of perfect grade. The enhancement in their fundamental abilities is markedly evident. What a splendid battle it was. Huang Yu assisted both warriors to their feet and addressed everyone. From you, I perceive a luminous future for the realm. As he spoke, the steward timely organized the venue alongside the populace, subsequently unveiling a lavish array of food and drink. Once everything was set, Huang Yu uttered a few brief words and announced the inaugural banquet of the cosmic territory. Amidst the cheers of the warriors, the feast commenced. Ding! The Amazon tribe has been upgraded to a Tier 3 structure. As the wine flowed freely and the festivities thrived, Huang Yu received the notification of the Amazon tribe's elevation. Glancing to his side, he beheld a European-style edifice majestically perched upon a slope. The structure, predominantly circular, spanned approximately 5,000 square meters. Its walls were immense and robust, adorned with elongated pillars and layered flying eaves. Expansive windows punctuated the intervals, rendering the building appear less oppressive. Huang Yu summoned the information regarding the Amazon tribe. Amazon tribe, exceptional grade building. Level, Tier 3. Note, upgrading to Tier 4 requires 4 Tier 4 fire seeds, 80,000 soul crystals, 120,000 units of wood, 140,000 units of stone, 20,000 units of refined iron, and 1,001,000 units of special construction materials. Function, automatically generates 20 exceptional grade Amazon warriors, level LV1 daily. The Amazon warriors, as exceptional grade units, begin as warrior units upon birth, with a 7 chance of advancing to hero units, a 0, for chance of ascending to king units, and a mere 0.01 chance of evolving into god units. The prospect of generating 20 Amazon warriors daily and the slight increase in hero and king ascension probabilities elicited a nod of approval from Huang Yu. The distinctions in combat prowess among the 5 tiers, warrior, brave, hero, king, and god, are tremendously vast. Even a minuscule increase of 0.1 represents a significant enhancement. Through this upgrade, Huang Yu discovered an anomaly that was not a bug per se. For Baroque-type structures like the Amazon tribe, if upgraded consecutively within a single day, each phase grants an additional unit. Presently, there are already 35 Amazon warriors within the territory. Yet, 35 Amazon warriors seems somewhat insufficient. Contemplating the remaining 20,000 soul crystals in his possession, Huang Yu resolved to retain them for a while longer. On one hand, he intended to reserve funds for the discounted artifact tomorrow. On the other, without a hero unit to lead, managing too many warrior units could prove challenging. After all, the Amazon warriors are all merely LV1 at this stage. Huang Yu gazed upward at the night sky. The traces left by the crimson moon had been erased by the resplendent white moon. Following a night of fervor, the crimson moon had dimmed, while the violet moon remained but a mere outline. Only the white moon shone brilliantly. Beneath its luminous glow, a sense of tranquility enveloped Huang Yu's heart. Yet, this feeling of serenity felt somewhat disconcerting. If one were to draw a comparison, it resembled the difference between falling into a natural slumber and succumbing to the effects of sleeping medication. It seems these 3 moons harbor certain secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu diverted his gaze. With his current strength, he was not yet equipped to uncover the mysteries of the 3 moons. On the 5th day following their arrival, in the clearing before the castle of the cosmic territory, Huang Yu wielded his frost wave, practicing alongside Darius and Rihanna. The first light of dawn appeared on the distant horizon, yet Huang Yu had already been training for over an hour. His purpose was not merely to augment his strength, but to hone his will and enhance his combat experience, for the battlefield is ever-changing. Solely relying on skill release would not suffice. During the training, Rihanna provided Huang Yu with considerable insights. With her innate talent for combat instinct, she identified numerous issues in Huang Yu's combat style, yielding him substantial gains. It was not until the sun had fully risen that Huang Yu concluded his morning practice, coinciding with the refresh of the 5th day's sign-in time and discount list. 100 citizens and 20 Amazon warriors had arrived. He accepted the allegiance of the 20 Amazon warriors, assigned 20 ordinary citizens to the Spartan training camp, and distributed housing and work among the remaining citizens before inviting Rihanna and Darius to dine in the castle. Breakfast consisted of a single dish, yet it was of a style unknown to Darius and Rihanna. A steaming, fragrant meat broth cradled slender noodles at the bottom of the bowl, topped with wild vegetables and slices of meat. The green and white combination was visually enticing. In pursuit of culinary satisfaction, Huang Yu shared his memories of various delicacies from Blue Star with several cooks. To meet his demands, the castle chefs elevated their level to LV3 merely by preparing his requested dishes. The bowl of ramen before him was one such product. While some lords struggled to meet their basic needs, Huang Yu had already begun to explore ways to enhance his meals. The only regret was his inability to find a substitute for chili peppers. Rihanna, this communication crystal is for you. After breakfast, Huang Yu produced the number 2 communication crystal, the one belonging to Darius. Darius typically accompanied Musa and seldom utilized the communication crystal. Thus Huang Yu entrusted it to Rihanna. Once she accepted the crystal, Huang Yu proceeded to outline the tasks for the day. Darius and Musa were to lead the Spartan warriors to explore areas 10 kilometers outside the territory, while Rihanna and Ella would upgrade within a 10-kilometer radius with their Amazon warriors. Chapter 58, Material Procurement. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring a fine-grade broadsword. Huang Yu gazed at the broadsword in his hand, speechless, before casually discarding it into the cosmic shop. Receiving such items was less than ideal. What he truly lacked was equipment. Subsequently, Huang Yu accessed the discount artifact and directly searched for materials. The list refreshed, revealing dozens of pages of discounted materials. Various categories appeared, including ordinary materials, special construction materials, potion ingredients, equipment components, and magical materials. The first item, 50 off fine-grade material, light energy crystal. Absorbs energy during the day and emits a gentle glow at night. Original price, 30 soul crystals. Current price, for soul crystals. Current quantity, 50. Are you still illuminating your surroundings with foul-smelling beast fat lamps? Or perhaps a more primitive torch? Then what are you hesitating for? Purchase it. Think more about your subjects. Lighting devices made from solar energy crystals are clean and hygienic. They will no longer strain their eyes while working late into the night. As usual, Huang Yu automatically disregarded the advertisements for discounted items. However, there was indeed a shortage of such materials in the territory. The lighting devices produced by the Magical Rune Research Institute were all fuel-based, neither natural nor environmentally friendly. After paying 200 soul crystals, Huang Yu acquired 50 solar energy crystals. He placed them in the warehouse and turned his gaze to the next material. 50 off on high-quality material from the giant ape's hand bone, known for its exceptionally developed arms. Its tremendous strength is primarily concentrated here. Originally priced at 30 soul crystals. Now only 15 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. The bones are incredibly hard. If you can't gnaw on them, you can use them to strike someone. The rare 50 discount happened to be on a high-quality crafting material. Upon seeing the current price of 15 soul crystals, Huang Yu immediately lost interest. No bone, no matter how hard, could surpass a weapon forged from fine iron. With 15 soul crystals, he could purchase 15 units of fine iron. Skipping the giant ape's hand bone, Huang Yu continued to scroll down. 50 off on rare-grade material, obsidian. Obsidian can be used to craft equipment and serve as a special building material. Its high explosion resistance enhances the defensive capabilities of constructions. Originally priced at 120 soul crystals, now only 6 soul crystals. Current quantity, 200. Some refer to it as dragon crystal. In truth, this substance has no connection to dragons whatsoever. However, its remarkable explosion resistance has made it a favored building material among many lords. Special building material, obsidian. This was a worthy acquisition. Huang Yu paid 1,200 soul crystals to purchase all 200 units of obsidian, preparing it as a potential material for upgrading to the 4th tier. 10 off on rare-grade material. Phoenix Eye Flower Pouch. The leaves of the Phoenix Eye Flower bear pouches shaped like phoenix eyes. Aside from intimidating natural enemies, these pouches are rich in energy. Potions made from Phoenix Eye Flower pouches can swiftly replenish the user's energy, but please do not consume them directly. Originally priced at 360 soul crystals. Now only 72 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. Not a drop left? Then let us try the energy replenishing potion made from the Phoenix Eye Flower pouch. It will restore your vigor. Huang Yu's face twitched slightly. He paid 720 soul crystals to purchase 10 units of the Phoenix Eye Flower pouch. Although he currently could not transform the pouches into potions, they would serve as excellent strategic reserves. 10 off on exceptional grade material, Golden Crowned Eagle's Eye. The Golden Crowned Eagle is a magically enhanced raptor, capable of extraordinary flight speeds and wielding the chaotic power of wind elements. They can reach a maximum level of LV49, 5th tier, and can even undergo further magical enhancement to become extraordinary entities known as dragon eagles. Their eyes are composed of magical tissues, granting them exceptional dynamic vision and eyesight, allowing them to discern the movements of a large rodent even at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Originally priced at 8,000 soul crystals, now only 800 soul crystals. Quantity, 2. Equipment crafted from it will be the dream of most archers. You may also use it as a medium for awakening. With a stroke of luck, one might even awaken a perfect level talent. The magical tissues of a beast capable of reaching the 5th tier. Though it was labeled as exceptional grade, its original price of 8,000 soul crystals was merely a hair's breadth below the perfect tier. Huang Yu paid 1,600 soul crystals to acquire both golden-crowned eagle's eyes. Subsequently, he placed them all in the universal shop, pricing them at 7,000 soul crystals for sale. With dynamic vision and superior eyesight, he believed these two features alone would attract numerous lords. Indeed, it wasn't long before Huang Yu received a transaction notification from the trading platform. Ding! Transaction notification. Lord Omenia has paid 6,000 soul crystals for materials worth 2,000 soul crystals, purchasing the exceptional grade golden-crowned eagle's eye. Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He now had an additional 4,400 soul crystals in his funds. He meticulously selected and purchased hundreds of units of materials. His initial sum of over 20,000 soul crystals had long been exhausted. Moving forward, he relied primarily on the immediate sales from the universal shop to maintain his financial balance. In this brief period, the universal shop had listed 5 types of exceptional grade materials and 17 types of rare grade materials, collectively yielding him over 50,000 soul crystals. Now, the shelves of the universal shop were left with only the flamed sparrow egg, the heart of the thunder spirit, and another golden-crowned eagle's eye. Even so, after purchasing some materials for personal use, Huang Yu was left with just over 20,000 soul crystals. The newly refreshed perfect grade and extraordinary grade materials were mostly priced at 10 off. After a quick glance, he found only one suitable material. 10 off on perfect grade material, Moonstone. Infused with white moon energy, it is a premium magical material and a special building material. Equipment crafted from Moonstone will inherently possess the white moon energy attribute. Calming the spirit. If sufficient Moonstone is incorporated into a building, it will deter frenzied beasts from approaching your territory. Originally priced at 25,000 soul crystals. Now only 2,500 soul crystals. Current quantity, 100. Are you still troubled by beast invasions? Then add a dash of Moonstone to your constructions. Clearly, after experiencing a beast tide, special materials like Moonstone were highly coveted by many lords. Because after the 7-day protection period, the beast tide would erupt once more, forcing the lords to confront the onslaught. However, the price of 25,000 soul crystals was staggering. 100 units would amount to 5 million, not to mention other lords. Even Huang Yu could not afford that. He could manage to buy 1 or 2 pieces, but his soul crystal count was dwindling, and he needed to reserve some for other discounted items. Ding! Transaction notification. Lord Jayaside has paid 12,500 soul crystals, along with 800 units of fine iron, 5,000 units of wood, 3,000 units of stone, and materials worth 4,000 soul crystals, purchasing the perfect grade material, heart of the thunder spirit. Oh, seeing the 12,500 soul crystals credited to his account, Huang Yu was filled with delight. Just as he was dozing off, someone had delivered a pillow. Chapter 59, Awakening Medium. With the sale of the heart of the thunder spirit, Huang Yu's soul crystal count rose to 34,500. Skipping the Moonstone, he turned to the last page of materials, where the first item caught his eye. 10 off on epic grade material, core fragment of the fire element lord. The elemental realm is home to many elemental beings, each composed of pure elemental energy. Among them, each element possesses a singular, most formidable elemental creature known as the elemental lord, originally priced at 1.5 million soul crystals, now reduced to 150,000 soul crystals. Quantity, 3. Although merely core fragments, they remain exceedingly rare and potent materials. Should Huang Yu utilize the core fragment of the fire elemental lord as awakening material, he would acquire a fire affinity, the least of which would be of extraordinary quality. Despite the discounted price of 150,000 soul crystals being quite steep, with diligent effort, the possibility of procuring the fire elemental lord's core fragments remains within reach. Huang Yu felt a stir of excitement and tentatively placed the core fragments in his shopping cart, then turned his gaze to the second high-grade material, at a twofold discount. The epic-grade material, Heart Crystal of the Tidal Giant. The tidal giants, a subspecies within the giant race, reside in the ocean. As the largest of giants, an adult tidal giant's stature rivals that of a titan, originally priced at 3.4 million soul crystals, now available for 680,000 soul crystals. Quantity 1. If your territory requires the construction of a large energy facility, it might come in handy. The discounted price of 680,000 soul crystals daunted Huang Yu, prompting him to skip it and look towards the next discounted item. At a 1 discount, the legendary grade material, Essence of the Void Marauder. The Void Marauders are the most infamous entities among void creatures, filled with an insatiable desire to devour all living beings. They slay their foes and plunder their superior abilities to enhance their own strength. To date, Countless dimensions have been ravaged by them, originally priced at 21 million soul crystals, now reduced to 210,000 soul crystals. Quantity: 2. Whether for crafting equipment or enslaving the essence within, you shall become a nightmare to your enemies. Huang Yu swallowed hard, acknowledging his intrigue. Although the reputation of the Void Marauders sounded rather unsavory, it could not detract from their immense power. And at a reduced price of 210,000 soul crystals, Huang Yu felt that with some effort, he could indeed gather enough. He quickly scanned the remaining materials and found that the most suitable for awakening remained the core fragments of the Fire Elemental Lord and the essence of the Void Marauder. It seemed that today would require a significant financial outlay. Huang Yu exited the filter and entered the complete discounted list. With equipment under construction, it was time to procure supplies from the Chaos Mall. Next, it was once again the moment to bring warmth to the lords. Indeed, those blessed with good looks are often favored by fortune. If he were to announce the items he had acquired over the past 5 days in the World Channel, the other lords would surely feel envious. Wang Yufei gazed at the androgynous figure before him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Since his arrival, he had not once received an item below the rare grade during his daily sign-ins. On the first day, he acquired 50 rare troops. The second day brought him 10 superior grade potions. The third day, a special building, the Rune Forging Workshop. The fourth day, a skill book of superior grade. And today, he signed for a hero unit with extraordinary potential. In this grand competition among myriad races, Wang Yufei felt as though he were the chosen one. Of course, if only it weren't for that universe lord. Glancing at the over 13,000 soul crystals in his account, Wang Yufei scoffed. He opened the trading platform, reluctantly clicking on the universe shop. His level had reached LV9, necessitating the purchase of the Thunder Spirit Heart as his awakening medium. Ding! You have been blacklisted by the Universe Lord. While in a blacklisted state, you cannot access the Universe Mall. What? Wang Yufei stared at the notification in disbelief, his expression shifting to one of humiliation and anger. How dare he blacklist me? In a mountainous region, Edward cradled a violet, spindle-shaped crystal in his hands. The surface of the crystal flickered with sporadic electric currents. Edward's golden hair stood on end from the static, yet he refused to let go. This was an acquisition he had made with all his savings. He had even postponed his Fireseed promotion to buy this Thunder Spirit core. Do you wish to use the Thunder Spirit Heart as your awakening medium to ascend to the second tier? Note: awakening is irreversible. The talents gained will be permanently fixed, and the Thunder Spirit Heart will vanish. Yes, no, yes. Was there any hesitation necessary? This was the moment he had been waiting for. Resolutely selecting yes, the Thunder Spirit Heart in Edward's grasp began to emanate a brilliant purple light. Tendrils of purple lightning emerged, curling around Edward's body. He trembled, foam forming at his mouth, as he felt every bone in his body being pulled by an unseen force. His flesh and organs felt as though they were being seared. Ultimately, Edward's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Minutes later, the Thunder Spirit Heart completely vanished. Edward lay on the ground for some time before regaining consciousness. Congratulations, Lord, on your ascension to the second tier, awakening the perfect grade talent, Avatar of Thunder. Please explore the capabilities of your talent, Lord. Closing his eyes, Edward could sense the surge of thunderous energy within him. He then raised his hands, palms ablaze with electric light, which ultimately transformed into a bolt of lightning. Under his control, the electricity shape shifted continuously, morphing into electric spears and whips. The freedom to shape and attack with the lightning element. Moreover, immunity to lightning element attacks. Edward's excitement grew as he began to fully unleash his talent. With crackling sounds, Edward's body briefly elementalized. And most impressively, he attained the elementalized body. After a second, Edward could not help but break into a wide grin. I did it. Ha ha ha. In the Gallo territory, on the castle balcony, a cat-like creature, entirely golden with no stray hairs or patterns, rested beneath Gallo's feet. This was the reward Gallo received on her 5th day of sign-in. A perfect grade pet, the golden silk tiger. Although it was merely a level 1 cub, the golden silk tiger's length exceeded 1 meter. Ruffling the cub's head, Gallo allowed a rare smile to grace her face, though it soon faded as a look of conflict crossed her features. This was due to the fact that one of the 2 golden crown eagle eyes on the shelves of the Universe Mall had been purchased by someone else. After her purchase of the red feather bow yesterday, she was left with only over 4,000 soul crystals, a considerable distance from the 7,000 soul crystals she needed. Watching as items continuously appeared and vanished in the Universe shop, many priced at 4,000 to 5,000. Gallo felt that the golden crown eagle eye she coveted was teetering on the brink of being snatched away. It seemed poised to disappear from the shelves at any moment. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, a hint of resignation flickered in Gallo's eyes. Biting her lip, she opened her friends list. Chapter 60, The First Dividend. Having determined her target, Huang Yu perused the complete list of discounted items. Ordinary and quality goods are always the most abundant, with the exception of food. Huang Yu would typically glance at items, deem them necessary for the Lord, and then transfer them to the universal shop for resale. Until he stumbled upon this particular item. One-fold quality equipment, red crocodile armor, produced by the Universal Blue Mountain Workshop, innovatively forged by the expert blacksmith Huang Yu, with superior performance. Originally priced at 850 soul crystals, now available for just 85 soul crystals. Current quantity, 50. As he beheld the discounted red crocodile armor in the promotional listings, Huang Yu felt a dramatic thrill. He could hardly believe his own equipment had made an appearance here. He had to make the purchase, after all. At just 85 soul crystals for the one-fold red crocodile armor, it was a bargain that barely covered the material costs. Furthermore, since the red-armored crocodiles near the territory had been eradicated, the Spartans had not encountered a single one within a 10-kilometer radius of the Universal Lord's domain. Just days prior, Huang Yu had lamented not capturing a few to raise. As a result, half of the Spartans were still clad in various types of quality armor, appearing a hodgepodge of colors like a ragtag army. With these 50 sets of red crocodile armor, the needs of the remaining Spartans would be perfectly met. Additionally, Huang Yu was curious whether the profit distribution from the Chaos Mall, based on the initial price or the discounted one, would apply to his one-fold purchase. Spending 4250 soul crystals, he secured the 50 sets of red crocodile armor and promptly stored them in his warehouse. Before he could exit the purchasing interface, a notification chimed in, alerting him of the soul crystal deposit. Ding! The Chaos Mall sold 50 sets of red crocodile armor. According to the agreement, you earned 1275 soul crystals. Huang Yu was elated. He hadn't expected the Chaos Mall to calculate his profit share based on the original price. All things considered, each set of red crocodile armor had cost him less than 60 soul crystals. Truly, the official establishment was fair and just. How delightful. Huang Yu praised the Chaos Mall briefly before continuing to browse the discounted items. 2-fold quality class scroll, spearman. 15-fold rare class potion. 3-fold rare class pet. 1-fold exceptional class skill book. Comprehend language. Upon release, it enables the target to understand the languages of intelligent races, originally priced at 3,800 soul crystals. Now just 380 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. A language skill book. Engaging with other races would be indispensable in the future. The utility of comprehend language is vast. Huang Yu clicked to purchase. The 380 soul crystals vanished, and a skill book appeared in his hands. He chose to learn it. The comprehend language skill book transformed into a white light, merging with Huang Yu's essence. After a moment of contemplation, he cast the comprehend language skill upon himself. There was no extraordinary sensation, only a recollection of the name Austral, which instinctively seemed familiar. It appeared that understanding the context of conversation was essential to grasping its specific meaning. He would have to experiment further with other races in the future. Returning to the discounted items list, Huang Yu continued scrolling. Meanwhile, the trading platform buzzed with activity as notifications poured in. Lord Lanua paid 260 soul crystals for a quality long scythe. Lord Brandier paid 2,000 soul crystals for a rare skill book. Lord Orton paid 5,500 soul crystals for a quality building, the Goya Swordsman Outpost. As Huang Yu perused the discounted item list, he simultaneously supplied goods to the universal shop. The soul crystals spent would invariably return to him multiplied in the next moment. He lost track of how many items he had moved. By the time he cleared out all products priced under 100,000, his total soul crystals had exceeded 100,000. Indeed, exploiting the Chaos Mall was the most exhilarating method of acquiring soul crystals. Huang Yu, still unsated, gazed longingly at the higher quality items. Typically, perfect grade items were priced between 1 million and 3 million. After discounts, prices generally started at around 10,000. At this stage, any lord wishing to make a purchase would need to save for quite some time. For instance, that Thunder Sprite heart from yesterday had only been acquired by Lord Giacide after a full day had passed. Huang Yu had no time to wait. To accumulate 210,000 soul crystals before the discounted items refreshed, he had to utilize every soul crystal at his disposal. Unfortunately, today's high-quality items had no discounts below 0.1. Huang Yu quickly scanned the remaining discounted items. The highest grade item was a legendary building named the Well of Stars, originally priced at 300 million. Now available at a mere 60 million. The price was so exorbitant that Huang Yu lost interest even in viewing it. The lowest discount was for an epic class profession scroll. At 0.5 discount, with a post-discount price of 1.5 million. That too was merely a sight to behold. It seemed today as shopping spree had reached its limit. Huang Yu reluctantly exited the Chaos Mall. Ding! Your friend, Lord Gallo, has sent you a message. Please check it. Gallo. Huang Yu raised an eyebrow and opened his friend list. Lord Huang Yu, I apologize for the interruption. If it's convenient, could you reserve the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye for me? It turned out she was interested in the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye, presumably intending it as her awakening medium. Had the previous iron frame bow, along with the later purchased red feather bow, been for her own use? In that case, the Golden Crown Eagle's Eye was indeed the most suitable awakening medium for her at the moment. Huang Yu did not respond immediately, but instead inquired, how long should I reserve it? Gallo replied instantly, before dark, along with today's iron ore. Before dark? Huang Yu pondered for a moment, preparing to agree, only to see Gallo send another message. No need to wait until dark. Can it be reserved before noon? Was she worried he might refuse? Huang Yu first returned to the shop to withdraw the golden crown eagle's eye. He then sent her a message. All right. I will reserve the golden crown eagle's eye for you before noon. Thank you. A simple acknowledgement. Huang Yu swiftly cleared 999 friend requests and exited the friend list. Standing on the balcony, he gazed over his territory, a surge of pride swelling within him. Upon seeing Huang Yu's response, Gallo let out a deep sigh, her expression clouded with concern as she looked out at the poised Hullen light cavalry. Another favor owed. At this rate, would the territory still belong to her? Meow? Sensing her distress, the golden-striped tiger nuzzled against Gallo's delicate calf. Seeing her pet comfort her, Gallo forced a smile and sat down, affectionately ruffling the tiger's head. You must work hard, little Meow. Otherwise, sister might just have to sell you to settle debts. Upon hearing Garo's words, the golden-striped tiger, which was being playfully kneaded by him, abruptly lifted its head. Its gem-like eyes were filled with astonishment. Meow? Chapter 61, Gathering Soul Crystals. As noon approached, the Amazon warriors, led by Rihanna and Ella, swept through an area within 10 kilometers to the southwest of their territory, returning with over 100 wild creatures. Most of these creatures were of the first and second tiers, with 2 being third-tier beasts. Clearly, the Amazon warriors were far better suited for combat in forested environments compared to the Spartan warriors. Their initial foray yielded commendable results. Although their levels still lagged behind those of the Spartans, after a morning of hunting, both Rihanna and Ella had reached level 4. Among the other Amazon warriors, 12 had also attained level 4, while 21 were at level 3. The disparity in levels was steadily diminishing. After arranging for the Amazon warriors to return and recuperate, Huang Yu descended the slope, observing the gatherers as they dismantled the carcasses of the monsters. Over 30 gatherers, some reaching as high as level 7, exhibited remarkable efficiency. In less than an hour, every single one of the hundreds of wild creature corpses had been completely deconstructed. A plethora of raw materials, including flesh, bones, pelts, claws, and scales, was sent to the warehouse. Huang Yu first placed nearly 2,000 units of food into the universal marketplace, including several exquisite cuts of meat. Soon, these meats were swiftly purchased by various lords. As for the rare-grade meats, Huang Yu refrained from selling them. These rare meats not only provided experience points, but also replenished energy and enhanced physical constitution, primarily serving to nourish himself and his warriors. Magic Pattern Research Institute notification. You have acquired 6 expert-level blacksmiths. Magic Pattern Research Institute notification. You have obtained an apprentice-level magic pattern constructor. While Huang Yu was sorting through the warehouse supplies, the Magic Pattern Research Institute sent him notifications regarding his recent acquisitions. Upon reviewing the personnel information, he discovered that Zhu Ling, who had just been promoted to expert level yesterday, had already attained the secondary profession of magic pattern constructor today. Truly, she is the one with the highest potential. Currently, the Magic Pattern Research Institute housed 69 apprentice-level blacksmiths and 11 expert-level blacksmiths, of which 4 had also gained the secondary profession of magic pattern constructor. Huang Yu hurried to the Magic Pattern Research Institute, where he met the newly promoted 6 expert-level blacksmiths, offering them praise and encouragement. The equipment crafted at the institute had become one of his primary sources of soul crystals. Each member of the team was exceptionally talented, and he adored this place. Upon entering the Magic Pattern Research Center, Huang Yu immediately spotted Zhu Ling, who was nestled in the laboratory with dark circles under her eyes. She had several magic crystallized cores beside her and was currently using a device to grind them into powder. Huang Yu winced at the sight. Currently, only third-tier wild creatures had a chance to drop magic crystallized cores, each valued at over 1,000 soul crystals. Activating his true sight, he could clearly see the energy within the shattered cores dissipating rapidly, rendering them unusable as core components for equipment. What a reckless expenditure. Huang Yu's face twitched. Yet he refrained from stopping Zhu Ling. The pursuit of new innovations always necessitated substantial investment. He had faith that Zhu Ling would not engage in futile endeavors. With a sharp crack, another fire attribute magic crystallized core was crushed. Still using his true sight, Huang Yu distinctly observed the fire energy within the core beginning to boil. This was dire. He swiftly pulled Zhu Ling into his embrace, casting a stone armor spell over them both while releasing a vortex nearby. His spellcasting was remarkably deft. Boom. The boiling fire energy exploded for reasons unknown, creating a wave of flames accompanied by a fierce wind that formed a tornado. It clashed with the vortex for some time before gradually dissipating. Surveying the chaotic laboratory, now filled with steam, Huang Yu felt a pang of fear. If he hadn't been present, Zhu Ling would have likely been reduced to a crisp. Hooray! However, upon witnessing the recent explosion, Zhu Ling exclaimed with excitement. What the hell? Huang Yu lightly tapped Zhu Ling's forehead, exasperated. You nearly perished just now, do you realize that? Ouch! Zhu Ling rubbed her forehead. gazing at Huang Yu with her watery eyes, looking quite pitiful. It hurt, my lord. I've been working all night for the sake of magic pattern research. Looking at Zhu Ling's tearful expression, Huang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He could only maintain his lordly demeanor and stated, henceforth, no dangerous experiments shall be conducted without my presence, understand? Gazing at the ruined instruments and materials strewn about the room, Huang Yu felt a pang of anguish. All of this was soul crystals. Understood, Zhu Ling replied, sticking out her tongue, her expression shifting from one of near tears to a quirky, impish demeanor. She bounced out of the laboratory, calling for the apprentices outside to help with the cleanup. Once Zhu Ling had settled down, Huang Yu inquired, Zhu Ling, how fares the creation of the flying ropes? Right over there. Zhu Ling pointed to a nearby shelf. Upon seeing the shelf, which was in disarray due to the explosion's impact, Huang Yu's heart tightened. He rushed over and was relieved to find that the flying ropes were undamaged. Just 5 items? He asked, frowning. I left the rest for Shi Yin to handle. They should be delivered to the warehouse along with the equipment made at noon. Shi Yin was one of the newly promoted expert-level blacksmiths from that morning, and like Zhu Ling, she was also a female blacksmith. Huang Yu searched the warehouse and indeed found 10 flying ropes. It was a total of 16 items. While it was a bit lacking, there was little to be done, given that they were rare-grade equipment. Furthermore, the warehouse had also received an additional 340 pieces of equipment. These were the results from the blacksmith's efforts that morning. Among them were 105 ordinary items, 206 exquisite items, 25 rare items, and even 4 exceptional items. Huang Yu estimated that if he sold this batch of equipment, he would likely have enough soul crystals to purchase the Void Plunderer essence. After making his selection, he set aside 10 flying ropes for exceptional items and 5 rare items, subsequently listing the remaining 321 pieces for sale. Moments later, transaction notifications flooded in. Lord of the Purple Orchid paid 3 for 100 soul crystals for 1 rare-grade armor. Lord of the Radiant Knight paid 200 soul crystals for 10 exquisite longbows. Lord Edmund paid 80 soul crystals to purchase 2 pieces of ordinary quality leather armor. Amidst the flurry of transaction notifications, Huang Yu's soul crystal count soared dramatically. Almost every second, thousands of soul crystals were credited to his account. Within half a minute, all the equipment was sold. Huang Yu's total soul crystals surged from 102,518 to an impressive 211,052. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yu realized he had finally gathered enough soul crystals to purchase the Awakening medium. Chapter 62, Void Raider. Upon returning to the castle, Huang Yu clicked to purchase the essence of the Void Raider. Do you wish to pay 210,000 soul crystals to acquire the essence of the Void Raider? Yes, no, yes. The freshly acquired soul crystals had barely warmed in his possession before Huang Yu spent them. As a palm-sized purple square crystal materialized in his hand, 210,000 soul crystals were instantly deducted, leaving him with only 1,052 soul crystals. Within the purple crystal lay a menacing, shelled beast in slumber. Despite the barrier of the crystal, Huang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if the Void Raider could awaken at any moment and consume him entirely. Do you wish to use the essence of the Void Raider as an awakening medium to ascend to the 2nd tier? Note, the awakening process is irreversible. The talents gained after awakening will be permanently fixed, and the essence of the Void Raider will vanish. Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu contemplated for a moment before decisively choosing to awaken his talents. Immediately, the essence of the Void Raider emitted a brilliant purple light that enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself amidst a starry expanse, confronted by a colossal Void Raider. An oppressive aura surrounded Huang Yu, inducing an unsettling sensation as if his very soul was on the verge of being torn apart. A sudden roar reverberated in his consciousness. To his horror, the Void Raider before him opened its eyes and gazed at him with a cold, ravenous stare, reminiscent of a long-starved beast that had just spotted fresh flesh. What is happening? My body won't move. Seeing the Void Raider awaken, a wave of panic washed over Huang Yu. I chose awakening. But why does it feel like I'm here to be its meal? Just then, space quivered, sending ripples through the air. Before the newly arisen Void Raider could make its next move, it disintegrated into fragments amidst the tremors. A piercing scream echoed in Huang Yu's mind, and he beheld those fragments transforming into streams of light that surged toward him. As the first stream of light merged with his body, Huang Yu's consciousness jolted, and he fainted. In reality, Huang Yu floated in midair, the essence of the Void Raider hovering above his forehead, infusing his body with a torrent of pure void energy. Half an hour passed. The last wisp of void energy entered Huang Yu's forehead. The purple brilliance of the square crystal faded entirely, transforming into a semi-transparent crystal that fell to the ground alongside him. A mysterious purple pattern appeared on Huang Yu's forehead. With a deep breath, Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes. After a considerable time, he finally emerged from the chaos of awakening. Congratulations, Lord, on ascending to the 2nd tier and awakening the legendary talent, Void Raider. Due to the high grade of the talent, we are currently analyzing it for the Lord. Analysis successful. Void Raider, Legendary Talent. Ability 1, Void Walking. Typically, only extraordinary beings can survive in the void. With the ability to walk in the void, the Lord can move freely in a void environment, automatically absorbing void energy to meet survival needs. Ability 2, Void Energy. The Lord possesses a reserve of void energy within, enhancing the skills released with void energy amplification. Additionally, directly using void energy will yield various effects, which the Lord must explore independently. Ability 3, Raider Physique. To maintain the balance of abilities and preserve the genetic purity of the Raider race, the Void Raider possesses formidable control over its body. Like the Void Raider, the Lord can conceal, block, and sever the abilities acquired, releasing them only when needed. Ability 4, Void Plunder. By slaying living beings, the Lord can randomly plunder their abilities, including genetic, attribute, and talent abilities, among others. Other abilities require independent exploration by the Lord. Is this what a legendary talent entails? Huang Yu was utterly captivated. Although the ability to walk in the void may not be immediately applicable, the remaining 3 talents were extraordinarily potent. The uses of void energy were manifold. The Raider Physique represented ultimate mastery over the body, preventing him from transforming into a grotesque amalgamation due to excessive ability plundering. Finally, the Void Plunder offered Huang Yu a shortcut to power. Now, the shortcomings of his personal strength would gradually be mitigated by the talent of Void Plunder. Huang Yu was filled with exhilaration. What if the human race value was merely at an ordinary level? Those higher-level races would eventually become a part of his burgeoning strength. After a prolonged moment, Huang Yu regained his composure, remembering that the Chaos Mall was still cataloging the crafting process for the flying rope. He promptly chose to upload it. The Chaos Mall has recorded the rare grade equipment, flying rope. The Lord gains 20,000 experience points. As the notification appeared, a cascade of golden light enveloped Huang Yu. Shortly thereafter, the golden glow dissipated, and Huang Yu's level rose to LV12, surpassing even Dilio's, who had just recently broken through to LV11. The sensation of being infused with power was truly intoxicating. Huang Yu channeled the void energy within him and gently levitated, effortlessly soaring from the 3rd floor of the castle. By harnessing the void energy, he gained the ability to float and fly. Additionally, his strength, speed, and recovery capabilities had significantly improved. Extending his hands, he released void energy, directing it toward a stone. The void energy penetrated the stone, and with a gust of wind, the stone disintegrated into dust. By directly unleashing void energy, he could utterly annihilate matter, reverting it to its essence. He wondered if the same effect would apply to living beings or spells. Amidst the astonished and reverent gazes of his subjects, Huang Yu glided down the hillside, landing at the edge of his territory. Fiery Magic Bullet. Huang Yu raised his hand and released a fiery magic bullet. Previously, the fiery magic bullet had always appeared as a dark red orb, but this time, it bore purple cracks on its surface and was twice the size. Whoosh! The fiery magic bullet shot into the forest and then erupted with a sudden explosion. Boom! A small mushroom cloud surged from the trees, incinerating a 30-meter radius into an open space. Such destructive power rivaled that of a perfect grade skill. Huang Yu marveled in awe, yearning to further explore the enigmatic applications of void energy, yet found himself somewhat constrained, for the reservoir of void energy within him was nearly depleted, recovering at an excruciatingly slow pace. Ding! Your friend Lord Yiro has transferred 5,000 soul crystals to you, along with 1,500 units of iron ore, valued at 2,000 soul crystals and materials. Have you gathered enough resources for purchase? Huang Yu was too preoccupied to concern himself with such trivial matters. Accepting the soul crystals and supplies, he casually handed over the eye of the golden crown eagle to Yiro and delved back into the exploration of his innate abilities. Chapter 63, Near the Territory. Congratulations, Lord, on your advancement to the 2nd tier, awakening the exceptional talent, Demonized Eagle Eye. The talent's abilities are for you to explore at your discretion. Yiro leaned against the headboard, opening her eyes. The scenes before her oscillated between blurred and clear, inducing a dizzying sensation. Meow. Upon hearing a sound beside her, Yiro turned her head. The golden striped tiger lounged in the corner, greeting her before resuming its grooming. After the morning's battle, it had leveled up to LV5, now possessing a size surpassing that of an adult Siberian tiger. In Yiro's eyes, the tiger's movements appeared slow and lucid. She could discern the barbs on its tongue as it meticulously combed through its golden fur, capturing the gradual convergence of each strand. After focusing intently for a while, Yiro finally acclimated to her newfound talent. Supporting her forehead, she rose from the bed. Supervision. Dynamic capture. These must be the 2 abilities bestowed upon me by the demonized Eagle Eye. Through the window, Yiro observed the Hulan light cavalry patrolling near the large iron mine. They were clad in leather armor purchased from the Cosmic Mall, emblazoned with the insignia of Cosmic Blue Mountain across their chests. Just this morning, Dilu, who had recently advanced to a warrior, stood guard atop a makeshift watchtower, wielding an iron bow with a keen gaze. It seemed there were additional capabilities yet to be unlocked. Yiro descended from her bed, donning a set of finely crafted light armor that accentuated her graceful figure. She then grasped the red-feathered bough from the wall and beckoned to the golden-striped tiger. Meow! The tiger emitted an excited roar, following Yiro out of the castle. Seizing the afternoon, she aimed to adapt to the demonized eagle eye while clearing nearby wild monsters. The spark must be elevated to the 3rd tier swiftly. Then, the territory would border the iron mine, eliminating the need for separate manpower for maintenance. Moments later, Yiro rode her feathered deer, accompanied by the golden-striped tiger and 30 Hulan light cavalrymen, charging into the grasslands. As dusk approached, the cosmic territory-esque gathering area buzzed with activity. The Spartan warriors returned, bringing back the corpses of over 200 wild monsters. More than 30 gatherers resumed their industrious tasks. Windblade, a windblade, doubled in size and trailing a faint purple light, soared through the air with a howl towards a copper-skinned wild bull. Swoosh! The towering copper-skinned bull, standing over 3 meters tall and at the 2nd tier, had no time to react before its massive head tumbled to the ground. You gained 342 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Huang Yu frowned slightly. Clearly, even with the application of void energy, the enhancement to the skill of fine quality was merely in power and size, lacking the fundamental elevation akin to the blazing magic bullet. It seemed that both equipment and skills presented significant turning points at the rare and extraordinary tiers. However, the core capability of void plunder remained reliable. After Huang Yu dispatched the copper-skinned bull, a mark on his forehead absorbed a surge of purple light from the bull's carcass. Subsequently, the void energy coursed across his skin, and his consciousness instinctively captured a piece of information. You have plundered the gene ability of the copper-skinned bull, metallic skin. Huang Yu raised his arm, and his previously normal skin now gleamed with a brass-like hue. The copper-skinned bull's hide was an exceptional material within the fine-quality tier, offering formidable defense against arrows, spears, and blades wielded by ordinary citizens. Now, through void plunder, Huang Yu had acquired this trait. He controlled the talent of void plunder, utilizing the capabilities of the plunderer physique to conceal the external appearance of the metallic skin while preserving its defensive properties. Although he appeared unchanged on the surface, now, it was nearly impossible for anyone below LV-10 wielding ordinary weapons to inflict harm upon him. A formidable talent. Huang Yu fantasized. If one day he were to slay a dragon, would he not also gain a physique as formidable as that of a dragon, along with its longevity? My lord, this is the rudimentary map we sketched after today's exploration. Upon witnessing Huang Yu complete his experiment, Dilius approached, holding a map drawn on animal hide. After a day of battle, his level had also risen to LV-12, his experience points only slightly trailing Huang Yu's. The recently slain copper-skinned bull had been a creature Huang Yu had instructed Dilius to capture alive. Currently, for Dilius, dispatching 2nd-tier monsters was a mere trifling task, yet the challenge of capturing them alive remained considerable. Spreading the map across the ground, Dilius began to explain to Huang Yu. Approximately 12 kilometers to the northeast lies an expansive grassland. That copper-skinned bull was captured from there. Furthermore, we have discovered a group of ancient giant lizards and a plethora of grassland creatures. The orcs must have originated from the grasslands, though we did not encounter them. Huang Yu couldn't help but think of the orc lord upon hearing Dilius' words. They were nomadic, yet aware of their territory's location, potentially launching an attack at any moment. Once the protection period concluded, the orcs would become a ticking time bomb for the cosmic territory. Noticing Huang Yu nodding in acknowledgement, Dilius continued. To the north and west of the territory lies an endless forest. However, we ventured nearly 20 kilometers to the northwest and faintly glimpsed a distant mountain range. Along the way, we also encountered a group of diminutive green-skinned creatures. Yet those fellows were quite timid. We tried to convey goodwill and then resorted to intimidation. But they still dared not reveal themselves. Gazing at the towering Spartan warriors, each resembling a harbinger of death, Huang Yu found it hard to imagine how they would express goodwill. Observing the look in Huang Yu's eyes, Dilius awkwardly scratched his nose and continued. We haven't had the chance to explore the eastern area yet. To the south, about 15 to 16 kilometers away, lies an ocean. An ocean? Huang Yu was somewhat taken aback. From the castle, he could faintly see a body of water, but hadn't anticipated it to be an ocean. Indeed, Dilius nodded. It stretches infinitely, and not far from the coast. There is also an island. Huang Yu nodded, indicating he understood. Regardless of the grassland, mountains, or ocean, they not only harbored countless resources, but undoubtedly concealed immense dangers as well. After gaining a clear understanding of the surrounding environment, he was ready to commence his investigation into the enemies lurking near his territory. 3 kilometers away lay a den of gnolls, orcs scattered across the grasslands, and trolls that could spring forth unexpectedly. Furthermore, there were the green-skinned races that Dilius encountered today. These alien factions were adversaries he would inevitably confront, and they served as stepping stones for his continual growth. The more territory he controlled, the richer the resources he could acquire. Chapter 64, Kuinjin Rock Mine. As dusk fell, 55 Amazonian warriors returned to the territory, bringing with them nearly 200 wild creature carcasses and exhilarating news that thrilled Huang Yu. They had discovered a special resource mine. Upon receiving the dark golden ore from Rihanna's hands, a palm-sized piece that felt surprisingly weighty, Huang Yu activated his true sight. He found it contained an abundant supply of earth elemental energy, stable and pure, almost rivaling the earth elemental crystallization of Tier 3 wild creatures. Huang Yu brought up the information on the ore. Kuanjin rock. Quality, exceptional. Description: Kuanjin rock is rich in earth elemental energy. But this energy is heavy and solid, making it unsuitable for equipment forging aside from heavy weaponry. However, Kuanjin rock serves as an exceptional construction material that significantly enhances the stability and defense of buildings when incorporated during upgrades. Additionally, Kuanjin rock can automatically absorb free earth elemental energy, causing structures containing it to gradually enhance their defenses over time, even merging with the earth itself. An extraordinary resource mine. Moreover, it was an exceptional grade construction material. The Amazonian warriors had truly provided Huang Yu with a monumental surprise. After storing the Kuanjin rock in the warehouse, Huang Yu inquired, "Rihanna, where is the mine located? Are there any wild creatures or other races nearby?" In response to Huang Yu's inquiry, Rihanna replied, "It's 5 kilometers west of the territory, in a secluded cave that we stumbled upon by chance. We found no signs of biological activity within the cave, but there are some rather alert creatures nearby. They bore a unique rune and attempted to ambush us as we passed, but they were unsuccessful. When we pursued them, they mysteriously vanished. It seems they are yet another faction among the myriad races." Huang Yu nodded. The Kuanjin rock mine was a must-capture. Exceptional grade construction materials were valued at over 1,000 soul crystals per unit, and with such superior properties, it was indeed the essential material for advancing to Tier 4. Keeping the special race and Kuanjin rock in mind, Huang Yu entrusted Rihanna with the 31 grappling hooks from the warehouse, instructing her to have the Amazonian warriors acclimate to their new equipment. He then returned to the castle to tally the spoils of the Spartan warriors and Amazonian fighters, as well as the equipment forged by the Magical Rune Institute that afternoon. A total of 423 wild creature carcasses contributed over 10,000 units of food for Huang Yu. He retained over 1,000 units of rare, exceptional grade food. Huang Yu disposed of the remaining food in the universe shop. By the time he organized the accumulated equipment in the warehouse, over 9,000 units of food had been sold, adding 31,800 soul crystals to Huang Yu's account. Together with the bounty from the Spartan warriors and Amazonian fighters' afternoon hunt, his soul crystal count had reached 40,000. Additionally, a substantial quantity of materials had been deposited in the warehouse, set to be forged into equipment by the Magical Rune Institute the following day, promising another windfall of soul crystals. Throughout the afternoon, the Magical Rune Institute had also forged 216 pieces of equipment for Huang Yu. While the quantity was modest, the quality was notably high, including 2 exceptional grade items, a radiant golden bow and a blood-weeping sword, both on par with the frost wave he currently possessed. Huang Yu intended to reserve these for Ella and Rihanna's use. Moreover, there were a total of 44 rare-grade pieces of equipment. After excluding 20 grappling hooks, 24 rare-grade items remained, of which he selected 12 for the warriors. The rest, along with 120 excellent grade and 50 ordinary grade items, were prepared for listing. Time was of the essence. The lords must be struggling to hold on to their soul crystals. With a light chuckle, Huang Yu listed all 182 pieces of equipment. Lord of 7 Knights paid 200 soul crystals for a rare grade battle axe. Lord Oboric paid 900 soul crystals for 10 excellent grade longswords. Lord Tunglong paid 40 soul crystals for an ordinary grade leather armor. Within 10 seconds, hundreds of transaction notifications appeared, instantly adding over 70,000 soul crystals to Huang Yu's account. Meanwhile, the world channel erupted with excitement. "I can't believe your speed. I never managed to snag equipment from the universe shop. It's disheartening. I got a rare grade longbow, just tried it out, and its power is incredible. Universe big shot. I love you." Jealous of the upstairs. "Alas, I didn't have enough soul crystals. Only managed to grab 5 excellent grade spears. Yes. I'm just here to boast. Darn it. This guy is showing off. I wish I could go over and give him a piece of my mind. The universe shop has been listing so many excellent grade items lately. Yes, it seems Lord Huang Yu's strength has significantly increased. Worship the big shot. But the quantity has decreased. How can there be less than 200 sets? Exactly, it's simply not enough to grab. Lord Huang Yu, please restock." Suddenly, someone spoke up. "Couldn't Lord Huang Yu forge a few more ordinary grade items to support the lower tier lords? Indeed, ordinary grade equipment is becoming increasingly scarce, and we can't afford the high grade items. Don't just focus on your own advancement. Lend a hand to your fellow brethren. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Can't you fulfill your obligations?" Those top lords, led by Lord Universe, only care about expanding their own power, completely disregarding the plight of us common folk. It's utterly heartless. They are nothing but a bunch of vampires. Recently, The rising quality of goods in the universe shop had significantly increased the purchasing pressure on many lower-tier lords, leading to a wave of discontent. As someone voiced their grievances, it quickly garnered support from many others, who vented their stress and emotions over the past few days by mindlessly denouncing the top lords, with Huang Yu drawing the majority of their ire. However, it wasn't long before a lord stood up to refute them. The competition among the myriad races requires initiative. Do you think this is a game? If you can't develop on your own, don't blame others. The offerings of the Universe Shop are already quite generous. What more do you want? Do you expect Lord Universe to give them to you for free? Who would have thought it would come to this? You oversized infants are still alive? If you cannot stand, do not blame the uneven road. At your age, still suckling in someone else's arms. In an instant, the world channel was filled with an air of contention. Two factions engaged in a verbal sparring match, with even a prominent lord joining the fray. Some individuals, seemingly eager for chaos, mingled in to stir the pot, further complicating the scene. Chapter 65, The End of the Protection Period. Ding! Your friend, Lord of Eternity, has sent you a message. Please take note. Just as Huang Yu stored the 4,000 units of iron ore entrusted to him by Jialuo, he received a message from the Lord of Eternity. Boss Huang Yu, the world channel has erupted into a quarrel because of you. Because of me? Huang Yu was somewhat surprised, but did not dwell on it. The sorrows and joys of others were diverse. He merely perceived the clamor as a distraction. Instead of engaging in their bickering, he preferred to contemplate how to expand his own influence. Initially inclined to ignore it, he ultimately decided to respond. Please refrain from bothering me with such matters in the future. Understood. Clearly, the Lord of Eternity did not anticipate Huang Yu's indifference to the commotion. After a considerable pause, he replied, Boss Huang Yu, I have a batch of materials I would like your assistance in crafting into equipment, if convenient. Following this, he sent the details of the materials. It was a collection of high-quality beast hides, totaling 22 units. The Lord of Eternity requested Huang Yu to create 20 pieces of fine-grade leather armor. Huang Yu assessed the market prices and quoted a fee. The cost for crafting each set is 300 soul crystals, totaling 6,000 soul crystals. Is that acceptable? Typically, within the same category, armor prices tend to surpass those of weapons. In the Chaos Mall, even the cheapest fine-grade leather armor starts at over 400 soul crystals. Moreover, equipment crafted by the Magic Rune Institute is usually of superior quality. The 300 soul crystals per set is already a friendly price offered by Huang Yu. Ding! Your friend, Lord of Eternity, has transferred 6,000 soul crystals and 22 fine-grade beast hides to you. Please check your inventory. The Lord of Eternity was quite direct, promptly transferring the materials and the 6,000 soul crystals to Huang Yu and sending a message. Thank you, Boss Huang Yu. I entrust the equipment to you. Since you prefer to steer clear of these trivial disputes, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard your reputation, Boss Huang Yu. Huang Yu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, utterly speechless. Considering the other party's goodwill, he ultimately decided to spare the Lord of Eternity this time, keeping him on his friend list for a few more days. After all, the way this fellow addressed him was rather endearing. After dinner, the night had fully enveloped the Huang Yu territory. A full white moon ascended, casting a luminous glow, rendering the fifth night since the arrival of all beings as bright as day. Under the light of the white moon, the red and purple moons appeared blurred, nearly indistinguishable. It seemed today was the day the white moon shone most brilliantly within the week. The distant forests grew significantly quieter beneath the white moon's radiance, and the sporadic roars of beasts sounded weak and distant. Nevertheless, the mysterious patterns on Huang Yu's forehead still allowed him to keenly locate the position of the purple moon, drawing in a modicum of void energy. The purple moon symbolizes the void. What do the tempestuous red moon and the tranquil white moon respectively represent? Huang Yu pondered. With the enhancement of his strength, he had begun to unveil the mysteries of the Chaos Continent. These were challenges that all lords would inevitably face. The night passed without incident. In the early morning, the white moon vanished, heralding the quiet arrival of the sixth day since the universal descent. Huang Yu concluded his morning training and, while sharing breakfast with Rihanna and Dilius, awaited the refresh of the sign-in and discount lists. However, to his surprise, the first message he received was from Ganix. He had nearly forgotten about this fellow. Huang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ganix had been dispatched to monitor the wargs, and they had not communicated in quite some time. He realized he had been somewhat neglectful. Huang Yu retrieved the vibrating communication crystal from his pocket. 2 lines of text appeared. My lord, I just attempted to enter the warg territory and found that I can do so freely now. Their protection period has ended. Upon reading Ganix's message, Huang Yu contemplated. So, as a mid-tier race, the wargs had a protection period of only 5 days. He promptly inquired, what are they up to? Have any escaped? If the orc lord could carry a totem and roam about, Huang Yu was concerned that the wargs might possess the ability to relocate their territory. After sending the message, a while later, Ganix transmitted a recording. Through the hazy mist, Huang Yu glimpsed the core area of the warg camp, where a wall over 3 meters tall had been erected. This wall, constructed from stone, clay, and wood, appeared somewhat rudimentary, Unlike the products of the Chaos Mall, it seemed the wargs had built it themselves. Beyond the wall, only a corner of a stone structure was visible. Shadows flitted atop the wall, concealing an unknown number of wargs, most wielding crude weapons, with only a few appearing decently equipped. Every so often, several watchtowers rose, with wargs atop them wielding large bows, vigilantly surveying the area. They have forsaken ambush tactics and shifted towards defense. It seems the wargs have been quite intimidated. Huang Yu chuckled softly. The wargs excelled in open combat, but were not adept at defense. However, having been trampled by Spartan warriors twice in the wild, these wargs no longer had the audacity to confront Huang Yu head-on. Nonetheless, one must remain cautious. Since they still existed after the protection period, these wargs must have passed the Lord's assessment. They still possess strength. Ganix's recording had yet to conclude. The warg's territory appeared to still be in its second phase, with an area of approximately 500 by 500. However, the region beyond the wall had been entirely cleared, transformed into barren land, with faint traces of traps laid. Additionally, Ganix captured numerous giant wolves on the communication crystal. Some concealed themselves within the surrounding forests, while others hid behind the wall. Particularly, a white wolf, over 3 meters tall, was not obscured by the wall at all. It seemed their foes now included not only the wargs, but also a pack of wolves led by that 4th-tier white wolf. That white wolf truly was a persistent specter. Dilius and Rihanna, nearby, were also captivated by the footage from the communication crystal. Upon seeing the silhouette of the white wolf, Dilius displayed signs of impatience. The vengeful and exceedingly cunning white wolf had caused considerable trouble during the previous skirmish with the wolfmen and trolls. After a while, the recording concluded. Ganix sent another message. My lord, do you have any further commands? Huang Yu, with a grave expression, channeled energy into the communication crystal. Ganix, keep a close watch on them. I shall soon lead the warriors there. Today, we will seize the territory of the wolfmen. Upon reading this, Ganix promptly replied, Understood. Turning to Dilius and Rihanna, Huang Yu instructed, Dilius, Rihanna, prepare the warriors for battle. I shall personally lead the expedition to annihilate these wolfmen. Chapter 66, The Expedition. Yes, my lord. Dilius and Rihanna did not question Huang Yu's orders. After a salute, they hurriedly departed to assemble the troops. Huang Yu returned to his chamber, where he retrieved a suit of armor. Scorpion lion armor. Quality, exceptional. Equipment description, expertly forged by the master blacksmith Sang Yun of the Blue Mountain Workshop. Utilizing materials from the 4th-tier wild beast, the scorpion lion, with the addition of glimmerstone during the forging process, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Its overall performance ranks among the finest within the exceptional tier. Active skills. 1. Flight. Sang Yun has modified the scorpion lion's dual wings, allowing the armor to retain the ability of brief flight. 2. Gust. When the dual wings unfurl from the back of the armor or are forcefully flapped, a powerful gust of wind forms around the user, pushing away nearby objects. 3. Wing slash. Infusing energy into the wings allows the user to unleash slashing attacks. 4. Glimmering wings. The dual wings of the scorpion lion armor, imbued with glimmerstone, possess defensive capabilities comparable to exceptional grade shields, with edges sharp enough to rival rare grade weapons, providing both offense and defense. Passive skills. 1. Scorpion poison. Inflicted by the scorpion lion armor, the victim will be infected with scorpion poison, leading to muscle paralysis and shock. 2. Glimmering defense. After the addition of glimmerstone, the scorpion lion armor boasts formidable defense and possesses the ability to rebound physical attacks. This armor was specifically crafted for Huang Yu by Sang Yun, utilizing materials salvaged from the scorpion lion that the Spartan warriors brought back after the beast died. Its overall performance is outstanding. The only regret lies in the absence of a magical crystal as an energy core, as the scorpion's magical crystal, along with its scorpion tail, had been taken by an unknown individual the previous night. With the assistance of the butler, Huang Yu donned the armor. It was not as heavy as he had imagined. The overall hue was a regal purple gold, complemented by matching shoulder guards, knee pads, and battle boots. The chest piece concealed the modified wings of the scorpion lion within a diamond-shaped compartment at the back. The helmet was designed in the likeness of the scorpion lion. Once adorned, Huang Yu exuded an aura of strength and dominance as he descended the stairs amidst the compliments of the butler and servants. He opened the Chaos Mall before departing the castle, clicking to sign in, hoping for a stroke of luck. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. You have received an exquisite grade spear, Heart Piercer. A finely crafted iron spear appeared in his hand. Huang Yu's smile faltered momentarily. Then he casually tossed the Heart Piercer into the Cosmic Mall. Moments later, a trade notification popped up, and he received 270 soul crystals. Heart Piercer is splendid, Huang Yu remarked as he stepped out of the castle, muttering to himself, to kill, one must pierce the heart. In the square before the castle, the Spartan warriors stood to the left, numbering a total of 139. The Amazonian warriors occupied the right, including 20 newly birthed Amazon warriors, totaling 75. Over 200 warriors, fully armed, donned equipment of no lesser quality than exquisite. The two groups gazed at Huang Yu with immense respect, as if they would unhesitatingly follow his command into the depths of hell. Further away stood 100 newly birthed subjects, watching the army with awe. Their expressions a blend of shock and gratitude. For this inaugural expedition, it was imperative to ensure absolute success, executing a flawless annihilation. Observing the numbers on either side, Huang Yu felt compelled to act, and 525 soul crystals vanished. From the Amazon tribe, 125 level 1 female warriors emerged one after another. Meanwhile, 60 fortunate subjects, faces alight with honor, entered the Spartan training camp. After a brief period, 60 level 1 Spartan warriors emerged from the training camp, among them 3 heroic units. Spartan Hero, Estinos, Unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 Devoted. Potential, Sacred Realm, upgradable to LV69. Class, Spartan Berserker. Skills, Spartan Combat Techniques, Spartan Formation, Spartan Berserk Arts. Motto, The Blade Carries My Fury. Hero Introduction. Estinos is a hero of exceptional swordsmanship, who relishes charging forth, wielding the blade that bears his wrath to incinerate his foes. Spartan Hero, Phaedra, Unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 Devoted. Potential, Sacred Realm, upgradable to LV69. Class, Spartan Vanguard. Skills, Dual Wield Mastery, Combat Intuition. Motto, They can only see the bloodied edge of my weapon, while I can see the fear in their eyes. Subclass, Poet. Hero Introduction. Phaedra is a unique hero, whose combat skills are unparalleled, capable of unleashing the full might of any weapon he wields. His talent shines through in the poems he recites, inspiring fellow warriors. He is a fierce adversary, yet a warm friend. Spartan Hero, Esconas, Unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 Devoted. Potential, Extraordinary, upgradable to LV59. Class, Spartan Shield Bearer. Skills, Spartan Combat Techniques, Spartan Formation, Shield Mastery. Motto, Calamity halts before me. Hero Introduction. Esconas is an incredibly reliable ally. As long as his formidable figure stands, you can confidently wield your weapon against the enemy. Huang Yu gazed at the 3 new heroes standing beside Dilius and Musa at the forefront of the Spartan formation. Estinos, the youngest among them, was always filled with fervor, exuding a spirit akin to Dilius. Phaedra, the Spartan vanguard, possessed a striking appearance, his golden locks giving him a sunlit warmth. Esconas, towering over 2 meters, was a bald giant with a muscular frame, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Welcome, my heroes and warriors. Huang Yu beamed at the grand army before him, a surge of pride swelling within him. In this moment, it felt fitting to deliver a passionate speech. Yet, Huang Yu preferred not to squander time. After retrieving the equipment from the warehouse, he would ensure the warriors were fully armed before they set forth. He spread his arms wide, activating the scorpion lion armor. Boom! A pair of violet wings exploded forth from his back. A shockwave surged outward, scattering the surrounding dust and debris. Flap! Flap! The wings beat vigorously, lifting Huang Yu's form into the air. Warriors, for the future of the universe. Fight! Huang Yu roared to the valiant souls below. Let those despicable wolfmen tremble beneath our feet. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the Amazonian warriors and Spartan fighters were filled with excitement, clashing their weapons and erupting into fervent cheers. For victory! For the universe! As the cheers rang out, Huang Yu commanded the scorpion lion armor in midair. Boom! The wings generated a formidable gust. In an instant, Huang Yu soared to the forefront of the battalion, landing with such force that he left a substantial crater in the ground. To battle. Chapter 67. The Cursed Hands of the Wolfmen. In the realm of the Wolfmen. Despite enduring Huang Yu's relentless oppression, the Wolfman Lord, Buck, had painstakingly elevated his domain to the 2nd tier. After passing the requisite trials, he received commendable rewards. Now, his territory boasted over 400 wolfmen, each a born warrior. Among them, he commanded 50 elite wolfman brutes, 10 rare wolf knight riders, and 5 rare cursed hand wolfmen. Yet, he felt this was far from sufficient. The anguished cries of troll warriors still echoed in his mind. Each recollection of those humanoid killing machines sent shivers down Buck's spine. Approaching the ancestral totem of the wolfman, a symbol of authority among the half-beast lords, Buck knew he could summon warriors of his clan, purchase various structures and resources with soul crystals, and trade with other wolfman lords. However, after summoning a multitude of subjects with the soul crystals, he found himself unable to proceed with further endeavors. Now he sought aid. Great ancestor, please convey to my brother Morg that I acquiesce to his demands. The emotional detachment typical of wolfmen rendered their personalities cold and selfish. Although Morg was Buck's brother, their relationship was akin to that of ordinary wolfmen prior to their ascension. And, due to certain circumstances, their bond had grown particularly strained. Thus, it was less a plea for aid and more a transaction, a trade of souls. Oh, my dear brother. Upon receiving your message, my soul nearly leaped from my body with excitement. Come, quickly sign this contract. Then our family can reunite at long last. Haha. As Buck beheld Morg's message, a visage of a withered, malevolent face flashed in his mind, accompanied by a chilling voice. Yet, gazing at the contract before him, Buck hesitated not a moment, promptly inscribing his name. For he had no other option but to trust that Morg would fulfill the contract stipulations and provide his territory with double the combat power. Contract established. Please receive the materials as requested by the counterpart in accordance with the contract. Buck sighed deeply, opting to accept. Shortly thereafter, a scroll materialized in his hand. However, upon examining the scroll's contents, Buck's eyes widened in fury, and he let out a despairing roar. Morg, you bastard. Before long, Huang Yu and the warriors arrived at the Wolfman territory. Ganix appeared before Huang Yu without delay, now elevated to level 11, on par with Musa. Huang Yu surveyed the Wolfman domain, and to his surprise, the number of Wolfmen was considerable. The 3-meter-high walls were nearly filled with Wolfmen. The emergence of the army threw the Wolfmen into disarray, unleashing chaotic howls. Among them was a special breed of Wolfman brutes, towering nearly to the height of ordinary orcs. However, these Wolfmen were not highly leveled, mostly at levels 1 and 2. With the might of the Spartan warriors, they were more than capable of handling the situation. Under the command of several heroic units, the Spartan warriors formed a semi-encircled formation around the Wolfman territory. A portion of the Amazonian warriors, led by Ella, concealed themselves in the woods behind the Wolfman domain, while another contingent followed Rihanna, coordinating a full assault alongside the Spartans. Lacking the knowledge of military stratagems, Huang Yu refrained from intervening, instead focusing on issuing combat objectives. His command was clear: annihilate the Wolfmen and giant wolves. With all preparations in place, Spartan hero Dilius donned his scale armor, raised his massive sword and shield, and roared, "My lord commands. Destroy the Wolfman territory, cleanse all foreign races. Warriors, let us deliver victory to our great lord." The warriors saluted, shouting in unison, "For the lord! Forward!" Dilius bellowed and charged into the Wolfman domain, while Huang Yu ascended into the skies, activating his true sight and unleashing a vortex imbued with void energy. Swish, swish. A water tornado, 6 to 7 meters in diameter, materialized in the open ground before the advancing warriors. The tornado swiftly surged forward, obliterating all traps in its path before gradually dissipating. Yet, this was not the end. Following the water tornado's release, Huang Yu hurled a blazing magic orb, adorned with purple cracks. Amid the fearful gazes of the Wolfmen, the orb struck the walls. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the crude walls of the Wolfmen were blasted apart, creating a gaping hole 7 or 8 meters wide. Lord slays an LV2 Wolfman, gaining 34 experience points, 3 soul crystals. Lord slays an LV3 Wolfman brute, gaining 65 experience points, 7 soul crystals. Lord slays an LV1 Wolfman. One fiery magic orb shattered a dozen Wolfmen into fragments. The void mark upon Huang Yu's forehead flickered momentarily, followed by an influx of information. Plundered Wolfman genetic ability, Wolfman strength. Plundered Wolfman genetic ability, Wolfman strength. Plundered Wolfman genetic ability, Wolfman scent. The ability to plunder certain traits seemed capable of infinite accumulation. Truly, a legendary talent. Even by vanquishing weaker beings and continually seizing their abilities, one could ultimately evolve into a formidable ultimate power. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. Infinite plunder, infinite accumulation. No wonder the Void Plunderer had become the nightmare of countless races. Utilizing the Plunderer's physique, he restored his once bushy hair and elongated, robust arms to their original state. Huang Yu assessed his newfound strength, discovering it had doubled, and his sense of smell had become exceptionally acute. He could discern various scents, including that of the Wolfman lurking stealthily in the tree behind him. "Ganix, leave this to me." Huang Yu turned his head to glance at Ganix, who had already positioned his venomous fangs against the neck of the ghostly-handed werewolf. He still possessed the true eye, enabling him to discern Ganix's location. However, his awareness of the ghostly-handed werewolf lurking behind was solely attributed to the recently acquired keen olfactory senses of the werewolf. Upon noticing Huang Yu's gaze upon him, the level 10 ghostly-handed werewolf was seized by a sudden jolt of dread, realizing it had been discovered. Yet, as the only second-tier member among the 5 ghostly-handed werewolves, it could not fathom how it had been detected. With no time to ponder further, the ghostly-handed werewolf leapt from the tree towards Huang Yu. Unbeknownst to it, a Spartan hero had just been standing behind it, nearly severing its neck. Ghostly-handed werewolf. Level, LV10. Abilities, stealth, dark claws, heart extraction. Description, an assassin class within the werewolf race, possessing grotesquely elongated arms and claws sharp enough to rival finely crafted blades, exhibiting remarkable agility in movement. Huang Yu cast a fleeting glance at the ghostly-handed werewolf's information. Then, with a sudden flurry, he unfurled the wings of his scorpion lion armor. Boom. A gust of force erupted. Just over 3 meters away, the grinning, ghostly-handed werewolf was abruptly pushed back by a powerful wind. Subsequently, a blade of wind shot forth from Huang Yu's hand, cleaving it in two. The corpse of the ghostly-handed werewolf crashed to the ground, its eyes still reflecting a trace of bewilderment. The Lord has slain a LV-10 ghostly-handed werewolf, gaining 156 experience points and 14 soul crystals. Acquired attribute ability from the ghostly-handed werewolf. Agility of the ghostly-handed werewolf. Chapter 68. The Burning of Life. Upon witnessing the failure of the second-tier ghostly-handed werewolf's assassination attempt, the last flicker of hope in the eyes of the werewolf lord, Buck, extinguished. The ghostly-handed werewolf had been his strategic reserve, carefully laid out in advance. He was acutely aware that the human in the distance was the enemy's lord. However, maneuvering past those murderous machines to approach the human lord seemed nearly impossible. Observing his subordinates engulfed in panic due to the overwhelming power of the blazing magic bullet, Buck, with a bitter expression, retrieved a scroll from within his cloak. Scroll, Burning of Life. Quality, perfect. Ability description, upon use, the combat power of allied units will be multiplied several times, rendering them impervious to pain and fearless of death. However, the price for this power is the continuous consumption of the life force of allied units. As long as the battle persists, the burning shall continue. Coverage, 500. Indeed, it significantly amplified the strength of my territory. Yet it also hastened my demise and that of my people. Buck's gaze turned vacant as he unfurled the scroll. Morg, can you not wait even this long? The scroll unfurled, revealing a crimson sigil. Buck infused it with energy, and a dense red light surged forth from the scroll, transforming into several arcs of light that flew towards the werewolves and dire wolves of his territory. The red arcs exuded an ominous aura. Many werewolves, possessing sharp instincts, resisted the integration of the arcs into their bodies, casting wary glances at their lord. Seeing the werewolves' fearful expressions directed at him, Buck's demeanor hardened as he barked, "Do not resist. Accept it." The authority of the lord remained intact. Upon hearing Buck's command, the werewolves hesitated momentarily before reluctantly accepting the arcs of the burning of life. In the gaze of his subjects, Buck himself merged with a strand of the burning of life. With a series of crackling sounds, Buck's body expanded to twice its size. His muscles bulged, veins throbbed, transforming him into a terrifying werewolf nearly 3 meters tall. And you all, a faint red mist escaped his nostrils. Buck's eyes glowed crimson, radiating an aura of madness as he turned his gaze towards the white wolf below the castle. "Awo!" The white wolf crouched low, letting out a howl directed at Buck. The arc of the burning of life circled above its head, yet it could not assimilate it. The dire wolves behind it fared no better. Boom! Buck leapt directly from the castle, landing before the white wolf. The ground trembled upon his descent. Wielding a massive axe, Buck's icy gaze fixed on the white wolf as he declared, "Either accept it, or perish." "Awo!" The white wolf emitted an enraged howl, but under Buck's coercion, it begrudgingly fused with the arc of the burning of life. After witnessing the white wolf's form swell dramatically, the hint of bloodlight glimmering through its pure white fur, Buck finally turned back with satisfaction, bellowing to the werewolves in the courtyard, "Lads, harness this newfound power within you to surprise our enemies. Let them know the cruelty of our kind." "Awo!" Following the acceptance of the burning of life, the werewolves exhibited a frenzied demeanor, nearly losing their sanity. Upon hearing Buck's words, they unleashed a roar, akin to a pack of beasts under the scarlet moon. Huang Yu soared through the air, fully aware of the werewolf's transformation unfolding before him. What arcane technique have they employed? The enhancement of their strength is strikingly apparent. Furrowing his brow, Huang Yu sheathed his scorpion lion armor and slowly descended to the ground. He harbored no concerns regarding the outcome of this battle. With 400 warriors charging forth, victory was already within his grasp. What troubled him was whether his warriors would sustain any losses. Yet, the tide of battle demanded his immediate attention. As the Spartan warriors entered range, the werewolf archers and spear throwers atop the walls prepared to strike preemptively. However, engaging in archery and spear throwing before the Amazonian warriors and Spartan fighters was akin to flaunting a great blade before Huang Yu. Not a single arrow left the bowstring of the werewolves before they were met with a torrential downpour of arrows unleashed by the Amazonian warriors. Amongst this barrage, a wave of formidable spears was also hurled. The werewolves were immediately sent into a panic, seeking refuge behind the walls, suffering heavy losses and too frightened to emerge. Before long, the Spartan warriors encountered the frenzied werewolves. There was no time for pleasantries. An intense clash erupted upon their first contact. "Kill!" Dilios roared, charging at the forefront alongside Astinos. Musa held the center, issuing commands, with Phaedra on the left and Isonas on the right. Their formation remained steadfast. Meanwhile, their adversaries resembled a disorganized mob, brandishing wolf-toothed clubs, beast bones, massive hammers, and flails, charging at them in a frenzy. Upon contact, flesh, severed limbs, and entrails flew in all directions. Even with their enhanced strength, the werewolves proved to be merely slightly tougher bones against the onslaught of the Spartan warriors. Huang Yu silently observed the brutal battlefield, feeling not discomfort, but rather a surge of exhilaration. He even experienced an impulsive desire to join the fray. How peculiar. Huang Yu chuckled to himself, touching his nose in self-deprecation. Most other transmigrators would feel nauseated at the sight of war's bloodshed, so why was I exhilarated? Just then, a wolf's howl interrupted Huang Yu's contemplation. A cadre of formidable werewolves clad in armor materialized at the breach in the city wall. They were evidently far superior to the previous rabble of Knoll soldiers, adorned with more sophisticated equipment. Upon their sudden appearance, they momentarily withstood the fierce onslaught of the Spartan warriors. The Knoll brutes, elite fighters among their kind, possessed strength rivaling that of humanity's rarest combatants. When their life force ignited, their power even surpassed that of human exceptional-grade warriors. Fearless of pain and undeterred by death, even when severed of limbs or pierced through the chest, the Knoll brutes continued to howl, yearning to take a bite from the Spartan warriors. Dilios had unleashed several flame slashes, yet the Knoll brutes, engulfed in flames, discarded their weapons and leapt into the ranks of the Spartan warriors, causing slight disruption to their formation. Stone armor. Huang Yu cast a protective spell upon a dozen warriors at the forefront to shield them from the suicidal assaults of the Knolls. Just then, shadowy hand Knolls emerged from the corners with uncanny speed and angles, targeting the hearts of the Spartan warriors. Fools, your disordered breaths have betrayed your presence. Came a scornful voice. Toxer struck first, plunging into the hearts of the two shadow hand Knolls. As they slumped forward, their heads drooping lifelessly, they beheld Ganix standing ominously behind them. Prey must possess self-awareness. Phydra's dual swords danced like a dragon, swiftly reducing the remaining two shadow hand Knolls to mere fragments. However, at that moment, 10 colossal wolves leapt from within the walls, each bearing a wolf knight, escorting Buck, mounted on a white wolf, towards the rear of the warriors. Their target was Huang Yu. Chapter 69, The Fire Element. An ambush? Observing the Knoll Lord leading the wolf knights and their pack charging towards him, Huang Yu remained utterly unfazed. In the face of absolute power, this was merely a different form of struggle. Although the Knoll Lord's attack was sudden, the Spartan warriors and Amazonian female fighters reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately shifting their formation to intercept. Ropes shot from the hands of the Amazonian warriors, dragging down the wolf knights from their giant mounts. Arrows, javelins, and spears pierced the colossal wolves, turning them into hedgehogs. The 10 wolf knights and several giant wolves had only traversed half the distance before collapsing entirely. Only the Knoll Lord Buck and his fourth-tier white wolf remained. Yet, fear was absent from Buck's visage. Instead, he bore a frenzied and sinister smirk, his gaze fixed solely on Huang Yu. Boom. At that moment, the Spartan hero Esnanas suddenly appeared, wielding a massive shield, directly colliding with Buck and the white wolf. A howl escaped Buck as he landed firmly on the ground, unleashing a furious roar towards Huang Yu. Huang Yu augmented himself with a language comprehension spell, promptly deciphering Buck's intent. I will slay you. It is your despicable kind that condemns my soul to eternal torment. I will kill you. Buck muttered incessantly, his voice a hysterical echo, confronted by the advancing enemies. He swung his massive axe, which was wreathed in frenzied flames, occasionally casting fireballs to repel the relentless warriors. Meanwhile, the white wolf, no longer the cunning beast it once was, despite having its eyes blinded and body riddled with arrows, javelins, and spears, furiously attacked the nearby warriors without a thought of retreat. Their desperate struggle momentarily posed significant trouble for the warriors, with some already suffering grave injuries. Clang! A live figure flashed before the Knoll Lord. Rihanna, enveloped in golden light and wielding a rare-grade longsword, managed to block the Knoll Lord's violent assault. Has she ascended to hero status? Huang Yu cast a stone armor spell over Rihanna, then summoned her information panel. Amazons, Rihanna. Level, LV8. Loyalty, 100, unwavering. Potential, Sacred Domain, upgradable to LV69. Class, Battlefield Master. Skills, 1. Morning Star Technique. Rihanna fuses all her combat skills into the Morning Star Technique, the ultimate secret of her former class, Master of Combat. 2. Leadership Aura. Rihanna possesses a rare leadership aura, naturally earning the trust of her allies, uniting them into a force of unwavering will, courage, and perseverance, guiding them towards victory. Note: current leadership aura can influence up to 100 individuals. 3. Battlefield Intuition. In the midst of battle, Rihanna gains keen intuition, allowing her to perceive the enemy's intentions and traps. Title: Morning Star. Motto: to die by my hand is the most valuable thing in your life. At last, the first hero unit emerged from the Amazons, and she was a commander-type hero with the highest potential. Huang Yu observed the graceful Rihanna as she engaged in combat with the Knoll Lord. Her movements were fluid, and her silver sword danced amidst the Knoll Lord's brutish attacks, showcasing precision and elegance, momentarily matching the Knoll Lord in prowess. However, the Knoll Lord, being second tier, held an advantage in level, compounded by the effect of burning life force, rendering his actual combat strength superior to Rihanna's. After a brief stalemate, Rihanna's rhythm was disrupted by the frenzied combat style of the Knoll Lord. Damn it! Buck's form surged once more, his eyes turning a furious crimson. his muscles displaying an unhealthy red-purple hue. Clang! Buck swung his massive axe, striking repeatedly at Rihanna. Ultimately, a horizontal swing sent Rihanna, who had been blocking with her sword, flying. Get away! As the surrounding warriors surged once more, Buck spun rapidly with his axe, flames erupting, transforming into a fiery whirlwind. The warriors' spears, swords, and shields were shattered, and the encircling formation was torn asunder, allowing him to break free. Buck looked up and saw Huang Yu standing alone 20 meters away, revealing blood-stained fangs as he grinned maniacally. I shall seize you. Is that so? Huang Yu raised his arm. Whoosh! A flash of purple light streaked past. Before Buck could comprehend what had transpired, he found his arm, clutching the massive axe, severed. You are far from it. Dense void energy compressed a simple wind blade attack into a half-meter-long purple blade, which swiftly severed Buck's arm at a speed imperceptible to the eye. The distance between us is greater than you can imagine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more compressed wind blades followed. In Buck's consciousness, there was not even a fleeting thought of evasion. His head surged forward, hurtling into the fray. Thud! The headless corpse of the warg lord Buck crashed to the ground. The bewilderment in his eyes faded, leaving only a hollow void. His once mighty physique, akin to a deflated balloon, shrank from over 3 meters to less than 2. He appeared desiccated, resembling a mummified relic. Meanwhile, Huang Yu received a notification. The Lord has slain the alien warlord, taking the first step in the struggle for supremacy among the myriad races. The Lord gains 20,000 experience points and 2,000 soul crystals. Plundered warg lord's innate ability, fire element. A golden light emanated from him. Huang Yu's level ascended to LV13. Was this all there was to it? Huang Yu quietly waited for a moment, only to discover that after vanquishing a lord, aside from the increase in experience points and soul crystals, he had obtained nothing else. What of the warg lord's soul crystals? The equipment? The resources? A cascade of questions erupted in his mind. Just then, another notification appeared. Upon acquiring the emblem of the warg lord's authority, you may inherit the assets of the warg lord. It seemed that the crux lay not in the lord himself, but in the authority he wielded. Huang Yu pondered this. The battlefield ahead was reaching its conclusion, with only a handful of frenzied wargs putting up a desperate resistance. Soon, the entire territory would fall into Huang Yu's grasp, and the warg lord's authority would be no exception. As Huang Yu patiently awaited the outcome, he examined the warg lord's plundered innate ability. Innate ability, fire element. Rarity, rare. Ability, the flesh inherently contains the power of fire elements, allowing for the direct release of fire element spells or the ability to imbue weapons with fire. Those possessing this innate ability exhibit formidable resistance against fire element energy. Chapter 70, Seizing the Ancestral Totem. This must be the innate ability awakened by the wargs upon their advancement to the second tier. Huang Yu recalled the scenes from the battle against the warg lord. He could unleash fireballs and envelop his weapon in flames, sustaining it for a considerable duration. All of this was attributed to the innate ability of the fire element. Now, this ability had been plundered by Huang Yu. He activated the fire element within him. Fiery orange flames surged forth, completely enveloping his scorpion lion armor. The innate ability seemed satisfactory. Huang Yu assessed it. The fire element provided little enhancement to his physique. Yet the temperature of the flames produced was indeed higher than that of natural fire. For most lords at this stage, the fire element could be considered a moderate innate ability. On the battlefield, the combat had been overwhelmingly one-sided from the outset. Although the warg lord had launched a surprise attack, it had failed to create any significant turmoil. Before long, the last warg was cleaved in 2 by Astinos, bringing the battle to a sudden halt. The fallen wargs exhibited a withered state, as though they had burned through their very life essence. This was the price of burning one's life. Even if they survived this battle, these wargs would not last long. Within a few days, their vitality would completely wane, leading to their demise. My lord, all wargs have been annihilated. Dilius, bloodied from the fight, approached Huang Yu and placed a hand on his chest. Well done. Please arrange for the injured warriors to be returned to the territory, Huang Yu instructed, producing several rare-grade potions and handing them to Dilius. During the recent battle, although the Spartan warriors and Amazonian warriors had not suffered any casualties, many were gravely injured, particularly from the warg lord's counterattack. That fiery giant axe inflicted substantial harm upon the warriors. These potions would merely alleviate their wounds. True recovery would rely on the healing abilities of the Spartan training camp and the Amazonian tribe. Nevertheless, Huang Yu had gained a considerable bounty from this battle. The warriors were currently gathering equipment, but the experience points and soul crystals acquired had already proven to be quite substantial. Huang Yu's level had risen to LV13, nearing the brink of LV14, and this war had yielded an impressive profit of over 13,000 soul crystals. The Spartan warriors, heroes Dilius, Musa, and Gannicus, were all at LV12, with Dilius on the verge of breaking into LV13. Among the other 3 heroes, Astinos stood at LV7, while Phaedra and Isonas were both at LV6. The remaining 194 warriors had a minimum level of LV3. The initial 40-plus warriors, including Shuan, had already advanced to the second tier. As for the Amazonian warriors, the highest ranked was Morningstar Rihanna, who had just leveled up to LV9. Next was Storm Ella at LV8. Notably, Ella primarily handled the sniping of wolf packs in the forest. After leaving the territory, the relevant notifications had significantly decreased. Upon Ella's return, Huang Yu discovered that she had also been promoted to hero. Amazonian warrior, Ella, level, LV8. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, Sacred Realm, can be upgraded to LV69. Class, Banner of the Storm. Skills, Storm Shot, Rain of Arrows, Charge Shot. Title, Storm. Motto, Face my attack as you would a tempest. Ella, with her formidable archery skills and flair, had acquired the special class of Banner of the Storm. In addition to her existing skills, she had gained high-grade skills such as Rain of Arrows and Charge Shot, significantly enhancing her prowess. Moreover, Melanipo and 5 other Amazonian warriors had also received titles. Most of the Amazonian warriors were now above LV3. With the battlefield thoroughly cleared, a multitude of equipment was sorted and organized. Among them, the highest grade item was the giant axe wielded by the Warg Lord, classified as rare, with average attributes. The other equipment included 96 pieces of fine-grade gear and 216 pieces of ordinary-grade gear, with the remaining items being rudimentary weapons of poor quality. Huang Yu held little interest in these items, planning to transport them back to the territory and sell them off at the Universal Shop for a quick profit in soul crystals. Crossing through the breach in the city wall, Huang Yu stepped into the heart of the Warg territory. Here stood 30 or 40 wooden huts, alongside iron mines, steel furnaces, warehouses, arrow towers, and other structures. At the core was a rugged stone fortress, where the emblem of the Warg Lord's authority was likely housed. Entering the ancient fortress, he found himself in a grand hall, where his gaze was immediately drawn to the ancestral totem ahead. It was a 5-meter-high relief depicting a formidable warg. Discovered the Warg Lord's authority ancestral totem. Current status, unclaimed. Would you like to seize it? Yes, no, yes. Huang Yu's purpose for coming here is to acquire the authority of the werewolves. However, what he did not anticipate was that seizing the werewolf's power seemed to be far more complex than he had imagined. Please choose a method of occupation. Inherit, devour, decompose, assimilate. The 4 options lay before Huang Yu. In his astonishment, he pondered within his mind. What are the distinctions among these 4 methods? Soon, he received an informative prompt. Choosing to inherit will cause the Lord to lose his human lord status and become the new werewolf lord, inheriting all resources of the current werewolf territory. Choosing to devour will allow the spark to consume the ancestral totem of the werewolves, unlocking the purchasing rights for werewolf racial items in the Chaos Mall. If he acquires werewolf subjects, they will appear as vassal races. Choosing to decompose will allow the spark to decompose the ancestral totem of the werewolves, granting the Lord a substantial amount of soul crystals, as well as the initialization units of the existing resources in the werewolf territory. Choosing to assimilate will enable the spark to assimilate the ancestral totem of the werewolves. The energy obtained will cultivate a secondary spark, which will be controlled by the primary spark, allowing the Lord to establish new territories. Each method of occupation emphasizes different aspects. Inheriting was certainly out of the question. Huang Yu was unwilling to relinquish his identity as a human lord to become a werewolf lord. Losing his human lord status would mean forfeiting everything he currently possessed. Perhaps in the very moment he inherited the werewolf lord's identity, he could be struck down by Dilius in the next breath. Decomposing held little allure for Huang Yu. The promise of a large number of soul crystals was vague at best. He suspected it would not exceed 100,000. As for the initialization units of the existing resources in the territory, he contemplated the ordinary grade iron mines and arrow towers outside the stone fortress and lost all interest. Thus, the remaining options were devour and assimilate. As for unlocking the purchasing rights for werewolf racial items in the Chaos Mall or obtaining a secondary spark to establish new territories, Huang Yu had already made his choice. Chapter 71. Does the Lord feel moved? Confirm the use of the spark to devour the werewolf ancestral totem. Yes, no, yes. Among the 4 methods of occupation, Huang Yu chose to devour the werewolf ancestral totem. In fact, assimilation was quite appealing as well. It would allow him to establish a territory near the Kuanjin rock mineral resources, occupying that area. However, in order to obtain discounted artifacts, he ultimately opted for devouring. After all, his rise was fundamentally based on discounted artifacts. Devouring the werewolf ancestral totem increased the variety of goods in the Chaos Mall, and the range of discounted items would also expand accordingly. Upon confirming his choice, the spark's ethereal form gradually emerged. Upon contact with the ancestral totem, it transformed into a ghostly blue flame, swiftly engulfing the entire totem. The ancestral totem gradually faded away, yet Huang Yu felt a gaze upon him from the totem. Before he could contemplate further, the werewolf territory suddenly began to tremble. Cracks appeared in the pillars and walls of the stone fortress. Run! Huang Yu jolted, unfurling the dual wings of the scorpion lion armor and shielding his head as he burst out of the stone fortress. Just as he exited, He turned back to witness the fortress collapse before his eyes. Along with it, the iron mine, steel furnace, arrow towers, and other structures were also obliterated. In an instant, the werewolf territory was reduced to ruins. The devouring of the ancestral totem was successful. The Lord has unlocked the Chaos Mall and the werewolf racial items. A notification flashed before him. Huang Yu attempted to access the Chaos Mall, but received a prompt indicating the Lord is outside the territory and cannot perform purchases, sign-ins, or trades. For the first time leaving his territory, Huang Yu realized that he could only access the Spark interface within the boundaries of his domain. He would have to wait until he returned to check. At this moment, the Spartan warriors and Amazonian female warriors had already completed their plundering of the werewolf territory. In a bid to confront Huang Yu, the werewolf lord, Bark, had nearly exhausted all resources. The territory was astonishingly impoverished. The warehouse that came with the second-tier territory was stripped bare before the collapse. The warriors had already emptied its contents. They had discovered merely a handful of crude weapons, totaling less than 100 units of fine iron and iron ore, alongside some miscellaneous materials. However, the warehouse still contained a considerable amount of food, over 800 units. Yet, upon seeing a half-dismembered elderly werewolf, Huang Yu felt repulsed by the grotesque food items. He incinerated the werewolf's corpse. The warriors, laden with the gathered supplies and the corpse of the giant wolf, returned under Huang Yu's lead. By the time Huang Yu returned to his territory, it was just past noon. Magic Pattern Research Institute. You have acquired a master-level blacksmith. Magic Pattern Research Institute. You have acquired 7 expert-level blacksmiths. Magic Pattern Research Institute. You have acquired 2 apprentice-level magic pattern engineers. Magic Pattern Research Institute. Your magic pattern engineer has successfully developed a fine-quality magic pattern construct. As Huang Yu stepped into his territory, he was greeted by a flurry of notifications, all emanating from the Magic Pattern Research Institute. Without even taking the time to peruse the changes in the Chaos Mall or the discounted item list, Huang Yu did not even remove his scorpion lion armor before heading to the Magic Pattern Research Institute. He excitedly entered the Magic Pattern Research Center. Upon entering, he saw numerous expert-level blacksmiths gathered around Bailey, seeking knowledge on forging. Huang Yu reviewed the promotion information. The first blacksmith to be promoted to master was indeed Bailey. Blacksmith, Bailey. Level, master level. Specialization, sword and blade weapons. Secondary occupation, magic pattern engineer, apprentice level. Potential, 5 chance of being promoted to holy blacksmith, 0. 1 chance of being promoted to divine blacksmith. After reaching master level, Bailey's potential had also seen an increase, even granting him the possibility of ascending to a divine blacksmith. My lord. Upon seeing Huang Yu clad in armor, the blacksmiths quickly placed their hands over their hearts in salute. No need for such formalities. Huang Yu waved his hand and approached Bailey, laughing heartily. Bailey, you've been promoted to master? You've lived up to my expectations. Bailey stood tall and proud, his face brimming with confidence. Indeed. Huang Yu praised Bailey before inquiring about the magic pattern constructs. Upon questioning, he learned that during this period, the blacksmiths had gradually produced some magic pattern constructs. But the materials used were quite expensive, resulting in products with limited functionality and low cost effectiveness, mostly classified as ordinary grade. The fine-quality magic pattern construct that emerged today was not crafted by Bailey, but by Zhu Ling. Just then, an explosive sound reverberated through the air. Instinctively, Huang Yu unfurled the wings of his scorpion lion armor, shielding the blacksmiths behind him. Through the gaps between his wings, Huang Yu beheld a figure bursting forth from the laboratory, armed to the teeth. Ah! Zhu Ling exclaimed as she removed her helmet, her laughter exuberant. Bailey, standing behind Huang Yu, spoke with a mixture of envy and admiration. The exquisite grade magic rune construct was crafted by Zhu Ling. However, due to the high demands of the materials, she was not entirely satisfied. She has been tirelessly improving the materials in the laboratory all morning. It appears she has finally succeeded. In the realm of magic rune constructs, Zhu Ling had surpassed them all, taking the lead. Huang Yu unfurled the wings of his scorpion lion, dispersing the smoke that filled the room, and strode over to Zhu Ling with a hint of annoyance. Ah, my lord. Upon seeing Huang Yu, Zhu Ling hurriedly attempted to rise, feeling somewhat guilty for conducting a perilous experiment in his absence and getting caught in the act. Huang Yu had intended to voice his concern over the recent explosion, but upon observing Zhu Ling's state, the words eluded him. This girl had evidently not rested for an extended period. The dark circles under her eyes rivaled those of a panda, clad in thick armor while conducting experiments. She was drenched in sweat, her complexion pale and her demeanor somewhat dazed, evoking a sense of pity. Are you injured? Huang Yu reached out, extracting Zhu Ling from her heavy armor. After prolonged experimentation, she had grown weak, needing to clutch his arm for support. No. Upon noticing that Huang Yu did not reprimand her, Zhu Ling's spirits lifted once more. She produced 3 spherical orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, and presented them to Huang Yu. My lord, allow me to show you something wonderful. She handed them over without a trace of hesitation, despite the perspiration adorning the orbs. The 3 spheres were predominantly golden, adorned with red, purple and white magic rune circuits. When Huang Yu activated his true sight, he shuddered, nearly casting the spheres out of the window, for he perceived the turbulent and potent energy contained within them, alarmingly unstable. Were they to explode in his hand? Even with the protection of the scorpion lion armor, his fate would likely be dire. Clang! Huang Yu turned sharply, his eyelids twitching. He beheld Zhu Ling producing two more similar orbs, idly rotating them in her hand, as if they were mere walnuts. Spotting Huang Yu's gaze fixed upon her, Zhu Ling beamed innocently. "Are you moved, my lord? I've not slept for 2 days and nights, and finally crafted an exquisite-grade magic rune construct." Huang Yu's expression grew rigid, and he swallowed hard, feeling somewhat hesitant to move. Chapter 72. Explosive Magic Orbs Delicious, exclaimed Zhu Ling, reveling in a meticulously roasted lamb leg, while her eyes wandered over the other delectable dishes on the table, epitomizing the classic behavior of eating from one bowl while gazing at the pot, utterly oblivious to her own image. This feast had been meticulously prepared by Huang Yu as a reward for her efforts, which had sparked a newfound passion in Zhu Ling beyond mere crafting. After savoring her first bite, she declared her intent to come to Huang Yu for every meal from then on. Seated across from Zhu Ling, Huang Yu curiously toyed with the orbs in his hands, knowing they were safe as long as energy was not infused to activate them. He felt a sense of relief and grew increasingly intrigued by this novel equipment. These orbs were Zhu Ling's creation, named the Explosive Magic Orbs. It was said that her inspiration stemmed from Huang Yu's skill, the fiery magic bolt. The grinding of magical crystals days prior had been dedicated to producing this magic rune construct. Magic rune construct. Explosive magic orbs. Quality. Exquisite. Equipment description. This is the work of Zhu Ling, a genius blacksmith and magic rune constructor from the Cosmic Magic Rune Research Institute, and represents the first exquisite-grade magic rune construct of the chaotic continent. The explosive magic orbs are categorized into 4 types: flame explosion orbs, thunder explosion orbs, wind explosion orbs, and ice explosion orbs. To use, one simply inputs energy to activate the rune circuits and throws it within 5 seconds to detonate the orb. The flame explosion orb triggers a violent explosion. The thunder explosion orb forms a web of electricity. The wind explosion orb releases a flurry of wind blades, and the ice explosion orb can freeze an area. The explosive magic orbs bore resemblance to elemental magic scrolls, yet their flexibility surpassed that of scrolls, making them remarkably convenient to use. Moreover, they required only a modicum of energy to unleash substantial power. However, the manufacturing cost was exorbitantly high. Despite Zhu Ling's modifications, the exquisite-grade explosive magic orbs still necessitated the rare Huang Goldstone as a base material and magical crystal powder for the core. The Huang Goldstone was a rare-grade material, while magical crystals could only be obtained from monsters of Tier 3 and above. The sheer cost of the materials surpassed that of all other exquisite-grade equipment. Though their cost-effectiveness was lacking and mass production was currently unfeasible, this was a commendable beginning. After all, even the chaotic mall acknowledged the value of the explosive magic orbs, incorporating them with a sales fee ratio of 5. Huang Yu felt quite pleased with the emergence of the explosive magic orbs. He had recently ascended to level 14. With experience points accrued from the chaotic mall's recognition of the explosive magic orbs contributing 10,000 experience points to his progress. From this perspective alone, the chaotic mall's valuation of the explosive magic orbs was 5 times that of the exquisite grade equipment, the crimson crocodile armor. Furthermore, the Magic Rune Research Institute was finally poised for a level up. Huang Yu's greatest concern had been the inability of the Magic Rune Research Institute to advance. With this newfound development, many of his anxieties had dissipated. The hardest part was always the beginning. With the explosive magic orbs as a prototype, the study of magic rune constructs should progress rapidly. Seizing the moment, Huang Yu decided to elevate the Magic Rune Research Institute to a Tier 2 building. Detection: exquisite-grade magic rune construct manufacturing completed. Would you like to consume 1,000 soul crystals, 10,000 units of wood, 6,000 units of stone, and 600 units of refined iron to upgrade the Magic Rune Research Institute to a Tier 2 building? Yes. No, yes. He confirmed his selection. A spark of light emanated, enveloping the Magic Rune Research Institute. After a brief span of several minutes, the golden light dissipated, and the Magic Rune Research Institute had ascended to Tier 2. Magic Rune Research Institute. Current quality: perfect. Note: the Magic Rune Research Institute is a growth-type building. Whenever significant progress is made in the study of magic runes, the Magic Rune Research Institute will receive a cross-tier upgrade. Current level: Tier 2. Note: to upgrade to Tier 3, one must produce a rare-grade magic rune construct, as well as 50,000 soul crystals, 80,000 units of wood, 60,000 units of stone, and 12,000 units of refined iron. Function 1. Blue Mountain Workshop. The Magic Rune Research Institute retains all functions and personnel of the Blue Mountain Workshop, automatically generating 20 apprentice-level blacksmiths daily. Upon the payment of 20 soul crystals by the Lord, an apprentice-level blacksmith may be added to the roster. The second function, the Rune Research Center, stands as the cornerstone of the Rune Research Institute, wherein high-level rune artisans can nurture their lower-tier counterparts. The establishment has now expanded to include 5 additional laboratories, enhancing its capabilities. In the second-tier Rune Research Institute, the daily production of apprentice-level blacksmiths has doubled, accompanied by the addition of 5 functional laboratories. Huang Yu took a moment to examine these laboratories, which are equipped with fireproof, explosion-proof, and toxin-resistant features, significantly augmenting the safety of the rune artisans. Furthermore, upon advancing to the second tier, rune artisans can cultivate new practitioners. For instance, should Zhu Ling ascend to the status of an expert-level rune artisan, she could impart her knowledge to others, thereby enabling them to acquire the dual profession of rune artisan, alleviating the need for solitary research. Ah, what a delightful experience. I feel so full. Zhu Ling stretched languidly, releasing a contented belch. She reclined in her chair, gazing mournfully at the remnants of her meal. A wistful look in her eyes. The inability to consume every morsel before her felt like an immense loss. Observing the grease upon Zhu Ling's visage, Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of discomfort. He conjured a miniature vortex and placed it upon her face, exclaiming, "Aura, aura, aura," as he utilized the whirlpool to cleanse her countenance of the oil. Huang Yu then rang a bell to summon the steward for tidying up. While Zhu Ling expelled 2 puffs of elemental water, her eyes wide with indignation, silently chastising Huang Yu for his unconventional method of cleansing. "I have some ideas regarding rune construction. Would you care to listen?" Huang Yu's sudden mention of rune construction made Zhu Ling cast aside her earlier grievances. Her eyes fixated upon him, eager for his forthcoming words. Huang Yu chuckled softly as he recounted the marvels of steam engines, combustion engines, automobiles, trains, aircraft, and firearms from Blue Star. Though he merely outlined the fundamental principles and functionalities, Zhu Ling's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She took diligent notes, posing numerous inquiries and requesting Huang Yu to sketch design diagrams while annotating known structures. Subsequently, she hurried off to the Rune Research Center, her excitement palpable. Huang Yu watched her departure, not believing that his vague descriptions would empower Zhu Ling and other blacksmiths to create aircraft or artillery. Such notions were utterly fanciful. His observations merely drew parallels between explosive magic orbs and grenades. Meanwhile, blacksmiths like Bai Li and Song Yun remained fixated on traditional crafting habits, inspiring Huang Yu to hope that he could provide innovative perspectives on rune construction to broaden their experience-bound thinking. Chapter 73, A Bountiful Harvest. The warehouse contained such an abundance of equipment. After addressing matters upon his return, Huang Yu opened the warehouse and was astounded by the inventory within. The recent surge in apprentice and expert-level blacksmiths, coupled with the presence of master blacksmith Bai Li, had significantly enhanced the efficiency of equipment crafting. Presently, the warehouse boasted 382 pieces of fine-quality equipment, 53 pieces of rare-quality equipment, 7 pieces of exceptional quality equipment, and 1 perfect-grade greatsword. In stark contrast to the fine-quality equipment, ordinary items were relatively scarce, totaling only 184 pieces. These items were crafted with material limitations in mind to prevent wastage of lower-grade resources. Selecting 20 sets of fine-quality armor, Huang Yu transferred them to the Lord of the Eternal Sky via his friends list. He then chose 200 pieces of fine-quality equipment, 30 pieces of rare-quality grappling hooks, and 10 pieces of other rare-quality items, retaining the 7 pieces of exceptional quality equipment and the perfect-grade great sword to arm his warriors. The morning's battle had been somewhat hasty, with over 200 new warriors joining the ranks, many of whom lacked adequate equipment. This new batch of gear was perfectly suited to equip them. As for the remaining items, Huang Yu planned to list them on the Universe Mall for sale, specifically selecting the werewolf gear and the leftover equipment. He combined them with several thousand units of food for the listing. Shortly thereafter, transaction notifications began to flood in. The unread messages in the upper right corner surged rapidly to 99. Lord Bei Xian paid 3,600 soul crystals for a set of rare-quality leather armor. Lord Hong Yi paid 2,600 soul crystals for 10 pieces of fine-quality long swords. Lord Machino paid 360 soul crystals for 10 pieces of ordinary quality leather armor. Huang Yu took a moment to glance at other lord shops. Jia Shirda remained in second place and had begun listing some equipment, primarily ordinary quality, priced similarly to the Universe Mall. Additionally, his shelves featured snakeskin herbal potions, indicating the presence of an apothecary in his territory. The third-ranked lord was a surprise to Huang Yu. It was the Lord of Kagaya, whom he had once rewarded. Known for exploiting a bug to farm monsters during the beast tide, not only had he listed a batch of ordinary quality equipment, but he was also selling a rare quality scythe claw mount, boasting over 50 of them. After surveying the landscape, Huang Yu realized that many lords now had blacksmithing professionals among their ranks, including blacksmiths and craftsmen among the common professions. Some lords had even obtained specialized professions like blacksmiths. Low-quality equipment was no longer a rarity, with many lords trading it on the platform. However, fine and rare quality items remained relatively scarce. constituting a pressing need for mid-tier and upper-tier lords. The previously quiet universe lords suddenly listed a substantial quantity of equipment, sending ripples through the community of human lords. For some time, only Huang Yu had been able to offer such a vast array of fine-quality equipment. Countless lords expressed their exhilaration in the world channel. Gear has been stocked. Hurry to grab some equipment. If you wait too long, there won't be any left. It's already gone. I can't grab enough. I wish I could lock Huang Yu and his blacksmiths in a small room to focus solely on crafting gear. Upon exiting the shop and opening the Chaos Mall, Huang Yu discovered that all the equipment from the Universe Mall had been sold out, including the seized werewolf gear, netting over 128,000 soul crystals. His total soul crystals surpassed 200,000 once more, reaching 249,623, just shy of breaking the 250,000 mark. The world channel erupted into fervent discussions due to the unique nature of the equipment stocked in the Universe Mall. Once again, I failed to seize the opportunity. I waited all morning, and yet the Cosmic Lord has deviated from the usual schedule for releasing items. The equipment available in the Cosmic Shop this time is rather inconsistent. Indeed, there are even makeshift weapons. I presume most lords no longer require such items. Goodness. 2 soul crystals for a makeshift weapon is practically giving it away. Is this an attempt to cater to the lower-tier lords? Why do I feel as though the Cosmic Lord is merely dealing with trash? The Cosmic Shop, which typically showcases only high-quality equipment, surprisingly presented a considerable number of makeshift weapons. This left the other human lords in a state of astonishment and confusion. However, as one lord who procured equipment from the Wolfmen spoke up, the reason behind this became apparent. The flail I acquired isn't even produced by the Cosmic Shop. It's labeled as Wolfman equipment. Mine too, a makeshift wolf fawn club, also noted as Wolfman equipment. Wolfman's bone weapons? Has the Cosmic Lord begun to engage with other races? With so many Wolfman weapons, it seems like a resounding victory. Wolfmen are a mid-tier race, possessing higher racial values than humans. To have over 600 items, how many Wolfmen must have been slain? At least a complete annihilation of a second-tier Wolfman territory. Is this the chasm that separates us from the top-tier lords? I'm in awe. I can sense the world's disparities. In the realm of Garo, after a midday rest, she prepared to venture out for hunting. Glancing at the information on the world channel, she fell into a long silence. His rate of advancement is astonishing. Before long, this so-called ally, shall merely be a marginal lord in his eyes. A sense of powerlessness enveloped Garo. To expedite her territory's growth, she took the lead in every battle, fighting with utmost fervor. Yet, the gulf between her and Huang Yu only widened, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The dwarven territory she had previously discovered was the weakest among the dwarves. White dwarves, a mid-tier race alongside wolfmen, had recently concluded its protection period. Currently, she commanded 150 Hurlan light cavalry, with 10 having been promoted to warrior units, and 5, including herself, advancing to the second tier. Moreover, her golden silk tiger had rapidly ascended to the second tier, serving not only as her mount, but also awakening numerous abilities, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Even so, she dared not launch an attack against the opposing faction, lacking confidence in her ability to prevail. Instead, she resorted to dispatching individuals to harass the dwarven tribe, stifling their development. However, recently, there were signs that this suppression might be faltering. Tonight, she must elevate the fire seed to the third tier and liberate the warriors guarding the large iron mine. After tomorrow, the Lord's assessment will commence. Following the evaluation, a decisive battle with the white dwarves awaits. Setting aside the oppressive aura emanating from Huang Yu's strength, Garo gently patted her golden silk tiger. Now, its size approached 6 meters, the previous softness replaced by an aura of ferocity and might. Yet, with a sharp meow, the golden silk tiger transformed into a streak of golden light, charging into the grasslands alongside Garo. 50 feathered deer light cavalry followed closely behind, faces filled with admiration as they trailed their lord. Chapter 74, Chaotic Mall Grand Sale Time. With a hefty sum of 250,000 soul crystals in hand, Huang Yu eagerly opened the Chaotic Mall, filtering for discounted artifacts. Next came the exhilarating time for the grand sale at the Chaotic Mall. After a brief refresh, a list of discounted items appeared before Huang Yu. He glanced over it, noting a genuine increase in the number of items, approximately 1/5 more. Considering many materials, equipment, scrolls, and skill books are universally applicable across races, an increase of 1/5 is commendable. He scrolled to the end of the list and immediately spotted 3 discounted mythical grade items. This was the first time so many had emerged. One-fold mythical grade material, the bones of the Void Star Spirit. The Void Star Spirits are favored by the Void Will. They traverse freely through the void, where the stars become their playthings, and their lives know no bounds. Original price, 670 million soul crystals. Now priced at 67 million soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. 2-fold mythical grade skill scroll, Beast God Descends. By sacrificing the souls of 100,000 wolfmen, One can summon the ethereal form of the beast god, whose power is 1/10 that of the beast god's true form in half-orc mythology. Original price, 1 billion soul crystals. Now priced at 200 million soul crystals. Current quantity, 1,001, fold mythical grade equipment, celestial glass realm. Within the sands of Shumi lies a world containing boundless resources and life. Possessing it grants you an entire world. Original price, 2 billion soul crystals. Now priced at 820 million soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Each of the three items holds its own allure. However, the one Huang Yu yearned for the most was undoubtedly the celestial glass realm. Yet, even at a discount of 0.01-fold, he could not gather enough soul crystals. Even if he sold every building, troop, and resource in his territory, it would still fall short of 860 million. After indulging in a fleeting glimpse, Huang Yu dutifully returned to the first page of the discounted list. Embarking on a wholesale purchasing journey through the chaotic mall. For ordinary items, he focused solely on population, minerals, livestock, and essential building materials. After perusing the selections, he indeed found a 2-fold discount on the population, a 1-fold discount on iron ore, as well as 3 types of crop seeds, seedlings, and 2 types of livestock offspring. He reserved these for his own use. As for other equipment, buildings, food, and similar items, Huang Yu scarcely glanced at them before purchasing and stuffing them into the cosmic shop. Transaction notifications began to pop up frequently. Although ordinary grade items yield meager soul crystals, the cumulative quantity resulted in a substantial profit. After selling off several hundred ordinary grade items, Huang Yu's account saw an increase of over 20,000 soul crystals. Upon reaching the refined grade items, Huang Yu began to scrutinize them more carefully. 3-fold refined grade resource, red iron Oregon. The iron ore within red iron ore can be refined into 2 units of fine iron per unit. The purity of the ore is 4 times that of ordinary iron ore, and the daily extraction quantity is double that of iron ore of the same grade. Original price, 3,000 soul crystals, now priced at 900 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. While it may not compare to the rare grade large iron mines, the fine iron output from red iron ore is commendable. With it, Huang Yu's territory could produce nearly 1,000 additional units of fine iron daily. Huang Yu paid 900 soul crystals to acquire the red iron ore. 3-fold refined grade class scroll, heavy armored warrior. The heavy armored warrior is a unique presence among ordinary class troops. Of course, you must provide the corresponding equipment. Original price, 700 soul crystals. Now priced at 210 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. Discounted exquisite skill book, earth wall technique, summons a wall of earth to shield against enemy attacks. Original price, 460 soul crystals. Current price, 46 soul crystals. Current quantity, 3. Discounted exquisite equipment, long-handled scythe. Original price, 360 soul crystals. Current price, 216 soul crystals. Current quantity, 15. Whenever Huang Yu encounters items such as equipment, skill books, profession scrolls, or food that he has no use for, he promptly spends his soul crystals to list them in the universal shop. As he receives notifications of soul crystals being credited, he peruses the next item. After browsing through the discounted exquisite items, his soul crystal count has surpassed 300,000. However, it is now time for him to spend. There is still a substantial demand for rare grade items, particularly materials. The research on magical runic constructs is an endeavor of innovation that necessitates significant investment in resources. Presently, the Magical Runes Research Center resembles a voracious beast, consuming vast quantities of precious materials daily while yielding limited results. In the past few days, Huang Yu has procured numerous rare, exceptional, and even perfect grade materials to provide for the magical rune constructors. However, these materials have been depleted considerably, resulting in only a single successful outcome, an explosive magical orb. Despite having been prepared for the substantial initial investment, the thought of it still pains him. The materials, had they been fashioned into equipment, would have multiplied in value exponentially. Discounted rare grade building, Null Barbarian Camp. Null Barbarians are the elite warriors of the Null race, their combat prowess rivaling that of human rare grade troops. Original price, 23,000 soul crystals. Current price, 300 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Purchase prompt for exotic race products. Upon purchase, the spawn Null Barbarians will become vassal race to the Lord. However, Nulls are inherently cunning and ruthless. If not managed properly after pledging loyalty to a human lord, their loyalty may rapidly decline, leading to potential betrayal. The first discounted item of rare grade is from the Null race, specifically the Null Barbarian that Huang Yu has encountered before. For a human lord to possess such a formidable force of exotic troops, they must wield exceptional management skills. Otherwise, they risk facing the backlash of the Nulls. Huang Yu is not particularly interested in the Null Barbarians, but he believes there will certainly be individuals among the human lords who would find them appealing, especially considering that the price for the Null Barbarian camp is relatively low among rare-grade troop buildings. In terms of combat capability alone, it represents an excellent cost-performance ratio. Huang Yu spends 300 soul crystals to acquire it and lists it for 20,000 soul crystals in the Universal Mall. He initially thought it would take some time to attract buyers, but to his astonishment, the Null Barbarian camp is swiftly purchased. Transaction prompt. Lord Huey pays 16,000 soul crystals, 30,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, and 1,000 units of refined iron, equivalent to 2,000 soul crystals and materials. For the rare grade building, Null Barbarian Camp. The Lord Huey has certainly amassed a considerable amount of soul crystals through the sale of the Scythe Dragon mounts. Huang Yu is quite impressed by this lord. Their rapid ascent to the top tier is undoubtedly attributed not only to luck, but also to personal effort and capability. Chapter 75, Dragon Hawk and Wind Whisper Amulet. Continuing to browse the list of discounted items, the number of subsequent rare grade products is rather limited. Discounted rare grade potion, growth acceleration, enables rapid growth of plants within a short period without affecting their reproduction. Original price, 200 soul crystals. Current price, 120 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. Huang Yu's mind conjures an amusing thought. A modified version of golden fertilizer? He promptly spends 200 soul crystals to acquire all 10 units of the growth acceleration potion and stores them in his warehouse. This potion could greatly benefit the crops in his territory or special plants like the black gold bamboo. Discounted rare grade equipment, radiant golden bow. An upgraded version of the iron frame bow. Original price, 800 soul crystals. Current price, 140 soul crystals. Quantity, 5. Huang Yu immediately recognizes that this rare grade longbow is crafted from radiant gold stone, an excellent material for equipment forging. Having previously purchased 100 units of radiant gold stone, he has already consumed a significant portion. He buys all 5 radiant golden bows, planning to allocate them to the Amazonian warrior women. Discounted rare grade mineral resource, Crystal Explosion Stone Mine. Crystal Explosion Stone is a highly combustible mineral that can easily liquefy at elevated temperatures and is quite unstable, posing explosion risks. Original price, 500 soul crystals. Current price, 650 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Upon encountering this mineral resource, Huang Yu's eyes gleam with excitement. From the description, the Crystal Explosion Stone appears to be a rather hazardous mineral. Nevertheless, he cannot help but draw parallels to oil, natural gas, and explosive magical shells crafted from bamboo in Blue Star. Thus, the mining value of this mineral has significantly risen in Huang Yu's estimation. With 650 soul crystals expended, the Crystal Explosion Stone Mine is now his. He utilizes a spark to position it at the edge of his territory and brings up the information panel for the mine. Crystal Explosion Stone Mine, first tier rare resource. Function, accommodates up to 10 citizens for mining, yielding 50 units of Crystal Explosion Stone daily. Note, upgrading to second tier requires 3,000 soul crystals. Huang Yu refrains from rushing to upgrade, as the value of Crystal Explosion Stone has yet to be determined by the magical rune constructors. He continues to peruse the discounted item list. Discounted rare grade equipment, Blood Flag. The Blood Flag is a favored weapon of the elite Null warrior, the Frenzied Blood Null. Original price, 200 soul crystals. Current price, 480 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. As a standard weapon for a special Null troop, Huang Yu is intrigued to see a blade priced higher than most sets of armor. Driven by curiosity, he purchases a Blood Flag. Indeed, it is a true Blood Flag. Huang Yu gazes incredulously at the massive blade in his hands. This weapon exceeds 2 meters in length, its crimson blade featuring a wave-like edge. Holding it aloft feels akin to raising a blood-red banner. Such a weapon would only suit larger races, he muses. Shaking his head, he lists the Blood Flag in the Universal Mall for 4,000 soul crystals. His warriors are well equipped, and whoever desires it may use it. Moments later, a transaction notification appears. Ding. Transaction prompt. Lord Zhongtian pays 4,000 soul crystals for the rare grade Blood Flag. Huang Yu. Shortly thereafter, a notification from his friend list appears, indicating that Lord Zhongtian has sent him a message. Huang Yu chooses to ignore it, relishing the opportunity to take advantage of this unwitting buyer. A few minutes pass. The rare grade items have all been purchased by Huang Yu. Although he retained some materials, potions, and minerals, he still managed to list a considerable number of products. After deducting the portion of soul crystals he paid for himself, the discounted rare grade items brought him over 30,000 soul crystals. At last, Huang Yu's total number of soul crystals has surpassed the 300,000 mark. Next in line are the exceptional and perfect grade items. At this juncture, purchasing everything is unrealistic. Huang Yu can only select a few. He perused the discounted exceptional grade items and initially listed over 20 items in the cosmic shop to prepare for soul crystals. Once those were sold, he began to acquire the items he desired. Discounted exceptional grade material, demon resisting stone. This unique building material grants structures enhanced magical resistance. Original price, 300 soul crystals. Current price, 230 soul crystals. Current quantity, 200. Previously, Huang Yu had procured 200 units of obsidian, which possesses explosive resistance. Just yesterday, the Amazonian warrior discovered the kunjin, or primarily augmenting physical resistance in buildings. Now, he has encountered the magical resistance attribute of the demon-resisting stone. Huang Yu spent 46,000 soul crystals to acquire all 200 units. To upgrade the fire seed to the 4th tier, 1,000 units of special building materials are required. Huang Yu's goal is undoubtedly to amass 1,000. This will solidify the foundation of his territory. Discounted exceptional grade potion, Flesh Revival. Original price, 14,500 soul crystals. Current price, 1,450 soul crystals. Current quantity, 10. Discounted perfect grade material, Echo Sand. Original price, 26,200 soul crystals. Current price, 1,310 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. Having browsed through a significant portion of the discounted items, Huang Yu selected several exceptional and perfect grade products, including the magical crystallization of 4th tier wild monsters. Perfect grade skill books, along with various equipment and potions. These acquisitions consumed over 100,000 soul crystals. Soul crystals come swiftly, but they also vanish just as quickly. Gazing at the 210,000 soul crystals remaining in his account, Huang Yu lamented that all his frustrations stemmed from insufficient funds. With a sigh, he shifted his gaze toward the extraordinary discounts available. Discounted extraordinary grade professional scroll, Sanctified Knight. The Sanctified Knight is among the most formidable practitioners in the Norland dimension. They are not traditional knights in the classical sense, but rather special warriors devoid of weaknesses, excelling in swordsmanship, assassination, magic, and marksmanship. Original price, 2,000 soul crystals. Current price, 600,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 2. Discounted extraordinary grade pet, Dragon Hawk. Named for its horn resembling a dragon's. The Dragon Hawk does not possess true dragon lineage, yet its prowess rivals that of ordinary dragons. Original price, 1,400,000 soul crystals. Current price, 140,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 1. Discounted extraordinary grade equipment, Wind Whisper Amulet. Wearing the Wind Whisper Amulet keeps the body clean and the spirit invigorated. If danger is sensed, the amulet can automatically deploy a protective barrier, shielding the wearer from harm. In adverse environments, it can maintain a Wind Whisper domain for extended periods. Original price, 1,000 soul crystals. Current price, 100,000 soul crystals. Current quantity, 5. Upon reaching this point, Huang Yu felt his resolve wavering. The Dragon Hawk is an excellent pet, renowned for its exceptional flying abilities and power akin to that of a giant dragon. Meanwhile, the Wind Whisper Amulet's automatic protective capabilities could enhance the safety of either himself or Zhu Ling, making it highly practical. However, as Huang Yu continued to browse the epic grade discounted items, he stumbled upon something even more intriguing. Chapter 76, A Severe Loss. Discounted epic grade hero, Yuan. The court mage of the Millennium Empire, unique. Yuan, born into nobility, received a systematic magical education at the Millennium Empire and ascended to the rank of Grand Mage by the age of 20. His remarkable talents made him a favored figure in the eyes of the Millennium Emperor. Original price, 1,050,000 soul crystals. Current price, 1,050,000 soul crystals. Note, mage ranks are as follows: Apprentice, Mage, Grand Mage, Legendary Mage, God Mage. For the first time, Huang Yu encountered a spellcaster hero unit in the discounted item list. Up until now, the cosmic territory had no magic practitioners. As the Lord, Huang Yu could only be considered half of one. Now, he finally saw a spellcaster, and not just any spellcaster, but a Grand Mage. Huang Yu was not familiar with the power of a Grand Mage. However, according to ranks, a Grand Mage is at least a 6th tier, LV50, practitioner. Unlike purchasing units of troops, acquiring a hero unit retains that hero's level. Even if Grand Mage Yuan's level were only 6th tier, he would still add extraordinary combat power. This would significantly enhance the strength of the cosmic territory. Moreover, based on the introductory information, Mage Yuan is a court mage of the Millennium Empire, a favored individual of the Millennium Emperor, and ascended to Grand Mage at the tender age of 20. In terms of power and potential, he should be quite remarkable, right? After examining the remaining discounted items and finding nothing else worth purchasing, Huang Yu decisively paid 1,050,000 soul crystals to acquire the court Mage Yuan of the Millennium Empire. Would you like to pay 1,050,000 soul crystals to purchase Yuan, the Grand Mage of the Millennium Empire? Yes, no, yes, Huang Yu confirmed. The fire seed emitted a golden light, which then coalesced into a humanoid form. Moments later, the golden light dissipated, revealing a handsome young mage in his early 20s standing before Huang Yu. Grand Mage Yuan expressed his honor in serving the Lord with a formal mage's bow. He was impeccably dressed, displaying a respectful demeanor devoid of the arrogance often associated with mages and nobles. Huang Yu's impression of him was quite favorable. There's no need for excessive formality. Huang Yu nodded and summoned Yuan's information panel. Millennium Empire Court Mage. Yuan Unique. Level, LV 51, Extraordinary Grand Mage. Loyalty, 100, Unwavering. Potential, 7th Tier Holy Domain, upgradable to LV 69. Profession, Court Mage. Skills, Grand Entrance, Grand Exit, War Blueprint, Leader's Veil, Divine Presence, Vitality Surge, Hypersensory Experience. Motto, my magic creates your epics, legends, and happiness. Hero Introduction. Mage Yuan hails from nobility and received systematic education at the Royal Magic Academy of the Millennium Empire. Shortly after graduation, he ascended to Grand Mage and became a favored individual in the eyes of the Millennium Emperor due to his outstanding talent and unique spell system. A unique spell system. Grand Entrance, Grand Exit, Vitality Surge, Hypersensory Experience. And what on earth does creating happiness mean? Huang Yu felt an ominous premonition stirring within him. He glanced at Grand Mage Yuan, who appeared calm and composed, brimming with confidence, as if he were certain of earning the Lord's recognition and favor. Seeing Yuan's demeanor alleviated some of Huang Yu's doubts, prompting him to inquire, what type of magic do you excel in? Yuan smiled and remarked, illusions and enhancement spells. Are they not offensive spells? Huang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. He had come to embrace the creed of strength. Nonetheless, illusions and enhancement spells could still hold merit. The illusions of a transcendent archmage ought to wield considerable influence in range and effect. Moreover, there were enhancement spells to consider. With 400 valiant warriors and heroes at his command, a collective enhancement from a transcendent archmage could render them all as divine beings, unstoppable in their might. Could you demonstrate? Huang Yu inquired, harboring a lingering sense of unease. Upon hearing Huang Yu's request, Yuan's expression shifted subtly. He glanced around before hesitantly responding. It is not impossible, my lord. Which type of spell would you like me to cast? Let it be the enhancement spells, Huang Yu declared after a moment's contemplation. Yuan's face displayed surprise. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the maid at the door. After a brief moment of hesitation, he cautiously suggested, would my lord like me to summon a maid? Huh, why summon a maid? Huang Yu was perplexed. However, noticing Yuan's discomfort, he refrained from pressing further, stating, never mind. If it's inconvenient, please showcase the illusions instead. With Huang Yu's words, Yuan's conflicted expression relaxed, and he responded, would my lord prefer to experience illusions suitable for public settings or those infused with everyday life? Illusions distinguished by public settings and daily life? Huang Yu was utterly bewildered. Was there a flaw in his understanding? Court mage? It dawned on Huang Yu where the dissonance lay, and he quickly asked, what purpose do your illusions serve? Yuan beamed, proclaiming, they can elevate your image before the public, my lord, whether it be for pre-battle mobilization, speeches, or hosting banquets. I can amplify the majesty and sanctity of you and your army. Of course, my illusions can also serve as delightful diversions in your daily life, with no adverse effects whatsoever. A grand entrance, the leader's imposing visage, was it truly so? With deities walking among mortals, he had mistakenly believed this to be an impressive skill, even associating it with the descent of beastly gods. Now it appeared merely as a theatrical enhancement for himself. What are the enhancement spells? Clinging to a final glimmer of hope, Huang Yu inquired. Yuan remained composed, yet to Huang Yu, the once handsome smile of the transcendent archmage began to take on an unsettling guise. The enhancement spells are even more numerous. Their fundamental function is to empower you on the battlefield, allowing you to fight with vigor and zeal. Huang Yu fell into an extended silence. After a moment, he calmly addressed Yuan. You may leave for a moment. I require some solitude. Yuan sensed something amiss but could not discern his lord's inclinations and dared not inquire further. After performing a mage's bow, he exited the castle hall. Once Yuan departed, Huang Yu's countenance darkened. Exuberant experiences? Who would require such frivolities? Huang Yu rested his forehead in his hand, seated in a chair, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. 100,000 soul crystals. In the end, he had acquired a spellcaster lacking in combat prowess. Wasn't the dragon eagle egg enticing? Was the wind breath talisman ineffective? A profound loss. Why could the chaotic marketplace not allow returns? Chapter 77, The Niven Tribe. Huang Yu sat solemnly at the dining table. Opposite him, Zhu Ling, with hair resembling a bird's nest, blinked her eyes expectantly at Huang Yu, awaiting the sound of the bell on the table. This girl had truly come to mooch a meal. Take this. Huang Yu pulled out the wind breath talisman and handed it to Zhu Ling. With the remaining 10,000 soul crystals between the wind breath talisman and the dragon eagle, he ultimately chose the talisman and entrusted it to her, to prevent her from recklessly courting death on the path to sanctification. Magical equipment? Zhu Ling cast a glance and accepted the wind breath talisman, hanging it around her neck as though Huang Yu had merely gifted her an ordinary pendant. Huang Yu was unperturbed. He had grown accustomed to Zhu Ling's nature. He rang the bell on the table, and shortly thereafter, the butler entered with servants, presenting the prepared feast. Tonight's dinner was more lavish than lunch. For Huang Yu had hastened the growth of the crops acquired over the past 2 days with a growth acceleration potion. The potion's efficacy exceeded Huang Yu's expectations. After diluting a vial with water and evenly distributing it across the fields, all the crops had matured in waves, and they continued to thrive. Gazing at the array of delectable dishes before him, Zhu Ling could not help but swallow repeatedly. Yet, Huang Yu remained still. She too refrained from eating. Despite her carefree disposition, she still possessed a fundamental sense of decorum. "You may eat." Huang Yu gestured for Zhu Ling to begin, turning to the butler to inquire, "Where has Yuan gone?" Although Huang Yu was somewhat dissatisfied with Yuan's abilities, he understood that it was not a reflection of the latter's character. Besides, as a grand mage, even if his talents were peculiar, he surely possessed unique strengths that could prove invaluable in the future. Upon hearing Huang Yu's question, the butler leaned in and replied with meticulousness, "Lord Yuan is in the guest room. We have already delivered food to him." Huang Yu, puzzled, asked, "Why does he not join us for dinner?" The butler spoke plainly, revealing, "He seems to believe that you do not favor his company. Hence he is temporarily keeping his distance." Huang Yu furrowed his brow. He accessed Yuan's information panel. Loyalty, 100. The loyalty remained steadfast at 100, indicating that Yuan had not developed any grievances against him. The reason for his absence likely stemmed from uncertainty about how to interact with Huang Yu. Given his previous life in the court, where every action had to be executed with utmost caution to avoid criticism, Huang Yu turned back, picking up a rib, and commanded the butler, "Invite Yuan to join me for breakfast tomorrow morning." "Yes." The butler inclined slightly, taking note of the request. "Amazon tribe, you have acquired a hero unit." Before the rib could reach his mouth, Huang Yu received the notification. Rihanna and the others had returned, and yet another warrior had ascended to hero status. Huang Yu's spirits lifted. In a single day, he had gained 6 heroes. He dropped the rib from his hand, ruffled Zhu Ling's nest-like hair affectionately, and strode out of the castle. "As I just passed through the square in front of the castle, I witnessed the returning Amazonian warriors, each carrying more than 20 crates of deep brown or towards the warehouse." Following the conclusion of the midday battle, the Amazonian warriors had been dispatched by Huang Yu to survey the Kuanjin or mine and were instructed to bring back a sample. Upon the arrival of the Kuanjin or at the warehouse, Huang Yu counted it. There were a substantial 180 units. It appeared that the scale of the Kuanjin mine was quite considerable, likely a medium-sized mineral deposit. "My lord," exclaimed Rihanna and Ella as they approached, accompanied by a woman who was none other than Melanip. Huang Yu summoned Melanip's information panel. Amazonian warrior, Melanip. Level, LV7. Loyalty, 100 devout. Potential, extraordinary, upgradable to LV59. Class, annihilation warrior. Skills, breath of annihilation, final strike, rapid arrow barrage. Title, annihilation. Motto, my blade shall grant you annihilation. Melanip, you have indeed ascended to the rank of hero. Huang Yu remarked, smiling at the striking woman with emerald green hair. You have not disappointed my expectations. A faint smile broke through Melanip's typically impassive visage. Truly, she was a hero worthy of her title of annihilation, sparing few words yet commanding great respect. Had it not been for Melanip being among the first Amazonian warriors, Huang Yu might have misinterpreted her smile as mere perfunctoriness or derision, fully aware of her stoic demeanor. "My lord, we have brought something back." Ella, with her fiery red hair, displayed the most enthusiasm, with a swift tug on the rope in her hand. A humanoid corpse flew in from a distance and landed with a thud at Huang Yu's feet. Upon examining the creature, Huang Yu noted its humanoid form, elongated limbs, and 6-fingered hands. Its head was cylindrical, featuring a complete set of facial features, and its skin was green, adorned with numerous yellow runes in varying shades, resembling a camouflage pattern. Niven tribe. Race level, common. Lord's authority, unknown. Description, the Niven are a unique race dwelling in the forests. From birth, they bear Niven markings, which differ from magical runes. These markings signify a pact binding the Niven to the flora of their birthplace. This bond bestows upon the Niven the power to control plants, allowing them to gain awareness of their surroundings through vegetation and to conceal themselves amidst sturdy trunks to evade attacks. Some Niven can even command plants to launch assaults. The stronger the bonded plants, the longer their survival, and the more formidable the Niven becomes. The Niven corpse before them had slender arms and legs, its physique seemingly inferior to that of humans. Rihanna stepped forward to explain, when we arrived, the terrain near the Kuanjin mine had drastically changed. The entrance to the cave was blocked by vegetation, and while we struggled to clear the entrance, these alien creatures would occasionally leap out to harass us. They also had a peculiar tendency to vanish without a trace. Ultimately, it was Ella who shot it down just before it disappeared. After hearing Rihanna's account, Huang Yu nodded thoughtfully. The Kuanjin ore was of exceptional quality, and the mineral deposit was likely medium-sized, if not large. He could not afford to let it slip away. Vanishing, you say? Under the gaze of his true sight, the Niven would surely have no means of evading detection. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Huang Yu's eyes. It seemed he would need to allocate time to eliminate those Niven. Chapter 78, Delegation of Assessment. As night fell, with the purple moon and white moon illuminating the sky, Huang Yu sat cross-legged on the balcony, enveloped in a soft violet starry glow. He was employing the meditation method imparted by Yuan, absorbing the void energy emanating from the purple moon. Though he had only just begun to meditate and the effects were limited, Huang Yu could indeed sense the void energy within him gradually expanding. The experience bar on his personal information had also seen a barely perceptible increase. However, after only an hour, he found himself dizzy and unable to concentrate, prompting him to pause his cultivation and lean over the balcony to survey his domain. Though it was already midnight, the territory of Huang Yu remained ablaze with light. Light energy crystals had been fashioned by the craftsmen into street lamps that stood tall along the 4 main avenues of the territory. The Magical Rune Research Institute building on the hillside still had half of its windows aglow, indicating that the craftsmen and rune engineers were diligently engaged in their studies. In the distance, the steelworks belched thick smoke, refining the 4,000 iron ores sent by Lord Gallo into fine iron. Yet come tomorrow, the townsfolk would no longer need to work in shifts, laboring into the night to smelt fine iron. From the 8th day onward, Lord Gallo would only provide 2,500 iron ores daily. Of course, should she elevate the large iron mines tier, the quantity of iron ores Huang Yu received would correspondingly increase. Moreover, tomorrow also marked the final day of the human lord's safety period. At that time, the human lords would truly face the trials of the chaotic continent. Ding. Notification of assessment delegation. Esteemed lords, we hereby inform you that you and your territory will enter the chaotic illusion realm for assessment the day after tomorrow at dawn, the time of sign and refresh. Assessment content is random. You have 1 day left for preparation. The chaotic will evaluate the lord's performance and provide corresponding feedback. Achieving an E-level evaluation will result in the immediate annihilation of the lord. A D-level evaluation will revoke the lord's qualification, causing the lord to lose their territory and subjects, becoming a wanderer. A C-level evaluation will retain the lord's qualification, granting the lord a random, ordinary, fine-quality item. A B-level evaluation will retain the lord's qualification, rewarding the lord with 1,000 soul crystals and a random 2 rare, excellent quality items. An A-level evaluation will retain the lord's qualification, rewarding the lord with 10,000 soul crystals and a random 3 perfect, extraordinary quality items. An S-level evaluation will retain the lord's qualification, rewarding the lord with 100,000 soul crystals and a random 2 epic legendary quality items. An SS-level evaluation will retain the lord's qualification, rewarding the lord with 1,000 soul crystals and a random 1 mythical quality item. Note: 1 day in the illusion realm equates to a mere moment in reality. If a C-level evaluation or higher is achieved, all losses incurred in the illusion realm will not affect reality. May the Lord carve a path through adversity and achieve great success in arms. The sudden appearance of this information left Huang Yu momentarily dazed. Was the assessment about to commence? Clenching his fists, he felt no fear. Rather, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Upon reviewing the assessment rules, his goal transformed. It was no longer merely to navigate the assessment safely. The assessment was tiered, and different evaluations would yield distinct rewards. No wonder that the Warg Lord experienced a significant increase in power after the safe period concluded. Despite having been so thoroughly oppressed, he still commands rare units such as Wolf Knights and Phantom Claw Wargs. It seems he must have attained a B-grade evaluation, and with a stroke of fortune, randomly acquired these formidable troop types. Huang Yu could not help but ponder. If even his defeated subordinates could achieve a B-grade evaluation, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to aspire to an A or even S grade? Boom. The sound of an explosion jolted Huang Yu from his reverie. A burst of flames erupted on the 3rd floor of the Magic Pattern Research Center, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. A mere glance sufficed for Huang Yu, who had grown accustomed to such occurrences. It was likely another reckless experiment by Zhu Ling. After acquiring the crystal blast stones in the afternoon, she was irresistibly drawn to the material, fervently declaring her intent to further refine the explosive magic bullet. Excitedly, she had plunged into the functional laboratory, and the explosions had not ceased since. Fortunately, the functional laboratory was remarkably resilient, and with the protection of the Wind Breath Talisman, Zhu Ling's safety was assured. After a few visits to check on her, Huang Yu decided to leave her to her devices. Glancing up at the purple moon, Huang Yu retreated to his chamber to rest. He needed to rejuvenate his spirit, for on the morrow, he would once again venture into battle with the warriors. The assessment delegation had brought him a measure of pressure, and he was eager to see if he could seize this opportunity to elevate his level to the 2nd tier, while also striving to enhance the ranks of his warriors. However, while Huang Yu found solace in sleep, other human lords were not so fortunate. At that moment, the world channel was in disarray. Some expressed their anticipation for the assessments, particularly those lords who ranked in the upper echelons of strength. They were drawn to the rewards associated with varying evaluation grades, especially the A, S, and even SS grades. Presently, few lords had access to items of extraordinary quality. Yet those who did had shared the tremendous power of such items. For instance, the lord who had signed in on the first day to acquire an extraordinary pet frequently regaled others on the world channel with the growth journey of his celestial hound. Though it was currently only at the second tier, it had already become the most formidable creature near the celestial territory. While his shop did not rank highly on the trading platform, all lords regarded him as possessing the prowess of a top-tier lord. Additionally, he had previously expended a considerable amount of soul crystals to purchase a barbarian tribe from the universal shop. According to him, he now commanded 200 barbarian warriors, 20 of whom were valiant fighters. Nonetheless, those lords expressing anticipation were but a minority. The vast majority of human lords were gripped by fear, panic, and even despair. They were entirely ignorant of the assessment's content and dreaded receiving an E-grade evaluation. An E-grade evaluation would mean death, not a mere game over, but a genuine demise. Even attaining a D-grade evaluation and becoming a drifter would lead to a fate scarcely better than death. Without their territories and subjects, ordinary individuals could hardly survive in the chaotic continent. The skills for wilderness survival were not possessed by just any lord, especially given the stark differences between the wilderness of the chaotic continent and that of Blue Star. Moreover, some lords confident in achieving a C-grade evaluation found little reason for optimism, for the assessment was merely a prelude. Their true adversaries emerged from the vast and enigmatic chaotic continent, from dreadful beast tides and ferocious alien races. Without a protective period, their survival pressures would be immense. In summary, the world channel was abuzz with activity, as countless lords vented their emotions. The 7-day protection period was drawing to a close, and the weight of survival pressed heavily upon them. Chapter 79, the 7th day. Before dawn had even broken, Huang Yu had already trained with Rihanna and Dilius in the square before the Universal Castle for some time. He was currently restraining himself from using magic, focusing solely on honing his combat skills. Although his level surpassed Rihanna's by 5 and his tier was higher by 1, he still found himself somewhat flustered in their sparring. He barely managed to keep pace with her, relying solely on the advantages of his higher level, strength, agility, and reaction speed. Energized, just as Huang Yu's wrist began to ache from gripping his sword and his body felt weary, the extraordinary archmage, Yuan, timely cast a revitalizing spell. Here, one must laud the archmage's remarkable spell control and observational abilities. Not only did he precisely alleviate the fatigue of Huang Yu and the others, but he also deftly managed the spell's area of effect, invigorating them wherever needed. Moreover, Yuan approached this seemingly trivial task with utmost seriousness, fully concentrated on ensuring that Rihanna and Huang Yu remained invigorated, treating even the smallest matters as significant responsibilities intertwined with his lord's well-being. As the sun began to rise, and after 3 hours of intense training aided by the mage Yuan, Huang Yu finally ceased his exertions. At that moment, the sign-in time refreshed. Huang Yu accessed the chaotic mall and casually signed in. Sign-in successful. The Lord has received 50 ordinary-grade bloodstop herb seedlings. That seems rather promising. 50 seedlings of bloodstop herb appeared in his hands. Huang Yu pulled up the information panel. Bloodstop herb, grade, ordinary, effect, possesses hemostatic properties. Can be used directly or crafted into a hemostatic potion for enhanced efficacy. The applications of the hemostatic potion were broad, although merely of ordinary grade. Huang Yu felt quite pleased. He handed them over to the steward, instructing him to arrange for their planting, while he made his way to the edge of the square. At that moment, the Amazon tribe had gained an additional 20 female warriors, and the Magic Pattern Research Institute had produced 20 apprentice-level forgers. Down the slope, 100 newly emerged ordinary subjects had gathered, increasing the population of the universal territory by 140 individuals. Having expended 2,800 soul crystals, Huang Yu summoned another 80 Amazonian female warriors and transformed 100 subjects into Spartan warriors, bringing the total of his extraordinary units to 300. However, after such a surge in troops, his soul crystals dwindled to a meager amount. His prior purchases of Yuan and the Wind Breath Talisman had already drained much of his resources, and subsequently upgrading the red iron ore and crystal blast stone mines to tier 3 had left his soul crystals nearly depleted. Temporarily, he lacked sufficient funds to procure goods from the chaotic mall. Noticing the influx of new warriors, Rihanna and Dilius declined Huang Yu's invitation for breakfast, rushing down to the square to organize the newly arrived troops and equip them. Huang Yu proceeded into the castle alongside the mage Yuan. Upon entering the dining hall, he spotted Zhu Ling, yawning and appearing quite drowsy. "Good morning, my lord." Zhu Ling greeted with a curious glance at the grand mage, Yuan. Subsequently, she unceremoniously leaned on the table, staring vacantly at the bell upon it. Upon noticing Zhu Ling, Yuan's brow furrowed immediately. Coming from a noble lineage and having once served the royal family, he placed great importance on decorum. Had he been aware of Zhu Ling's true identity, he might have approached her directly to admonish her. Huang Yu, observing Yuan's expression, smiled and introduced her. "This is Zhu Ling, the prized gem of the Huang Yu territory." possessing extraordinary talent in both forging and magical inscription. The term treasure of the Huang Yu territory implied she was a treasure of the Lord himself. However, Yuan remained unfamiliar with the profession of magical inscription and construct, as he had only recently arrived and was still focused on Huang Yu. Before he could inquire further, Zhuling's eyes sparkled upon hearing Huang Yu's words. She produced 5 explosive magic capsules from her pocket, allowing them to roll towards Huang Yu across the table. As an extraordinary grand mage, Yuan possessed formidable mental acuity, and he sensed the terrifying energy contained within the capsules. He prepared to intervene in front of Huang Yu, but saw Huang Yu deftly grasp the 5 explosive magic capsules in his hand. "My lord, these are the improved version of the explosive magic capsules," Zhuling exclaimed cheerfully. "I stayed up late refining them. Although they are merely an enhanced version of the fire explosion capsules, the cost has significantly decreased, and their power has increased." Huang Yu handed one to Yuan, who cautiously cradled it in his palm, fearing the explosive capsule might detonate unexpectedly. Huang Yu then accessed the information panel for the explosive capsule. Magical inscription, explosive capsule fire explosion capsule 20. Quality, excellent. Equipment description. This is a work by the genius forger and magical inscriptionist Zhuling of the Huang Yu Magical Research Institute, an enhancement of the fire explosion capsule branch. The mother shell of the fire explosion capsule 20 contains numerous bullets made from icefall stone. Upon activation of the magical inscription circuit, if thrown within 5 seconds, it causes the mother shell to explode, dispersing bullets in all directions. Upon encountering obstacles, the bullets will trigger secondary explosions, with a lethal radius twice that of the original version, generating flames with a remarkable adhesive property. It was indeed a mother shell explosive. Huang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The lethality of this device was exceedingly potent. The seemingly innocuous Zhuling had concocted such a creation, endearing her to him immensely. He felt no moral burden in using this against the other races. After all, matters of humanity held no weight in such confrontations. "My lord, is this what magical inscription entails?" Yuan marveled at the explosive capsule in his hand. It was his first encounter with such an invention, capturing terrifying power and directing its eruption through the magical inscription circuit, distinct from forged and magical equipment. This was a novel creation. The intricacy of its design was something he had never before witnessed. Huang Yu offered no further explanation, instead ringing the bell. As the butler guided the servants to serve the meal, he specifically instructed to add 2 bobo bird legs for Zhuling. After the meal concluded, Grand Mage Yuan accompanied Zhuling to the Magical Inscription Research Institute, his curiosity piqued by the magical constructs. Meanwhile, Huang Yu retrieved the perfect grade skill book he had acquired the previous day. Disintegration Ray. Grade, perfect. Description, releases a ray with a certain probability of disintegrating the target's flesh and blood, and even their spirit and soul. This effect can potentially trigger in life forms below the 6th tier, extraordinary, but the likelihood decreases as the enemy's level rises. The disintegration ray was a skill reliant on luck. The probability of triggering its disintegration effect was nearly a matter of chance. However, when Huang Yu first glimpsed this skill, his mind instinctively associated it with void energy. Void energy could utterly annihilate matter, returning it to its essence. If utilized to amplify the disintegration ray, Huang Yu had no experimental subject, thus remained unaware of the precise effects. Yet, he felt certain this method would prove effective and yield considerable surprises. Chapter 80. The Special Interests of Royal Family Members. Clad in the scorpion lion armor, Huang Yu exited the castle. 600 heroes and warriors stood arrayed at the foot of the slope. He was exhilarated to discover that among the newly added 100 Spartan warriors, 4 had emerged as hero units. The first hero was Melendez, a robust young man with piercing green eyes exuding an intimidating sharpness. He was laden with short spears on his back and wielded a rare grade spear in his hand. Spartan hero, Melendez, unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sanctuary, upgradable to LV 69. Profession, Spartan javelin thrower. Skills, Spartan warfare technique, Spartan battle formation, frenzied throw. Maxim, facing me? You might need a stroke of luck. Hero introduction. Melendez's javelin throwing skills are akin to art. Every spear in his hands can strike the enemy in an uncanny manner. The second hero was Baldic. Unlike other fully armed Spartan warriors and heroes, he donned heavy armor and wore gauntlets on both hands. With a formidable physique and a scarred face, he appeared exceedingly fierce. Spartan hero, Baldic, unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sanctuary, upgradable to LV 69. Profession, Spartan brawler. Skills, Spartan warfare technique, Spartan battle formation, piercing fist. Maxim, my fists are no less potent than blades. Hero introduction. Baldic excels at resolving conflicts with his fists. He possesses a unique technique allowing him to shatter shields with a single punch. The third hero was Preston, who held a flag spear in his right hand and a round shield in his left. The flag on his spear bore the crimson insignia of Huang Yu and Sparta, appearing as a burning flame in Preston's grasp. Spartan hero, Preston, unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, extraordinary, upgradable to LV 59. Profession, Spartan standard bearer. Skills, Spartan warfare technique. Spartan battle formation, standard of command. Maxim, my flag shall only march towards victory. Hero introduction, Preston is an exceptional standard bearer. He can command warriors in battle through the flag he wields, currently covering 100 individuals. The fourth hero was Grek. Unlike the others, what drew attention was the exaggerated large hammer he wielded. This was a rare-grade weapon, and Huang Yu recalled it as a creation of a newly minted expert forger, specifically enhanced with Kunjin rock for added weight. Yet, Grek wielded it as if it were weightless. Spartan hero, Grek, the unique. Level, LV1. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sacred domain, upgradable to LV 69. Class, Wrath of the Spartan Warhammer. Skills, Spartan combat techniques, Spartan formation, tied hammer method. Motto, a worthy opponent should at least withstand my 3 strikes. Is that too demanding? Very well, let us make it a single blow. Hero introduction. When Grek raises his warhammer, his foes must tread carefully, for his onslaught will be relentless, with each strike more ferocious than the last. For heroes, each with distinct characteristics. 3 possess sacred domain potential, while 1 boasts extraordinary potential. Furthermore, Preston is a commander-type hero. 10 Spartan heroes stand in formation at the forefront of the Spartan ranks. In contrast, the Amazonian warriors appear somewhat meager, with only 3 hero units currently available. However, Huang Yu remains optimistic. He believes that as battles ensue, more brave warriors will ascend to the status of heroes among the Amazons. After a brief arrangement, Huang Yu opted for a segmented approach rather than a collective advance. He deployed groups of 60, radiating from their territory to scour the surroundings. His objective was to expedite the warriors' leveling process, ensuring a more efficient and widespread combat strategy. He set forth towards the direction of the Niven tribe, accompanied by Dilius, Ganix, Rihanna, and Juan, alongside 30 second-tier Spartan warriors and 30 high-ranking or titled Amazonian warriors. Ahead lay the Kuanjin, or mine. Rihanna keenly observed the terrain and remarked to Huang Yu, the environment has shifted. There weren't this many plants before. Indeed, Huang Yu glanced around, noticing rows of towering trees, each as thick as 3 men embracing, arranged with an eerie precision as if cultivated by human hands. The proximity between the trees was alarmingly narrow, merely a meter or 2 apart, defying the natural growth requirements of trees. Additionally, various vines and poisonous flora thrived in the gaps, creating a tangle of robust vines that formed colossal nets, impeding their advance. The Niven tribe, bonded by a pact with nature, wielded the ability to control plants. Observing the botanical defenses before him, Huang Yu sensed that deeper, more perilous threats lay concealed within. Yet, what was the source of the crackling sounds emanating from the trees? Huang Yu cast a spell to comprehend languages, and upon witnessing his incantation, Juan raised his hand and instantly cast the same spell upon the entire group. This was indeed the prowess of an extraordinary archmage. With a mere gesture, he could unleash area effect magic. Juan, how do you cast the comprehension spell with such finesse? Huang Yu inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Juan replied, it may be due to my frequent usage. Frequent usage? Huang Yu probed with curiosity. Have you often interacted with other races? To some extent. Members of the royal court have a peculiar interest in other races, Juan explained. Huang Yu mused, indeed. Members of the Millennium Empire's royal family are formidable individuals, adept in myriad ways. Clearing his mind of distractions, Huang Yu began to listen intently to the sounds produced by the nearby flora. Soon, all present could discern an odd language. The humans have returned. Quick, inform the Lord. The Lord's Niven Pact requires Kuanjin, or we cannot allow them to take it. If they dare enter, we shall eliminate them. They have detected our presence. The group exchanged glances, astonished, for they had yet to lay eyes on their foes. Unperturbed, Huang Yu activated his true vision, and instantly, the world transformed in his sight. The vegetation morphed into intertwining gray-green lines, extending inward and converging upon a module of orange and green hues, an embodiment of an energy creature. Huang Yu raised his hand, unleashing a dispel ray, a gray beam darting forth and striking the hidden entity. Chapter 81, Racial Talent, Niven Pact. To the others, a gray beam emanated from Huang Yu's hand, vanishing into the heart of a towering tree. Moments later, a Niven tribe member emerged from the trunk, collapsing to the ground and disintegrating into dust. So, these outsiders can conceal themselves within the tree trunks. Rihanna exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. No wonder we could never find the Niven tribe before. Lord has slain a LV3 Niven, gaining 350 experience points and 30 soul crystals. Plundered Niven racial ability, Niven Pact. To his delight, Huang Yu had directly seized the Niven tribe's racial talent. Though their physical constitution was frail and their combat prowess limited, the Niven Pact ability was indeed commendable. Huang Yu placed his hand upon a nearby tree, attempting to activate the Niven Pact ability, but met with failure instead, receiving feedback indicating avoid plunder of talent. Current strength of Niven Pact is low, only capable of binding ordinary flowering plants. Only ordinary flora? Leaning down, Huang Yu touched a violet bloom and activated the Niven Pact ability. A green rune materialized on the back of his hand, and he felt a faint connection to the flower. Through this bloom, he could perceive muffled sounds and even command the flower to close. Beyond that, it offered no further utility. After all, he was not of the Niven tribe. If he wished to bind stronger and more diverse plants, he would need to plunder additional Niven Pact talents and accumulate them. A quantitative change could yield a qualitative transformation, making the future binding of exceptional plants a possibility. Huang Yu recalled having seen a product named Snake Willow in the discounted goods list. It was an extraordinary grade item. The Snake Willow tree, colossal in stature, bore drooping branches that resembled serpents, agile enough to ensnare blood prey. If Huang Yu could bind the Snake Willow with the Niven Pact, it would provide a natural defense for the territory. Utilizing the plunderer's physique to conceal the Niven markings on his skin, Huang Yu continued to activate his true vision. In this area, all the plants seemed to serve as the Niven tribe's eyes and ears, relaying information in a unique manner. There, he observed a more concentrated energy response, presumably the territory of the Niven tribe. Dilius, break through the tree wall, Huang Yu commanded. He coveted the Niven Pact ability and sought to plunder it further to enhance his own capabilities. Without hesitation, Dilius unleashed his might, swinging his twin axes in a sweeping motion, cleaving through 7 trees with 2 fiery arcs. A breach was made in the wall of trees. Be cautious, Huang Yu instructed his subordinates, then led the way into the arboreal barrier. As soon as he stepped inside, a flurry of grayish-green lines began to flicker wildly in his vision. Subsequently, the trees and vines on either side seemed to come to life, thrashing their branches and tendrils at the group. Among them were also poisonous thorns and fruits hurled from the shrubs. However, this level of assault posed no threat to Huang Yu and his companions. In a single encounter, the vines and trunks were severed by the warriors. The incoming thorns and fruits were obliterated by a sweeping dust-clearing spell cast by Yuan. Huang Yu could not help but cast a glance at Yuan. The effect of an ordinary dust-clearing spell proved to be nearly on par with the sweeping effect of his scorpion lion armor, and it did not harm their allies. Truly, a testament to his prowess as a transcendent archmage. As he pondered, Huang Yu extended his hand to unleash a wind blade imbued with void energy. Whoosh! The wind blade effortlessly sliced through the trees. As the trees fell, 2 corpses of the Niven clan tumbled out. Lord has slain LV5 Niven, gaining 480 experience points and 45 soul crystals. Acquired Niven clan racial talent, Niven contract. Maintaining his composure, Huang Yu released another wind blade to sever a large tree, simultaneously killing another Niven. Only then did the nearby concealed Niven realize they had been discovered by the enemy. They hastily leaped from the trees, fleeing towards their leader's direction. However, remaining within the trees would allow them to survive a little longer. Emerging now would render them mere targets for the Amazonian warriors and Spartan fighters. Do not kill them outright, Huang Yu commanded. As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows and spears shot forth. 16 Niven let out anguished cries, collapsing to the ground, incapacitated. Huang Yu spared them prolonged suffering. Utilizing an ordinary wind blade, he eliminated several more Niven. Perhaps the Niven had no other talents of plundering value beyond the Niven contract. The talents Huang Yu acquired were all related to the Niven contract. With each successive plunder, his accumulation of the Niven contract talent had surpassed that of an ordinary Niven. Now, Huang Yu was capable of binding at least 7 or 8 large trees. Sensing that they could not harm Huang Yu and his companions, no further Niven appeared along their path, nor did they encounter any attacks from the surrounding flora. It was only when they arrived at the Niven territory and touched an invisible protective barrier that Huang Yu realized the Niven, like humans, were still within their protection period. The Niven territory was not expansive, likely a second-tier domain. At its center stood a colossal banyan tree, resembling a giant umbrella, occupying 2/3 of the Niven territory. Its descending roots were yellow, densely covered with Niven, resembling writhing serpents. Upon seeing the grand tree, a message appeared in Huang Yu's mind. Niven banyan tree. The authority of the Niven clan lord and the Niven territory, a special plant capable of continuous growth. Huang Yu was astonished to discover that this towering banyan tree was, in fact, the authority of the Niven clan lord. Truly, the myriad races in the chaos held countless wonders. As Huang Yu approached the territory, Niven emerged from the banyan tree, producing a cacophony akin to branches scraping against one another. Get out. This is our domain. The Kuan gene or mine belongs to us. Once we control the entire forest, we shall devour you whole. We will annihilate you and avenge our kin. Ignoring the Niven's howls, Huang Yu counted their numbers, which were indeed considerable, totaling over 600. With the Niven banyan tree present, they seemed formidable. Suddenly, an eerie sound arose from the ground. Dodge! Huang Yu barked. He unfurled the wings of his scorpion lion armor, using the sweeping effect to disperse his nearby subordinates before preparing to ascend into the air. Just as his feet left the ground by more than a meter, multiple root-like appendages, each as thick as an arm, erupted from the earth. twisting and climbing towards Huang Yu. Huang Yu swung his wings at the roots. Clang! A resounding clash echoed. The rare-grade scorpion lion wings managed to sever only 2 or 3 of the banyan tree's roots. At that moment, the roots surged forth, ensnaring Huang Yu like a mummy. As he was tightly bound, the scorpion lion armor emitted crackling sounds. Chapter 82. The protection disappears. Huang Yu was now enveloped by a mass of roots. These roots coiled and constricted like serpents, exerting immense pressure that made breathing difficult for him. Realizing the predicament, Dilius, Ganix, and Rihanna desperately hacked at the roots enveloping Huang Yu. Yet, the sheer number of roots was overwhelming, continuously emerging from the ground and hampering their efforts to free him, thus rendering their rescue inefficient. However, Huang Yu, ensnared by the banyan tree's roots, remained calm. He quickly composed himself and began to devise a means of escape. The banyan tree must have absorbed a substantial amount of Kuan Jin or to become so resilient and heavy. If the scorpion lion wings could not sever them, then the wind blades would surely be futile as well. Huang Yu was uncertain whether the explosive magic bullet could obliterate the roots, but he would undoubtedly be caught in the blast. The stone armor technique had already been crushed. Illusions, vortices, and the true sight eye proved ineffective. Thus, he was left with only the disintegration ray. What effect would the void energy-enhanced disintegration ray have? Without hesitation, he directed the enhanced ray at the roots constricting him. A deep purple light swiftly penetrated the banyan roots. Suddenly, the writhing banyan roots fell still. Ganix instinctively swung his venomous fang. A glimmer of cold light flashed. The banyan roots collapsed like a heap of sand, disintegrating into fine dust that fell to the ground. Huang Yu tumbled ungracefully into the dust. His wings had been crushed into 2 crumpled masses of metal, and his scorpion lion armor bore numerous dents, clearly nearing the brink of destruction. My lord, Rihanna rushed forward, helping Huang Yu to his feet. Seeing that he was relatively unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. The preceding moment had been perilously close, leaving her shaken. Yuan raised his hand and bestowed several rejuvenating potions upon Huang Yu, restoring him to peak condition instantly. Ganix's expression darkened as he stood vigil by Huang Yu's side. Dilius ignited with flames, angrily unleashing a fiery slash towards the Niven territory. Initially perceived as a futile rage, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The fiery slash indeed penetrated the Niven clan's territory, felling several nearby Niven. Astonishingly, the protective barrier of the Niven clan had been breached. The imposing figure, akin to a Spartan warrior, was surrounded by the lords of the Niven clan, emerging from the throng of their kin, unleashing furious roars directed at Huang Yu and his companions. Their voices resonated with a mixture of confusion and despair. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Huang Yu and his entourage, the colossal Niven banyan tree began to collapse, cascading like a waterfall, showering the air with a cloud of dust that swiftly engulfed its canopy. In Huang Yu's consciousness, a notification materialized. You have destroyed the Niven clan lord's authority, the Niven banyan tree. The lord gains 100,000 experience points and 10,000 soul crystals. A resplendent golden light surged forth from Huang Yu, lingering for an extended period before gradually dissipating. This substantial experience propelled Huang Yu's level to LV18 in an instant. By an ironic twist of fate, he had inadvertently obliterated the authority of the Niven clan lord. Initially bemused, he soon felt a pang of regret. With the destruction of the Niven banyan tree, he was unable to absorb or assimilate the lord's authority. Beyond the allure of experience and soul crystals, his greater desire lay in unlocking the purchasing privilege for the Niven clan's chaotic marketplace. The collapse of the Niven banyan tree heralded an apocalypse for the Niven clan. Countless Niven individuals emerged from the mountainous dust, wailing in bewilderment and despair. Particularly, the Niven clan lord, bewildered and unaware of why its banyan tree had been inexplicably destroyed, was engulfed in profound regret over its recent impulsive actions. If given a second chance, it would never have dared to move even a single leaf of the banyan tree beyond the territorial sanctuary. Yet, the opportunity for choice had slipped away. As the trunk of the banyan tree disintegrated into dust, the Niven lord's eyes bulged, struggling momentarily on the ground before succumbing to death. You have indirectly killed the Niven clan lord. The lord gains 5,000 experience points and 1,000 soul crystals. You have acquired the Niven clan's racial talent. Niven contract. Is this truly possible? Huang Yu was taken aback. Who had slain him? And whom had I killed? A mere release of the void disintegration ray had obliterated an entire territory. It dawned upon Huang Yu that for human lords, the extinguishing of their spark meant death. And it held true for the Niven clan as well. The destruction of the Niven banyan tree sealed the fate of the Niven clan lord to a similar demise. However, the Niven clan's apocalypse was merely commencing. Bereft of their lord and territory, they would inevitably become wanderers, struggling for survival on the chaotic continent. Moreover, a formidable group of enemies was now bearing their fangs at them. Before Huang Yu and his 60 warriors, bereft of the protective barrier and the Niven banyan tree, the over 600 Niven clan members stood as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Without requiring Huang Yu's command, Dilios, Ganix, and Rihanna charged forth with the warriors. Their lord had just placed himself in peril to save them, filling their hearts with profound shame. The trio's eyes blazed with fury, and they struck mercilessly. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in their favor. Huang Yu joined the fray, beginning to seize the Niven clan's talent abilities. However, with over 600 Niven clan members, Huang Yu was unable to eliminate them all. Shortly after the battle commenced, some Niven finally regained their senses and began to flee into the depths of the forest. A scant 100 Niven managed to escape. Huang Yu dispatched Rihanna, Gonix, and 30 Amazonian warriors to pursue, leaving Dilios and 30 Spartan warriors to scour the battlefield. In truth, there was little to clean up. The Niven clan's territory, built upon the Niven banyan tree, faced total devastation with its destruction, along with many structures and resources. Additionally, due to their racial talent, the Niven clan was ill-equipped to wield weapons and armor. Thus, Huang Yu's spoils from this battle were dismally meager. The sole consolation lay in the significant growth of the warriors' prowess. Among the Amazonian warriors, Rihanna successfully advanced to the second tier, reaching LV11, while the 30 Amazonian warriors uniformly ascended to LV9, just a step away from the second tier. Among them, 6 warriors earned titles, and one named Sandra was elevated to a heroic unit. Amazonian warrior, Sandra, level, LV9. Loyalty, 100 devoted. Potential, sacred domain, upgradable to LV69. Class, Shadowblade. Skills, Shadow Stab. Arrow of Silence. Title, Shadowed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Spartan warriors, Dilios advanced to LV16, while Gonix reached LV15. The other warriors, being of the second tier, had each likely gained around 2 levels, averaging at LV13.